Chapter 1. Pirate Attacks and Stranded Abroad. In the distant ocean, the cerulean waves undulate gracefully as a colossal ship, painted in a deep sea blue, cuts through the waters with the wind at its back. Luke stands upon the smooth rocks, waving his arms desperately towards the ship, shouting for help from afar. He has been marooned on this desolate island for a week now, and without rescue, he fears he may succumb to starvation. A time traveler, he has found himself in the body of an 80-year-old Luke, a child cherished by a loving family. Embracing the reality of his extraordinary situation, he has come to terms with his new life. When a passing newsbird dropped a newspaper at his feet, Luke's eyes widened at the headlines detailing pirate attacks and bounty notices. It was then that he realized he had entered the world of One Piece. The legendary pirate king, Gold Roger, had ignited the great pirate era, inspiring countless young dreamers to set sail in pursuit of their aspirations, becoming pirates in search of the fabled One Piece. Who among those familiar with One Piece does not yearn for the freedom of the sea and the pursuit of dreams? At just 8 years old, Luke fantasized about the day he would embark on an adventure, gathering like-minded companions akin to Luffy, to conquer the seas and claim the title of Pirate King. He envisioned battling fiercely upon the ocean, competing against other pirates in a struggle for supremacy. The 7 warlords of the sea, renowned as formidable heroes of the ocean, would be his adversaries, and he yearned for a chance to engage them in glorious combat. With the 4 emperors ruling the latter half of the Grand Line, wielding unparalleled power, even the Navy dared not confront them. Luke longed to witness the might of figures like Whitebeard and Shanks. He wished to visit Sky Island, to see if there truly existed beings with angelic wings sprouting from their backs. He aspired to reach the end of the Grand Line, Raftel, to unravel the enigma of the One Piece. Of course, he also dreamed of having beautiful companions like Nami, Robin, and Hancock by his side. With these enchanting visions in his heart, Luke began his daily training, eagerly anticipating the day he would discover his golden opportunity, launching him into a life of extraordinary adventure akin to that of Luffy and Zoro. In the year 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar, after 5 years of rigorous training, Luke did not find himself soaring to new heights, but instead encountered pirates. On this fateful day, Luke came to a harrowing realization. The world of pirates was far from the fairy tale he had envisioned. The cruel reality of piracy was a nightmare for the common folk. What pursuit of freedom and dreams? Mere nonsense. In the name of freedom, they engaged in criminal activities, committing unimaginable atrocities. This was the true essence of piracy. The pirates ravaged villages, murdering his parents and abducting him, preparing to sell him into slavery on distant islands. Luke endured a month of despair, adrift at sea, crammed into the ship's hold with other captives, suffering abuse, beatings, and starvation. Yet fortune smiled upon him when the pirate crew clashed with another band of pirates, and in the chaos, Luke seized the opportunity to escape from their ship, drifting away on a small wooden boat until he found himself on this very deserted island. The island was small and barren, devoid of sustenance, save for a single species of crab that crawled from the sea to bask on the rocks. Hunger drove Luke to desperation, leading him to consume the crabs raw, only to discover, to his misfortune, that these crabs were poisonous. A searing pain gripped his abdomen. He had been poisoned. With no food, no human presence, and no antidote in sight, his life hung precariously in the balance. Am I to die here? Luke despaired. I refuse to accept this. Pirates, accursed pirates, I will survive, and I will eradicate every last one of you. Luke's hatred for pirates burned fiercely, directed especially towards Roger, the man who, with a single proclamation, had led countless youths to embrace the pirate life. How could he preach freedom while simultaneously wreaking havoc? Yet, despite the tempest of rage within him, Luke felt powerless. The poison coursing through his veins threatened to claim his life before he could exact his vengeance. I will not accept this fate. I have yet to avenge my parents. With a surge of intense, murderous intent detected, the Berserker system activated. Name Luke. Age 13. Height 151 centimeters. Physical ability Beginner. Swordsmanship, beginner. The system activated, granting Luke a single opportunity to draw power. System, a golden opportunity. I too possess a golden finger. Ha ha ha. After a moment of astonishment, Luke was overwhelmed with emotion. He had previously believed himself an ordinary individual devoid of extraordinary gifts, destined to be a victim in the brutal world of piracy. But now everything had changed. In the face of despair, Luke glimpsed a flicker of hope. Lottery. With a thunderous shout, it seemed as if a multitude of vibrant cards flashed before his mind's eye, finally settling upon a card adorned with the 12 zodiac symbols. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 12 zodiac talisman. Simultaneously, 12 octagonal crystals appeared in Luke's mind, albeit dull and lifeless. Host abilities. 12 zodiac talisman. Currently, 1 can be activated. Note, the number of talismans that can be activated and fused increases with physical ability enhancement. Only through complete fusion with the host can the talisman unleash its full potential. Hockey none. Skills, beginner swordsmanship. Reputation. Unknown, you are still an inconspicuous nobody. Tao power value, 5. Berserker's combative nature. If the host challenges opponents of equal or higher rank and emerges victorious, the fusion rate between the talisman and host will increase. If defeated, the host will gain insights from the opponent's training. Physical prowess will enhance physical abilities, while swordsmanship will deepen understanding of sword techniques. Provided the host does not perish, of course. Upon reading this, Luke felt an electrifying thrill. The 12 zodiac talisman, reminiscent of the adventures of Jackie Chan I watched as a child. Luke was ecstatic. He recalled the immense power of the talismans. The rat talisman grants life to inanimate objects, imbuing them with vitality akin to that of living creatures. The ox talisman symbolizes strength, endowing its bearer with boundless power, akin to the strength of a devil fruit in the world of One Piece. The tiger talisman ensures a balance of yin and yang, preventing conflicting abilities from clashing within the bearer. Luke even speculated whether this might imply the potential for infinite devil fruit abilities. The rabbit talisman bestows the bearer with extraordinary speed, effective even against objects. As Admiral Kazaru once said, speed is power. The kinetic energy derived from such speed can yield devastating destruction. As for the other talismans, each represents a unique power. The 12 talismans are comparable to 12 distinct devil fruits. It is no wonder Luke was so exhilarated in the face of the talisman's might. The abilities of a single devil fruit paled in comparison. Now, the question remained, which talisman should he activate? In this harsh world of piracy, the Ox talisman would provide immediate and significant strength. However, Luke's pressing concern was to counteract the poison coursing through his system. So he activated the Horse talisman. The Horse talisman activated, current fusion rate, 1. The Horse talisman grants its bearer formidable healing powers, capable of curing all ailments. As the healing effects began to manifest, the toxins within Luke's body were dismantled, expelled within a day. When a navy blue warship appeared on the horizon, its bow adorned with the seagull flag symbolizing the Navy, Luke leaped for joy. As the vessel approached, he discerned the ship's figurehead was that of a dog, and he realized he had encountered the legendary marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Chapter 2. Aboard Garp's doghead ship. What did you say? You wish to join the Navy? On the morning following Luke's 3-day slumber, a tall, lean man with a stern expression, clad in a long sword, approached him, perplexed by Luke's request. He was Bogart, Vice Admiral Garp's aide. Yes, please allow me to join the Navy. Luke humbly pleaded, kneeling with his forehead pressed firmly against the cold deck. Why? Bogart inquired. Luke lifted his gaze, his determined eyes radiating a fierce flame of hatred. Pirates kill my parents and burn my village. I wish to join the Navy and eradicate all pirates. Such bravado, but do you truly believe your frail body can handle it? Bogart expressed skepticism. I will train diligently, Luke asserted resolutely. After spending a month aboard a pirate ship and a week on the deserted island, Luke's physique was indeed frail. Yet he possessed the faith in the healing powers of the Horse talisman, believing his body would strengthen. Regardless of the rigorous training he would endure, Even if his body grew weary to the point of collapse, the horse talisman would alleviate his fatigue and restore his health. This was akin to granting himself an extension on his training while others fell exhausted. Luke would persist. Should he tire, he would recover swiftly while others languished in rest, and he would not suffer lingering injuries from overexertion. While this was undoubtedly due to Luke's unwavering dedication to training, having activated the horse talisman granted him the opportunity to grow relentlessly and fearlessly. He was determined to eradicate every pirate, not merely through empty words. Perhaps when he first arrived in this world, he harbored dreams of becoming the pirate king like Luffy. However, having witnessed the pirate's true nature, his naive aspirations had vanished. His current dream was to join the Navy, capturing all pirates and restoring peace to the world. He yearned to grow strong and uphold justice. The Navy base was his ideal destination, a place where powerful individuals gathered, perfectly suited for him to exploit the berserker's combative nature, continuously challenging the strong. Victories would elevate the fusion rate of his talisman, while defeats would bring insights from his opponent's training. This place was nothing short of a sanctuary tailored for Luke. Pooh, waha! A boisterous laugh resonated from behind him. Isn't this splendid? Since he is already homeless, let's take him to the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing this voice, Luke couldn't help but turn around. A remarkably imposing figure forcefully entered his line of sight. Vice Admiral Garp, donut in hand, beamed with a hearty laugh. His hair and beard had turned white, yet his spirit remained as vigorous as ever. Draped in a coat of justice, his upper garments appeared stretched to their limits, as if they might burst under the strain of his explosive muscles. This was the legendary naval hero, Monkey D. Garp. The moment Luke laid eyes on him, he was momentarily taken aback by the man's formidable presence. Vice Admiral Garp, Bogart exclaimed in astonishment at Garp's decision. Realizing the situation, Luke's voice brimmed with both surprise and joy. Vice Admiral Garp, have you agreed to let me join the Navy? Pooh-waha-ha! Garp emitted his signature laugh. Dream on. Pretty words can be uttered by anyone. Before I see your determination, you will start by doing menial tasks. Is that a problem? Luke's voice rang out resolutely. None at all. From this day forth, Garp's ship welcomed a new deckhand. Luke busied himself daily on the deck, scrubbing and wiping down surfaces, diligently cleaning the sailors' uniforms. The ship's provisions were ample after grueling labor. Luke feasted on bountiful fish and meat, his body steadily recovering. Within a week, his frail physique transformed, limbs filled out, complexion rosy, a stark contrast to the pitiful refugee he had once been. At this moment, Luke was not particularly tall for his age of 13, just beginning to grow. His raven-black crew cut framed large, spirited eyes, and his sailor's outfit bore the character on both the front and back. He toiled relentlessly, drenched in sweat, his skin bronzed by the sun's rays. As his bodily functions returned to their prepirate attack state, Luke grew dissatisfied with merely performing menial tasks. He began incorporating training into his routine, such as running laps around the ship's deck. Running in circles, Luke relentlessly pushed his limits, gasping for breath as his legs ached as if they might break, calf muscles twitching as though they might cramp. Witnessing this scene, the sailors couldn't help but shake their heads. Such unrestrained training would surely leave him unable to rise the next day. After a few good-natured warnings, Luke merely smiled them off. Exhausted to the point of immobility, Luke finally dragged his weary body back to his quarters, collapsing onto his canvas hammock, swaying with the ship's motion. He gasped for breath, yet a trace of joy lingered at the corners of his mouth. Although his legs felt as though they might give out, he could distinctly feel the mysterious power of the horse talisman igniting in his mind, mending his fatigue. Struggling against the urge to close his eyes for a moment's rest to regain some strength, Luke mustered the energy to wash himself and don fresh attire before collapsing onto his bed to sleep soundly. The next day, the sailors were astonished to see Luke brimming with vitality, unfazed by the previous day's exertions. With more enthusiasm and diligence than the sailors themselves, he approached his tasks without a hint of negligence, quickly winning their favor. Through their time together, Luke had forged bonds with them and learned that this ship was soon to return to the Navy headquarters, traversing the East Sea through the Calm Belt directly into the Grand Line. The Calm Belt a haven for sea kings, required the Navy's ships to be equipped with sea prism stones beneath their hulls, tricking the sea kings into mistaking the vessels for part of the ocean, thus avoiding attacks. The ship would safely navigate through the calm belt. Of course, should they inadvertently collide with a sea king, that would be a different matter entirely. During the month-long voyage, Luke spent his days on menial tasks and his nights seizing opportunities to train, exhausting his energy daily, experiencing rapid growth in strength and a more robust physique. Under the radiant moonlight, with the sea breeze filling the sails, the ship sped through the waters. Garp, munching on a donut, emerged from the cabin to once again witness Luke's relentless training during the sailor's rest period. It was only Luke who remained tireless. Luke was lifting a dumbbell in each hand, each weighing 10 kilograms, his arms rising and falling rhythmically, his biceps swelling with strength. "Luke, this training is too monotonous. Let me be your sparring partner." Garp flashed a hearty smile, suddenly invigorated. "Vice Admiral Garp, I couldn't ask for more," Luke replied without a hint of hesitation, even feeling a surge of excitement. Garp's shoulders shook, his coat of justice slipping from his back as he leaped from the cabin onto the deck, beckoning Luke with a wave. "Bring it on." Luke wasted no time, fists clenched. He stomped onto the deck, charging at Garp with a roar akin to a beast, his fist hurtling through the air towards Garp's cheek. The battle raged on for half an hour, with the outcome unmistakably in favor of Garp. The disparity between him and the naval hero was vast, and defeat was inevitable. As Luke lay in bed, a satisfied smile graced his face before he drifted off to sleep. A novel term has emerged in his repertoire: basic iron fist. This technique, derived from decades of Garp's unparalleled mastery, grants a power boost of 1. Even a mere fragment of insight absorbed by Luke from this invincible iron fist is bound to be of immense benefit. This basic iron fist has taken root within Luke, blossoming like a seed. Chapter 3. Instructor Zephyr at the Navy headquarters in Marine Ford, a voice tinged with dissatisfaction remarked, "Garp, you've finally returned. Why did you run back to the East Blue?" The voice belonged to a towering figure who strode into the office. Sengoku entered with a brisk pace, donning frog-eyed spectacles and a military cap adorned with a seagull, emblematic of the Navy, under which he concealed a wild mane of hair. "I went home to visit my grandson. Do you understand what that means?" "Oh, you wouldn't, because you have none." Garp burst into laughter, tears of mirth streaming down his face. He had to make the trip back. After all, his foolish grandson had devoured Shank's devil fruit and transformed into a rubber man, and he still found it amusing. "The pressure at the Navy headquarters has been considerable during your absence these past 3 months. The notorious pirates of the New World are anything but docile," Sengoku remarked brusquely, his tone reflecting years of camaraderie. Approaching the desk, he squeezed a bag of senbei, only to find it utterly depleted. Opening a drawer, his eyes bulged in disbelief. "Where are my senbei?" Garp, reclining in a chair with one leg crossed over the other, plucked a piece of senbei from the packaging, crunching it loudly. "I was so bored, I already started eating them." Seeing Sengoku's flustered state, Garp erupted into laughter once more. "That was the last bag. At least save me a few pieces." Sengoku snatched the packaging back with a fierce bite into his senbei to vent his irritation. "I hear you've brought back a boy?" Sengoku inquired, his words muffled by the senbei. Garp replied, "You're quite well informed, aren't you?" Sengoku pressed further. "This individual poses no issues, correct?" Garp reassured him. Rest assured, his background is impeccable. By impeccable, he meant that Luke's lineage was untainted, orphaned by pirate violence. Countless children have found their way into the Navy for similar reasons, making Luke's story far from unique. Moreover, he possesses unwavering determination. It won't be long before he opens your eyes, though he is still rather weak. Ha ha ha. At the Navy training grounds, a sea of fresh recruits filled the space, their youthful exuberance reminiscent of the rising sun. Among them, the youngest was merely 13, while the eldest was 16. The Navy Academy, renowned as the cradle for officers, boasts the sternest and most exceptional instructors, producing students who become the backbone of the Navy. Standing at the edge of the training ground was Zephyr, distinguished by his striking purple hair and rugged features. His severe demeanor was softened by the rimless glasses perched on his nose, lending him an air of refinement. A former admiral, he had relentlessly pursued countless pirates throughout his life, yet had never taken a life, earning him the moniker of the Admiral of Non-Killing. Tragically, he endured the cruelest retribution from pirates when his wife and child were murdered. Since that fateful day, Zephyr harbored an intense hatred for pirates, soon resigning from his position as admiral to take on the role of an instructor at the academy. Unlike those who fought on the front lines, he dedicated himself to nurturing a new generation of elite Navy personnel and capable officers. The infamous Sakazuki, Borisolino, and Kuzan emerged under his tutelage, later rising to the rank of admiral. Additionally, the so-called Golden Generation of Fire Fist Ace, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and others became vice admirals, reinforcing the Navy's foundation. He is the most revered instructor, known far and wide within the Navy, enjoying unparalleled popularity. However, his teachings are equally rigorous. Gazing upon the vibrant group of cadets, he reflected on the absence of monsters among the recent recruits. It had been a long time since someone had emerged worthy of that title. He pondered what exceptional talents might arise from this batch, having heard of several promising recruits, including Crane's granddaughter, Peacock, and others of some renown. Carp had also brought someone along. He hoped his expectations would not be dashed. A smile of excitement graced Zephyr's lips as he stepped into the center of the training ground, instantly capturing everyone's attention. As Luke beheld him, he instinctively straightened his back. This man was a figure of the same era as Carp and Sengoku. Zephyr addressed the assembly with a voice like thunder. "I am your instructor, Zephyr. Some of you may know me, while others may not, but that is inconsequential. I shall spare you excessive introductions, for you will soon come to know me well. Now, I will conduct a series of tests on your physical abilities, combat skills, swordsmanship, and knowledge to provide a comprehensive evaluation. Let us commence the first round of testing. Run 30 laps around the training ground at your utmost speed." A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. The training ground was vast, with each lap measuring 1,000 meters, culminating in a staggering 30 kilometers, far exceeding a half marathon. They were to begin with such intensity? A flicker of hesitation appeared among the 100-plus recruits, but soon, a few began to take their first strides, setting off at a run. Luke joined in, and everyone around him began to sprint around the training grounds, pushing their speed to its utmost limits. Around Luke, individuals continually surpassed him. Given his relatively modest foundation, he appeared rather feeble compared to these elite youths selected from various corners of the globe by the Navy. Those who practice running understand that commencing at full speed leads to significant exhaustion, resulting in rapid fatigue. After 4 or 5 laps, the pace of these recruits had dwindled to less than half of what it had been at the outset. Luke found himself in a relatively backward position, panting heavily. His speed diminished from the outset, yet he persisted in running with all his might. The first echelon of recruits had already lapped him, consisting of 2 men and 2 women, who instantaneously became the most dazzling stars of the event. While Luke felt a twinge of envy towards them, he remained composed, maintaining his own pace as he continued to circle the track. Thanks to his rigorous training aboard the Admiral's dog-headed warship, he was able to endure. Otherwise, after 4 or 5 kilometers at full speed, he would have long since collapsed. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 10th lap, and the scene began to witness participants succumbing to fatigue. Luke was drenched in sweat, the air he exhaled searing and blistering. His throat felt parched and painful, while his chest heaved erratically, the relentless thumping of his heart propelling blood throughout his body. His legs felt as though they were filled with lead, incredibly heavy, and he had to exert himself just to keep moving forward. His stamina was woefully insufficient. The intense strain on his body left him utterly exhausted. The power of the horse talisman radiated within him, alleviating the soreness and pain in his legs, mitigating the discomfort brought on by his fiery breaths. However, the healing ability of the talisman also consumed his energy, and Luke's strength was plummeting. Fortunately, the talisman significantly eased his overall discomfort and fatigue, allowing him to rely on his indomitable will. Drawing upon this extraordinary determination, Luke began to surpass those who had initially outpaced him. It was not that his speed had increased, but rather that the others were faltering more severely. Their relentless exertion had drained their stamina at an alarming rate. As he entered the 15th lap, Luke collapsed for the first time, his legs trembling uncontrollably. His cheek grazed the cold ground as he gasped for breath with each inhalation. The talisman transformed the meager energy he regained into healing power, infusing it into his legs. Supporting himself with his palms on the ground, Luke rose again and resumed running. Though his speed had diminished to a mere shuffle, each step a laborious effort to push forward. Ultimately, after collapsing for the 4th time, having exhausted himself to the brink, Luke found himself too fatigued to rise again. He felt on the verge of collapse. In truth, countless other students had also succumbed on the training field, many of whom had initially led the pack. None had managed to complete the 30 laps. Their swifter pace had exacted a greater toll on their endurance. Zephyr meticulously recorded all the outcomes he witnessed. This trial was designed to assess the physical capabilities of the students, delineating their potential and willpower. They were merely teenagers, yet they possessed boundless futures ahead of them. Unexpectedly, Luke found himself lying between the first and second tiers, catching Zaffardo's eye for a moment. Chapter 4. The Berserker's Challenge. As the first day of testing came to a close, all the recruits returned to their dormitory, collapsing into slumber, too exhausted to concern themselves with the commentary on the results. In Luke's profile, it is noted that he possesses merely average qualifications, having fallen and risen 3 times, which merely elicited a passing glance from Zephyr. Beyond this, he exhibited no remarkable attributes during the subsequent combat and swordsmanship evaluations. His weaknesses are glaringly apparent. His physical capabilities and combat skills are inferior to those of his peers. In fact, among this cohort of students, only a handful Gruss, Peacock, Eind, and Binns have caught Zephyr's discerning eye, being recognized as exceptional scholars. The cadets of the Naval Academy hail from various regions of the vast sea. To gain entry into this esteemed institution, the cradle of naval officers, they must already surpass their contemporaries. Yet, in this gathering of elites, they risk being relegated to the ordinary unless they excel beyond the rest, distinguishing themselves amidst their classmates to truly showcase their excellence. Luke paid no heed to fleeting evaluations. His journey had merely commenced. The system did not bestow upon him explosive power, yet it granted him limitless potential for growth. This was a realm where one could strengthen themselves through incessant combat. In the first month, Luke challenged everyone he encountered, ultimately suffering defeat in every battle, earning him the title of 100 battles, 100 losses. This title was far from glorious, yet Luke reveled in it. The Berserker-esque combative nature allowed him to gain insights from opponents of equal or greater rank, even in defeat. Each of these classmates surpassed him, serving as a veritable field of natural resources. They welcomed Luke's challenges, engaging playfully without resorting to any ruthless measures, departing with elegance upon victory. Luke was utterly enamored with them. Whether it be insights into swordsmanship or unarmed combat, Luke welcomed all. He had integrated his understanding of unarmed combat into his Iron Fist technique, which had now ascended to a 2-star level. "Let us fight, Faraz," Luke shouted at a fellow student. "Haven't you tasted the bitterness of failure enough, Luke? Allow me to add another defeat to your record." The tall young man named Faraz grinned broadly as he stood before Luke. The other students in the training ground watched with exhilaration, particularly captivated by Luke, who had become quite notorious among them, albeit for less than admirable reasons. "Watch my fist." Luke charged forward and landed a punch squarely on Faraz's cheek. The force of the blow was tremendous, a stark contrast to his performance during the combat test just a month ago. His power had increased at least threefold. "That hurts." Faraz, towering over Luke, stumbled backward from the impact. During the combat test, he had defeated Luke, but now he was experiencing firsthand the growth Luke had achieved. Steadying himself, Faraz retaliated, declaring, "Your strength may have grown, but it will not fell me. I am the son of a blacksmith, born with immense strength." Bang! Luke could not evade this punch, which landed squarely in his abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. The intense discomfort sent shockwaves through his mind, and beads of sweat erupted on his forehead. This hurts so much. Luke's initial reaction was one of agony, yet he had endured far worse this past month. And while grappling with the pain, he was already preparing to counterattack. "Watch my fist." He swung his right fist with renewed vigor, striking Faraz once more, causing his head to snap back violently, and Faraz stumbled back 3 paces. "That hurts." Faraz clutched his face, blood streaming from his nostrils. After 2 blows, the pain quickened his breath. "What on earth is happening? How has your punch become so powerful? Is this still the perpetual loser, Luke?" Faraz could not fathom how Luke's fists had become so formidable, harder than stone. By the time Luke unleashed his 3rd punch, Faraz's head was spinning. How infuriating. "A month ago, I knocked you down with 2 punches. As the son of a blacksmith, I cannot be defeated by you." Faraz summoned his might and delivered a powerful straight punch, breaking through Luke's defense and forcing him to retreat 2 steps. "Not necessarily," Luke retorted. "My stamina and my fists have greatly improved." Rubbing his chest, he pressed on, trading blows with Faraz. After undergoing rigorous training under Admiral Karp, Luke had earned his initial Iron Fist, making each punch as solid as a rock. When Luke's 4th punch landed on Faraz, the latter screamed in pain. And after a barrage of blows, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of strength. Oh yes. Seeing Faraz fall, Luke leaped with joy, celebrating his first victory. Despite a few bruises adorning his face, they did not detract from his triumphant spirit as he welcomed the dawn of victory. Simultaneously, an obscure yet potent energy emanated from Faraz, merging with Luke, akin to a refreshing spring that revitalized his very essence. This was the gift of the Berserker system. By conquering an opponent of equal rank, the fusion degree of the Horse Talisman increased by 1. Name: Luke. Age: 13. Height: 151 centimeters. Stamina: Beginner Swordsmanship. Beginner Zodiac Talisman. Horse Talisman. Fusion degree 2. Note: enhanced stamina increases the number of talismans that can be fused. Only through complete integration with the host can a talisman unleash its maximum potential. Dominance: none. Skills: Beginner Swordsmanship. Intermediate Iron Fist. Reputation: unknown. You are still a nameless novice. If you consider being a perpetual loser as a form of fame, that is another matter. Power value: 7. Berserker's combat trait. If the host challenges opponents of equal or higher rank and emerges victorious, the fusion degree of the talisman with the host will increase. If defeated, the host will gain insights from the opponent. Practitioners of unarmed combat will enhance their abilities, while swordsmen will deepen their swordsmanship understanding. The key is to avoid being slain. The increase of merely 1 point in the Horse Talisman's fusion degree may seem insignificant. Yet for Luke, it represented tremendous progress. Such subtle changes signified a stronger healing ability, allowing him to endure greater training loads. The pain from battle gradually healed under this newfound power, dissipating the discomfort and fading the bruises. Given a little time to rest, Luke would soon be brimming with vitality. Amidst the congratulations of his classmates, Luke reveled in the joy of victory. Who would have thought that Faraz could fall to Luke? Despite his boastful claims of being the son of a blacksmith, the victor earned praise while the vanquished faced ridicule, as has always been the case. Faraz longed to retort against those mocking him. Come and try it yourself. It truly hurts. Luke was not lost in a euphoric bliss. Instead, he noticed Faraz looking disheartened. Approaching him, he extended a hand, urging, "How long do you intend to lie there? Hurry to the infirmary for some treatment. The morning training is about to commence." Faraz shouted defiantly, "I will not concede." He grasped Luke's outstretched hand. Chapter 5. Daily Training Rounds. Kapu has indeed brought forth a promising talent. Zephyr arrived early, waiting until he witnessed the clash between Luke and Faraz before entering the training grounds. He offered Luke a rather ordinary assessment. Yet it was undeniable that Luke's growth during this period was nearly palpable, leaving even Zephyr astonished. "I hear this is your first victory over an opponent at the military academy. You must be delighted, Luke." The stern Zephyr rarely displayed a smile. "Yes, Instructor Zephyr." Luke stood tall, chest out, head held high, with a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth. "Well then, you should be able to complete today's running training. Correct?" Zephyr clasped his hands behind his back, and the smile on his face suddenly morphed into something more severe. The new recruits were to continue the running regimen established on the first day of testing, tasked with completing 30 laps at full speed. A grueling exercise designed to push their physical limits. This brutal training had only been successfully completed by 4 individuals, who were regarded as exemplary students. Upon hearing that the instructor had placed this mandate upon Luke, the other trainees held their breath, fearful that such a command might fall upon them as well. "I vow to fulfill the task, Instructor." What can Luke say? Only a resolute agreement. His growth is almost palpable, changing daily, with his physical capabilities having significantly increased. Just yesterday, he completed an impressive 28 laps. Only 2 laps remain, and I shall accomplish this today. Not just Luke, but all of you as well. Must muster your determination and complete these 30 laps. Do you hear me? With Zephyr's commanding voice, all the trainees commenced their morning training. The unchanging training ground resonated with the fervent slogans of the trainees as they raced across the field with astonishing speed. After 5 laps, the trainees began to slow, their energy severely depleted. After 10 laps, their speed fell below half, with only the 4 most outstanding newcomers maintaining a competitive edge in the lead group. Luke's speed was waning, and a sensation of soreness enveloped his legs. He gasped for breath, his heavy panting resonating in the air, while his hands swung rapidly back and forth as he propelled himself forward at the utmost speed he could muster. After a month of rigorous training, the physical stamina of the trainees had significantly improved. However, after 20 laps, half of them had collapsed, and those who remained on their feet were struggling, their legs quivering with fatigue. "You must not stop, Luke. You must endure, for the distance to 30 laps is still considerable." He continually motivated himself within his mind. His weary legs felt as though they might give way, requiring immense effort to lift them and take a single step forward. His pace reduced to that of a leisurely walk. After completing 25 laps, he urged himself, "Hold on, just hold on." Luke roared internally, wrestling with his seemingly unresponsive legs. As he trudged onward step by arduous step, thud, Luke could not withstand the pressure and collapsed, yet he struggled valiantly to rise, trembling legs moving with determination. With each subsequent lap, he would fall again, only to rise once more. The trainees witnessing this scene on the training ground were deeply inspired, rising to join the ranks of training anew. They were the most exceptional newcomers, imbued with a sense of justice and unwavering conviction. 30 laps completed. Luke surged across the finish line, unleashing an exhilarating roar. His legs were utterly exhausted, and he collapsed at the finish, his lungs gasping for breath as if they might burst at any moment, each inhalation a painful ordeal. Such is the nature of physical training. A remarkable naval officer must possess an abundant reserve of stamina. Combat depletes one's energy, whether for swordsmen or martial artists employing their skills. Even those wielding the powers of devil fruits expend energy. Like the three admirals, the legendary Vice Admiral Garp possesses unfathomable stamina. This endurance, unless gifted with extraordinary talent, is accumulated and surpassed through relentless daily training. Zephyr smiled approvingly at Luke's accomplishment, seeing in this youth a reflection of his own youthful aspirations. In his own time, he too had chased the dream of a hero, and through relentless effort, he became the formidable Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. Weakness is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is a lack of that fierce heart striving for strength. This trainee has a promising future. Applause erupted from Ayn, her long, sea-blue wavy hair cascading as she clapped gently. Gruz, Peacock, and Binns, having completed their training early, joined in the applause, fully aware of the challenge posed by this training. Luke's willpower commanded their respect. "Thank you." Luke expressed his gratitude to them. "Still have energy, do you?" The fact that you can complete 30 laps and stand upright signifies your stamina is not yet exhausted. Thus, we shall add 10 more laps to the training. Zephyr cast a glance at Luke. "You too." Ayn and the others were taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. "What do you mean? Hurry up and run, or you'll miss lunch." Zephyr crossed his arms, a playful glint in his eyes. "The instructor is a demon." They muttered inwardly, then set their weary legs in motion. Luke took a deep breath, resolutely rising to his feet. His sore legs felt unresponsive, yet the horse talisman alleviated some of the discomfort. With determination, he stepped forward, intent on completing the final 10 laps on foot. As he passed by Zephyr, he pushed himself to his utmost speed. Ultimately, he completed the last 10 laps, albeit in a state of exhaustion, before collapsing onto the training ground. When he awoke, it was late. The sky had darkened. His dormitory was shared with 3 others, and a roommate had brought him dinner. Luke expressed his gratitude before devouring the meal hastily, savoring every bite. He licked the sauce from his fingers, marveling at the culinary delights of the Navy. It was, without a doubt, the most delectable meal he had ever experienced. After a refreshing slumber, he felt invigorated, especially after satisfying his hunger. This was the true power of the horse talisman. Luke arrived at the training grounds, which appeared particularly desolate under the moonlight. All his classmates had retreated to their dormitories to recuperate from the fatigue of a long day of training, while Luke gripped a wooden sword in his hand and commenced his swordsmanship practice. The art of the sword encompasses fundamental movements such as slashing, cutting, thrusting, intercepting, and flicking. These are the essential techniques. Luke did not engage in elaborate training. Instead, he repetitively sliced the air with his wooden sword held aloft above his head, stepping forward with his left foot before delivering a forceful downward strike. He would retract his left foot, raise the wooden sword once more, and repeat the previous motion. Each night, he committed himself to swing his sword 2,000 times, a self-imposed regimen. He understood that he lacked the extraordinary talent of Luffy. All he could rely on was relentless effort. Chapter 6. The first battle within a tall youth suddenly approached. "Luke, are you still not resting at this late hour?" It was Fair Eyes. He glanced at the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock. "Oh, I'll train a little longer." Luke swung his wooden sword, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, and turned to him with a faint smile. "Is this real? The physical training during the day nearly exhausted me. Yet you still have the energy to wield a sword? I thought you were completely worn out earlier. I even went to your dormitory to check on you, only to find you absent. I can't believe you've recovered your stamina so quickly. You must be a monster." Fair Eyes expressed his astonishment at Luke's vigor. Luke replied, "I'm doing well. But you? If you're tired, you should hurry back to rest. Otherwise, you won't be able to rise tomorrow and will face punishment." Fair Eyes stood still for a moment, watching Luke's relentless swordplay, and sighed softly, finally comprehending where his own shortcomings lay. "Hey, Luke, what is your dream? He suddenly inquired with curiosity. Well, wherever the eye can see, there lies justice. Luke pondered for a moment before quoting a rather stylish aphorism. Luke witnessed the brutal murder of his parents. The malevolent visage and atrocities of pirates remain vividly etched in his memory, instilling in him a profound loathing for these marauders. He is determined to eradicate every pirate, to obliterate all forms of injustice he encounters, resolute in his quest to prevent further tragedies. He aims to strengthen himself within the military academy, aspiring to attain a power capable of vanquishing all evil. Fraser gazed at Luke's countenance, which seemed to radiate a sacred light, and expressed with admiration, "How magnificent! Luke, do you know that I have always taken pride in my father? He is a blacksmith, often aiding the villagers by forging iron, earning their respect. My father frequently imparts the wisdom that a man is akin to iron. Through relentless forging, one day, he shall transform into steel of the highest quality. I too wish to embody such a noble man, deserving of respect, which is why I have joined the Navy. Yet, it seems your aspirations soar far above my own. Luke, can I also fight for justice like you?" A sense of confusion flickered in his heart as he met Luke's hopeful gaze. Luke halted, his wooden sword pointing straight at him, affirmatively declaring, "We are the Navy. Our training is precisely for this purpose. Regardless of our initial intentions, our ultimate goal remains the same." The uncertainty on Farai's face swiftly dissipated, replaced by a resolute determination as he clenched his fists in excitement. "Luke, thank you. I will strive even harder. I shall not be outdone by you. I swear it in my father's name." Each individual harbors a dream. Some aspire to become the pirate king, while others seek to attain the rank of admiral. Farai's former aspiration was to emulate his father as a man, but now he has set his sights on Luke as his new objective. Enough with the banter. I will not concede to you. Do not forget the outcome of our morning battle. Luke raised a finger, shaking it playfully, his chin held high in pride. How infuriating. That was my oversight. Farai's retorted, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his temper flaring as he insisted, "Let us compete once more." "Oh, very well. I shall oblige you," Luke replied, a smirk gracing his lips as he set down his wooden sword and cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing sharply in the evening air. "This fool believes my victory was merely a stroke of luck. Dare to challenge the ever-stronger Lord Luke, and I shall demonstrate that my fists are harder than steel." After a vigorous half-hour of intense sparring, Luke successfully sent Farai's away, his head adorned with bruises. Naturally, Luke bore his own share of marks as well. He picked up the wooden sword once more, resuming his practice. The swishing of the blade echoed as he realized he had yet to complete half of his goal of 2,000 strikes. As the evening sea breeze wafted in, carrying a fragrant aroma distinct from the salty scent of the harbor, a slender figure gracefully descended from the wall surrounding the training ground, landing lightly before Luke. "What an amusing scene I've stumbled upon. Who would have thought you were quite the orator?" The figure chimed melodiously. Upon seeing her, Luke momentarily lost his focus. She was indeed a stunning beauty, with flowing waves of ocean blue hair, clad in a purple tank top and black ultra-short shorts, her refreshing attire perfectly showcasing her youthful allure. Luke was astonished. "What are you doing here?" Her sudden appearance took him by surprise. "I was merely enjoying a leisurely stroll, and then I happened upon you lecturing Farai's." Though neither of you seemed to notice, a hint of gentle amusement flickered in Ein's gaze. "What a magnificent dream you possess." "Thank you," Luke replied nonchalantly, retracting his gaze from her as he continued to wield his wooden sword. "Your swordsmanship leaves much to be desired," Ein observed, lingering without an intention to depart. "Oh, you appear to be quite knowledgeable about sword techniques," Luke remarked, intrigued. "Just passable, I suppose." Ein slightly lifted her delicate chin, revealing her alabaster neck, exuding an elegance akin to that of a swan. "Passable?" Luke nearly lost his composure. Who exactly is this Ein? In the future, she would be the vice admiral of the One Navy, Zifa's right hand, and engage in fierce duels with Zoro, showcasing exceptional swordsmanship. Yet, in the final battle, she succumbed to confusion, defeated by Zoro's three-sword style. At this moment, Ein, like Luke, was merely a military academy student, yet to acquire the powers of a devil fruit. But undoubtedly a prodigy. Moreover, she was a stunningly beautiful prodigy. Alongside another distinguished student, Peacock, they were hailed as the two blossoms of the military academy's new entrants. Ein remarked, "Your swordplay is far too clumsy. It barely matches that of an ordinary soldier. Such skills will never elevate you to the status of a master swordsman. What insights do you have to offer? Do you wish to spar?" Luke expressed his newfound interest in her. "Ha ha ha." Ein chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. "I witnessed your battle with Farai's. Do you boys truly revel in violence?" It lacks any semblance of grace. Very well. I find myself eager to showcase my skills alongside you. That would be splendid, Luke exclaimed, elated. The warrior's combative nature stirred within him, as if he glimpsed the steps of growth ahead. Here I come, Ayn declared, enthusiastically retrieving a wooden sword from the rack. She dashed forward, her footsteps echoing with remarkable speed, her long, fair legs moving with an almost despairing swiftness. Luke watched as she swung the wooden sword behind her, gripping the hilt with both hands. With a sharp exclamation, she executed an upward slash that traced a crescent arc in the air. Crack! The blade struck Luke firmly at his waist. How swift! How painful! Luke winced in agony, baring his teeth, and retaliated with a fierce horizontal sweep, covering a 1-meter radius in front of him. However, Ayn had already planted a foot on the ground, nimbly retreating with grace, effortlessly evading his strike. If this were a real battle, you would be dead, she said with a cheerful laugh. Infuriating. Once more, I was eliminated in an instant. Luke swiftly swung his sword upwards, entirely disregarding the fact that his opponent was a woman. A single strike could mar her exquisite form with scars. Yet, in the next moment, it was Luke who was sent reeling, a new gash marring his face. Ayn's blade grazed every inch of his skin, his lungs, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys, all targeted with precision, inflicting pain that left Luke gasping for breath. The disparity was overwhelming. It was essentially a single strike that rendered him defeated. From stamina and strength to swordsmanship, Luke acutely felt himself being thoroughly overwhelmed. This graceful beauty toyed with him as if he were but a child in her hands. Luke lost an entire night. The silver lining was that he gradually absorbed Ayn's insights into swordsmanship. Although it was just a small amount, it proved to be immensely beneficial for Luke. Chapter 7. The Frenzied Luke. A year has swiftly passed. Luke's height has surged upward like spring bamboo after a rain, now surpassing 170 centimeters. His countenance bears a resolute firmness, complemented by a head of short hair resembling steel bristles. After enduring a year of rigorous training, his physique has become as robust as that of an ox, and clad in the Navy's standard uniform, he exudes an aura of valor. Name: Luke. Age: 14. Height: 172 centimeters. Physical fitness: beginner swordsmanship, beginner zodiac charm, horse charm, fusion degree, 90. Note: enhancing physical fitness will correspondingly increase the number of charms that can be fused. Only when the charm and the host are fully integrated can the charm's maximum power be unleashed. Dominance: none. Skills: basic swordsmanship, basic iron fist. Reputation: obscure. While you have earned the nickname Mad Luke at the military academy, you remain unknown across the vast ocean. Dao power: 50. Berserker's combat trait: if the host challenges opponents of the same or higher rank and emerges victorious, the fusion degree of the charm with the host will increase. Conversely, if defeated, the host will gain insights from the opponent's training. Those skilled in physical combat will enhance their physical abilities, while those adept in swordsmanship will gain deeper understanding of the art, provided, of course, that they do not meet their demise in the process. Throughout this year, he has relentlessly challenged his classmates. If he fails to defeat one challenger, he will strive against them 10 times, pursuing the same individual for 10 consecutive days, if necessary. This frenzied behavior has earned him the moniker Mad Luke, and just last week, he toppled the last-ranked student in the ordinary class. Luke, with each victory, has completely shed the title of perennial loser. His mastery of the equestrian charm has reached an astonishing 90, and his formidable healing abilities render him fearless in the face of pain. Luke, are you still challenging Ayn from the elite class today? Fair Eyes inquired as they made their way to the training grounds. He had completely submitted to Luke's prowess, now trailing behind him like an eager apprentice. Absolutely, Luke replied with unwavering confidence. Every time I see you relentlessly pursuing your opponents, driving them into a frenzy before ultimately overcoming them, it stirs a fervor within me. How many days do you plan to take to defeat Ayn this time? The cadets at the military academy no longer foolishly mock Luke for his defeats, for they all recognize that he will inevitably triumph over his adversaries one day. Luke touched his cheek, recalling the night a year ago when Ayn had left a deep scar on his face. Victory is within reach today. Luke struck a pose of assured triumph. I have devised my strategy, though it seems somewhat unfair to her. Fair Eyes immediately expressed great curiosity, bombarding him with questions. Yet Luke remained silent. Upon reaching the training grounds, he spotted a girl with cascading sea blue waves for hair. Ayn, do not leave after training, Luke called out as he passed her. Is this a date? Ayn winked at him with her charming eyes. Foolish woman, what are you thinking? This is a challenge. A challenge. Luke's face flushed with embarrassment as he turned away in frustration. After a week of continuous sparring, how could she not understand my intentions? This woman is teasing me, quite brazenly. Binzi looked on with concern as he followed Luke's retreating figure. Luke was maturing too swiftly, and he felt that soon he would be outdone by him. The thought of challenging him made him anxious. Peacock clenched her fists in frustration. Perhaps I should just go and teach him a lesson. Aang quickly grasped Peacock's fist, urging her not to act rashly, for she found battling him rather enjoyable. Far more engaging than practicing swordplay against a scarecrow. The new day of training commenced, with morning laps followed by afternoon swordsmanship. However, most students were preoccupied with thoughts of Luke's impending challenge against Aang after training. The mere notion of Luke potentially triumphing, a black swan defeating the elite class, filled their eyes with excitement, akin to witnessing their own child grow stronger and feeling immense pride in their development. When this rumor reached Luke, he nearly cursed aloud. Who are you calling your child? You defeated once. At the naval headquarters, an elderly female officer spoke. Kapu, you have brought forth an extraordinary student. Our Peacock often mentions him at home. The speaker was Admiral Crane, renowned for her strategic brilliance within the Navy. She sat at a long table, her silver hair tied back in a simple ponytail, adorned with emerald earrings, and draped in a justice cloak, her shoulder insignia signifying her esteemed rank. Observing Kapu leisurely munching on rice crackers, a smile curved her lips. Luke is indeed impressive. The moniker Mad Luke has spread throughout the fortress. That boy is truly making waves, Kapu thought proudly, recalling Luke's diligent training. Indeed, remarked Admiral Crane, her demeanor lightening as she spoke of these young talents. Luke's rapid development had even compelled Peacock to intensify her training regimen. Peacock expressed that the pressure Luke exerted felt like being pursued by a ferocious beast. Though she momentarily eluded him, she knew he would eventually catch up and strike. Ha ha ha. Kapu erupted in laughter. So, Peacock has been chasing after Luke for several days, has she? Luke told me all about it. Ha ha ha. Admiral Crane noted that Peacock did not seem particularly pleased, realizing that Luke not only showed no fear but appeared to relish the challenge. Ha ha ha. That sounds just like Luke, Kapu said, savoring the flavor of the rice crackers even more. What are you two so merry about? Sengoku, resembling a seagull, entered the room, having just dealt with several pirate attacks. I heard Luke has a tough challenge today. I'm going to see. Kapu sprang from his chair, hurriedly passing Sengoku on his way out. What is he up to, so nervously? Sengoku inquired. Where are my rice crackers? As Kapu exited, Sengoku's thunderous voice called after him, hastening his steps. Admiral Crane, unfazed by Sengoku's ire, calmly stated, I won tea cover for Kapu in this matter. It was all his doing. Indeed, she had indulged in a bag herself. Kapu. Sengoku's roar echoed throughout the naval headquarters, causing the unaware sailors to tremble. Their gazes directed toward the headquarters building, wondering what mischief Vice Admiral Kapu had committed to provoke the marshal's wrath. Chapter 8. Abundant Stamina. Victory through perseverance. As the afternoon training concluded, the stage was set for the duel between Luke and Aang. The students had deliberately cleared a space for their combat. Luke, are you ready to face your 100th defeat? Aang posed with her wooden sword, flashing a confident smile at him. Their rivalry had begun a year ago, but only recently had Luke, having completed the challenges of the ordinary class, begun to pursue her relentlessly. Is it not premature to declare my inevitable defeat? Luke stood 10 steps away from her. Ha. Is that not evident? Based on yesterday's battle, you will need 100 years to surpass me. Anne elegantly maintained her poised smile, her words devoid of mercy. To suggest that Luke would take a century to surpass her implied that he might never do so in his lifetime. Well said, cheered Peacock from the sidelines, applauding her. Being Admiral Crane's granddaughter, Peacock's demeanor contrasted sharply with Aang's grace, resembling a proud peacock that should only be admired from a distance. Yet, Aang was not the only one with a supportive entourage. Luke has garnered greater support. Fair Eyes and others are raising their fists in encouragement. Luke, do not succumb to her. Bring pride to our ordinary class. Although Aang is incredibly beautiful and charming, my ideal goddess, I offer you my unwavering spiritual support. Luke extended his thumb, brushed it across his nose, and a cool smile graced his lips. Aang, I shall surely defeat you. Aang shook her wooden sword and replied with a laugh. Then let me present you with the undeniable truth. It is impossible. Go fetch your sword. No need. I shall challenge you with my bare fists. After all, fighting unarmed while you wield a sword seems rather unfair. But being a gentleman, I shall graciously allow you this advantage. It matters not. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought you possessed not only a thick skin, but also a shameless demeanor? The two faced each other with a competitive spirit. Yet their expressions bore the warmth of deep friendship rather than mere rivalry. Indeed, this was the case. Having engaged in nearly 100 bouts, Ein had imparted much knowledge to Luke, elevating his swordsmanship to 2.5 stars, a feat largely nurtured by Ein's guidance. For this, Luke felt a profound sense of gratitude towards her. Ein's demeanor was elegant, her every action and word exuding a noble upbringing, akin to a goddess untouched by the dust of the world. Yet her personality was remarkably approachable, making it no wonder that she captivated the hearts of many young men. Then I shall not hold back. Behold my sword. No sooner had she spoken than Ein's sword descended upon Luke with swift precision, the wooden blade already hovering above his head in a matter of moments. Luke's expression tightened, despite their numerous encounters and his familiarity with Ein's attack patterns. He could not dismiss the formidable intensity of her blade, which sent a shiver down his spine. Luke raised his left hand to shield against the sword. With a sharp crack, the wooden blade struck down upon his arm, the weight of the blow casting doubt on whether his arm might fracture under such a forceful assault. As Luke swiftly separated the wooden sword, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Ein's exquisite visage. His actions attested that his arm was far from fractured. His fist generated a fierce gale, exuding an unmistakable ferocity. Ein, drawing back her sword, had no intention of enduring the force of Luke's blow. It was rumored that his punches were exceedingly painful. The iron fist he had honed through battles with Vice Admiral Karp bestowed upon Luke the prowess to challenge formidable adversaries. His iron fist created a resounding sonic boom through the air, a 5-star iron fist capable of shattering stone. Luke's punch missed its mark, and as he watched Ein deftly evade his fist, the latter glided through the air, executing a difficult maneuver that positioned him beside Luke. With a swift motion, Ein's sword struck Luke's shoulder. The wooden blade made contact, and the exquisite technique of the strike unleashed a shockwave that radiated from his shoulder throughout his torso. Luke's shoulder muscles and bones trembled as he absorbed the impact. Meanwhile, his fist closed in on Ein, grazing her hair and striking through her cerulean waves. The sword's mark and pain left on his shoulder were instantly healed by the power of the magic rune. The two engaged in a fierce duel, and within moments, Ein gained the upper hand through her superior technique. It was evident to all observers that Luke was left with only the option to defend. The battle raged fiercely. The sound of wooden swords crashing against arms echoing through the air, causing the onlookers to hold their breath. Fair Eyes, filled with trepidation, thought, "These two are incredibly strong." The peacocks shouted loudly, "Ein, give it your all, and take him down." Gruss watched with great interest. In terms of swordsmanship, Ein undoubtedly dominated Luke, making victory for him seem almost impossible. Luke gritted his teeth, enduring the ferocious onslaught of Ein's attacks. With each strike of the wooden sword against his body, a wave of pain erupted across his skin. It was not that he relished the idea of being beaten, rather, Ein's movements were so fluid and her speed so swift that all of Luke's attempts to strike were deftly evaded. The longer the struggle persisted, the stronger she seemed to become. For his fist to land upon Ein, he first had to navigate past the formidable barrier of her swordsmanship. Luke found himself under immense pressure, unable to launch an effective attack, and thus shifted his full effort into defense, transforming the battle into a protracted struggle. The afternoon sun rapidly veered westward, casting a warm glow across the sky at dusk. Ultimately, as the sun sank below the horizon, night enveloped the scene. This contest astonishingly stretched from afternoon into evening, leaving the observing students in awe. Suddenly, Gruss experienced a moment of clarity, realizing Luke's strategy. "Ah, now I understand. The outcome is about to be revealed." Both combatants were utterly fatigued. Luke gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, while his gaze fixated on Ein, who stood before him equally exhausted. Her shirt clung to her skin, the purple tank top accentuating her exquisite form. Well, her physique is quite commendable. Wait, what am I looking at? This is hardly the time to be distracted. Luke vigorously shook his head, diverting his gaze from Ein's flawless figure. Seizing the moment, Ein lunged forward with her sword, exclaiming, "Luke, all I want right now is to finish up, have dinner, and take a hot shower, so just concede." Luke retorted, "Ein, haven't you realized your stamina is nearly depleted?" A mischievous grin spread across his face as he reveled in this moment he had long awaited. After a year of relentless training, elevating his physical prowess to a 5-star level, Luke felt invigorated. Sensing Ein's energy waning, he unleashed a powerful straight punch. His iron fist collided forcefully with the advancing wooden sword. Iron fist, unleash. The wooden sword shattered under the tremendous impact, splintering into fragments. Luke stepped forward, followed by a powerful punch. Aang gasped, attempting to evade the blow. However, as Luke had asserted, her strength was nearly depleted. The punch struck her shoulder, sending Aang hurtling backward into the crowd. Luke maintained his fighting stance, breathing heavily, allowing Ain's wooden sword to strike him dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Yet, he only needed one decisive punch to determine the victor. The sudden turn of events caught the observing students off guard, leaving them agape in astonishment. Luke's punch was simply overwhelming, and had not been relentlessly attacking Luke. Who could explain how she was suddenly sent flying? Had he won? Luke had triumphed. Gruss covered his face with one hand, predicting this outcome with a knowing expression. Chapter 9. A feast and further ambitions. The arena erupted in cheers for Luke. He accomplished what the ordinary class students only dared to dream of, defeating a member of the elite class. Gruss, with his tousled hair, bore an expression of sagacity. Recognizing that Luke was aware of his inferior swordsmanship compared to Ain's, he would undoubtedly lose in a direct duel. Thus, he altered his battle strategy, prolonging the fight and gradually exhausting Ain's stamina. Ain's physical capacity was already below his. Her continuous swordplay further drained her energy until her stamina could no longer keep pace with her reflexes. Luke, evidently having conserved his strength, suddenly unleashed a powerful strike, landing the decisive blow. Peacock, indignant on Ain's behalf, waved his fists in a mock display of aggression. How despicable! If you have the skill, win it honorably. Gruss replied with a calm smile. There is nothing despicable about it. If physical conditioning doesn't count, then what was the purpose of our rigorous training over the past year? Peacock was left speechless. The truth was as Gruss had analyzed. Luke had tactically adapted to the disparity between himself and Ain. When skill falls short, one must rely on stamina. In battles among the strong, physical endurance is indeed a vital component of strength. When equally matched warriors clash, battles may extend over several days, with stamina playing a crucial role in sustaining the fight. The epic confrontations between Roger and Whitebeard lasting 3 days, or Akainu and Akiji's 10-day standoff at Punk Hazard, underscore the significance of physical endurance. In terms of swordsmanship, Luke acknowledged his inferiority to Ain, thus he sought victory through an alternative route by leveraging his stamina. How infuriating to be defeated by you. Unreturned, her cheeks puffed in a playful pout, adorably lamenting her loss to Luke. Ha ha ha, though it may seem somewhat unseemly. A win is a win. No cheating allowed, Luke declared, hands on his hips, seemingly oblivious to the disarray he had endured during the battle. I am quite displeased. Well, perhaps I shall apologize, he added, feeling magnanimous after his victory. Having received the reward for his triumph, an imperceptible glimmer of light floated from Ain to him, enveloping him in a refreshing sensation that penetrated his very being. Fusion degree 5. Now, the fusion degree had reached 95, drawing tantalizingly close to the perfect score of 100. If you are willing to treat me to a lavish meal, I might just forgive you. The elephant tuna is rather delightful. What do you say? Can you manage that? Ain, not one to be overly stingy, merely sought an opportunity to coax a meal from him. The elephant tuna, a sizable edible fish from the waters near Marlin Fander, is notoriously difficult to capture with ordinary nets due to its immense size, yet it is celebrated for its exquisite flavor, often attracting the strong navy who venture into the depths to catch it. Luke readily acquiesced to the beautiful woman's request. How could one possibly refuse such a charm? The following day, Luke disrobed and plunged into the ocean, descending into the depths of 100 meters. The immense water pressure enveloped him from all sides, yet his robust physique allowed him to navigate the abyss with ease. After holding his breath for half an hour, Luke resurfaced, dragging along a dazed 4-meter-long bluefin tuna, its azure scales glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Luke paid the price of a fish head to request the chef at the cafeteria to prepare a sweet and sour fish dish. When the delectable aroma of the fish wafted from the plate to the dining table, Ain did not hesitate and devoured half of the fish. Ain, are you not concerned about overeating and gaining weight? Luke expressed astonishment at her appetite. After all, this was half of a giant bluefin tuna, an impressive weight of fish meat consumed in one sitting. What does it matter? The flesh has settled in all the right places, so there is no need for concern. Ain replied, expertly wielding her knife and fork to elegantly eliminate the fish from her plate, deliberately straightening her upper body to accentuate her alluring curves. Luke, why are you so concerned about Ain's figure? Do you harbor intentions towards her? The peacock seated across from him scrutinized Luke with a wary gaze. What on earth are you thinking? Rest assured, my feelings for Ain are strictly platonic. It is you all who are intruding on my meal with Ain. Luke retorted. Do not be so heartless. The exquisite taste of bluefin tuna is apparent to all, and benefits should be shared. Gruz, seated beside Luke, asserted matter-of-factly. Precisely. We are all companions in this endeavor. Observe, I have brought wine. Ben said as he poured the wine into glasses and clinked his with Gruz's. As for Luke, oh, he is merely 14. Minors are not permitted to drink. This was a point of contention for Luke. A basket of fruit would be far more suitable than 2 bottles of wine. What can he possibly consume? Benz offered him a glass of juice instead. After indulging in food and drink, Gruz picked at his teeth with a toothpick. Luke, whom do you plan to challenge next, Benz or our Miss Peacock? His words abruptly stilled the jovial atmosphere of the table. Ben swallowed hard, thinking, alas, it must be me next. He was the weakest among the 4. And Luke's choice to bypass him and challenge Ain had left him incredulous. The Peacock, maintaining her haughty demeanor, declared, if you dare, challenge me. I shall await your move. She unfastened her whip from her waist and gave it a sharp tug, as if to warn Luke that the next moment could very well involve the whip cracking across his face. Luke shook his head, his clear gaze directed at Ain, causing her to pause in her actions. I believe I still have many shortcomings, and battling with you allows me to learn a great deal. This time, I triumphed in physical prowess. Next time, I aspire to conquer you in swordsmanship. His response elicited a smile from Ain. You truly have ulterior motives towards Ain. Even though our Ain is a striking beauty, it is rather impolite to fixate on a girl like that. The Peacock, with one arm draped over Ain's shoulder, protectively pulled her into an embrace and shot an admonishing glance at Luke. Luke's face flushed as he protested loudly, I wasn't staring at Ain. Oh. Are you implying that I am not charming enough? I joined in the playful banter. Chapter 10. Learning the art of swordsmanship from Lieutenant General Shigeyama. You wish to learn swordsmanship? Asked the imposing figure of Vice Admiral Karp, standing before Luke. Despite his advancing age, this naval hero remained remarkably robust. He unceremoniously dug at his nose. Is it because of that young lady? Indeed. I aspire to surpass her in swordsmanship. Luke's expression turned earnest. However, I am acutely aware that her talent in swordplay far exceeds my own. If I continue to practice in a conventional manner, there is no possibility of outshining her. Karp erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Is this what youth is about? The hormonal impulse to attract the opposite sex? Merely surpassing her in physical prowess is insufficient. You aim to excel in swordsmanship as well, hoping to capture her undivided attention in the future? Not at all. I simply wish to win against her. Luke inexplicably blushed. Why is everyone so frivolous? Why must they insist on associating Ain with me? Do I even care about Ain? Though she is undeniably beautiful, graceful, and skilled in swordplay, we are merely contemporaries and rivals. Karp could hardly contain his amusement, tears of laughter streaming down his face as he slapped Luke on the shoulder. Do not be shy. This is an essential stage of life. I have witnessed your battles with that young lady. She is quite remarkable. As they entered the courtyard where Lieutenant General Shigeyama resided, Luke surveyed the elegant surroundings with curiosity. The courtyard was adorned with unknown flowers, and a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. In the open space, there were weapon racks and training grounds. You must be Luke. I have heard of you. I did not expect you to be rather handsome. Stood before him a strikingly beautiful female swordsman. You wish to learn swordsmanship? She was tall, with her hair elegantly tied back, revealing her smooth forehead, and a beauty mark graced the lower right corner of her mouth. Dressed in a peach-colored top and ultra-short shorts, her left thigh bore a tattoo of a spider. This was the Navy's foremost female swordsman, Shigeyama Momoko. Greetings. Luke stood erect, feeling somewhat awkward in front of the female swordsman. Vice Admiral Karp. What kind of swordsmanship teacher have you arranged for me? I thought it would be Bogart teaching me, yet it turns out to be her. Shigeyama Momoko, a vice admiral and a potential future admiral, was renowned for her unparalleled swordsmanship, often referred to as the female version of Eagle Eye. She was a stunning beauty, the object of many naval officers' affections. Just a glance was enough to make Luke's heart race, especially with her low-cut top, which made it difficult for him to meet her gaze. Standing only at her bust level, looking up meant confronting a breathtaking expanse. After a moment of awkwardness, excitement followed. The stronger the opponent, the more profound the berserker's understanding of swordsmanship. I wish to learn swordsmanship. I humbly request your guidance, Lieutenant General Shigeyama. Luke bowed deeply. Inside the adjoining house, Karp sipped tea brought by Crane, watching the tall and short figures in the courtyard through the open door. What swordsmanship you learn next depends on your own abilities, young Luke. This old man can only assist so much. Crane knelt opposite Karp, and they shared tea and snacks. She and Shigeyama shared a close bond, referring to each other as sisters and residing in the same courtyard. A soft hue graced Shigeyama's exquisite visage. Here. You need not call me Lieutenant General, just call me Sister. Yes, Sister Shigeyama, please teach me swordsmanship. Luke bowed once more. Well, learning swordsmanship is certainly not an issue. However, let me make one thing clear. I can be quite strict. If you give up halfway, I will be very displeased. Strict, is it? Luke swallowed hard, his grip on the hilt at his waist tightening with determination. Rest assured, Sister Shigeyama, I can withstand any training you impose upon me. Even if you were to send me up a mountain of blades, I would not flinch. He added with a hint of levity, it's not that severe. In truth, I have an earnest request. I wish to experience the might of Vice Admiral Shigeyama's unparalleled swordsmanship. With that, Luke unsheathed his sword, revealing a naval officer's blade. Not merely a wooden practice sword. I long to feel the essence of your technique, he declared. To his surprise, Shigeyama Momoko's mouth fell slightly agape, momentarily rendered speechless by his audacity. It was no wonder he was dubbed the Mad Luke. Indeed, his boldness was rather extraordinary. You will be injured, she cautioned. I do not care, he responded with grave sincerity. Please, do not hold back. If I perish, then it is simply my fate. In the spacious courtyard, Luke drew his sword, standing resolutely opposite Shigeyama. The wind stilled, and a weighty atmosphere enveloped the air. Though the berserker system he acquired did not endow him with formidable strength, it granted him boundless potential for growth, enabling him to become ever stronger through relentless challenges against the mighty. Luke spent a year at military school, gaining invaluable experience, with only 4 elite classmates remaining to share their insights. In such circumstances, the chance to challenge the Navy's foremost female swordsman was an opportunity beyond his wildest dreams. Sensing the strong resolve emanating from Luke, Cheyenne found no justification for refusal. Even Carp and Crane, who were indulging in tea and snacks within the room, couldn't help but turn their gaze towards him. This child harbored an infinitely bright future, thought the 2 seasoned admirals. Cheyenne unsheathed her sword, Kenpyra, crafted by the esteemed Takedo No. 21. In the very moment Luke swung his sword towards her, she unleashed a strike as swift as lightning. The entire courtyard seemed enveloped in a dazzling light of swordplay. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Peacock was being urged by her grandmother to complete her homework. In this merciless expanse of the sea, a profound knowledge was indispensable. Her grandmother was indeed a wise scholar, and having such a serious matriarch was no trivial matter. Peacock bit the tip of her pen, momentarily lifting her gaze from her tedious studies, only to spot a familiar figure in the courtyard. Luke? What was he doing here? Wait, could it be that he was sword fighting with Admiral Cheyenne? He must be out of his mind. Peacock sprang to her feet, hands braced on the table, her head nearly protruding from the window. The courtyard was ablaze with brilliance. Peacock gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. In an instant, Luke, as the party involved, was engulfed by the radiant beam of the sword. The weapon in his grasp shattered with a resounding clang, splintering into 2 pieces. As a colossal gash traversing his chest erupted, releasing a torrent of crimson blood, Luke was hurled into the air by the force of the strike. The immense pain was excruciating, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Is this the sword of the Navy's foremost female swordsman? It is overwhelmingly powerful. He could not discern her technique. The sword had already struck him, an utterly terrifying experience. Ji-Yuan set down her sword and leapt to his side, cradling his body. Luke, are you all right? Chapter 11. The Sword Technique. Eagle Strike severely injured, Luke was taken back to his dormitory. After the doctor departed, he placed his hand on his bandaged chest, feeling a faint glow of white light emanating from his palm. This was the healing power of the magic talisman. Luke invoked the powerful equestrian charm, its formidable healing energy coursing through his chest, rapidly mending the gaping wound that traversed his torso. With a fusion degree reaching an impressive 95, the charm restored him to full health within a mere half-day. Experiencing the might of the equestrian charm, Luke felt a profound sense of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Had he found himself in another part of the ocean, encountering a formidable pirate, he might have met a grim fate. The berserker's traits would have been utterly futile. The Navy, however, offered a sanctuary. Its inhabitants were both powerful and restrained, never truly intent on delivering lethal blows. He found immense contentment in this haven. What then shall be the fruits of challenging the equestrian charm? Although defeated, the benefits he reaped were by no means diminished. The equestrian charm was renowned as the Navy's preeminent female swordsman, and with Luke's swift defeat by her blade, her insights into the swordsmanship illuminated his mind. Luke recalled the scene of the battle. The confrontation was exceedingly brief, so much so that Luke could scarcely discern the movements of Shiyuan. The profound and grand understanding of swordsmanship struck him like a revelation, flooding his mind and leaving him momentarily bewildered, unable to digest such an intricate comprehension of the sword's essence. His Berserker panel displayed a sudden and explosive enhancement in swordsmanship, skyrocketing from beginner to beginner in the blink of an eye. Luke's mind was in a fog, driven by an instinct that with just a little more effort, he could elevate his swordsmanship to the intermediate level, merely a step away from his goal. "Luke, I heard you nearly faced death." Outside the dormitory, Farai's anxious voice pierced the air. In a mere moment, a throng of classmates surged into the dormitory, crowding the space to the point of suffocation. The sight of Luke's upper body ensconced in a multitude of tightly wrapped bandages, with a hint of crimson seeping through the white fabric, sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. "Are you all right? It's not like you were killed. It was just a routine sparring session." Luke felt reluctant to confess that it was his own request to experience the swordsmanship of General Guion. "Who on earth inflicted such harm upon you? This cannot go unaddressed. Tell me who it is, and we shall avenge you." Faireyes regarded Luke as a dear friend, and the thought of a comrade being harmed ignited a fierce determination within her. "Perhaps it's best to let this go," Luke suggested. "If you consider him a friend, then you must reveal his identity. I am more than willing to stand by you." "Oh, I believe her name is Guion, and she appears to hold the rank of a general," Luke replied with a hint of mischief. "Ah, what splendid weather we have today. Look, a pig is flying in the sky." Faireyes pouted and whistled out the window, feigning ignorance to Luke's earlier words. Beneath the dormitory window lay a bustling street, where ropes were strung between the towering buildings, displaying an array of naval uniforms fluttering in the breeze. The sea air wafted through the streets, causing the white shirts and blue trousers to wave like countless banners, creating a symphony of rustling sounds. In a bid to avoid drawing excessive attention, Luke decided to rest for a day in bed after his injury healed before stepping onto the training grounds. Even so, his classmates urged him to prioritize his well-being and not to aggravate his wounds in pursuit of training. As Luke assented, a sense of shame washed over him. My injury has indeed healed. Yet, could he utter such words? Even the stern commander Zephyr permitted Luke to practice independently, refraining from engaging in high-intensity training. With no other recourse, Luke grasped his wooden sword and positioned himself at the edge of the training ground, practicing against a wooden post. He closed his eyes, savoring the nuances of swordsmanship. This understanding was ethereal and intangible, yet it bestowed upon him a sensation unlike any he had previously experienced. As the insights of swordsmanship swirled in his mind, Luke intermittently swung his sword, the wooden blade striking the post with a crisp thud. No, this sensation is not quite right. Such technique should not manifest in this way. The swordplay of Gun ought to be far more profound. The methods of swinging the sword, the force applied, the timing, so many elements await his comprehension. Luke grasped his sword, holding his breath and concentrating, feeling the flow of the wind, before striking the wooden post once more. Having comprehended the swordsmanship of Gun, his mastery of the sword had ascended to 5 stars. Yet, transforming this understanding into practical skill required further endeavor. Gradually digesting the insights that surged within him, Luke's proficiency in swordsmanship was steadily advancing, with his basic sword technique elevating from 2 stars to 3, and within a few days, leaping to 4 stars. The concepts of Gun swordsmanship began to crystallize in his mind, the once lightning-fast strike now manifesting as a slow, discernible trajectory. The clearer his vision of Gun's techniques became, the more he sensed her terrifying prowess. That single strike had completely unraveled his attack patterns. The sword, akin to a golden kinara slicing towards him, harbored an astonishing force that even in recollection, caused beads of cold sweat to form on Luke's brow. Moreover, her exquisite swordplay effortlessly severed his blade, underscoring the stark inadequacy of his skills in her eyes, revealing nothing but flaws. Luke diligently practiced the movements of the Cheyenne, replicating that singular strike. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed, and at last, wow! The wooden sword sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh, cleaving the wooden post with precision, leaving a clean cut. Luke opened his eyes, astonished by his own creation. At that moment, his rudimentary swordsmanship had coalesced into a technique reminiscent of an eagle's strike. His sword, akin to a majestic eagle on the hunt, discerned the enemy's weaknesses, delivering a precise and decisive blow. Rudimentary swordsmanship. Luke, you've been diligently practicing your swordplay lately. But do you truly believe this will enable you to defeat me? That is rather fanciful, Ian remarked, standing 5 paces opposite him, her lips curling into an elegant smile. The students, having concluded their training, lingered around the training ground, forming a circle and leaving an open space in the middle, eagerly watching the two combatants. After a month, the once reckless Luke had finally healed from his sword injuries and resumed his quest to challenge the strong. Was this not exhilarating? Whether it is fanciful or not, one must try to find out, he replied with a confident grin. Oh, quite self-assured, are we? Do you intend to outmatch me in physical prowess again? I have declared my intention to surpass you in swordsmanship. Luke forcefully swung his wooden sword, sending dust swirling aside and carving a distinct mark in the ground. Ayn cast a fleeting glance at his wooden sword, her expression unchanged. Well, your sword-swinging vigor has indeed improved significantly. It seems you are not merely boasting. However, there is something you may not know. I am proficient in dual wielding. She leisurely retrieved 2 wooden swords from the weapon rack. Wait, can you perform a 3-sword style? Are you a complete novice in swordsmanship? A person has only 2 hands. How could one possibly wield 3 swords? Ayn rolled her eyes, disdainful of Luke's ignorance. That is not certain. Perhaps you will find yourself defeated by a 3-sword style in the future, Luke quipped, his thumb brushing beneath his nose with a playful smile. The two faced each other, adopting their stances for attack. Luke, without need for elaboration, positioned his wooden sword at his side, reminiscing about the day he dueled with General Guillaume. As Ayn charged toward him, gripping a wooden sword in each hand, she executed 2 sweeping arcs that converged towards him, the palpable pressure of her explosive swordsmanship causing the onlooking students' hearts to race. Tailwind slash, Ayn called out with a sharp command. Luke took a deep breath, witnessing Ayn's dual blades resembling a pair of scissors, poised to ensnare him in their grasp. Suddenly, his sword erupted with vigor. With a fierce strike, it cleaved the air, forcefully repelling the encroaching blades from both sides. Luke took a step forward, pushing his wooden sword against Ayn's throat. The training ground fell into a profound silence, only to be interrupted by a sudden gust of wind. Ayn's gaze fixated on the wooden sword below, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his smooth cheek. It must be a trick. Luke had deflected Ayn's sword. A frenzied roar erupted, sweeping across the training ground. Chapter 12. Fusion of Charms, Elevation of Physicality. Wait, did I not see correctly? Ayn lost to Luke in swordsmanship? My eyes must be deceiving me. It cannot be. Ha ha ha. Truly my esteemed brother, Luke, you are remarkable. I have heard whispers that Luke sought guidance from the esteemed captain of the Guillaume, the first female swordsman of the Navy. No wonder his swordsmanship has advanced so rapidly. The students regarded Luke with newfound fervor, their expressions a mixture of shock and admiration. Unlike the previous victory solely reliant on brute strength, this battle represented a genuine triumph in swordplay over Ayn, holding profound significance. While jealousy may have brewed in the hearts of the students towards Luke's prowess, they could not help but feel elation for him, for the fruits of his labor were evident. This strength was earned through relentless training. Ayn's pupils constricted to a pin-like form, and only after a moment did the hairs on his body relax. I have been defeated by Luke. Ayn's heart was engulfed in astonishment. The very Luke, whom he had consistently overshadowed in swordsmanship since their enrollment, had managed to unravel his techniques and deflect his twin swords. Realizing this, Ayn's mind became tumultuous. Beneath her elegant exterior lay a sense of pride, for no peer had ever surpassed her in the way of the sword. This pride was her capital for maintaining grace, a superiority over others. Now, that pride had been shattered by Luke. Surprisingly, Ayn found herself devoid of anger. In this world, strength commands respect, and the strong are honored. Congratulations, your swordsmanship has improved tremendously, Ayn sincerely remarked as she gazed at Luke. Thank you. It was merely luck. Luke replied bashfully, scratching his head. Shall we have another match? Ayn's competitive spirit surged. Absolutely. The fusion degree of the equine charm increased by 2-1. Reaching a total fusion degree of 100. The once glimmering equine charm in his mind vanished in an instant, merging seamlessly with Luke's being. This sensation was extraordinary. Luke felt the healing powers of the charm become an intrinsic part of himself. From this moment forth, without the charm, he embodied its essence. The ability to heal was now at his fingertips. Unless he sustained a fatal blow to his head or heart, he could swiftly recover from any injury. Moreover, there was a newfound clarity. The equine charm had subtly transformed his physique. His previously ordinary body had been enhanced, his physicality now rivaling that of talents like Ayn and Gruss. A notable characteristic of the animal fruit is its robust physique and resilient vitality. And Luke was confident that his body could rival the effects of such a fruit. The next stage, achieving intermediate physicality, would activate the second charm. At that moment, the system provided a notification. Luke glanced at the panel, noting his current physical fitness level at a novice stage, with a breakthrough to intermediate not far off. He resolved to train even harder. After the battle, a strong sensation of hunger stirred within him. Upon returning to his dormitory to wash up and don a fresh set of clothes, Luke made his way to the cafeteria, where he encountered Ein, Gruss, and others who had just arrived. After exchanging greetings, the group sat together for a meal. Luke devoured an astonishing amount, equivalent to 10 servings, before finally feeling satiated. His appetite was steadily increasing, a trait shared by Ein and the others. Indeed, a hearty appetite was almost a hallmark of the strong. Having eaten to his fill, Luke patted his round belly, his clothing straining against his form. He glanced at Ein's flat abdomen, suddenly filled with curiosity. You all eat just as much as I do. How come none of you have protruding bellies? Protruding belly? You think we're having a baby? Ein chuckled, covering his mouth. What goes into our stomachs is absorbed. Isn't that common knowledge? Those who mocked Luke were perpetually like peacocks. However, absorption could not occur at such a rapid rate. Yet, this was a world brimming with extraordinary powers, wherein a phenomenon known as life restoration could instantaneously assimilate food. Luke murmured softly to himself, could it be possible for me as well? As the thought emerged, the food within him transformed instantaneously into warm currents, flowing throughout his body and converting into pure energy that infused every cell. The cells, now invigorated, became more robust and full. Externally, this manifested as a subtle expansion of Luke's physique. His muscles grew firmer and more defined, while his cheeks took on a more handsome appearance. With a contented burp, Luke expressed his satisfaction. Gruz, the peacock, Ein, and Binz glanced at Luke. Yet they showed no surprise at his transformation. It all seemed perfectly natural to them. Luke caressed his flat, well-defined abdominal muscles and exclaimed, "Wonderful! Life has returned. And I have mastered this skill. Could this be the effect brought about by the magical incantation integrating into my body? It must be so. I feel invigorated, ready to tackle a hearty meal once more." After dining, Luke diligently commenced his evening training as usual. Under the moonlit sky, he wielded his wooden sword with heavy, powerful movements, his robust physique casting a formidable silhouette. The wooden sword was raised above his head, his left foot stepping forward, and with a vigorous swing, he brought the sword down, repeating the motion. Time and again, Luke approached his sword training with utmost seriousness, exerting himself fully, without carelessness or complacency. Presently, his training regimen had escalated to an impressive 5,000 strikes. Yet, something still felt amiss. The swordsmanship of General Gun was undoubtedly superior. The power of the eagle's strike should be even more formidable. He had imitated the slashing technique to perfection, yet it felt incorrect. Akin to two identical cakes that somehow tasted different. Sweat trickled down his cheeks as he remained unwaveringly dedicated to his training. The whooshing sound of the sword slicing through the air resonating around him. I can improve further, he mused, sensing that his swordsmanship was on the verge of a breakthrough. Just one last barrier remaining to be transcended. Chapter 13. A shock in Gun in the courtyard of General He. Luke stood at the entrance, knocking on the door. In pursuit of transcending the limitations of his sword technique, he had to seek the guidance of General Gun once more. Hesitant and anxious, he awaited a response. And after a brief moment, the door creaked open, revealing a girl with an innocent appearance. "What brings you here?" she inquired. Luke and the person at the door spoke in unison. "This is my home. Of course, I am here," Peacock declared with hands on hips, a tone of undeniable certainty. "Ah, indeed, General Crane is your grandmother," Luke said, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he realized his oversight. "What brings you here?" "I am searching for Sister Guyon. I have heard she has returned." "What? Sister? How affectionate. Pray tell, you do not harbor any unrealistic notions about Sister Guyon like some other sailors, do you?" A superficial man is easily beguiled by beauty. Peacock's lips curled into a playful smile. "Enough of that. Do not belittle me. I am looking for General Guyon. Do not tell me she is not here. Come inside." Luke followed the peacock into the courtyard. As today was a day of leisure, she donned a floral skirt, her silky long hair cascading down her back, her cheeks radiating a healthy, rosy glow. The peacock, a girl of considerable pride, was a third-generation military offspring, embodying a rich heritage and impeccable upbringing. Luke understood that although she enjoyed engaging in banter with him, her inherent kindness meant she did not genuinely harbor disdain for him. It was merely that, during that time, his continuous victories over his peers had placed immense pressure on the other cadets at the military academy. Interestingly, witnessing the peacock's angelic visage contorted into a grimace was, in its own way, a source of delight. As a host, the Peacock's hospitality was impeccable. She graciously invited Luke into her residence and guided him to the courtyard where she lived in Guion. This courtyard, predominantly constructed of wood, with its houses and corridors fashioned from timber, exuded a classical ambience that instantly calmed the spirit. Sister Guion. Upon entering the courtyard, Luke spotted the female swordsman standing on the corridor and greeted her warmly. "Oh, it's you," Guion exclaimed, a hint of surprise crossing her features. "I truly apologize for what happened last time. I should have offered my apologies the very next day, but I unexpectedly received a mission notification and had to leave for an assignment." In truth, she had no obligation to apologize. After all, it was Luke who had initiated the request that led her to strike him without mercy. From a positional standpoint, as a major general, she had no reason to extend an apology to a mere cadet. The dignity and authority of the Navy forbade such concessions. Yet, she still chose to apologize. Luke was deeply moved. "She is such a gentle lady. Sister Guion is overly gracious. It is I who was impolite first, as I should not have allowed you to bear such unwarranted guilt. I have come to express my gratitude for your guidance." The two exchanged a smile, and the matter was thus set aside. Hee. Although you are quite young, I did not expect you to be so eloquent. I hope my humble swordsmanship can be of assistance to you. It is not merely assistance. I have gained invaluable insights. Luke chuckled and expressed, this time, "In addition to my gratitude, I wish to inquire about your swordsmanship." "Oh, to what level have you cultivated your skills?" Upon the mention of swordsmanship, Shurjian became even more intrigued. She observed Luke with keen interest, recalling how, during their last encounter, she had only revealed a glimpse of her abilities. The child of ordinary talent had been unable to discern even the techniques. Thus, what could this child possibly learn? Luke unsheathed the naval standard sword from his waist, his gaze intense as he declared, "If you do not mind, I prefer to speak with my sword. It conveys a more direct message." Upon witnessing him draw the blade, Shi-Wan felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, silently hoping this child would refrain from demonstrating his so-called supreme swordsmanship once again. Fortunately, Luke did not make any particular demands, allowing her to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Barefoot, Shi-Wan approached the edge of the wooden corridor, extending her slender, snow-white leg to step into the neatly arranged slippers below. Only when she stood before him and unsheathed the golden sword did Luke unleash his most powerful strike. When Luke's self-proclaimed mightiest sword strike, the Eagle Strike, derived from his understanding of swordsmanship in Guion, was effortlessly parried before the true master. Jinbire gracefully positioned itself before him, halting the slash mid-air. Luke exerted all his strength, yet his longsword could not even slightly budge the imposing figure of Jinbiro. Withdrawing his sword, he stood respectfully before Ji Yuan, hoping to receive guidance. However, Ji Yuan was taken aback by the fierce aura emanating from his strike. This technique bore the hallmark of her own swordsmanship. "Have you mastered my technique?" Ji Yuan slowly lowered her sword, her astonishment palpable. In comparison to Sister Ji Yuan, Luke felt that his swordsmanship was merely a superficial imitation, still far from mastery. He candidly shared his insights and questions from his training process, feeling no need for concealment in the presence of such a great swordsman. Yet, the more he revealed, the deeper Ji Yuan's astonishment grew. "You are truly a prodigy with the sword," she exclaimed, her excitement causing her to grasp Luke's shoulders. "With just one strike, you have gleaned so much wisdom, and your progress in swordsmanship is remarkable. You possess the greatest talent for the sword among all the students I have encountered. As for your uncertainties, if you continue to cultivate your skills at this pace, you will inevitably achieve a breakthrough. Allow me to preemptively disclose this to you. It is the sword's momentum." Bending slightly, Ji Yuan's face radiated joy as she playfully tapped her finger gently on the tip of Luke's nose, revealing her fondness for him. She had no doubt that, given time, Luke's swordsmanship would reach unparalleled heights. The affectionate gesture caused a blush to rise on Luke's cheeks. Sword's momentum? Luke pondered, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. In the following days, Luke became a frequent visitor to this place. Ji Yuan, the accomplished general, personally guided him in swordsmanship, greatly enhancing his skills, which improved daily. Ever since Ji Yuan introduced the concept of sword's momentum, Luke felt as though he had received an enlightening revelation. The previously opaque barrier had instantaneously become transparent. Each day, he visited Ji Yuan, and while she and General Crane leisurely savored tea and delicacies, he practiced his sword techniques repeatedly under their watchful eyes. Though the concept of sword's momentum seemed straightforward, achieving such a breakthrough was exceedingly challenging. The Navy was brimming with talent. Yet only a small fraction had reached this level of mastery. The majority of well-trained sailors only possessed basic sword skills. Those who had mastered the art of swords momentum were typically already capable of holding the rank of ensign. Luke stood in the courtyard, repeatedly swinging his sword, his sweat-soaked shirt clinging uncomfortably to his skin. He removed the shirt and set it aside, continuing to wield his sword. His bare upper body revealed rippling muscles, contracting and expanding in the throes of training, the flow of power establishing a rhythmic cadence. The momentum of the sword. The momentum of the sword. Luke repeatedly uttered this phrase. As long as I cultivate the sword's momentum, my swordsmanship will ascend to an entirely new level. With a decisive swing, the sword cut through the air, the eagle strike technique stirring the flowers and grasses in the courtyard, as if seeking to crush them beneath its might. Nearby, on the second floor of the adjacent building, a peacock stood at the window, gazing down at Luke's diligent practice. She sighed, pondering, can one truly be so devoted to the pursuit of strength? It seems I must intensify my efforts, lest I be surpassed by him. The peacock felt an overwhelming pressure, as Luke perfectly exemplified what it means to be the exemplary child of another. Luke labored in the courtyard, drenched in sweat, wielding his sword countless times from the break of dawn to the setting sun. Luke's greatest asset lies in his relentless effort. Ji Yuan refers to him as a genius with the sword, yet only he is aware that, were it not for the combative nature of the berserker that allowed him to grasp merely the surface of swordsmanship, he would be on par with the ordinary students, at best becoming an exemplary soldier. As the moment of breakthrough approaches, Luke finds himself enveloped in a profound tranquility. He has long since acclimated to the rigors of extensive training. His swordsmanship is honed, his will tempered, and every cell in his body resonates with an exhilarating sense of completeness. At that moment, a tall man strides into the courtyard. Upon entering, he spots Ji Yuan kneeling on a soft mat under the eaves of the corridor, sipping tea. His eyes light up, and he exclaims, Ji Yuan, you have become even more beautiful in this time apart. My heartfelt sincerity is as evident as the sun and moon. Please accept my affection. He produces a bouquet of flowers from behind him, dashing towards the corridor, hands cradling the blooms, presenting them to Ji Yuan. No. Ji Yuan closes her eyes, turning her icy visage away, resolutely rejecting him. Jia Ji, how can you be so persistent in your unrequited feelings? You've encountered another setback. He Wu, silent, takes a sip of tea. This man, known as Jia Ji, nicknamed the Tea Pig, is a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters, destined for greatness just like Ji Yuan. He possesses an extraordinary height, dons a coat of justice, and wears a pendant shaped like a pig around his neck. Beneath a round cap, his brown curls are concealed, and a cigarette dangles from his mouth, his rather unrefined appearance undermining his overall demeanor. Indeed, another failure. Jia Ji chuckles, scratching his head. Though rejected, he remains unperturbed. For this scene has unfolded dozens of times before. What must I do for you to accept my affection? Jia Ji, cease this frivolous endeavor. I regard you as a dear friend and have never entertained thoughts of romance. I advise you to relinquish your hopes, Ji Yuan states with a serious countenance. Oh, what splendid weather we have today. The stars are out. Tomorrow shall surely be fine as well. Jia Ji turns his gaze to the dusky sky, feigning ignorance, before finally redirecting his attention back to Ji Yuan and uttering words that incite her ire. Heh, I shall not give up. The anger simmers on Ji Yuan's brow, and she yearns to unleash a tirade upon him. How could this stubborn fool be so impervious to reason? Yet, she maintains her composure, and a clever idea strikes her. I truly have no recourse with you. Thus, I shall grant you an opportunity. Really? Jia Ji's eyes widen with surprise. Ji Yuan extends a delicate finger, pointing emphatically at the young swordsman practicing in the courtyard, addressing Jia Ji, if you can make him concede, I shall date you. Defeating him? This request is far too simple. Ji Yuan, why not propose a more challenging task? I would even face off against Sakazuki. Do not misinterpret my words. Only if he concedes with his own mouth will it count. Jia Ji studies her intently, sensing her sincerity, and then turns to scrutinize the young swordsman, intrigued by the trust Ji Yuan places in him. Luke, a man of considerable stature, was practicing swordplay in the courtyard. He had been so absorbed in his thoughts upon entering that he failed to notice his surroundings. Luke halted his swordplay, gradually lowering the wooden sword in his hand. He had been taken aback the moment Jia Ji entered the courtyard, for Jia Ji moved from the gate to the corridor with such swiftness that Luke could scarcely perceive his motion. What astonishing speed! Luke felt a surge of astonishment, and from their ensuing conversation, he discerned Jia Ji's identity. It turned out that he was General Jia Ji, which explained much. It was said that he was a fervent admirer of Cheyenne, pursuing her relentlessly, if all went as anticipated. He would not relent until he had sought her affection 100 times. How many attempts remained before that elusive 100? The thought of Jiaji being rebuffed by Cheyenne made Luke chuckle. Though General Jiaji possessed formidable strength, his lecherous demeanor was hardly palatable, especially for a beauty like Cheyenne. Wait, am I to engage in battle with General Jiaji? Luke, overhearing their exchange, could not help but be astonished. Whoosh! A gust of wind whispered past Luke's ear, and the scene before his eyes swiftly receded. Unbeknownst to him, an arm had wrapped itself around his neck, firmly ensnaring him and dragging him to the corner of the courtyard. Hey there, young man, you wouldn't want to face hardships, would you? When the scuffle begins, you shall concede, understand? Luke had yet to grasp the situation when a wave of intoxicating alcohol wafted towards him, revealing the imposing visage of Kaji before him. This scent is rather overpowering. Could you perhaps distance your face a little? Naturally, voicing such a thought would be exceedingly rude. Shaking his head, Luke declared, "No one has ever compelled me to concede." What a jest! Such a wealth of experience, concede. A seasoned mentor, no less, and a major general at that. Kaji, taken aback, responded, "Oh, quite the bravado you possess. Very well, I shall arrange for you to intern on my ship. By that reckoning, I shall be your captain. And I now command you to concede." Luke shook his head furiously. "I shall bestow upon you the rank of second lieutenant, and then you may reconsider." Captain Jia lowered his voice, whispering, "Lieutenant, Captain. Wow, you are rather avaricious. The rank of major is already the utmost limit." Look, absolutely not. Chapter 15, The Initial Formation of Sword Intent and a Comprehensive Breakthrough. Shigeyama offered Luke a sweet smile, saying, "Luke, I apologize for using you as a shield. Surely, you would not easily concede, would you?" This enchanting smile could inspire a man to charge into battle and lay down his life. "Rest assured, Shigeyama. Even if I were to perish in combat, I would never surrender. This I can guarantee. Even if Major General Kaki were to defeat me, he could never compel me to yield." Luke patted his chest in assurance. "The method of psychological victory. You may conquer my body, yet you cannot shatter my spirit." Ji-Yuan remarked, "With your words, dear sister, I find solace. It seems, Kaji, that granting you an opportunity is of no avail." As Luke felt a release of the arm around his neck, Kaji stepped forward, leaving behind a towering silhouette. Kaji polished his lighter, igniting a cigarette, and with it clamped between his lips, remarked, "You must be Luke. I've heard your name frequently at headquarters over the past year. Are you truly unwilling to concede defeat?" "Indeed," Luke replied resolutely, longing for the opportunity to engage in combat with General Kaji. Kaji dismissed him, saying, "Oh, come now, you're just a mere teenager. How could I possibly lower myself to challenge someone so young? Winning would hold no merit." "Ah, is that it?" Luke felt a sudden wave of disappointment wash over him. Was the chance to confront the general slipping away just like that? Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind whipped overhead, catching Luke off guard, and a fist descended upon him. Thud. Ouch. That hurts. Luke crouched on the ground, cradling his head, a large, swollen bump emerging, exuding steam as if freshly baked. "But I'm still quite displeased. I wish to give it a try." "Luke, you should surrender," Kaji declared, his fist resembling a massive clay pot, radiating a menacing aura. "Scoundrel! How dare you resort to a sneak attack? This is dishonorable." Luke decisively swung his fist towards Kaji's cheek. The two engaged in a fierce brawl, resulting in an inevitable outcome. Luke, battered and bruised, was brought to the ground. "Luke, concede defeat," Kaji remarked, as Luke gasped in pain. "It hurts terribly, but once more." Gritting his teeth against the agony coursing through his body, Luke resolutely rose to his feet. Thud, 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 Luke was covered in injuries. Yet there was a peculiar exhilaration in the struggle. This confrontation with a peak adversary, despite every punch thrown at Kaji proving ineffective, bestowed upon Luke invaluable experience. "Gion, I shall return," he declared. Kaji waved his hand, preparing to leave. "Wait, I have not surrendered. This battle is far from over." Luke resolutely stood again, his breaths heavy and labored. Kaji was taken aback. Luke's tenacity compelled him to regard him with newfound respect. Luke gasped for breath, his body trembling slightly, as waves of intense pain coursed through every inch of his skin. After all, Kaji was a formidable vice-admiral. Each of his blows felt as though a train had run over him, penetrating deeply to the bone, while his muscles quivered incessantly from the agony. Simultaneously, the berserker's combative nature fervently absorbed the lessons of battle, the insights of defeat embedding themselves in his mind. Both Kaji and Garp were practitioners of physical combat, yet they evoked distinctly different sensations in Luke. He involuntarily recalled a year prior, on the Doghead ship, during his confrontation with Vice Admiral Garp. Garp's punches possessed a remarkable penetrating force. It seemed he needed not exert much effort, as a powerful intensity alone could pierce through flesh. His fists were as hard as steel, and the gust from his strikes could rend rock asunder. The rudimentary iron fist technique he learned from Garp lacked that extraordinary penetrative quality. Wherein lay the disparity? Luke gradually closed his eyes, his labored breath subsiding. As his mind pondered deeply, the insights of battle swirling repeatedly in his consciousness. Admiral Garp's fist, renowned as the Iron Fist of Love, could strike Luffy to the point of wailing without the use of haki. What is the uniqueness of his fist? Why is it deemed the Iron Fist of Love? In this world, there exists a force known as belief, or willpower. Those with unwavering conviction possess immense strength. Those with indomitable will remain undefeated in 100 battles. The power of the spirit can profoundly influence a person's capabilities. Garp's fist embodies a profound belief, a belief that unleashes an unprecedented might in his blows. Luke felt he had grasped the essence of something significant, but what indeed was this belief? What was the unwavering conviction that could shatter all defenses like an iron fist? An extraordinary aura enveloped him, swirling like a tempest in every direction. The punch that was meant to descend halted midair, drawing the attention of both Guion and Crane, who were seated in the corridor. "Look, what does your sense of justice entail?" Guion's voice reached him at the perfect moment. "Justice? I joined the Navy to eradicate the ruthless pirates. Is that not justice in itself?" "No, such a notion of justice is too nebulous. Sakazuki upholds absolute justice. Kizaru adheres to a detached form of justice, while Akiji embodies a languid interpretation of justice. Each of their ideals manifests concretely. Combating pirates is merely a fundamental aspect of their doctrines. So what then is my justice? Is it the fury against pirates? The cold resolve to obliterate every last one? Anger only begets destruction, and destruction has never been the aim of true justice. My life should encompass more than just rage and devastation. What is it that I truly desire? My justice, my conviction ought to be a means to protect the vulnerable, to safeguard the innocent civilians besieged by pirates." The aura of guardianship radiated from Luke. This intangible belief transformed into a palpable force, surging towards his fist. Beginner's Iron Fist suddenly morphed. Intermediate Iron Fist. Luke abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce and intimidating light, reminiscent of a wild beast, flickering within them, yet devoid of any repulsive quality. He raised his fist and swung it forcefully towards Jaji. What? Jaji sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the approaching fist. A block of iron. Luke's fist struck the palm of Jaji, forcing the iron block from his grasp. The collision of their hands unleashed a fierce impact. Luke slowly withdrew his fist, a hint of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. This is the essence of force. Jaji gently caressed his palm, realizing that had he not employed the iron block at that moment, he too might have sustained some injury. For the first time, he seriously scrutinized Luke. What a formidable little rascal. I concede defeat this time. Shigeyama's face blossomed with a satisfied smile, proud of Luke's efforts. The child has exceeded my expectations. Suru set down her teacup, her gaze shimmering. Garp has brought us a true marvel. Luke now felt exceptionally well, in a state of unparalleled vigor. Seizing the moment before this sensation faded away, he picked up the wooden sword and with a gentle flick, without exerting much effort, struck forth with a force reminiscent of an eagle's dive, cleaving the wooden post effortlessly in twain. The momentum birthed from his resolute belief flowed seamlessly, transcending the boundaries of both fist and blade, propelling Luke to a new zenith. The sword's momentum had been established, and with the passage of time, it would manifest in his strikes with soaring precision. Intermediate Iron Fist achieved. Intermediate swordsmanship attained. Moreover, this fervent belief coursed through his body, awakening dormant abilities within his cells, leading to a breakthrough in physical prowess. Intermediate physical fitness accomplished. With the host's physical capabilities surpassing the intermediate level, the activation of a second talisman became possible. Luke's eyes widened in astonishment. The system notifications always arrived with unexpected urgency. Chapter 16. Activation of the Ox Charm and Fusion with the Horse Charm. Luke has acquired formidable healing abilities. At last, he is poised to activate the second charm. What is there to hesitate about? The decision is yours, Ox Charm. The dim charm in his mind, emblematic of strength, radiated a brilliant glow. The Ox Charm has been activated. Current fusion level, 1. A surge of power coursed through his entire being, if he so desired. He could unleash twice the strength of his normal state. In that moment, his power multiplied. Subsequently, for every 10 points the fusion level of the Ox Charm increased, his strength would double. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to this enhancement. As long as Luke continues to train and fortify his strength, the more potent his normal state becomes, the greater the amplification provided by the Ox Charm. Should Luke's power reach the level of monstrous beings like Whitebeard, under the enhancement of the Ox Charm, his strength could soar to unimaginable heights. Indeed, a single force could overcome myriad challenges, rendering him invincible. The path of training stretches long before him. Luke clenched his fist, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Luke's motivation for training has intensified. He bid farewell to Guion and General Crane, and the following day he immersed himself in even more rigorous training. The fundamental exercises aimed at enhancing physical endurance, such as running laps, no longer imposed any restrictions on Luke and the 4 elite class members. They unleashed their full potential, running tirelessly throughout the morning until utterly exhausted. In the afternoon, they engaged in combat training, swordsmanship, or academic studies. Every day, Luke's life is filled with a profound sense of fulfillment. Naturally, his appetite has also grown remarkably. Ever since he mastered the art of life restoration, culinary delights have become one of Luke's greatest pleasures. That afternoon, following the conclusion of his training, he sought out Ain for a sparring session, as was his custom. In the realm of swordsmanship, Luke had truly surpassed Ain after comprehending the essence of the sword. Yet Ain was no slouch. She too stood on the brink of grasping the sword's essence. Once she breaks through, her years of dedicated practice would surely result in a significant surge in her prowess. On the training grounds, the two wielded their wooden swords with remarkable precision, executing a dazzling array of techniques and swift movements that left the onlooking students breathless, acutely aware of the increasing strength of these two prodigies. Finally, Luke disarmed Ain's defenses with a decisive strike, thrusting forward and placing the wooden sword against her fair neck, signaling the conclusion of their duel. Integration of the Bull Talisman, 1. Lucky, thank you for the match, Luke exclaimed, his joy evident as he leaped in delight, a broad grin spreading across his face as he conveyed his elation to Ain. Luke, although your swordsmanship is indeed improving, could you perhaps temper your exuberance when you win? As your opponent, I would appreciate it if you could consider my feelings. Ain pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Oh, my sincerest apologies. I may have gotten a bit carried away. Luke sheepishly scratched his head, unable to contain the joy of having improved the fusion degree of the Bull Charm. Alas, though I feel I performed admirably, how is it that your swordsmanship effortlessly pierced through mine? It seems I still lack something. Ain pressed her lips together, a prodigy in the art of the sword, acutely aware that her technique was missing a vital element. Ain, believe in yourself. You are capable. Luke encouraged her, shouting words of support. You must hold on. Your swordsmanship must strengthen. Do not fall behind. Otherwise, my berserker trait will be difficult to activate. With Ain, Luke raised the fusion degree of the Bull Charm to 7. This lovely girl, Luke sincerely wished for her to become ever stronger. Do you think a mere compliment can make me forget your smug demeanor? I apologize. Let me treat you to a meal. Humph, I suppose it must be the free feast from the cafeteria, right? Haha, the cafeteria provides abundant portions. And since we have yet to embark on a mission, I have no money on me. Perhaps I can catch some seafood to make amends. Luke returned to his dormitory and took a refreshing cold shower, washing away the sweat and fatigue that clung to his body. He then donned a clean set of clothes before descending to the dining hall. Luke filled his plate with a hearty serving of stew and a generous portion of pasta. He placed the pasta on the table before Ain, assuring her that he would treat her to a meal and vowed not to break his promise. Taking a seat across from her, he began to feast unabashedly, disregarding the curious glances from those around them. He devoured chunks of meat, each morsel transforming into pure energy as it was absorbed, invigorating every cell in his body with unquenchable hunger. Among the table companions were Benzie, Peacock, and Gruss, whose appetites matched Luke's in no small measure. Peacock and Gruss speared large pieces of meat with their forks, tearing into them with gusto, while Ain, adhering to more refined dining etiquette, elegantly twirled pasta onto her fork before bringing it to her lips. Today, Benzie appeared somewhat distracted. He cast a nervous glance at Luke, pondering that Luke had already secured victory over Ain, and that he would surely be the next challenger. However, he felt his own strength paled in comparison to Ain's, and he feared he would be swiftly defeated. No matter what, he resolved to endure at least 3 challenges, otherwise, it would be too humiliating. Meanwhile, Peacock remained intent on competing with Luke, determined not to be outdone, even in terms of appetite. Un's long lashes fluttered slightly as she glanced at Luke, casually inquiring, "Luke, did you learn your swordsmanship from General Ji Yuan?" "Indeed. How did you know?" Luke replied, and gestured toward Peacock seated beside her, and Luke understood immediately. As the conversation unfolded, the atmosphere at the table lightened considerably, even prompting Binzi to interject, "By the way, Luke, are you pursuing General Ji Yuan?" "Luke, do refrain from such nonsense. There is no shame in this matter. The enchanting Guion, a veritable goddess of the Navy, is adored by many. Her beauty intertwined with formidable strength renders her an irresistible allure, akin to the most captivating poison." Benz, utterly entranced, closed his eyes in reverie. Thus, harboring affections for her is no sin. There is no need for concealment. Benz, assuming the demeanor of an experienced confidant, patted Luke on the shoulder. This left Luke in a state of acute embarrassment. "That's not true. I merely sought her guidance on swordsmanship. Do not speak so recklessly." "Humph." Still in denial, Benz teased. "A mere military academy student, willing to engage in a fierce duel with Major General Kaki for the sake of a goddess. How utterly audacious and romantically whimsical. Can you truly claim that individual is not you?" Luke was rendered speechless, and after a long pause, he finally shouted, "Damn it. Who on earth is spreading these vile rumors?" There were only a handful of people present that day. The altercation between General Jia and the military cadet is hardly a matter of pride, nor is there any justification for such slander. General, he does not strike one as a gossiper. Sister Kyan has no reason to fabricate her own rumors. So, who else could it be? In general, he's courtyard. Aside from these three individuals and himself, there remains only. Luke gazed at the peacock. "I am satiated. See you tomorrow." The peacock rose, gracefully lifting the tray and swiftly departing, her movements fluid and masterful, akin to that of a seasoned general. "The case is solved. Peacock, halt." Yet, how could the peacock heed his call? In the blink of an eye, she vanished. Giggling, Aim covered her mouth. "Luke, are you truly studying swordsmanship under General Shiwan with no ulterior motives?" "Absolutely none. Women merely impede my sword-drawing speed." "Then enlighten me, what manner of person is General Shiwan?" Anne inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "She is beautiful, gentle, and embodies the essence of a caring elder sister." "Beautiful, you say? What does she look like?" Luke's mind conjured an image of Shiwan. Her legs were long, her skin alabaster and smooth, flawless in every respect. Those strikingly long legs were indeed unforgettable. Long legs? Aine pursed her lips, glancing down at her own limbs, which were equally proportioned and elongated, not lacking in beauty. It seemed imperative to accompany the peacock to the market tomorrow to procure a pair of high heels. Chapter 17. The Six Forms of the Navy, Year 1514 of the Sea Circle. Luke spent another year in the Navy. Beneath the azure sky, a flock of seagulls soared, pursuing schools of fish. The great maritime route was a realm of chaotic magnetic fields, where each island boasted its own unique seasonal climate. Some islands enjoyed perpetual spring, while others remained cloaked in eternal ice and snow. Maliwan, however, was an island devoid of winter, basking in a consistently mild and humid climate. The winds swept in from the sea, carrying with them the powerful shouts of soldiers in training, their rallying cries echoing through the air. It was not only the students at the military academy who underwent rigorous training. Soldiers stationed at the naval headquarters also faced demanding daily drills. Agile troops, clad in crisp white tops and blue trousers, sprinted across the training grounds. Now, Luke had grown significantly, standing over 8 meters tall, transformed into a robust young man. His skills in swordsmanship and martial arts had progressed remarkably during the year. Name: Luke. Age: 15. Height: 185 centimeters. Physical ability: intermediate swordsmanship, intermediate zodiac charm, ox charm, fusion level 54. Note: enhancing physical ability increases the number of charms that can be fused. Only through complete integration with the host can a charm unleash its full potential. Dominance: none. Skills: intermediate swordsmanship, intermediate iron fist. Reputation: unknown, due to your reckless challenges against classmates at the academy. You have garnered attention from the higher echelons of the Navy. You have gained a modest reputation within the Navy, yet remain anonymous amidst the vast ocean. Power value: 430. Berserker's aggressive trait. If the host challenges an opponent of equal or higher rank and emerges victorious, the fusion level between the charm and the host will increase. In the event of defeat, the host will gain insights from the opponent's trainings. A master of physical arts will enhance their physical capabilities, while a swordsmanship expert will deepen their understanding of the sword, provided, of course, that the host avoids fatal injury. Throughout the year, Luke devoted himself to intensive physical training, particularly focusing on building strength. As training progressed, the enhancements became increasingly challenging, for the human body has its limits, and transcending those limits proves arduous. Fortunately, the fusion level of the Ox Charm had risen to 54 after his relentless challenges against formidable opponents of his rank. Should he so choose, he could unleash quintuple strength, leaving even Gruss, with his clay fruit abilities, hesitant to withstand his blows. Among the 4 elite classmates, none could rival him any longer. Luke has rightfully earned the title of the season's Rookie King. Under the blazing sun of the training grounds, Luke firmly grips the barbell, resting it upon his shoulders as he performs deep squats. 1,000, 1,001, 1,002. 1,003 sweat cascades down the contours of his muscles, his robust physique radiating a captivating sheen. Ain approaches him, her high heels clicking against the ground. Now, Ain has grown increasingly tall and beautiful, blossoming into a graceful figure, with countless admirers in her wake. Luke, Teacher Zephyr wants you to come over. She calls out to him. Luke paused his workout, lifting the barbell resting on his shoulder and casting it onto the ground before him. The resounding thud echoed as the heavy weight, 100 kilograms, sank deeply into the earth. It was a testament to Luke's immense strength, enabling him to utilize such a formidable weight as a mere instrument of his daily training. What is it? He inquired, picking up a neatly folded towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. I'm not quite sure, Ain replied, equally perplexed. However, Instructor Zephyr has brought an unusual individual. An unusual individual? Luke expressed astonishment, as Ain seldom referred to others in such a manner. A member of the Longhand clan, Ain continued. Judging by his insignia, he appears to be a colonel. The two walked side by side toward another part of the training grounds. The trainees, engrossed in their respective drills, halted their tasks and gathered in a clearing. Before the orderly ranks stood Gluss, Peacock, and Benz, drawing the attention of all, while Instructor Zephyr stood with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting their arrival. As Luke took his place in line, Zephyr's resonant voice echoed, now that everyone is present, we shall commence. Today's lesson will focus on the Marine 6 styles, which I trust you are somewhat familiar with. The mention of the Marine 6 styles caused Luke's breath to catch. Those who had witnessed the prowess of pirates knew that the Marines possessed a formidable martial art known as the 6 styles. Mastery of these techniques could transcend human limits, granting one superhuman abilities. The Marines had a comprehensive training regimen for these techniques, enabling them to cultivate powerhouses, with nearly all colonel-level officers proficient in this art. And now, this very martial discipline was to be imparted to them. Luke straightened his back, fully engrossed in the lecture delivered by Instructor Zephyr. Zephyr's stern gaze swept across every individual present, stating, the mastery of the 6 styles requires abundant physical stamina and formidable strength. Over the past 2 years, you have all been trained in this regard. It is now time for you to reap the rewards of your labor. The elite class students were the primary focus of this lesson, while those in the regular class could absorb knowledge to the extent of their capabilities. Acknowledging that their foundation was not as solid as that of the 5 members of the elite class, even if they did not fully grasp the techniques, they should not be discouraged. Let us commence this lesson, he continued. Originally, the elite class comprised 4 individuals. However, after Luke triumphed over Ain, he was undoubtedly selected to join this prestigious group. The distinction of the elite class lies in the fact that their training regimen is nearly double that of other students, complemented by additional swordsmanship and combat instruction. Zephyr's voice resonated clearly. The 6 styles refer to 6 distinct techniques: shave, iron mass, paper drawing, moonwalk, stormfoot, and finger gun. I will now demonstrate each of these techniques in turn. Luke, you may now attack me. Zephyr handed him a sword, the standard Navy saber, his casual demeanor betraying a profound confidence. As an instructor and a former admiral in the pirate world, he possessed both the confidence and the strength to command respect. Luke seized the sword without hesitation and charged fiercely towards Zephyr, raising his weapon for a powerful strike. The year of rigorous training had significantly augmented his strength, and this blow was delivered with no restraint, the blade tracing a semicircular arc as it struck Zephyr's shoulder. However, it met with unexpected resistance. Zephyr's lips curled into a defiant grin. In that moment, the sword appeared to shatter before Luke's eyes, breaking into 2 pieces. Luke felt as if he were striking not flesh, but an iron block. The reverberation left his palm tingling. Zephyr chuckled. The iron block is the most formidable defensive technique within the 6 styles. It embodies the pinnacle of physical training, enabling some individuals to precisely control their own strength. By channeling their power into a rigorously honed physique, they attain a hardness akin to iron impervious to bullets and blades alike. However, the drawback is that one cannot move freely while employing the iron block. I urge you all to choose your scenarios wisely when utilizing this technique. Now, let me demonstrate the paper drawing. Look, you may proceed. Luke's gaze sharpened as he released the broken sword, his hands clenched into fists. With a swift motion, he aimed a powerful punch at Instructor Zephyr's cheek. However, his strike met only air. In an astonishing display of agility, Zephyr's physique, as robust as an ox, transformed into something unexpectedly slender and graceful, his movement swaying like a delicate paper lantern caught in the wind. Luke's punches effortlessly passed through Zephyr, not even grazing the hem of his garment. A wave of astonished murmurs erupted from the onlookers in the training grounds. Luke's prowess was well known among the students. Yet even his formidable attacks fell short against the instructor. The 6 forms of martial arts were indeed terrifying. At this moment, it was Zephyr, the instructor, who took center stage. Chapter 18. Arrogant Ryoza. Zephyr sauntered with ease, deftly evading attacks while providing an explanation. Paper drawing is also a defensive technique, distinguished by its ability to dodge attacks. The skill lies in the relinquishment of one's entire body's strength, allowing one to become as light as paper by responding to the airflow generated by the opponent's movements. This enables a seamless control of the body, allowing one to narrowly escape any assault directed toward them. Look, you may stop now, Zephyr said, nodding approvingly at him. Yes, Instructor Zephyr, Luke replied, retracting his fists, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, and retreating back to the ranks of students. In their brief encounter, Luke had experienced the terrifying might of Zephyr. The nonchalant demeanor he exuded was something Luke had yet to attain. I still have a long way to go. I must strive even harder, Luke thought to himself, focusing intently on every movement of Instructor Zephyr. After demonstrating paper drawing, Zephyr proceeded to showcase other martial techniques: shave, moonwalk, galefoot, and finger gun. Shave involved executing a rapid series of footfalls against the ground, generating explosive reactive force for swift movement, making the practitioner appear to vanish from the enemy's view. The principle of moonwalk was akin to shave, utilizing powerful footwork to tread upon the air, producing significant levitation force, allowing one to walk through the air as if ascending stairs. This required immense physical strength and limited the duration of suspension in the air. However, mastering moonwalk enabled aerial maneuvering, allowing one to launch attacks from above, targeting the enemy's blind spots. Galefoot did not inflict damage through direct kicks, but rather employed high-speed and forceful leg strikes that created vacuum slashes to attack opponents, effortlessly cleaving targets in two. Finger gun, renowned for its bullet-like firing power, concentrated the body's strength into the index finger, delivering a lightning-fast strike with a hardened fingertip. The tip possessed the penetrating force of a bullet, capable of easily piercing through the human body. As Zephyr exhibited these martial arts, the students watched intently, their interest piqued. And even after he had demonstrated all 6 forms, they remained eager for more. Luke took a deep breath, profoundly shaken by the 6 styles demonstrated by Instructor Zephyr. If he were to engage in combat with a master of the 6 styles at this moment, there would be no doubt that he would be the one to suffer defeat. The strength of the 6 styles lies not only in their power, but also in the intricate combination of 6 different martial arts, resulting in an ever-changing array of attacks. The sheer speed exhibited by a single technique, the shave, left him in awe, far beyond his reach. Luke possesses an extraordinary confidence in his martial prowess, boasting a formidable intermediate iron fist rated at 4.5 stars. He could crush not only rocks but even steel with his strikes. However, if he fails to connect with his opponent, the potency of his punches becomes inconsequential. The instantaneous movement resembles vanishing. The paper-like evasion is executed with an elegance akin to drifting willow fluff. The moonwalk allows one to tread upon the void. Should these techniques be employed against him, Luke could only lament his predicament. The Navy has a comprehensive training regimen for these martial arts, which has far surpassed countless pirate crews in this merciless sea, with only the Yonko crews posing a significant challenge to them. Fortunately, I am part of the Navy, where I am poised to learn the 6 styles rather than confront a master of them. Luke felt a surge of joy at his decision. This is the 6 styles. Mastering them with fluidity, before acquiring haki, represents the pinnacle of martial arts. Imagine the sheer audacity of withstanding blades with one's flesh. It would leave opponents in awe, questioning their very existence. The moonwalk allows one to glide through the air, as if stepping upon invisible stairs, providing a sensation akin to flight. The galefoot generates a vacuum to deliver slashing strikes. This is nothing less than a leap of cutting prowess. How many swordsmen yearn for the legendary techniques that can be unleashed with a mere kick? It is simply exhilarating. Furthermore, the swift movement of the shave technique can mock opponents as if they were mere puppets. Luke could hardly contain his excitement. Every cell in his body seemed eager to immerse itself in the training of the six forms. Witnessing instructor Zephyr demonstrate the six forms before him, a profound clarity washed over Luke, as if a floodgate of thoughts had been opened. The training ground was filled with whispers of joy, unmistakably reflecting the exhilaration of all the students. Zephyr granted them a moment to savor their delight before he chuckled. Every beginning is difficult. Next, I will teach you to master the iron block as swiftly as possible. Is there a shortcut to success? Binz's eyes lit up. Indeed. Zephyr's response ignited even more excitement in Binz, but his smile turned stern as he added, that entails taking a beating. What? Binz was taken aback. The more you endure pain, the more motivated you will be to master the iron block. Doesn't that sound invigorating? Binz's expression faltered, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Zephyr continued, to expedite your mastery of the iron block, I have arranged for a sparring partner, Shuza. As his voice echoed, Shuza, a member of the long-handed tribe who had been standing behind Zephyr and had already captured the student's attention, stepped forward with a bold grin. Zephyr introduced Shuza to the elite class. Shuza is a graduate who excelled before you, well-versed in the six forms. He will allow you to experience the formidable nature of the iron block and will push you to learn this technique. However, the process will be anything but easy. Shuza. Greet them. Zephyr stepped aside, and Shuza became the focal point of Luke and his peers, with arms longer than the average person's. Shuza was a robust and aggressive Navy man, possessing a physique so powerful that his shoulders appeared twice as wide as normal. His dark skin, long braided hair, and thick beard gave him the appearance of a fierce brute. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shuza, your instructor for the six forms. But let me be clear, I am not here to befriend you or to earn your gratitude. If you fail to master the iron block, I will leave you battered and bruised. If you disagree, feel free to try and defeat me. Shuza's laughter was unsettling. His arms crossed defiantly as he regarded the 5 strongest students with contempt. If Zephyr's arrogance stemmed from his immense strength and experience, tempered by time into a subtle pride, then Shuza's was unfiltered, brazen, and unyielding, rejecting all forms of discipline. Shuza's loyalty in the Navy extended solely to instructor Zephyr, for whom he would fight to the death. He idolized Zephyr, striving to emulate him, yet he was more radical and arrogant than his mentor. Chapter 19. The sword that breaks the iron block. Could one tolerate such disdainful provocation? Binz could not. As a member of the elite class, he was no weakling. 2 years of rigorous training had significantly enhanced his physical capabilities and combat prowess. He leaped into the air, executing a powerful kick aimed at Shuza's shoulder. Before the other students could cheer, Shuza called out, "Iron block." A metallic sheen flickered across his skin, his dark complexion transforming into a smooth, taut surface. Bang! The force of Binz's kick created a resounding impact. However, he was met with a shock that sent him crashing to the ground. Clutching his leg in agony as he cried out in pain, the bone had shattered. Shuza's body was far too resilient. Ayn swiftly drew a wooden sword from her waist, lowering her stance as she propelled herself forward. Her speed was remarkable, and she executed an upward diagonal slash aimed at Shuza's waist. Having grasped the essence of swordsmanship, her wooden sword gleamed with an unusual sharpness, capable of delivering a formidable blow. Sensing a hint of threat from Ayn's strike, Shuza smirked coldly, raising his arm as if compressing a spring before unleashing a punch that shattered the wooden sword and struck Ayn, sending her flying back with tremendous force. Seeing her friend's plight, Peacock cursed under her breath and also brandished her wooden sword. As a user of a devil fruit, the once straightforward wooden sword in her hands took on the flexibility of a whip, creating a sonic boom as she lashed it through the air. With the abilities of the whip fruit, her wooden sword elongated into a formidable whip, which she directed at Shuza, striking from all directions. Yet, Shuza remained unfazed, maintaining his iron block stance, allowing all attacks to rain upon him while mocking his opponents. Gruss, who had previously held the top position in the elite class before Luke's victory, also joined the fray. A handsome young man with a muscular build. He wore a navy cap that concealed his voluminous hair. Gruss's powerful arms rippled with waves of strength as he expanded his arm, enveloping it in a layer of clay armor. With a mighty punch, Gruss struck Shuza's chest, causing the ground to tremble. Shuza was pushed back 5 meters before coming to a halt. Gruss lifted his cap, revealing a triumphant glint in his eyes, only to freeze in shock upon seeing Shuza unscathed. Shuza first shattered the clay armor with a single punch, then swiftly moved in front of Gruss, delivering rapid-fire jabs that punctured several holes in his chest. Gruss was sent sprawling. Shiza erupted into raucous laughter. Huh, you call yourselves elites? What a joke. Is that all the strength you possess? Your attacks feel like mere tickles. Could you exert a bit more force and let me feel some pain? Bins, gritting his teeth against the pain, staggered to his feet, while Ein retrieved another wooden sword, and Peacock prepared to unleash her whip once more. Gruss rallied himself for another attempt. However, before the master of the six forms, their previous training appeared utterly feeble. Each attack against the iron block rendered powerless. Rather, Shiza's every punch and kick carried boundless force, leaving the four of them without any means of defense. No, this isn't right. You must channel your strength into your limbs. Control your power and infuse it into your cells and the gaps in your bones. Are you all worthless? Can't you even comprehend this? Feel. The essence of it all is sensation. Use your feelings to guide your strength. Envision your body as an unyielding iron block. As Shiza continued to mercilessly pummel the four, his incessant chatter was infuriating. Look, lend a hand, cried Bins, limping backward, only to discover that Luke was merely spectating the chaos unfold. In desperation, he called for assistance. Luke said, "Have you all had your fun? If possible, I wish to challenge him to a duel. Are you out of your mind? Even with the four of us combined, we are no match for him. How can you possibly take him on alone?" Luke's lips curled into a smile, revealing a reminiscent expression. I have heard that phrase too many times over the past 2 years. My ears are almost calloused from it. The four were taken aback by Luke's decision, yet it seemed entirely reasonable. The path of growth is often marked by the fall of formidable adversaries, and he has navigated this journey through relentless challenges. Gruz and Ein paused their assault, yielding the arena to Luke and Shiozwa. They had weathered storms alongside Luke. Witnessing his evolution and dedication, he is a prodigy who strives harder than anyone else. They anticipated that Luke would restore their honor. Luke, I have heard of you. You dare to call yourself Mad Luke after engaging in trivial skirmishes at the military academy? Allow me to show you what true madness entails. The wooden sword you wield is far too juvenile. I suggest you use an iron sword instead. Ultimately, the outcome will be the same. But your expression when the sword shatters should prove quite entertaining. Luke drew his wooden sword, pointing the blade at Colonel Shiozwa. Colonel Shiozwa, I must clarify a few points. Firstly, Mad Luke is not a title I have chosen for myself. It is a moniker bestowed upon me by others. In truth, I would prefer to be referred to as the Berserker or something of that ilk. I am not mad in the slightest. Secondly, I assure you, I can still cut you down without the need for a steel sword. Very well, Shiozwa replied. I shall see if your sword is as sharp as your tongue. He assumed a stance ready to engage in swordplay, his body radiating the sheen of iron, every inch devoid of any flaw. The hardness of his steel was not something that an inferior swordsman could hope to overcome. His confidence in wielding iron before Luke revealed his utter disdain for his opponent. Luke confronted Shiozwa, his hands firmly gripping the sword, as an aura of determination began to brew. The latent power within him surged forth, enveloping the wooden sword in an intangible force, imbued with Luke's unwavering conviction and the wisdom gleaned from 2 years of dedicated swordsmanship practice. Luke wielded his wooden sword and struck with a speed akin to a shooting star. The technique, reminiscent of an eagle's fierce dive, seemed to emit a dazzling light from the weapon. Yet, it was merely a wooden sword, not a blade of iron. Where then did this brilliance arise? Like a majestic eagle swooping down to seize its prey, his strike was swift and precise, expertly targeting the vulnerabilities in his opponent's defenses. The art of the eagle strike was ruthless and decisive, unveiling the weaknesses of the adversary with unerring accuracy. Luke's swordsmanship was equally remarkable, as the wooden sword struck Shiozwa. In that fleeting moment of contact, Luke sensed the currents of power coursing through Shiozwa's body. A gust of wind swept past Shiozwa, and Luke appeared behind him. Suddenly, the fabric of Shiozwa's clothing tore open, revealing a shallow crimson line that stretched from his right shoulder to his left abdomen, a long, deep sword wound. What? Shiozwa exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. Could it be that Luke's swordsmanship could actually wound my body in its iron state? I realized that when the wooden sword struck my body, a force interrupted the flow of my power, causing my iron defense to momentarily fail. Shiozwa was at a loss for words, utterly astonished. Although it was merely a superficial cut, merely grazing the skin, the skill behind the swordplay was astonishing. If this was accomplished with a wooden sword, he dared not imagine the implications had it been a steel blade. Luke, you are incredible. Binzi, caught up in the excitement. fervently rallied for Luke. Aang gasped, covering her mouth in shock. My sword couldn't breach his defense, yet Luke managed to. Conke turned her head away, resolute. I've decided. I won't bicker with you today. Gruz beamed with a radiant smile. Luke, that strike was utterly spectacular. The arena erupted with fervent cheers, the students' blood boiling with excitement. After all, Shuzua's iron defense was well known, his formidable physical prowess having rendered Gruz and his companions utterly defenseless. Yet Luke had succeeded. He had breached Shuzua's defenses. Zephyr stood at the edge of the clearing, arms crossed, keenly observing the battle. As a naval officer of his rank, he remained impartial, celebrating Shuzua's formidable six styles while feeling pride for Luke's achievement in leaving a mark upon Shuzua's body. Luke, I must confess that I misjudged you in the past, mistaking you for an ordinary trainee. Little did I anticipate that you would grow at a pace that surpasses even the most exceptional students, reaching the remarkable heights you stand at today. Such monstrous growth fills me with anticipation to witness your true prowess. Chapter 20. A single punch crushed Suzua. Suzua felt a twinge of embarrassment. The iron block was reputed for its unyielding hardness, impervious to blades and swords. Yet he had been wounded by Luke's mere wooden sword. He turned to face Luke, a man of resolute character, known for his stubbornness. Bravo. You have indeed demonstrated your strength. However, our curriculum focuses on the six styles, honing the techniques of the iron block, rather than determining whose swordsmanship reigns supreme. Ultimately, it all comes down to the exchange of fists. You may sheath your sword now. From here on, we shall explore the essence of the six styles through our fists and bodies. Without a sword, how do you intend to harm me? Suzua smirked, a glimmer of arrogance dancing at the corners of his lips. Luke was astonished. With fists? Indeed. The collision of bodies is the most effective means of grasping the six styles. Haven't you heard Master Zephyr say that learning iron block is essentially a process of enduring blows? This is the swiftest way to compel you to comprehend the iron block technique. His explanation was flawless. Luke said, I fear you may not withstand it. Bah, Luke. Do not be overly proud. I too am a formidable naval force renowned for my strength. No one has yet been able to shatter my iron resolve through sheer power. Feel free to come at me with all your might. Luke sheathed the wooden sword at his lower back and clenched his fist with determination. Over the course of this year, his swordsmanship had advanced remarkably, yet his mastery of unarmed combat had progressed even more swiftly. To harmonize with the capabilities of the Bull Talisman, he diligently honed his physical strength and endurance, elevating his intermediate iron fist technique to 4.5 stars. In terms of power, his fists surpassed even his swordplay. As Suzua prepared to challenge him in a fist fight, Luke flashed a dazzling grin, revealing two radiant tiger-like incisors. Luke stood before Suzua, channeling a robust and potent energy. The sinewy muscles on his arms visibly rippled, coalescing into firmer, more defined masses. As he directed his force into his fists, the air surrounding them shimmered with a subtle distortion, as if an invisible power enveloped his knuckles. A formidable aura emanated from Luke's form, radiating outward and creating a gentle gust of wind that swept in all directions. Double the strength. Luke activated the Bull Talisman. In that instant, his strength multiplied, and his powerful arms visibly swelled. The winds around him grew fierce and tempestuous. Luke lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Suzua. Unyielding, Suzua retaliated with a straight punch of his own. However, his fist was imbued with the force of iron and the velocity of artillery, capable of shattering the very hull of a ship. A resounding crash echoed as their fists collided, akin to two colossal metal masses colliding at breakneck speed, sending a reverberating buzz through the eardrums of the onlooking students. Luke's lips curled into a smirk. My iron fist has been thwarted. Truly, you are worthy of your rank as a colonel, exhibiting formidable strength. But do you believe this is the end? Prepare yourself. With a powerful tremor, Luke's arm surged forward, channeling his strength into a formidable punch that collided with Shuzua's fist. In an astonishing turn of events, Luke's blow shattered Shuzua's defenses, sending his three-segmented arm sprawling. An intense pain radiated from Shuzua's knuckles, coursing through his entire being. He shuddered violently, grappling with disbelief. How could such power exist? My fist possesses the hardness of iron, yet why does it hurt so fiercely? He sensed his right hand beginning to falter, struggling to maintain its grip. After Luke delivered a powerful punch, he retracted his arm only to strike again. His iron fist possessed remarkable penetrating power. With triple the strength, his arm swelled once more. Iron block, empty wood, shouted Suzua as he steadied himself and puffed out his chest. He boasted confidently, Valhalla, empty wood is an extension technique of iron block. using it to deflect the opponent's attacks back at them. Your punches are formidable, but the rebounding force could shatter your arm. Boom. Xiuzua's eyes bulged, the whites of his eyes conspicuously visible as he was nearly overwhelmed by intense pain. His puffed chest failed to repel Luke's assault, instead caving inward from the force of the blow. The power unleashed in that single punch was overwhelming, surpassing the limits of the empty wood's deflection. Blood trickled from the corner of Xiuzua's mouth, and cracks spread like ripples beneath his feet. After all, Iron Block was merely a defensive martial art, not an actual block of iron. Is he still standing? Luke mused, somewhat astonished. Then I shall unleash quadruple strength. Veins bulged ominously on Luke's arms and forehead, pulsating grotesquely like a swarm of terrifying blood-sucking worms, as he raised his fist, before Luke's punch swung wide. Yet the sonic boom that reverberated through the air resembled the thunderous roar of a cannon being fired, causing the atmosphere to tremble palpably. Xiuzua gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat trickling down his cheeks as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze towards Luke shifting dramatically. What manner of monstrous power is this? Should I endure another blow, I shall undoubtedly find myself confined to a hospital's intensive care unit. Xiuzua swallowed hard, his throat parched. Could this individual truly be merely 15 years of age? His strength is formidable enough to rival that of some infamous captains from the New World. What a true anomaly. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Did Luke strike Colonel Xiuzao until he bled? Did Colonel Xiuzao dare not receive Luke's third punch? Is this something a normal person could do? Luke stood firmly, his intense gaze fixated on his fist. In that fleeting moment, the power emanating from his hand was sufficient to overpower Xiuzua. The enhancement granted by the Bull Talisman was extraordinarily formidable. In terms of strength, I do not fall short of Xiuzua. However, today's lesson revolves around the mastery of martial arts. Overpowering him with sheer strength would be futile. In future encounters with adversaries who may be more agile, it would be imperative for me to possess the requisite techniques to respond effectively. As Luke concentrated, the power of the Bull Talisman quietly dissipated, the once protruding veins returning to a state of tranquility, and the astonishing strength sank into his being, finding peace. Enduring punishment was inconsequential. As long as he could master the 6 styles, the price would be entirely worthwhile. Moreover, through combat, he could glean insights into his opponent's martial arts. Indeed, I am the intrepid Luke, a lover of challenges. Colonel Xiuzua, let us continue, Luke declared with enthusiasm. Xiuzua felt belittled and, enraged, retorted, "You little brat, do not underestimate me." In an instant, Xiuzua vanished from his position, only to reappear before Luke, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. The impact, akin to a solid block of iron, sent Luke hurtling through the air. I have sent Luke flying. Xiuzua inexplicably felt a surge of joy. Yet, in the next moment, he was overwhelmed with shame, tears streaming down his face. Isn't it a given that I would defeat a military academy student? Why do I feel joy in sending Luke flying? Have I truly begun to regard him as an equal adversary? Without the Bull Talisman, Luke was no match for Xiuzua, especially when Xiuzua unleashed the 6 styles, such as the Flick and Moonstep, leaving Luke only to endure blows. By the afternoon, the 5 elite members of the class, including Luke, bore the marks of their training, each one battered and bruised, struggling to walk. The next day, when Luke arose, his injuries had already healed, thanks to the restorative powers of the Horse Talisman. Upon reaching the training grounds, he observed Gruz and Bins, who still bore the remnants of yesterday's battles, their faces adorned with bandages. Upon seeing the lively Luke, they could not help but feel astonished. Training would not cease due to their injuries. They were held in high regard and subjected to even more rigorous training under Zephyr, akin to a hellish ordeal. The afternoon would once again involve enduring punishment. Chapter 21. Insights into the 6 styles this day mirrored the first, with Xiuzua's scathing shouts resonating throughout the training grounds. Are you all worthless? How many times must I reiterate? Control your strength not for attack, but to enhance your limbs. If you wish to avoid punishment, learn the iron technique. Of course, he dared not unleash profanity towards Luke, for Luke possessed the genuine ability to shatter him with a single blow. Enduring punishment was indispensable, yet it bore numerous benefits. Luke increasingly absorbed insights into the 6 styles. On the 3rd day, Luke managed to deflect Xiuzua's finger thrust with his hand, only to be pierced in the left chest by Xiuzua's subsequent attack, leaving a gaping wound before being kicked away. Luke rose from the ground, seated himself upright. Yet the wound upon his chest was of little concern to him. His gaze was fixed upon his right hand, lost in a trance of contemplation. Moments ago, he distinctly felt his palm intercept a thrust aimed at him. What was initially a punch transformed into an open hand, a desperate attempt to deflect Ryoso's assault. However, the strength that should have manifested as a formidable fist instead coursed through his palm, endowing it with the resilience of steel. Was this the essence of channeling power into one's limbs? From whence did this extraordinary force originate? Luke leaped with excitement, feeling as though he was on the verge of grasping the secret. Indeed, combat proves to be the most effective means of learning. Luke rushed towards Shiozwa with fervor. Engaging in relentless combat, his fervent spirit undeterred, he demonstrated through his actions that the audacious Luke was not merely a name devoid of substance. He would fight to the point of being battered and bruised for the sake of mastering the technique of iron block. As the battle wore on, even Shiozwa felt a pang of sympathy, for Luke bore numerous gaping wounds, with blood oozing from his injuries, yet his well-defined muscles staunched the flow, allowing him to launch further assaults against Shiozwa. His injuries did not quell his determination. His gaze was more frenzied than that of a wild beast. Shiozwa inwardly cursed. How could Luke still claim he was not mad? 7 days elapsed, and Luke had mastered the iron block technique with both hands. A month passed, and Luke had successfully integrated the iron block technique throughout his entire body. With unwavering resolve, Luke summoned every ounce of strength, puffing out his chest and assuming a stance inviting all attacks. Shiozwa's finger jabs fell upon Luke's chest like a torrential downpour. The impact of each jab was akin to that of a firearm, yet they merely left pale impressions upon Luke's resilient torso. Luke's progress is astonishingly swift, not to mention the tumultuous surprise coursing through his heart. Even instructor Zephyr could not help but nod in quiet approval, silently praising him. Mastering iron manipulation within a month reflects a learning pace that, among the countless students Zephyr has trained over the years, is rivaled only by the current 3 admirals, with few among the vice admirals able to match such speed. He is indeed a prodigy. A hint of excitement graced Zephyr's lips, for perhaps in the future, he would become an indispensable pillar of the Navy. Luke entered the cafeteria with palpable excitement, humming a cheerful tune as he awaited his turn to be served. The defensive technique, iron block, appeared on his status panel among the 6 forms. 6 forms. Iron block. Beginner paper drawing. Not mastered spear pointing. Not mastered gale kick. Not mastered flick. Not mastered moonstep. Not mastered vitality. 480, 50, upon mastering iron block. Luke's vitality surged by 50 points. Although iron block was still in its nascent stage, rendering him immobile while utilizing it, this was more than sufficient to elate Luke. Iron block, thus rendering him impervious to blades and bullets. How splendid. This jubilance carried over to his mealtime. Luke, you have mastered iron block. How enviable, Binzi remarked, seated beside him, filled with admiration. Ha! Luke exclaimed, playfully patting Binzi on the shoulder. Brother, you can do it too. So, have you figured out how to harness the power within you? Gruz, Peacock, Ein, and Binzi all focused their attention on him. Luke took a hearty bite of the honeyed sauce meat, his lips glistening with grease, and the joy evident on his beaming face was unmistakable. You understand life restoration, don't you? He inquired. Why discuss it? Isn't it self-evident? The 4 were left perplexed. In truth, the technique of the iron block is quite similar to life restoration, merely a more advanced application of the latter. What? Luke, could you elucidate that further? Luke chuckled softly. The return of life allows one to exert complete control over the body, hair, and internal organs. By infusing consciousness into the body, one can manipulate any part at will. The rapid absorption of energy from food is merely one application of the return of life. Binz inquired. And what of it? How is this related to a block of iron? Luke remarked. I had always been perplexed about the origin of the remarkable strength that imbues the body, rendering it as resilient as iron. However, I eventually discerned that regardless of its source, the essence of human strength ultimately derives from the quintessence of life itself. The energy absorbed from sustenance through life's return is enshrined within various parts of the human form. Is this not the very essence of life? Thus, I endeavored to harness the energy inherent within the body by employing the method of life's return. After numerous attempts, I finally succeeded in forging a block of iron. Is this truly possible? Upon hearing this, the 4 were left in awe. After numerous battles, Luke and Xiuzhao gained profound insights. The 6 styles impose rigorous demands on the physical stamina and strength of practitioners. After 2 years of arduous training, they have honed their physical foundations to a remarkable level, meeting the prerequisites for practicing the 6 styles. Otherwise, Zephyr would not have imparted this knowledge to them. Although their physical foundations are solid, their control over their own strength remains rudimentary, hindering their ability to precisely direct their power. This journey of cultivation and exploration is an essential rite of passage for every practitioner of the six styles. Once they master the art of controlling their strength, their subsequent training in martial arts will unfold with unparalleled ease and grace. Luke possesses a distinct quality that sets him apart from the others. Binzi and the other three are innate prodigies, instinctively harnessing the energy from food through the technique of life return, rendering them oblivious to the nuances of energy flow in this process. In contrast, Luke, having elevated his physical prowess through the fusion of the horse talisman, came to comprehend the intricacies of life return. He experienced a profound clarity regarding the transformation of consumed food into pure energy absorbed by his body. This energy coursing within him resembled a gentle stream, capable of being assimilated by cells as the essence of life or transformed into power during combat. However, the mastery of this conscious control over his body proved to be an arduous endeavor, 100 times more challenging than merely absorbing energy from food. It took Luke a month to barely achieve the ability to channel power throughout his entire being. With Luke's guidance, the four of them approached this meal with unprecedented focus, attentively experiencing the flow of energy within them, leading to an enlightening epiphany. Luke, let us engage in a spar after this meal. Binzi suddenly turned to Luke and proclaimed, Binzi, were you not previously quite apprehensive about battling Luke? Have you had a change of heart today? The peacock mercilessly teased him. Do not speak nonsense. I am not. Binzi's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, really? Is that so? Well, perhaps a little. But as a member of the Navy, how could I allow fear to hinder my progress? I possess a heart that yearns to grow stronger. Chapter 22. A leisurely afternoon tea among the admirals. Binzi felt a surge of enlightenment, wishing to validate his insights through a duel with Luke. The elite class students are exceptionally gifted, and mastering the six styles is merely a matter of time for them. They have been diligently training in the six styles and have made remarkable breakthroughs, with several achieving mastery of iron block in less than 2 months. Luke's progress has been even more remarkable, having learned 4 of the 6 styles within 6 months. Following iron block comes the finger gun, a technique that concentrates all bodily strength into the fingertips, enabling a hardened fingertip to unleash a strike with the force of a bullet in the blink of an eye. Then there is shave, allowing for instantaneous high-speed movement, rendering the person nearly invisible. Finally, there is moonwalk, a delightful sensation of floating through the air, fulfilling Luke's aspirations. 6 styles: iron block, beginner paper drawing, not mastered finger gun, beginner storm leg, not mastered shave, beginner moonwalk, beginner Tao power value, 820 with the mastery of 4 techniques. Luke's strength has significantly increased, boasting a Tao power value of 820, which surpasses that of some colonels in the Navy headquarters. This figure represents his standard Tao power value, excluding the enhancements from the bull talisman. Today, the weather is splendid once again. On a vacant training ground, 2 figures are engaged in an intense battle. In an instant, Luke's foot struck the ground, and within the blink of an eye, he executed dozens of rapid steps, his explosive momentum propelling him to vanish from his original position. Luke appeared behind Shiozua, lifting a finger to swiftly jab into his back. This was no mere friendly tickle. The speed of his finger rendered it nearly invisible, indicating the use of a finger gun technique. The sound of bullets striking metal reverberated, as Shiozua's broad back had become as unyielding as iron. He raised his arms, which extended longer than those of an average person, and with a powerful twist of his feet, he spun like a whirlwind. His arms formed a black tempest, raining down strikes upon Luke with a ferocity akin to a torrential downpour. The hardness of iron combined with the rapid rotational speed unleashed explosive damage. Luke crossed his arms in front of his chest, bracing himself against the onslaught of this fierce storm. It was a contest of iron against iron. Yet it was evident that Shiozua wielded the 6 styles with greater finesse than Luke. Moonwalk. Luke suddenly leapt backward, his feet rhythmically stepping upon an invisible staircase. Ascending into the air, reaching a height of several dozen meters, he executed a reverse moonwalk kick while suspended in midair, plummeting down with the force of a celestial strike. A mighty iron fist, imbued with the weight of falling from the heavens, descended upon Shiozua with wrath. Shiozua dared not meet Luke's punch head-on. He immediately ceased the rotation of his arms, vanishing from sight, only to reappear and deliver 2 swift kicks. Boom. Dust and debris erupted into the air. Luke's punch created a deep crater in the ground, and he was swiftly sent flying by a kick from Roranoa. With each battle, Luke's insights deepened. He realized that his proficiency in fluidity and switching techniques and mastering the 6 forms lagged significantly behind that of Ryazaki, remaining at most in the initial stages. As he progressed in his training, He knew there were more advanced techniques and extensions of the six forms yet to be discovered. The path of cultivation was still long ahead. The battle was fiercely contested, almost too close to call. Zephyr, having observed for a while, turned and entered the fortress building. In a spacious hall, through the wide-open windows, one could glimpse the azure sky and the bustling training grounds outside. Around a round table sat a dozen naval officers, including notable vice admirals such as Garp, Saru, Guion, and others. Their discussion, however, was not of serious pirate affairs, but rather casual banter, accompanied by refreshments and drinks, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a tea party. They welcomed Zephyr's arrival, with many among them being his former students. Zephyr pulled a chair and sat beside Garp, an old acquaintance from their shared time. Guion gently called out, "Teacher Zephyr," and poured him a glass of brandy, clearing his throat. Zephyr placed a hand on Garp's shoulder and quipped, "Garp, be honest, is Luke truly the homeless child you picked up in the East Blue?" "What do you mean by that?" Garp replied, bewildered. "This boy possesses exceptional talent. I suspect he might even be your grandson, considering how strikingly similar his boxing style is to your iron fist." Zephyr's words nearly caused Garp to choke on his drink. With a broad smile, Zephyr continued, "Are you worried about your grandson being coddled at the Navy headquarters? Is that why you concocted such a flimsy excuse? Hoping he'd rise through the ranks on his own merit?" Garp set down his cup, laughing so hard that tears welled in his eyes. "Ha ha, old man. You're already tipsy after just one drink. What nonsense are you spouting? If Luke were my grandson, I'd have far fewer worries." Zephyr was merely jesting, indeed. "You bear no resemblance to him. What luck could you possibly have to claim such a gifted child? Nevertheless, Luke is impressive. In merely 6 months, he has nearly mastered the six forms, having already learned 4 techniques. Such speed!" exclaimed not only Garp, but also Tsuru and the others, who were taken aback. Beaming with pride, Zephyr encouraged, "Don't believe me? Take a look out the window. He and Ryazaki are engaged in battle." Several vice admirals, familiar only with Luke by reputation, approached the window to catch a glimpse. There, they indeed saw a robust youth exchanging blows with Ryazaki. Although his mastery of the six forms was not yet exquisite, considering he had only trained for half a year, his progress was astonishing. Guion approached the window as well. Observing Luke's increasingly tall stature and agile movements in combat, a gentle smile graced her face. "No wonder he had sought my swordsmanship lessons for over half a year. He was engrossed in mastering the six forms." Zephyr's deep voice chuckled. "Ryazaki has recently begun to lament to me how quickly Luke is advancing. Once Luke fully masters all six forms, he may no longer be a match for him." Tsuru, cradling her teacup, remarked, "No wonder Ryazaki inquired about any upcoming missions. He wishes to join a ship." "Indeed, he sought me out as well," Fire Mountain added. "I was approached too," chimed Ghost Spider. Laughter erupted among the group as they realized Ryazaki was being cornered by Luke into wanting to escape. Yet, the tale does not end here, Zephyr continued. Although Luke has learned the Shurgon, this lad aims too high. He claims that the Shurgon, while possessing the power of a bullet, is too rudimentary. He aspires to unleash cannon-like force with his fists, capable of not only shattering enemies but also sinking pirate ships. The hall was once again enveloped in joyous laughter. Tsuru elegantly sipped her tea, her usually serious demeanor softening into a rare smile. "Zephyr, when will the next batch of students be arranged for internships?" "Internships? I initially thought the elite class would require a year or 2 to fully master the six forms. But given their rapid progress, we can arrange internships as early as next year. As for the regular students, a year should suffice for them to learn at least 1 or 2 techniques, perfectly timed for honing their skills at sea. How about we each lead a team?" Zephyr proposed. Tsuru nodded in agreement. Chapter 23, A Date and a Journey. As the sun dipped low in the sky, signaling the end of the day's training, the military academy cadets were busy with their final tasks, returning training equipment to its rightful place, smoothing out the training grounds, and filling in the pits left from their earlier battles. Luke was pushing a flat sand rake, leveling the soil, when Ian approached amidst the bustle. "Luke, tomorrow is a day off. Do you have any plans?" Ian, with one hand brushing back his flowing waves of hair, revealed a flawless face that glimmered with a subtle rosy hue. "Training," Luke responded, "but tomorrow is a day off." Ian's eyes reflected a hint of disbelief. Could this battle enthusiast truly remain restless even on a day of respite? Luke paused his work. "What else can we do? Let's go shopping. I'll treat you to a meal." "Oh, you know I'm broke. You want to treat me? That sounds delightful. Are we heading to the commercial street on the island, or to the Shambadi Islands?" Aang tilted his head in contemplation. "Let us go to the City of Water. It is a beautiful aquatic city, renowned for its abundant specialties, including a unique delicacy called water meat, whose distinct flavor is unparalleled across the globe. Luke's expression turned troubled. But this place is too far from the water city. I think it would be better to stay on the island, simple and convenient. I want to go to the water city, I declared with an air of nobility. I've already inquired. Tomorrow, there will be ships from the headquarters heading to Justice Island. We can take the sea train from there, and it will only take an hour to reach the water city. The sea train, she mused, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, is a train that travels over the ocean. It seems that everyone has only had the chance to ride it once. Hey, what's this about treating me to a meal? So it's a travel outing, Luke remarked, his mouth twitching. Do you need a shopping bag? However, he continued, the sea train, in the year 1514 of the sea calendar, has completed its routes, a monumental achievement unprecedented in history. It is indeed worthwhile to experience it once. I suppose I shall accompany the young lady for some amusement. At that moment, Binns approached, invigorated by the prospect of visiting the water city. The water city is wonderful. Though it is known as the most advanced shipbuilding hub in the world, it is also a splendid tourist destination, with its extensive waterways providing endless exploration opportunities. Peacock interjected. Shopping is none of your business. Oh, tomorrow is a holiday. Aren't we all going together? Binns pondered. Gurus reached over from behind, forcefully pulling him into an embrace. His grim expression fixed on him. Binns, have you forgotten? Your mother is coming to visit you tomorrow. No, I haven't tea, Binns protested. But Gurus did not grant him the opportunity to speak, dragging him away. A male and female pair meeting is referred to as a date. What do you think being a third wheel is? You have no awareness at all. The next day, under the bright sunshine, Luke met Ayn at the designated port. Ayn held a small bag in her hand, dressed in a purple tank top and black ultra-short shorts, her legs elongated and proportionate. The sea breeze tousled her flowing locks, exuding an enchanting aura. The soldiers coming in and out of the port could not help but steal glances at this stunning maiden, captivated by her beauty. Upon spotting Luke, she flashed a sweet smile, though her eyes held a hint of surprise. Luke, are you really going out dressed in naval attire? Luke lowered his gaze to his attire, which consisted of a standard Navy uniform. He shrugged, stating, this is all I have in terms of naval clothing. Perhaps I should purchase an outfit for you? With a chuckle, Ayn responded, well, I would be most grateful. Luke was aware that Ayn hailed from a wealthy family, and a single outfit held little monetary value. He readily accepted the gesture, thinking that he could always repay her kindness in the future. The two of them boarded a naval vessel, which was on a mission passing by Judicial Island, allowing them to enjoy a fortuitous ride. It was noteworthy that Luke had been at the naval headquarters for 2.5 years, yet this marked his first excursion. He hoped today would unfold pleasantly. The Navy, Judicial Island, and the underwater prison Impel Down are three major institutions under the world government. Between these institutions stand three monumental gates of justice, grand in scale and capable of altering ocean currents, forming an immense whirlpool. Naval vessels harness the currents generated by the whirlpool, enabling a swift journey from the naval headquarters to Judicial Island in merely half an hour. As the gate of justice opened before Luke, he was taken aback. Not only did the gate tower into the clouds with a width reminiscent of a mountain, but the whirlpool behind it was astonishing. Was this truly a whirlpool? It resembled nothing less than the navel of the sea. Ah! Luke heard Ayn screaming. In that moment, he found himself unable to suppress his own scream. In the vastness of the ocean, this whirlpool was larger than an island. Even naval warships plunged into its depths without creating a single splash. Even the mightiest sea kings, when ensnared, faced only a path to demise. The warships danced perilously on the brink of death as precipice. As the vessels were swept into the whirlpool's current, their speed surged with astonishing acceleration, rocketing upwards. Bang! Luke and Ian found themselves unable to control their bodies as they slipped backward, colliding with the ship's cabin. When the gate of justice on the side of Justice Island swung open, the warship was hurled by the currents, passing right through the gate of justice. Meanwhile, Luke's legs had grown weak, and he could only cling desperately to the deck to maintain his balance. Before the age of 13, Luke lived an ordinary life. However, after turning 13, he underwent over 2 years of training at the naval headquarters, never having experienced such a perilous journey as today. It was utterly exhilarating. Are you all right? Luke inquired of his companion, Ian. I can still endure, Ian replied, his complexion pale, clearly navigating this route for the first time as well. The two exchanged glances for a moment before erupting into hearty laughter. What a thrill! The warship dropped them off at the rear of the Judicial Tower and departed. From this point, they would traverse through the Judicial Tower, cross a suspension bridge to reach the main island. and then make their way through the island to the front gate to board the sea train bound for the City of Water. Indeed, even without heading to the City of Water, Luke felt his journey was worthwhile. The colossal whirlpool was enough to nearly frighten the very soul out of him. The scenery of Judicial Island was also a marvel of the sea. The island hung completely in midair above a vast waterfall's abyss, connected to the main gate by a narrow passage, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack, keeping pirates at bay while simultaneously giving the impression that the island danced perpetually on the edge of death. It was all about the adrenaline. Luke and Ein entered the Tower of Justice, traversing the grand edifice. The narrow corridors were as intricate as a labyrinth, with countless vacant rooms lining the myriad passageways. Indeed, it felt just like a maze. How could such a complex structure even exist? Ein found herself regretting her decision to wander about. Do you think we might encounter a ghost? Luke made a playful grimace in response. However, Ein was utterly unfazed by his jest. Her lips curled in a dismissive manner as she regarded Luke, her expression seemingly reproaching his childishness. Did he truly believe she would subscribe to such nonsense? It seems we might be lost, she mused. That cannot be. We have been moving in a singular direction, Luke replied, raising an eyebrow. Surely, it wasn't a case of him being directionally challenged? Let us inquire someone for guidance. In the vast expanse of the Tower of Justice, the absence of any government officials was strikingly unusual. I think I hear something, Ein remarked, pointing towards an open room before darting toward it. She pushed the door ajar and beheld a young man clad in a black suit, engaged in training with several dummies. Finding someone here is quite the challenge, I noted. We seem to be lost. Could you lend us a hand? Rob Lutch halted his training, his expression hardening. He fixed his gaze on Ein, muttering an unfamiliar face. All soldiers should be concentrated on the main island. One shouldn't be here at this hour. Who are you? Could it be that pirates have infiltrated the Tower of Justice? No, pirates would lack the capability for such a feat regardless of your identity. You shall perish. A chill surged from Ein's feet, coursing up her spine. She could scarcely fathom that a mere inquiry for directions would invite an assassination attempt from a stranger. Caught off guard, the youth vanished from her sight, only to reappear instantaneously, his fingers piercing through her body. Finger pistol. This is one of the techniques I am currently studying. Luke walked behind Ian, horrified by the scene before him. You bastard. A ferocious roar reverberated through the Tower of Justice. Luke's body was enveloped in bulging veins. The bull talisman was activated. Iron Fist, quintuple divine strength. Luke, filled with rage, swung a fist towards Lucci. Chapter 24. Rob Lucci, you dare to harm Ein? I shall not spare you. A fierce roar erupted from Luke's lips as he charged towards Lucci at an astonishing speed, his right fist gathering an unprecedented fivefold power. Lucci turned his head, astonished as he gazed at Luke, sensing a profound threat emanating from his clenched fist. Iron block, Lucci shouted, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. Boom. The fist, imbued with fury, struck Rucci's arm, propelling him backward as Luke surged forward relentlessly. This is bad, Lucci thought, horrified by the sheer force. Only by experiencing the power unleashed by Luke could one truly grasp the terror of that iron fist. Lucci realized the impending danger, but it was too late to evade. The surging force penetrated the iron block's defenses, and the fist, having shattered the protective arms, struck Lucci's face with tremendous impact. It was visibly evident that his visage had contorted under the blow. Luke struck him with a powerful punch, sending him crashing into the wall at the back of the room, whereupon countless fragments erupted. After this display of strength, Luke took a deep breath, allowing the force of the bull charm to dissipate, restoring calm to his bulging veins. Having knocked Lucci aside, Luke turned back to assess Ein's injuries. He could not afford any mishaps. Ein, how are you faring? Luke inquired, steadying her by the shoulder. A conspicuous wound marred her chest, blood staining her clothing. It hurts terribly, but it's not severe, Ein replied through clenched teeth, her complexion pale. Such an injury was not life-threatening for her. She had endured far worse during her training. Damn it, Luke exclaimed, casting a furious glance at the wall that Lucci had demolished. To act without discernment and resort to violence, this I shall not forgive. Amidst the rubble, stones shifted, and suddenly, a lithe figure leaped forth. Rob Lucci landed on the ground, his left leg quivering slightly, his body tilting precariously as he struggled to maintain his balance. Luke's punch had indeed taken its toll on him. Lucci wiped the corner of his mouth with his thumb, observing the crimson stain upon it. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. As Lucci vanished from Luke's sight, he reappeared behind him in the blink of an eye, his fingers shooting forth with lightning speed. Lucci revealed a chilling smile. dismissing the strength of his opponent. Before a master of the six styles, there was only one inevitable fate: death. He was not only an intelligence officer of CP9 but also a consummate assassin, intoxicated by the thrill of extinguishing his enemies' lives. His finger blade pierced through the air towards Luffy's body. Yet, in the next moment, Lucci's pupils constricted with shock. The blade had failed to make contact with its intended target. Luke's silhouette gradually faded away. It turned out to be but an ephemeral shadow. Luke assisted Ayn to lean against the wall by the door before turning to face Ruche. With a fluid and powerful martial prowess, he thrust his finger, which swiftly pierced Ruche's body in the blink of an eye. As they stood face to face, Luke distinctly observed the look of incredulous astonishment on Ruche's face. The moment Luke retracted his finger, Ruche instantaneously created distance, reacting with remarkable speed to deliver two swift kicks. The slicing strikes generated by the vacuum wave rapidly approached Luke, and he sensed it. Moonstep. With a powerful push against the ground, a surge of potent air currents erupted beneath his feet. Step by step, Luke propelled himself upward, quickly ascending towards the ceiling. Boom. The wall behind him was cleaved open by the force of Ruche's kicks, leaving a clean cut as debris fell. In an instant, Luke jumped into the air, and the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Forearms unleashed dozens of punches in mere moments, creating a flurry of shadowy fists. Amidst the shadows danced the waves of tempestuous feet. A single misstep could result in Luke's blood spilling in all directions. Who on earth is this individual? Within this judicial tower, he must be an agent of the government. Are the government's agents truly this formidable? Luke felt a surge of trepidation. Iron Fist, triple force. Luke reactivated the Bull Talisman once more. With a single punch, he sent Ruche crashing to the ground. Upon landing, Ruche's feet struck the earth, causing a violent impact that created a deep crater beneath him. This fellow is even stronger than Shiozua, Luke swiftly concluded. Yet, this does not grant you the liberty to act as you please. Luke propelled himself through the air with remarkable speed, pursuing Lucci relentlessly. His fingertips gathered the entirety of his strength, launching a lightning-fast fingertip projectile. Iron block. Lucci was prepared this time. The fingertip strike collided with the iron block, the force of the impact radiating outward, creating a miniature whirlwind within the room. However, the iron block was not infallible. Luke shouted, "Fingertip, divine power." A quintuple enhancement surged forth, all concentrated at his tiny fingertip. Even the hardest diamond would yield under his assault. He struck with the swiftness of lightning, landing 3 precise blows. Thud, thud, thud. 3 blossoms of blood erupted from Lucci's body. How could this be? Lucci was once again taken aback, hastily retreating and creating distance from Luca, stopping at the far side of the house. Throughout the battle, Lucci's astonishment grew. An unknown individual, seemingly appearing from nowhere, had managed to inflict injuries upon him repeatedly. Lucci could hardly accept such an outcome, as if it were a nightmare. Moreover, Luke's techniques mirrored his own, encompassing iron block, finger pistol, tekai, moonwalk. And the only missing elements were the gale kick and paper drawing. It was inconceivable for an ordinary soldier or a stealthy pirate to accomplish such feats. Possessing immense strength and mastery of the 6 forms, Luke was evidently much younger than him, his tall and robust physique failing to conceal the youthful exuberance in his countenance. Alas, a dull ache coursed through his body, a lingering reminder of that initial punch, a formidable blow that even iron block could not withstand, leaving him significantly injured. Lucci inquired, "Who exactly are you? How is it that you possess the Rokushiki? Is this a family secret not meant for others to learn?" Luke, filled with rage, noted that they were merely at the beginning of their confrontation, and his anger intensified upon seeing Ain's garments stained crimson with blood. "Are you a member of the Navy?" Lucci finally assessed his attire. "Otherwise, what could you possibly be? Here, one can find either Navy personnel or government officials. You strike at us without discerning right from wrong. Have you considered the repercussions?" "Repercussions?" Lucci scoffed. "Even if I were to slay a Navy officer, there would be no consequence for me. After all, CP9 operates as an intelligence agency under the government, granting him the legal right to kill. Even as a newcomer to CP9, should he fail in his mission, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. This is a cold-blooded assassin, emanating an aura of icy detachment." Suddenly, a white dove descended, landing gracefully upon Lucci's shoulder. Clad in a sharply tailored black suit, with long, flowing hair and a frigid expression, his appearance was striking, accentuated by the presence of the dove. Luke was suddenly taken aback. He recalled that this individual was Rob Lucci, an operative of CP9. He had infiltrated the vicinity of Iceberg, the mayor of Water 7, plotting to orchestrate the murder of Iceberg himself in pursuit of ancient weaponry. Oh, it appears he has yet to commence his covert mission. No wonder his strength remains so formidable. He withstood a punch infused with 5 times the usual force and still lived. Chapter 25, The Galefoot and the Advancement of the Swordsmanship. Lucci relinquished his devil fruit powers and shed his leopard form. Since you are the Navy, leave quickly before I eliminate you. Do not disturb my training in the future. What did you say? Luke exclaimed with great indignation. As Lucci nonchalantly placed his hands in his pockets and lifted his leg, preparing to depart, Luke shouted, You injured my friend, and you think you can just leave like this? What of it? She's still alive. You scoundrel. Luke's eyes burned with fierce wrath. Luke, don't. Ein interjected, stepping forward to grasp Luke's arm, shaking his head in caution. Do not get into trouble because of me. Luke gritted his teeth, unwilling to let Lucy go so easily. Yet, Aaron intervened, compelling him to watch helplessly as Lucy departed. Only after Lucy's silhouette vanished through the doorway did Luke's tightly clenched fists finally relax. He gently patted Aaron's hand, which grasped his arm, feeling a trace of warmth emanating from her touch. Aaron, you truly are a kind-hearted girl. Had you not intervened, I would not have let him off so lightly. Indeed. I believe so, Aaron replied, releasing her grip and sinking despondently to the ground. The wound inflicted upon her chest by the gunshot was quite severe. I apologize for inviting you to explore the City of Water, only to encounter such a turn of events. My good spirits have been utterly spoiled. It seems today as plans cannot be fulfilled. Aaron managed a faint smile despite her pallid complexion. Are you suggesting that we abandon our visit to the City of Water? Luke inquired. Alas, if only I had not sustained this injury. Just watch me. Luke's gaze settled upon Ain's chest as he raised his hand to cover the wound. The healing energy seeped through his palm and into her body, visibly mending the gaping hole created by the spear's thrust. Ain's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She could distinctly sense the transformation occurring within her chest as the wound was enveloped by an indescribable force. The shock in Ain's eyes gradually transformed into a gentle warmth, a soothing power that embraced her. Luke let out a soft sound, channeling all his energy to activate the healing powers within him, a process that would undoubtedly deplete his stamina. However, compared to the necessity of mending Ain's wound, such exertion seemed trivial. The individual he encountered moments ago was truly terrifying. I have never encountered anyone with such an icy gaze, akin to that of a feral beast, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. Yet, Luke, you exude a distinctly different energy, one that envelopes me in warmth. Ain's lips curved into a sweet smile, his complexion regaining its rosy hue. Aha. No one has ever praised me like this. I shall graciously accept your compliments. Luke's somber mood lifted slightly as he withdrew his hand. Within a few breaths, Ain's wound had miraculously healed. The healing power of the talisman was indeed formidable. Curiously, Ain moved her right hand, feeling the pull of her shoulder muscles without a trace of pain. She touched the wound again, astonished to find it truly mended. Finally, she understood why Luke always seemed sprightly and full of life the day after enduring fierce battles. It was because of this remarkable ability of his. He had concealed it so well. I had planned to gift you a piece of clothing, hoping to profit from it. But now it shall serve as my token of gratitude instead. How frustrating. Ain pouted. This endearing expression elicited a joyful laugh from Luke. Ain had always been an elegant and intelligent young lady, yet she possessed such a charming side as well. Shall we still visit the City of Water? Ain inquired. Luke, come on. We're already here. It would be quite disheartening to give up now. Although encountering that fellow was rather disappointing, we mustn't let others take away our joy. All right, lend me a hand. Ain extended her hand towards Luke. Luke pulled her up from the ground, grasping her hand as they hurried toward the main entrance of Justice Island. Although they had delayed slightly, they ultimately managed to board the sea train without further hindrance. The sea train emitted a steam whistle, chugging as it commenced its journey. The boundless ocean stretched before them, waves glistening under the sunlight, while this unprecedented sea train glided effortlessly across the water's surface. Its wheels rested upon the submerged tracks, propelling it forward at remarkable speed, parting the sea and creating sprays of water that soared several meters high. The refreshing sea breeze enveloped Ain as she leaned her head out the window, allowing the cool wind to caress her delicate features, eliciting a sound of pure contentment. Anyone experiencing a sea train ride for the first time would undoubtedly be enchanted by its marvels, offering abundant praise for the extraordinary voyage. Luke sat beside Ain, watching the girl joyfully, exclaiming towards the window. A smile curved his lips. Such a carefree existence is truly delightful. If only this world were devoid of the rampant pirates. He would genuinely desire to embrace such a serene life. Luke leaned against the chair, his hands resting behind his head, eyes closed, allowing the refreshing sea breeze to caress his face as vivid memories of his battle with Lucci surfaced in his mind. Although the confrontation was brief, the emotions it evoked in Luke were profoundly intense. Lucci's mastery of the 6 styles evidently surpasses that of Kyoza, as he effortlessly transforms his techniques at any moment, possibly owing to the cat fruit, leopard form. His moves are both agile and versatile. Even while suspended in midair, engaged in a fierce battle with Luke, he can fluidly execute the storm kick beneath him. A surge of insights regarding martial arts floods his mind, and on Luke's 6 styles training panel, the entry for storm kick quietly transitions to beginner. Luke opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He turned and leaped onto the roof of the ocean train from the window, his feet generating a vacuum wave that transformed into a slicing strike emanating from beneath him. This strike sliced through the frothy waves churned by the ocean train, cleaving the surface of the sea and leaving a fissure 2 to 3 meters long. The soaring slash. This is the essence of a soaring strike. I have accomplished it. If I can unleash a strike with my feet, it stands to reason that I can do the same with the sword. Luke excitedly adjusted the sword at his waist. He executed a soaring slash from a distance, a fundamental skill that every sword master must possess. Without this ability, no swordsman on the sea would dare to claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Can I achieve this now? Luke rested his left hand upon the sword sheath while his right grasped the hilt, savoring the sensation of executing the gale kick with his foot and reflecting upon the techniques of its powerful execution as the high-velocity strike created a vacuum in its wake. Luke swiftly drew his sword with his right hand, executing a classic sword-drawing technique. The strike, a culmination of his entire strength, surged forth from the blade. With a whoosh, a brilliant arc of light streaked across, cleaving the distant sea and leaving a scar upon its surface. I have succeeded. Luke was momentarily taken aback, but then erupted with exuberant cheers. Simultaneously, his mastery of the sword advanced significantly. Swordsmanship, intermediate, enhanced. Swordsmanship, advanced, achieved. With his prowess in swordsmanship, he had already become a master on the first half of the Grand Line. Luke turned and slipped into the carriage. Ian smiled and inquired, "Have you made any progress?" Luke's radiant smile nodded in agreement. Mastering the Gale step has significantly elevated his swordsmanship. I am at a loss for words. Even a simple outing has led to such a breakthrough. How is it that your mind operates with such remarkable insight? In any case, congratulations. Ha. Since we are in such high spirits, I shall treat you to a drink upon our arrival in the Water City. Ein chuckled softly. I understand, you will invite me. And I shall cover the expenses, correct? Luke shyly touched his nose. Chapter 26, 10,000 Power. In the year 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar, it had been over half a year since Luke last visited the Water City. That trip was a rare and cherished memory. Upon returning from his excursion to the Water City, Luke dedicated himself to rigorous training. He exerted utmost effort into enhancing his physical fitness, strength, swordsmanship, and the 6 styles, every method capable of augmenting his combat prowess. Naturally, Luke's journey of challenges never ceased. His contemporaries Groose, Peacock, Ain, and Binns were constant sparring partners. And even if he did not seek them out, they would invariably come to him. Furthermore, there was the guidance of Zayuza and the 6 styles. Currently, Zayuza could no longer contain Luke's advancement in the 6 styles. Consequently, Zayuza specifically recommended other naval colonels for Luke to challenge, such as Tina and Smoker. It is worth mentioning that Smoker's proficiency in the 6 styles is somewhat mediocre. He is a user of the natural type fruit ability and has become a nightmare for many pirates at sea due to his smoke fruit. However, since Luke challenged him, Smoker voluntarily requested a transfer to Log Town in the East Sea, seemingly wishing to distance himself from Luke as much as possible. Name: Luke. Age: 16. Height: 197 centimeters. Physical fitness: advanced swordsmanship, advanced zodiac talismans, currently able to activate 2 talismans. Note: enhancing physical fitness increases the number of compatible talismans. Only when the talisman and host are fully integrated can the talisman unleash its maximum power. Hockey: none. Skills: advanced swordsmanship, advanced iron fist. 6 styles: iron block, intermediate, paper drawing, beginner, finger gun, intermediate, gale foot, intermediate, tickle, intermediate, moonwalk, intermediate. Reputation: unknown. Your fame does not match your strength. Please take action soon to establish your name across the seas. Power value: 2200. Berserker's combat trait: if the host challenges an opponent of equal or higher rank and emerges victorious. The fusion degree of the talisman with the host will increase. If defeated, the host will gain insights from the opponent's training. Physical combatants will enhance their physical abilities, while swordsmanship experts would gain deeper understanding of swordsmanship. The only prerequisite is to avoid being killed. The Ox Talisman has completely fused with him. The day the Ox Talisman, symbolizing strength, merged with him, Luke experienced a qualitative leap in power, along with an increase in physical fitness, successfully advancing to the advanced level. This enhancement also implies a greater number of activatable talismans. This time, he can activate 2. The Zodiac Talismans possess a multitude of intriguing abilities, and Luke found himself momentarily indecisive about which talisman to activate. The Rat Talisman symbolizes the vitality of life, capable of bestowing life upon inanimate objects, transforming lifeless matter into living beings. For instance, granting a cannon life would enable it to autonomously attack without the need for soldiers' control, reminiscent of the homies created by Big Mom. The Rabbit Talisman endows its user with extraordinary speed, achieving a miraculous effect, and can also enhance the impact force of any object. Admiral Kizaru, relying on the light speed of the Pika Pika no Mi, has created many explosive techniques. After all, speed is power. The Dragon Talisman harbors explosive fire capabilities, which can be subdivided into 2 abilities. One is the capability to spew flames, and the other is explosive power, akin to the Mera Mera no Mi and the Bakusai Bakusai no Mi. The Snake Talisman grants invisibility, allowing the user to become transparent, thus enabling them to enter women's baths without arousing suspicion, oh no, rather to infiltrate enemy territory. The Monkey Talisman symbolizes the power of transformation, allowing for shapeshifting. It can not only alter the form of objects, but also endow the user with the ability to freely change their appearance. Disguise is merely a minor application. Transforming into a fierce beast is the true purpose of this ability. This capacity for bodily transformation can even achieve effects akin to superhuman-type abilities. Additionally, the Chicken Talisman's levitation power, the Dog Talisman's gift of eternal youth, and the Pig Talisman's laser emission capability are all commendable talents. With so many choices before him, Luke faced a dilemma. He wished he could possess them all. On this day, the training ground appeared different from usual. Instructor Zephyr did not immediately organize the trainees for practice. The students stood in groups, watching as a machine appeared on the field. Several soldiers were lifting heavy machine components onto the open ground, while engineers busily assembled the machinery. Luke greeted a few familiar friends and stood beside Ian. The machine had already taken on its complete form. Is this a boxing machine? Luke gazed at the protruding part of the machine, which was encased in a circular leather cover, exhibiting a retractable elasticity. He could not help but entertain the thought that Teacher Zephyr believed their training was insufficiently rigorous. Hence the introduction of this contraption. Luke felt an urge to whistle at Zephyr and give him a thumbs up. As the machine was finally assembled, Zephyr clapped his hands to gather the students. All of you, come here. Sensing the curious gazes of the students, Zephyr did not keep them in suspense. He approached the machine and stated plainly, "This is a boxing apparatus developed by the Department of Technology, designed to assess your combat strength through impact." Teacher, what is combat strength? A charming smile graced Zephyr's lips as he replied, "Combat strength is a system for evaluating individual fighting capability, with the standard of a regular soldier wielding a weapon rated at 10. This system can be employed to measure your combat prowess in comparison to that of ordinary soldiers. However, it is essential to note that this value serves merely as a reference and does not equate to actual strength. It reflects your typical combat abilities, while the powers derived from devil fruits remain beyond the machine's capacity for evaluation." The students paid little heed to Zephyr's latter remark. Combat strength? How delightful to discover such a remarkable tool. The training ground erupted in excitement. So, who will be the first to give it a try? Zephyr directed his eager gaze towards the 5 elite class members. Hundreds of eyes swiftly turned in unison. Gruz, Peacock, Ein, Benz, and Luke suddenly found themselves the center of attention. "Look, how about I go first?" Gruz turned to look at Luke. Luke shrugged nonchalantly. Anything works. The value of his combat power was evident as he glanced at the panel, a clear 2,200 displayed before him. He remained unhurried. What level would Gruz attain? Luke felt a flicker of anticipation. Gruz stepped forward, confronting the punching bag, summoning every ounce of his strength. After a year of rigorous training, his control over his own power had become increasingly refined. With his formidable strength coalescing into a singular punch, he struck swiftly. Bang! His fist collided with the padded surface, A torrent of force unleashed, and the machine's digital display fluctuated before settling on the value of 1150. A commendable score of 1150. Zifa nodded in affirmation. Teacher, what does this score signify within the Navy? Gruss inquired. Zifa raked his fingers through his hair, replying, in the Navy headquarters. A commander typically possesses a combat power around 1000. A flush of pride swept across Gruss's face. Does that mean I already possess strength comparable to a commander? And this is without factoring in my devil fruit abilities. Zifa added, let me inform you of another detail. Shuzwa's combat power stands at 1600. Shuzwa raised his arms, showcasing his well-defined muscles, a smug grin spreading across his face, as if to say, you still have a long way to go. Gruss, wearing a satisfied expression, retreated back into the ranks. Luke felt a gentle tap on his shoulder from someone beside him. The Peacock, Ain, and Binns were all gazing at him, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Luke, it's your turn. He was now recognized as the foremost individual in the elite class. Gruz had demonstrated a power level of 1150. What about Luke? It was impossible not to be curious. Luke awkwardly touched his nose and took a couple of steps forward. I am aware of my own spiritual power. Is there still a need for testing? However, since my classmates are so eager, I cannot decline. The spiritual power reflects my usual combat capability. But what might the activation of the Ox Talisman's power reveal? Luke's eyes sparkled with newfound interest as a unique idea took root in his mind. The Bull Talisman had become an integral part of him, theoretically granting him the potential to amplify his strength tenfold. However, during the practical application of this power, Luke soon discovered that reality diverged from theory. The ability to withstand such force came at a price. The greater the power, the more robust the physique required to bear it. Otherwise, excessive strength would only recoil upon the body. With his advanced physical capabilities, increasing his strength sixfold was already at the limit. Any further enhancement would result in severe backlash, inflicting harm upon himself in the process. A classic case of inflicting 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. As for the prospect of achieving tenfold strength, that would surely cost him his life. His physical conditioning required improvement. Luke speculated that perhaps if his physical prowess were to ascend to the advanced 5-star level, he would be able to withstand tenfold the power of the Bull Talisman. What then? He pondered. Would the current sixfold strength be capable of enduring? Iron Fist, sixfold divine power. Luke aimed at the punching bag and delivered a mighty blow. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air, sending a tremor through the training grounds. Each screw securing the punching bag to the ground popped loose, and the machine began to drag along the floor, emitting a cacophony of distressing sounds, leaving one to wonder if it might collapse at any moment. On the digital display, a series of numbers fluctuated until the previously static fifth digit suddenly leaped to 1, ultimately settling on a dazzling figure, 10,000. Luke achieved a remarkable energy value of 10,000. With a baseline of 200 energy, a sixfold enhancement in strength does not equate to 13,200 energy. It appears that strength and energy are not synonymous. Luke turned around to see his fellow trainees with expressions of sheer disbelief, their eyes wide and jaws agape in astonishment. 10,000 combat points, was this even human? Gruss questioned the very essence of his existence. I always knew that Luke harbored an immensely powerful force within him. During our first encounter, he struck me with a single punch that left me bloodied. But what on earth does this 10,000 combat points signify? Shiozwa was utterly perplexed. Chapter 27, The Sensation. Luke, please, deliver a punch to awaken me. I must be dreaming. Luke, do you lack adornments on your legs? What do you think of me? Is 1,000 combat points something to boast about? True men start at 10,000 combat points. Luke asserted that merely surviving 3 years in military school was the pinnacle of achievement. 3 individuals were driven to madness. I too feel on the brink of insanity. This world is utterly insane. Look, when did you become the unrivaled champion? The training ground was nearly overturned by the cacophony of fervent excitement. As everyone succumbed to a frenzy of hysteria, their gazes towards Luke ablaze with fervor. Luke felt a twinge of embarrassment. His cheeks flushed, as though he had overstepped. Initially, maintaining a steady strength of 2,200 would have sufficed, avoiding such a spectacle. However, Luke was genuinely curious about the extent of 6 times that force, seeking an assessment of his own combat prowess. The figure of 10,000 was indeed astonishing to many. Would this punching machine withstand such force? Naturally, there were differing opinions. After all, Luke's punch had nearly dismantled the apparatus. Zephyr waved his hand. Engineers, inspect the machine. A few engineers dispatched by the technology department after a moment of astonishment, promptly grabbed their tools and commenced an urgent examination of the device. Finally, they secured the punching machine back to the ground, drenched in sweat, urging the trainees to continue testing. Their perspiration stemmed from the inability to pinpoint any faults, merely tightening a few loose screws. Upon receiving the engineer's report, Zephyr cast a glance at Luke. To be cautious, he decided to let others take a turn first. Ein, he commanded, and Ein nodded in understanding, summoning a wave of azure energy beneath her feet. With a swift kick, she struck the designated area of the machine. Proficient in all 6 techniques now. Her powerful slash dissipated, revealing a clear number on the digital screen, 900. While this was less than Luke's 10,000 and slightly inferior to Gruss's 1150, it was nonetheless a normal figure. Ein displayed a satisfied smile. She was not one to crave competition. She accepted her reality, knowing that in regular sparring, she fell short of Gruss. The crowd's attention shifted back to Luke, wondering if he could still produce 10,000 with the machine functioning properly. Luke, give it another shot, Zephyr instructed. When Luke had achieved 10,000, the commotion had been considerable, yet Zephyr maintained a stoic facade, internally shaken, his arm trembling in his embrace. Over 3 years, Luke had transformed from an ordinary soldier to a powerhouse of 10,000. Such a phenomenon was rare in Zephyr's extensive naval career, excluding mechanical failure. What could Luke's true strength be? Zephyr's gaze was filled with anticipation. Yes, sir, Luke responded earnestly. He approached the punching machine once more, this time refraining from using any enhancements, delivering a straightforward punch. This blow was unremarkable, merely employing his standard strength. The shockwave radiated from his fist, unleashing his power, the digital display flickering rapidly before settling at 2,200. Indeed, his previous feat had been a mechanical anomaly, murmured Rio. Yet why did the sight of 2,200 still evoke a sense of suffocation? Luke had undeniably surpassed him in combat potential. Rio felt wounded. Over the past 6 months, he had come to appreciate Luke's astounding growth through their battles, making confrontations increasingly challenging. However, his pride prevented him from admitting he was not Luke's equal, attributing his losses to Luke's extraordinary strength. Now, with the power levels laid bare, it was evident he had been eclipsed by Luke. The other 4 in the elite class felt a mix of emotions. Ein wore an elegant smile, her hands clasped together, giving him a small applause. Binz wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, feeling the immense pressure. The peacock's eyes sparkled with fierce competitiveness. Gruss raised his handsome face, laughing heartily, and remarked with admiration, as expected of Luke, the effort of these years has truly borne fruit. Luke responded with indifference, Teacher Zephyr, what level of combat prowess does a vice admiral possess? Taken aback by Luke's unexpected inquiry, Zephyr grinned widely. Haha, I am quite intrigued, he said, adjusting his glasses and fixing a burning gaze upon Luke. Luke, your own prowess has already surpassed the majority of colonels. Is that not sufficient for you? Oh, I was merely asking casually. Haha, no worries. This is not a closely guarded secret. Generally speaking, a vice admiral's combat prowess is typically above 5,000. 5,000 combat prowess. Is that the norm? Indeed, it is the norm, Zephyr replied, his smile radiant as he regarded him. Luke swallowed hard. The vice admirals stand as the pillars of the Navy, beneath the 3 highest powers of the fleet. Even among the vice admirals, there exists a significant disparity in strength. Take Garb, for instance. He possesses the might of an admiral yet refuses to ascend to that rank, his combat prowess undoubtedly exceeding 5,000. It is possible that his foundational strength lies somewhere between 20 and 30,000. Furthermore, there are the strategic minds such as Admiral Sengoku and the candidates for admiralcy, Gion and Akainu, all of whom surely possess strength far exceeding 5,000. This level may indeed serve as a watershed moment. Harnessing the power of the Bull Talisman, I managed to achieve a strength of 10,000, and I felt a flicker of excitement within. However, the typical strength of a vice admiral exceeds 5,000, while I am merely at 2,200. The gap is considerable. I must not become complacent. Look, Luke silently reminded himself, gently patting his cheeks to rouse his senses. He resolved to train even harder. Subsequently, the other trainees approached in succession, undergoing their evaluations, and each received their respective results. Luke's strength, 2,200. Gruss's strength, 1,150. Peacock's strength, 980. Ein's strength, 900. Binzi's strength, 750. The strength of ordinary class students ranges between 200 and 300. Zephyr nodded silently, reassured that he could take them out for practical training. Chapter 28. It's not my fault for being handsome above the vast ocean. The waves undulated gracefully. The azure warship sailed upon the sea, cutting through the winds and waves. Seagulls with their pristine white wings soared above the vessel, curiously observing it, occasionally alighting on the mast to rest. This marked the 7th day that Luke and his companions had spent at sea. Following the strength assessment, Zephyr promptly arranged the internship schedule, dividing the military academy students into 2 teams, each led by him and General Crane respectively. As they ventured into the waters of the Grand Line aboard the warship, Luke and Ian, along with Benzie, were assigned to the same group under the guidance of Zephyr, while Gruss and Peacock formed another team following Peacock's grandmother. Naturally, as it was their inaugural internship, Zephyr led them to the enchanting first half of the Grand Sea. Drink, drink. On the deck, Luke, accompanied by the motion of wielding a sword, exhaled heavily. He grasped an iron rod, adorned with 5 iron discs, raised it high above his head, and then swung it down with great force. Each disc weighed 100 kilograms, totaling 500 kilograms at the end of the rod, the leverage amplifying the weight considerably. Even upon reaching the vast ocean, Luke's training would not cease. 501, 502, 503. Luke's freshly cut hair resembled a crown of steel spikes, sharp and angular, while beads of sweat adorned his handsome visage, and his eyes shone with fervor. Clad in blue trousers, he had set aside his Navy standard white vest, revealing his bare torso, where muscles rippled and coalesced as he moved vigorously, droplets of sweat cascading down his sun-kissed skin. His robust arms hoisted a metal rod above his head, and with a powerful swing, he conjured a fierce gust of wind, sending ripples across the ocean's surface. As he counted, 699, 700, 701, the rigorous training persisted. Fatigue and soreness began to manifest in his muscles. Yet, the greater the challenge, the more he resolved to endure. For only by surpassing his limits could he forge a stronger self. Meanwhile, Luke had finally finalized the activation of 2 spell abilities. His own strength was already formidable, with 2,200 combat points sufficient for the first half of the Grand Line, adeptly handling the majority of pirates, armed with the 6 forms' exceptional swordsmanship, and an invincible iron fist, he could confidently confront nearly all adversaries, save for those of 1 billion berries or more. In the face of formidable foes, he could unleash the bull spell, overwhelming his enemies with sheer force. The pressing need was to diversify his abilities. Within these waters, the existence of devil fruit powers promised unexpected advantages. The element of surprise could yield remarkable outcomes. How enchanting it is, this notion of unpredictability. Luke has activated the mouse charm and the monkey charm, which respectively symbolize the power of life and the power of transformation. The mouse charm grants life to inanimate objects, transforming them into living beings. The monkey charm allows Luke to freely alter his own form, akin to the 72 transformations of Sun Wukong, and furthermore enables other objects to undergo metamorphosis at will. It is hoped that these 2 charms will bring unexpected surprises to his adversaries. Luke concluded his training, drenched in perspiration, his breaths heavy and labored. His arms had become so fatigued that they felt as though they could not be lifted. The intensity of the training had caused his hands to tremble slightly, muscles quivering. A female naval officer handed him a dry towel, saying, "Luke, wipe off your sweat." "Oh, thank you," Luke replied, smiling appreciatively at her. Without hesitation, he took the towel from her hand and wiped his face. This female officer was a fellow trainee. Her name seemed to be Christina. They had previously crossed paths during a challenge against all the recruits in the basic training class. Since then, however, they had not interacted again. Luke was wholly absorbed in his training, oblivious to the presence of another nearby. "Luke, this is for you," Christina exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed and her hands cradling a letter, her gaze fixed intently upon him, sparkling with a peculiar brilliance. "Ah, what is this?" Luke was taken aback. It was a love letter, adorned with a red heart-shaped sticker as its seal. "Luke, I have always admired you. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to encourage you with this letter. I want you to know that there are those who silently support you from behind." Christina forcefully thrust the love letter into Luke's hands, then turned and fled, her face ablaze like a ripe apple. Luke stood there in bewilderment, clutching the love letter in his hand as he watched Christina dart away into the cabin. "To think I have received a love letter." Excited shrieks and hushed whispers from several female soldiers emanated from within the cabin. Yet the fervor of their conversation effortlessly reached Luke's ears through the wooden wall. "Christina, you truly accomplished this. My heart races so swiftly. I envy you. I too wish to send a love letter to Luke, but I lack the courage. Luke is so handsome. He is bound to become a naval admiral in the future. One wonders what correlation exists between good looks and becoming an admiral. Each time I see Luke exercising, showcasing his robust physique, his chest muscles surpassing even mine, I cannot help but feel a surge of youthful affection. Longing to reach out and touch him, a sound of swallowing following my words. What scandalous thoughts are these? Truly, a group of infatuated adolescents. Luke's face flushed, burning with embarrassment. However, I too have become a man who has received a love letter. Luke possesses commendable qualities. He is robustly built and strikingly handsome. Qualities that particularly attract the attention of young women at this impressionable age. Especially after that day's aptitude test, Luke noticed the way the female students gazed at him. Their faces flushed with a rosy hue. Was it merely a love letter? How could I, Luke, possibly take pride in such a triviality? I am not pleased. Indeed, I am not pleased at all. Ha. Luke stood tall, exuding confidence and valor. Attention, everyone. Zephyr's figure appeared on the deck, his brow furrowed with severity. He had just received word that a nearby coastal town had fallen victim to a pirate assault. The assailants were the burning pirate crew, led by the notorious arsonist Fred, who bore a bounty of 80 million berries, commanding a ruthless crew of 500 marauders. In half an hour, we shall encounter these pirates. All hands prepare for battle. The warship unfurled its sails, ready to advance. Luke's expression hardened. At last, he was to engage in battle with the pirates. Chapter 29. The burning pirate crew. The small town was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing into the air, accompanied by desperate screams and cries. The ruthless pirates wielded their cutlasses, mercilessly cutting down the defiant men amidst pools of blood, before storming into the residences to plunder at will. Behind these nefarious marauders stood their captain, Fred, known by the moniker the Arsonist. Fred, a towering figure at 3 meters tall, strode slowly down the street, the heavy thud of his leather shoes echoing on the cobblestones. Adorned with a pirate's pointed hat and draped in a brown trench coat, his mustache curled upwards at the corners of his lips, his gaze wild and frenzied in the flickering glow of the flames. Most strikingly, he cradled a modified cannon, a mortar weighing 200 kilograms, effortlessly tucked under his left arm, secured with a leather strap over his shoulder, allowing him to move with ease. Seize all riches. Take all the beautiful women and children. Burn the town to the ground. My little ones, revel in the chaos. Fred howled like a beast, his voice a harbinger of savage delight. His fervent cries ignited a frenzy among his crew, each pirate echoing his manic shouts of bloodlust. Raising the mortar, Fred pulled the trigger. A piercing blast rang out, followed by a deafening explosion. A house shattered under the force, flames engulfing it, swiftly succumbing to an inferno. Burn, burn. This flame is the most exquisite sight in the world. It reduces all evil to ashes, resets all to nothing. Fred cackled, his tongue lolling out in manic glee. The apocalyptic scene exhilarated him to the core. Captain, a naval vessel has been spotted at the port. A pirate rushed to report. What? How many ships do the Navy possess? Fred asked, his laughter fading as a dark scowl replaced his mirth. Only one ship. Just a single vessel. Foolish Navy. Such paltry forces cannot hope to defeat me. Prepare for battle. He brandished the mortar, aiming it towards the port as he bellowed orders. His audacity was not unfounded. He was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 80 million berries. His crew included 2 other wanted criminals, with a total bounty of 160 million berries. As the seagull-flagged warship of the Navy entered the harbor, soldiers leapt from the deck like dumplings, landing on the port to engage in close combat with the pirates stationed there, with 3 individuals remaining apart from the fray. Luke, Ian, and Benz executed a synchronized moonwalk, dividing their forces to charge towards the town from 3 distinct directions. They entrusted the pirates at the port to their comrades. For within the town lay an even greater number of marauders, and the beleaguered residents, ravaged by the scourge of piracy, were in dire need of their protection. Luke dashed onto the street, his adept moonwalk technique allowing him to traverse the air with the grace of a dancer, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. The pirates on the ground merely sensed a shadow gliding overhead. When they looked up, there was no trace of a figure, mistaking it for a bird soaring past. Flames engulfed the scene, a dazzling spectacle of fire. Luke observed with clarity from midair as half the town was engulfed in flames. How detestable. These beasts. Luke was seething with rage. To indulge in their wicked desires and reduce a town to a sea of fire. These people deserve nothing less than death. Luke's eyes blazed with the fiery intensity of anger, as vivid memories resurfaced in his mind, scenes of his hometown besieged by marauding pirates. How strikingly similar it was to this small town. Luke descended from the air, landing with precision before swiftly charging at the pirate. His right index finger, infused with concentrated power, pierced through the heart of one pirate like a bullet exiting the chamber. Luke drew his finger, the speed of his movement seamlessly connecting as he instantaneously appeared before another pirate. His velocity was astonishing, with a mere flick of his finger. He swiftly advanced to the next target. The pirates on the street scarcely glimpsed his silhouette before they found themselves spattered with blood, collapsing to the ground in agonized cries. What transpired? A ghost, a specter? The pirates shrieked in panic, only to find themselves lying in a pool of blood, oblivious to the visage of the one who had taken their lives. Luke swiftly dispatched a band of pirates on the street, only to catch sight of a distant pirate raising his blade, poised to strike down a woman. With a rapid flick of his finger, he unleashed a vacuum projectile, concentrating all his strength at his fingertip. A crimson bloom erupted from the pirate across the street, followed by a decisive kick that sealed the pirate's fate. Are you unharmed? Luke appeared before the woman, who, overwhelmed with emotion, clung to his leg, sobbing, "Oh, the Navy! How wonderful, we are saved. I was on the brink of death." Luke sheltered the woman, urging her to hide before he ventured back onto the street. What has transpired? How could so many of my men perish? Who is responsible? Fred's face was a mask of fury. He had just summoned his crew of pirates, preparing to return to the port, only to find the lifeless bodies of 30 to 40 subordinates strewn across the street. The palpable rage emanating from him was felt by all, even prompting the cannon nestled in his arm to fire twice, obliterating 2 buildings in its path. Are you the captain of the burning pirates, Fred? Luke brandished a wanted poster, locking eyes with the opposing pirate. It was you who slaughtered my men. A mere Navy officer dares to stand before me? Prepare to meet your end. Fred raised his hand and fired a cannon shot. Yet Luke merely swayed aside, effortlessly evading the attack. Boom. The cannonball struck behind him, creating a deep crater in the street. With his initial assault thwarted, Fred exclaimed, "This is intriguing. It appears you are no ordinary foe. Men, give him a fierce welcome." Luke exclaimed in fury, burning, killing, and pillaging without restraint. "It is you, this band of pirates, who have plunged the innocent into the abyss of despair. Pirates are, after all, pirates. They deserve to be condemned." As he beheld over 100 pirates brandishing their swords and charging toward him with murderous intent, some even leveling their guns to fire, the ruthless marauders unleashed their malevolent might upon this land with unbridled ferocity. Luke raised his right hand, and before the eyes of all, his arm began to swell and elongate, transforming in an instant into a colossal appendage. This was the transformative power of the monkey talisman. The iron projectiles fired at him sparked as they struck the giant arm, clanging and clattering, yet not a drop of blood was drawn. The power of the devil fruit. Fred was taken aback, immediately associating this with a devil fruit user. Iron block fist technique, giant fist lance. Luke retracted his fist, then unleashed a powerful blow. Boom. The air trembled. The shock wave surged forward, an unstoppable force stirring up a violent wind across the street. The cobblestones were sent flying, and the pirates rushing towards Luke were hurled into the air, blood gushing from their mouths. Astonishingly, a single strike had dispatched all my subordinates. However, my fist has grown larger. Let's see how you evade my assault. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious bombardment detonated against Luke's arm, engulfing him in a blaze of fire. Amidst the flames, the searing heat inflicted excruciating pain upon him, yet his gaze remained fixed on Fred without wavering. As the giant's arm dissipated, Luke grasped the sword at his waist, channeling all his sword energy into the sheath. Iris slash, propelled by extraordinary speed and delivering a potent strike. He carved a brilliant arc through the air, akin to an iris soaring through the sky, leaving behind an elusive trace. Luke stood behind Fred, slowly sheathing his sword. A sudden spray of blood erupted from Fred's chest, revealing a gaping and ghastly wound that left him utterly horrified. How could such a seemingly insignificant Navy officer possess such formidable strength? I cannot accept this. With a resounding thud, Fred fell to his knees, uttering his last words before his towering body collapsed, marking the end of a life steeped in wickedness. Chapter 30. Iron Fist. Empty when the Navy surged into the streets, gradually subduing the scattered pirates in the small town. Deprived of their captain, the pirates became a disorganized rabble, no matter how ferocious they appeared. They could not pose a significant threat. Each division reported its findings. Zephyr, clad in his coat of justice, strode through the streets, instilling a profound sense of security in the townsfolk with his presence and the valor of the Navy. The pirates in the main thoroughfare had been eradicated, The captain of the pirate crew, a bounty of 80 million, Fred, had been confirmed dead. The pirates in the back streets had been eliminated. The vice captain, with a bounty of 65 million, had also been slain. All pirates at the port had been cleared. The navigator of the crew, carrying a bounty of 37 million, had been dispatched. The entire crew of the burning pirates had either perished or surrendered, all subdued. The town's residents suffered over 200 casualties. Messages flowed through the couriers, presenting themselves before Zephyr, who regarded the outcome with a degree of satisfaction. Yet, at that moment, his gaze fell upon the town still engulfed in flames. He ordered all soldiers, with the exception of those necessary to guard the captured pirates, to commence firefighting efforts. The Navy's busy figures did not wane in diligence despite the conclusion of battle. Numerous after-action tasks awaited their attention. The townsfolk, undeterred by grief, threw themselves into the firefighting efforts. If their homes were consumed by flames, what would become of a lifetime of labor? Where would their families go? Buckets of water were passed hand to hand from the sea and wells to the side of the blaze. Yet, their efforts felt futile against the ferocity of the flames, which could not be extinguished in mere moments. Children wailed in the face of the inferno, while women wept, their faces streaked with tears. Yet, drying their eyes, they pressed on to combat the fire. Men gritted their teeth in anger toward the pirates, disregarding the searing heat as they doused the flames with water. Could they stand idly by and witness the destruction of their town? Even the suppression of the pirates could not reverse the devastation. Luke gazed at the raging flames, then glanced at his own fists. What purpose does this immense power serve? To vanquish pirates, to protect the innocent. Yet now, I find myself utterly powerless. How I wish my fist could extinguish this fire. Luke suddenly sprang to his feet. Who says I cannot extinguish the fire? Where there is a will, there is a way. It is only a matter of imagination versus execution. The challenge lies in how to achieve the task of extinguishing the flames without causing damage to the structure. Luke clenched his fist, adopting a stance of preparation. Having practiced the 6 styles for over a year, he had become increasingly adept at mastering the power coursing through his body. The iron block represented the force channeled into his meticulously honed physique, while the finger gun symbolized the concentration of strength at his fingertips. At this moment, Luke gathered all his might into his right fist. Zephyr had once jested that Luke could unleash the power of a cannonball with his punch, capable of not only shattering his foes but also sinking pirate ships in the process. This was no mere jest. The explosive force of his iron fist possessed immense destructive power and penetrating capability, with a single strike sending shockwaves that rippled for dozens of meters. However, Luke's intention was not to destroy, but to protect. This was the essence of his belief. A formidable conviction surged forth, melding with his strength as it coalesced into a force known as protection, visibly intensifying around his fist as a faint, shimmering wave. Yet, this was still insufficient. The bull charm activated. 6-fold divine power. The aura emanating from Luke grew increasingly potent, waves of energy radiating from his being and dispersing outward, sending sand and gravel tumbling. While the flames of the buildings across from him dimmed in its presence, what was Luke intending to do? Vince felt the weight of this formidable force, a chill of trepidation coursing through him, and furrowed his brow, pondering that perhaps he still harbored resentment towards the pirates' malevolence. His unwavering integrity left no room for the pirates to harm the innocent. Only Zephyr's gaze remained solemn, for this power was overwhelmingly vast, so immense that it bore the potential to obliterate entire towns. Yet, upon deeper reflection, Zephyr remained composed, for this was a force that instilled comfort, not one born of destruction. Go forth, my strength. If my power arises from the guardianship of the innocent, then let it extinguish this inferno. Luke let out a fierce roar, iron fist, empty wind. The cannon punch erupted from his fist, leaving him utterly drained and drenched in sweat. The wind howled in response. Everyone felt a shockwave reverberate through their eardrums, their breaths caught in a moment of suspended disbelief. No, it was not mere stagnation in that instant. The air itself seemed to be evacuated. With a thunderous boom, a resounding explosion emanated from Luke's fist. The overwhelming force not only displaced the air but also scattered the flames. The entire town trembled as charred beams rained down a cascade of ash. In the astonished gazes of the residents, a fire that had engulfed half the town was extinguished. Ben stood agape. What did Luke just do? Am I hallucinating? Why have the flames vanished? Ane's mouth fell open in disbelief. This is no illusion. The fire has truly disappeared. I always knew Luke possessed a wondrous power that never failed to astonish. Zephyr's expression shifted to one of elation. He had anticipated the town's imminent destruction by fire. Yet Luke had revealed such extraordinary abilities. A refreshing sea breeze swept in from the harbor, replenishing the thin air and allowing for a deep, grateful breath. The inferno had been quelled. Our home, our beloved home, has been saved. The air was filled with jubilant sobs, voices rising in a chorus of relief and joy for their cherished sanctuary. Big brother, I too want to become a sailor someday. Luke looked down to see a child of about 6 or 7 clinging to the hem of his garment, tears streaming down his face. Yet the child's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, a light rekindled in the spirit of life. Luke gently touched his head and expressed his belief that he would become an exceptional naval officer in the future. The surviving pirates were confined aboard the pirate ship, while the nearby navy would escort them, vessel and all. Whether they were destined for the depths of an underwater prison, shrouded from the light of day, or to face capital punishment on Judicial Island was of no concern to Luke. He and his companions lingered in the small town for 2 days, assisting the residents in rejuvenating their homeland. And then the warship hoisted its sails, resuming its noble mission, the pursuit of pirates. The townsfolk gathered at the harbor, waving farewell to them. Luke glanced at the panel. The mouse talisman's fusion level increased by 1. The monkey talisman's fusion level also rose by 1. This was the reward for defeating Fred. Attention everyone. A naval warship in nearby waters has come under attack, resulting in significant casualties. Our forces are about to deploy for support. Prepare for battle. As the warship departed the harbor, a piercing alarm echoed through the transponder snail. Chapter 31. The emergence of a fearsome foe who dares to assault the Navy? Luke exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the alarm. I stood gracefully at the bow of the ship, remarking, "It seems we are dealing with a formidable adversary." Binzi nonchalantly replied, "Aside from the notorious pirates of the New World, there are not many who would openly challenge the Navy in Paradise. However, with Captain Zifa at the helm, any pirate we encounter is bound to face misfortune." His words rang true. Zifa had once served as an admiral, instilling fear in the hearts of pirates throughout the Grand Line. Even in his advanced years, despite a decline in physical condition, Zifa's prowess remained firmly at the level of a rear admiral, a rank that could easily sweep aside nearly all pirates in Paradise. That said, the situation remained precarious. Luke was still plagued by a sense of foreboding. "Luke, Ein, Binz, come here," Zephyr called to them, then turned and entered the cabin. "Teacher." The 3 of them stepped inside and found a large map spread out on a table in the center of the cabin. They gathered around the map, their expressions grave. Zephyr furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He turned to the 3 and asked, "You heard the alarm just now. What are your thoughts? Please share." Luke and Ein exchanged glances. This was a test from their instructor. Binz, with an optimistic demeanor, remarked, "There's no need for the teacher to worry. They are merely a band of pirates." Zephyr shot him a stern glare, admonishing, "Binz, anything can transpire on these seas. Do not be complacent." Turning to Ein, he inquired, "What is your perspective?" The young lady stood respectfully before Zephyr and replied, "Our Navy has suffered considerable injuries and losses, indicating that the enemy possesses formidable strength. However, the fact that our Navy still has the capability to retreat suggests that the enemy's power is likely comparable to that of the burning pirates we vanquished 2 days ago." Though Binz may have been somewhat overly optimistic, his assessment held merit. This band of pirates would not pose a challenge to them. Ein, too, harbored immense confidence in their own forces. Seeing her align with his viewpoint, Binz, with his pink hair, grinned widely, his spirits lifted. Yet, upon noticing Zephyr's unyielding seriousness, he promptly corrected his posture. The teacher was commendable in all respects, yet far too stern in demeanor. "Luke, what about you?" Zephyr directed his gaze towards Luke. Luke rested his chin on his hand, pondering the message he had heard amidst the alarm. After a moment of contemplation, he made a startling assertion. "In my opinion, this band of pirates may very well surpass even the burning pirates in strength, and they are utterly ruthless." Not only did Ein and Binz display expressions of shock, but even Zephyr and the naval officers in the cabin looked taken aback. "Why do you say that?" Zephyr inquired. "Sir, the Paradise and the New World are vastly different. Here, when pirates encounter our Navy, it is akin to a mouse facing a cat. Few possess the audacity to confront us without fear." Zephyr nodded, his gaze encouraging as he urged, "That is a valid point. Please continue." Luke remarked, "This band of pirates, daring to provoke the Navy, operates on an entirely different plane than ordinary brigands. Their ruthless nature and disdain for the Navy are glaringly evident. Moreover, from the information gleaned from the alert, it is apparent that this group dispatched one of our naval vessels with remarkable ease. Their strength and prowess set them apart from the commonplace pirates. Should they breach the Paradise and enter the New World, They could very well emerge as a force akin to the supernovas. Luke's resonant voice echoed through the cabin, leaving the assembled crowd in awe. Binzi opened his mouth in disbelief. Was such exaggeration truly necessary? The term supernova is an esteemed title bestowed upon those pirates who have traversed the Grand Line and entered the New World with bounties in the hundreds of millions. Of course, this honorific is one that pirates cherish, while the Navy perceives such marauders as malignant tumors, criminals threatening global peace. Pirates of the Grand Line are akin to 1,000 sails racing forth. Those who breach into the New World with bounties in the hundreds of millions are seasoned elites. These elite pirates engage in far more brutal skirmishes in the New World, battling the Navy and other pirate crews to the death, challenging the authority of the emperors, or aligning themselves under their banners, becoming their vassals. Regardless of the circumstance, the Navy is keen to suppress such potentially formidable pirates in their infancy. Yet, Luke, with merely a fragment of an alarm, surmised that this gang of pirates possessed the potential of supernovas. Was this not an overreaction? Binzi questioned. In response to Binzi's astonished expression, Luke nodded earnestly. I believe that no matter how much we emphasize the matter, it is still insufficient. However, there is no need for excessive anxiety. Given the combat prowess of our vessel, we are capable of contending even with the 7 warlords. Upon hearing the latter part of his statement, the serious atmosphere in the cabin lightened considerably. Indeed, Zephyr's battle capabilities are not comparable to the average rear admiral, Luke, Ain, and Binzi together wield the might equivalent to 3 colonels, with Luke surpassing a typical colonel by a considerable margin, although the ship's crew numbers just over 200. Several dozen are military academy students, the most elite soldiers. Even with only a modicum of mastery in the 6 styles of martial arts, they are already sufficient to outshine the vast majority of soldiers. They constitute a remarkably powerful navy. If such a configuration were to encounter a formidable opponent in paradise, would that not be a jest? It is merely their nascent combat experience from recent voyages that prevents them from contemplating a direct confrontation with the 7 warlords. The tense atmosphere was replaced by a more relaxed ambience as Ain smirked. Would you care for some tea? I can brew a cup for you. I'll have black tea. Thank you. I desire coffee. An iced cola, please. The room buzzed with activity, and Zephyr's demeanor appeared less severe than initially perceived. Now, allow me to elaborate on the specifics. This band of pirates is known as the Jumping Frog Pirates, with a captain boasting a bounty of 50 million berries. Generally, a single warship would suffice to handle them. However, reports indicate that this pirate crew's combat capabilities far exceed what one would expect from such a bounty. The situation is somewhat unusual, and we will need to gather more specific information upon rendezvousing with the surviving Navy forces. Zephyr turned to the nautical chart, commencing discussions with others regarding the potential next destination of this pirate crew. The battle had concluded, and it was improbable for them to linger in a single sea area. Ultimately, through his extensive maritime experience, Zephyr devised a strategy for dealing with the upcoming island. The assembled Navy personnel, all of whom had undergone systematic training and possessed rich knowledge, conducted meticulous calculations to determine the interception point. Zephyr marked 2 routes on the nautical chart, intersecting at an X. The navigator began issuing commands, the helmsman adjusted the helm, and the crew tightened the sails to change course, propelling the azure-hued warship swiftly toward the designated location. Along the way, Luke and his companions encountered the surviving Navy forces. The once mighty warship bore the scars of a fierce battle, particularly the 2 massive gashes along the port side, extending beneath the surface of the sea, nearly tearing the vessel apart. The deck was strewn with injured soldiers. The colonel commanding the warship reported the course of the battle, though brief. It had resulted in devastating casualties, with the enemy's strength being unfathomably formidable. A figure exuding despair emerged. He claimed to be the son of Whitebeard. Whitebeard. At the mere mention of this name, the expressions of the soldiers on board shifted drastically. Chapter 32. The Second Whitebeard. Whitebeard. This name resonates like thunder. He was a prominent figure of the same era as Roger, and one of the primary adversaries targeted by Zephyr, Garp, and Sengoku of the Navy. Roger's execution was deemed the Navy's greatest triumph, heralding a grand clarion call against piracy. Yet, the reality was far from this. Roger's final declaration ignited the great pirate era, causing countless youths to flock to the seas, embracing the life of a pirate. Seizing upon this surge of ambition, Whitebeard's influence burgeoned. As he established his reign in the New World, being honored as one of the 4 emperors, now recognized as the most powerful man upon these seas. The authority wielded by Whitebeard over the oceans is unparalleled. He absorbed various pirates into his fold, fostering bonds of kinship through the paternal language of father and son, compelling numerous formidable pirates to willingly submit as his sons. Now, the defeated colonel's words revealed the opponent to be Whitebeard's offspring. Zephyr's immediate thought was, what intent does the son of Whitebeard have in stirring trouble in paradise? Not merely a son, but this individual claimed to be Whitebeard's biological heir. The colonel, bitterness etched across his face, described the adversary's appearance, particularly the crescent-shaped white whiskers upon his lips, identical to Whitebeard's. Zephyr found himself momentarily bewildered. Who could this be? I have never heard of him. Luke's heart skipped a beat. Whitebeard II. Luke had traversed this world for 8 long years. And though many memories from his past life had grown hazy, the moment the colonel described the visage of Whitebeard II, fragments of recollection and events surged forth, becoming vividly clear. It was the year 1515. In this year, Zephyr, his mentor, would suffer the loss of an arm at the hands of a ruthless pirate. Even more harrowing, an entire training ship would be decimated, leaving only 3 survivors, Zephyr, Ein, and Benz. This tragedy marked the greatest blow in Zephyr's life. Following the murder of his family, intensifying his deep-seated hatred for pirates to an insurmountable peak. Yet, despite losing an arm and witnessing the near annihilation of his trainees, Zephyr did not waver in his faith in the Navy. He remained committed to his role as a military academy instructor, devoted to nurturing future naval talent. Years later, the very pirate who had severed his arm and slaughtered numerous cadets would be summoned by the world government, becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. No longer pursued by the Navy and even transformed into an ally. Disillusioned, Zephyr lost all faith in the Navy, believing it incapable of upholding justice while colluding with pirates. His ideology took a radical turn, leading him to sever ties with the Navy and ultimately culminating in a decision to bring about the world's destruction. This was dire news indeed. Luke's heart raced with trepidation. Could it be that Teacher Zephyr would sacrifice an arm here? Was it possible that the one who severed Zephyr's limb was none other than Whitebeard's progeny? The timing seemed too fortuitous to be mere coincidence. If Teacher Zephyr could only save Ein and Benz, would I not be doomed? Even if not for my own safety, for the sake of my comrades aboard the ship, I must urge Teacher Zephyr to reconsider. Luke, you appear quite unwell. Are you feeling ill? Zephyr observed Luke's troubled expression as he looked up. Luke was momentarily taken aback, then replied, Teacher, our adversary this time is formidable. Perhaps we should refrain from engaging directly. After all, he is the son of Whitebeard. Regardless of his authenticity, we ought to gather more precise intelligence before taking action. Humph, we are Navy soldiers. How can we retreat? Zephyr's demeanor shifted to one of stern authority, his imposing stature radiating an undeniable pressure. This suddenly emerging pirate, our knowledge of him is woefully inadequate. Would it not be even more perilous if we were to encounter him alongside other oblivious Navy personnel? Since we have crossed paths, we can utilize this opportunity to gauge the enemy's true strength. Even if he is indeed Whitebeard's son, we shall not hesitate to strike him down. Teacher Zephyr exuded an undeniable charisma. In these vast seas, there exists no one who would dare to disregard the name of Whitebeard. Luke was perspiring profusely with anxiety. However, if this matter holds truth, the opposing force may possess an unfathomable strength beyond our capabilities, which could lead to significant casualties for our troops. Luke was still trying to persuade, but Zephyr raised his hand to interrupt. Luke, if we retreat, where will you send those innocent civilians who are threatened by this band of pirates? Zephyr's words struck a chord deep within Luke. Luke's body trembled lightly. Indeed, while the Navy can retreat from formidable foes within the vast expanse of the ocean, the ordinary civilians, who lead tranquil lives, must confront the barrels of pirates' guns. This simply cannot be allowed. Upon observing that Zephyr had no intention of changing his mind, Luke opted for a compromise. Why not have the naval forces from G8 Fortress launch an offensive, flanking our adversaries? Zephyr nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, that is a viable plan. Even against the captain-level pirates under Whitebeard, we possess the strength to engage. The warships proceeded along their predetermined course, while Zephyr communicated with G8 Fortress, ensuring that all arrangements were executed with meticulous precision. Ian approached Luke, his bright eyes fixed upon him, a playful smirk dancing upon his lips as he teased, Luke, what has come over you? The Luke who never retreats is actually considering withdrawal? Luke Khan. My training is vigorous, and I approach challenges with fervor, yet this determination is solely confined to the Navy. My intellect is not so narrow-minded as to recklessly plunge into dead ends. I sincerely hope to alter the tragic course of history this time. No, it is merely a matter of prudence. When dealing with these enigmatic pirates, especially those associated with Whitebeard, exercising caution is never excessive. Look, the adversary we face this time is formidable. Are you not afraid? Anne smiled softly. Not at all. Because you, Luke, are here. I have faith that if I encounter danger, you will undoubtedly rescue me. Her voice was gentle, her eyes radiating profound trust. In that moment, Luke felt as though he would melt away. Even if it were solely to repay this trust, I shall not allow you to fall into peril. Nor shall I permit our entire crew to be slaughtered. However, there remains one matter that perplexes Luke. Despite Zephyr's considerable strength, even at the venerable age of 65, he should not have succumbed to the likes of Whitebeard too. Furthermore, how was it possible for an entire training ship to be annihilated? What could have led to Zephyr losing an arm? If the enemy possessed such capability, why did they not eliminate Zephyr entirely, but instead spare Ein and Binz? This sequence of events must have unfolded with unimaginable twists. Chapter 33. Zephyr's severed arm on the distant horizon. A pirate ship, its sails billowing, surged swiftly with the current. The fluttering pirate flag depicted a skull with large, bulging eyes resembling a frog. They hailed from the North Sea, known as the Jumping Frog Pirates. However, the captain had recently been slain by an unexpectedly formidable man, leading to an inexplicable change in leadership. The crew, still trembling and struggling to accept this new reality, witnessed this imposing figure, akin to a mountain of flesh, demonstrating overwhelming power by attacking a naval vessel. Thus, the crew realized that following this stronger captain might indeed lead to a brighter future and the acquisition of greater treasures. Moreover, this individual claimed to be the son of Whitebeard. Upon hearing this name, the crew members were instantly electrified with excitement. Edward Weevil stood nearly 7 feet tall. His physique robust and corpulent, his upper body resembling a veritable mountain of flesh, while his legs appeared almost spindly. His visage was grotesque, featuring thick lips and a crescent-shaped white beard that curled upward, reminiscent of Whitebeard's. His hair was braided at the sides, and he bore 3 alarming scars, with his entire left arm and head bearing the marks of severe past injuries. Weevil wiped the snot from his nose. Mother, my father truly is Whitebeard, right? Bajin, leaning upon a cane, stood before him with unwavering conviction. Absolutely, my son. You have inherited the bloodline of the world's mightiest pirate, Whitebeard. You are his biological son. And none other. And I, your mother, was the one he cherished most. Upon hearing this, Weevil's expression brightened considerably. Then let us seek him out. He will surely be delighted to see me. Bajin, startled, became flustered. She struck her son sharply on the calf with her cane and admonished him. Absolutely not. Ouch. That hurts, mother. Why can't we go find father? Weevil, with his simple mind, could not comprehend. Because you have grown. As one who bears Whitebeard's formidable bloodline, you must first achieve great deeds. We must amass wealth, accumulate vast riches, and seize treasures beyond measure. Perhaps one day, when you meet Whitebeard, he will take pride in your accomplishments. Is that so? Mother, I see my error now. Let us plunder a town. I want to eat copious amounts of meat. He licked his lips, his gluttonous desire evident. It is about robbing, you fool. But fret not, I forgive you. Because I love you. You are my treasure. When the time comes, you may indulge in as much meat as you desire. Splendid, Weevil exclaimed, bouncing with joy. By the way, mother, why didn't we eliminate the navy we encountered earlier? Those detestable navy men are our enemies. Fool, what treasures do you think those navy ships hold? How much can we gain by killing them? The focus is on the bounty. Bajin glowered, her face a mask of frustration, her fists adorned with various gemstones. Moreover, the navy is like flies. Once they catch a whiff of something foul, they will relentlessly pursue us. Slaying them will only invite more navy vessels to chase us down. Foul smell? Weevil sniffed under his armpit. Having not bathed for days, he indeed emitted an unpleasant odor. I shall take a bath, then the navy will never find us. He beamed with pride at his own cleverness. That is not the foulness I meant. Bajin shouted in irritation, striking her son on the head with her cane. A pirate hurriedly approached, trembling as he stood before Weevil, respectfully reporting. Captain, we have spotted a navy ship pursuing us. Bajin leaped to the port side of the ship, gazing into the distance. Damn it, the navy is already on our tail. It seems our previous warning was ineffective. 10 nautical miles away, the warship carrying Luke sailed resolutely through the waves. Luke set down the telescope and handed it to Ain, his expression grave and far from pleasing. Indeed, it was Whitebeard too. That crescent-shaped white beard, with its endearing yet foolish appearance, could not be mistaken. Zephyr, Binns, and the others also peered through the telescope, catching sight of the adversary. "Zephyr-sensei, are you aware that Whitebeard has a biological son?" Luke inquired. "Who can say? I have little interest in their family matters. While he does bear a resemblance if one only considers the beard, I find it hard to believe that Whitebeard would have such a uniquely peculiar son," Zephyr replied, also lowering the telescope, his demeanor serious. "Be cautious when the battle commences, teacher. That individual is a mass of muscle, evidently possessing the extraordinary strength that Whitebeard had in his youth. We may be in for a fierce confrontation," Luke felt compelled to remind him. "Rest assured, I shall handle him. My concern now lies with whether you can contend with the other one," Zephyr said, as he spotted Bakine through the telescope. Her full name was Bakine Gomstussy, once a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, a notorious and ruthless pirate, and in her youthful days, a captivating beauty. The Navy approached the pirate ship with remarkable speed. The gunners had already loaded their ammunition, and the cannons' mouths opened, aiming at the pirate vessel. Once within range, a cacophony of cannon fire erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roars of cannon fire ignited the battle. Columns of water soared into the sky, while the deck of the pirate ship exploded into countless splinters. Simultaneously, the pirates began their counterattack. Amidst the cannon blasts, Weevil raised his weapon, a long-handled halberd, and with a ferocious roar, he swung it with great force. The brutal slash cleaved the sea as if it were a massive blade, surging towards the Navy at an astonishing speed, reaching the warship in the blink of an eye. Binns retaliated with a swift kick, while Ain drew his sword, unleashing 2 arcs of light. However, as soon as their attacks met Weevil's strike, they shattered upon contact. Both men turned pale. Zephyr stepped forward, raising his fist and striking down on the incoming slash, causing the air on the ship's right side to resonate with a thunderous roar. The strike shattered explosively. Everyone felt the intense pressure of the attack. The enemy was formidable. The 2 ships soon collided, but the violent impact did not hinder the Navy's assault. Hundreds of figures clad in white brandished their swords, leaping onto the pirate ship from all directions, and the skirmish swiftly escalated into a fierce melee. Zephyr's grim expression fixed on Weevil. "This man is mine. Luke, Ain, Binns, you 3 must focus all your efforts on Bakine. Once we deal with these 2, the other pirates will be insignificant." "Understood," the 3 responded in unison. "We just need to take down this old witch, right?" Luke approached Bakine. The old hag was short and portly, her face lined with wrinkles, dressed in extravagant attire, clearly a person of great ambition. Whitebeard, too, possessed the strength of a Shichibukai. She, however, did not. Luke pondered to himself, capturing this old woman would pose no challenge. With a sudden lunge, he charged at Bakine, delivering a powerful punch. "You scoundrel! What do you intend to do to my mother?" "What?" Luke was suddenly startled and turned to see Weibel had somehow appeared at his side. His enormous stature completely enveloped Luke's field of vision, and a formidable sense of oppression descended upon him like a towering mountain. Luke froze in place, a chill creeping up from his feet to his head. It was too swift. Despite Luke's proficiency in the 6 styles and his confidence in his speed, he could not discern how Weibel had reached him in an instant. Weibel's limbs possessed an extraordinary strength, relying more on brute force than technique, achieving a speed akin to instantaneous teleportation. He raised his cleaver, his arms shaking violently, and swung down fiercely at Luke. The force of the blow was overwhelming. If it struck Luke, it would surely result in death or grievous injury. The shadow of death loomed ominously. An iron block. Luke certainly did not believe that an iron block could withstand such a strike. A commanding voice echoed in his ear. "Who is it?" Luke's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Zifa leaping in front of him, raising his arm to intercept the incoming blade. A dark, ominous glow enveloped Zifa's fist, signifying the presence of Haki, the advanced power revered across these seas. This defensive might surpassed even that of iron, representing a true strength that stood at the pinnacle of the world. Known as Black Arm Zifa, he wielded an unparalleled power, his Haki shrouding his wrists and rendering him invincible. These formidable black arms had once allowed him to confront every pirate in the New World, instilling despair in their hearts. Whether they were masters of physical combat or wielders of devil fruit abilities, all who faced Zifa's black arms found themselves at the mercy of his overwhelming force. Yet, before the dark aura of Haki could fully envelop his wrist, Weibel's blade struck first, slicing through flesh with a flash that severed an arm cleanly. Blood gushed forth from the severed wrist. Chapter 34. Noble Navy, Ruthless pirates. This scene sent shockwaves through the ranks of the Navy, their expressions morphing into sheer disbelief. The revered Zephyr, a figure of respect among all naval officers, had suffered the unimaginable, his arms severed. Such an absurdity unfolded right before their eyes. In the wake of the initial shock, the Navy personnel's eyes burned red with fury, unleashing anguished cries as they fought with renewed fervor against the pirates. Vengeance. They yearned for retribution. "Teacher!" Luke exclaimed, his voice a piercing shriek, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. "Are you all right?" Zephyr glanced over at him, forcing a smile despite the pain. "I apologize. I promised to handle him, but I didn't anticipate he would reach you so swiftly." Luke stared at Professor Zephyr's severed arm, and despite the dire situation, he still offered me an apology. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks as Luke bit his lip, gripping Zephyr's shoulder, suppressing his sobs. "Professor, your hand." The excruciating pain caused Zephyr's cheek to twitch slightly, a vein throbbing on his forehead. He clutched his severed arm with his left hand, staunching the flow of blood. This man, known for his unwavering strength throughout his life, did not utter a single sound of anguish at that moment. "Oh, it's nothing. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. It's merely an arm. Your safety is absolutely worth it. Besides, to deal with him, one hand is all the professor needs." A faint smile, forced yet present, flickered at the corners of Zephyr's mouth. Luke could never have imagined that Zephyr's arm would be sacrificed for his sake. Ain and Binz rushed to Zephyr's side, overwhelmed with sorrow as they cried out, "Teacher! Teacher, we are so sorry. It is my fault. I was too careless." Luke was rendered speechless with grief. "What nonsense are you speaking?" In such dire circumstances, regardless of who is threatened, the teacher would always step forward. "The fault lies not with you. The formidable enemy is still at large. Now is not the time for sorrow. Do not forget the mission I entrusted to you." Zephyr reprimanded sternly, "Hurry up." "Yes." The three responded in unison. Weevil's towering figure cast a shadow over them. "I thought you were formidable, but it seems you are nothing but a disappointment. Prepare to die." His expression remained indifferent, as if he uttered those contemptuous words with utmost sincerity, before raising his blade and charging towards Luke and the others. "I will not allow you to succeed," Luke roared, stepping forward with determination, activating the bull charm as his iron fist struck towards the blade. Iron fist technique. Divine strength arm. The clash reverberated through the air, a thunderous sound akin to metal colliding. Yet, the ferocious strike still broke through Luke's iron defense. A line of blood trailing from his fist to his arm. Is this the monstrous strength of the second Whitebeard? The power that the yellow ape claimed was reminiscent of Whitebeard in his youth? For the first time, Luke encountered such a formidable and unreasonable force, one that triumphed solely through raw power rather than finesse. Fortunately, his bull talisman proved itself worthy of its reputation. Weibel's blade was lifted high, only to be deflected by his sheer strength, causing his body to involuntarily retreat a step. "Luke, enough. You are no match for him. Leave him to me. Do not forget the task I entrusted to you." Zephyr stepped forward, positioning himself beside Luke, his unblemished left fist clenched, enveloped in the potent aura of observation hockey. Zephyr exuded the fierce spirit reminiscent of his former days as an admiral. "Yes, master." Luke cast a final glance at Zephyr's severed arm before turning and charging towards Bakine. With a sharp reprimand, Luke vanished from his position, only to reappear above Bakine's head. "Cursed pirates! If it weren't for your nefarious interference, my teacher's arm would remain unbroken." At that moment, two additional figures joined him, encircling her from three directions, Ain and Binzi. Pointing gun, storm step, iron fist. The trio's assaults descended swiftly, all aimed at Bakine's vital points. What formidable prowess could this adversary, entrusted to them by Zephyr, possibly possess? The strikes landed with a resounding boom. Dust billowed and splintered with scattered, yet Luke, Ain, and Binzi's eyes widened in astonishment. Bakine had vanished right beneath their noses, their attacks completely missing their target. "Ha ha! 3 oblivious Marines dare to strike at me? Do you think I am defenseless?" The mocking voice echoed from above. Luke gazed upward. A shadow of a staff descended, striking Binzi squarely in the face and driving him into the ground. With a swift shake of the cane, its tip pierced Ain, sending her sprawling and leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Bakine, bracing herself on the cane, pivoted abruptly like a spinning top. Her short stature belied by the formidable power of her kick as it connected with Luke, a striking contrast to her diminutive form. Luke braced himself against the onslaught with an iron block, his legs firmly planted on the ground, yet he could not help but slide back several meters. Lowering his gaze, He noticed 2 indented footprints upon his chest. Is this the prowess of a pirate who has traversed the new world? Luke was taken aback. Indeed, there was reason behind Teacher Zephyr's insistence that they join forces against her. With Bakin's strength, annihilating every Navy officer besides Zephyr would be a trivial task. A fleeting thought crossed Luke's mind. Could it be that Zephyr was not defeated by Weevil, leading to the near annihilation of his crew of trainees? Rather, it was possible that he was merely held back by Weevil, unable to extend aid, thus allowing another formidable adversary to slay the trainees. And that individual could only be Bakin. As this notion crystallized, Luke swiftly turned his head to glance at the battlefield on the other side, where Zephyr was engaged in a tumultuous battle with Weevil, single-handedly fending off the latter's advances, demonstrating combat prowess on par with the 7 warlords. With this realization, if I can vanquish Bakin, my fellow trainees will be spared from harm. A sudden surge of exhilaration coursed through Luke's heart, igniting within him a tremendous sense of purpose. Whether to repay Teacher Zephyr's kindness or to rescue his companions, an immense drive welled up within him, protecting his comrades. A bond of duty and loyalty that ruthless pirates could never fathom was precisely what Zephyr embodied as he upheld the banner of justice. It was no wonder that Zephyr commanded unparalleled respect within the Navy, compelling his students to pledge unwavering allegiance. Overwhelmed by emotion, Luke felt tears welling in his eyes once more. Teacher, such immense grace can only be repaid with the blood of pirates. The strength born from his fervent conviction radiated an astonishing aura, and Bakin, sensing this, wore a look of surprise. This boy is not to be underestimated. I must eliminate him first. A glint of malice flickered in Bakin's eyes. Bullet rain. As Bakin's voice echoed, her raised hands mimicked the gesture of a firearm, her fingers transforming into 2 gun barrels, unleashing a torrent of bullets that rained down upon Luke. The sharp reports of gunfire rang out, the lethal projectiles piercing his skin and drawing droplets of blood, yet failing to breach the iron block's defenses. Is the firepower insufficient? Then allow me to introduce this rocket launcher. Bakin opened her palm towards Luke, a hole appearing in its center, from which a rocket shot forth with a piercing wail, soaring directly at Luke. Boom. Flames and smoke billowed upwards. Ha! I am the ammo human, having consumed the ammo fruit, capable of firing weapons from every part of my body. Bakin laughed triumphantly, her shrill voice resembling the maniacal cackle of a jester. Luke, Ein and Benz rushed back, their voices tinged with urgency as they beheld the inferno. I'm fine. Luke emerged from the flames, his resolute gaze radiating an unyielding belief in victory. The scars from the explosion and the gash on his right hand inflicted by Weevil could be healed with his restorative abilities, posing no significant threat. Luke declared, You deal with the other pirates. I shall handle her. Ein responded anxiously, but Master Zephyr instructed us to confront her together. This individual is exceptionally formidable. You cannot face her alone. Having briefly experienced the might of Buggy, Ein feared for Luke's safety. It's of no concern, trust me. Luke insisted. Huh, how utterly audacious. Buggy sneered derisively. A mere junior Navy officer dares to underestimate me? Let me show you my true power. With a menacing grin stretching across her gaunt visage, Buggy waved her hands, transforming her 10 fingers into 10 ominous cannon muzzles. The air reverberated with the thunderous roar of cannons as 10 black iron balls were propelled forth, their sharp cries piercing the atmosphere. The ferocity of the bombardment altered the very fabric of the sky. Ein swiftly cleaved through the iron balls aimed at them, the projectiles splitting asunder and erupting in a fiery explosion midair. More cannonballs rained down upon the ship, causing chaos as they hurled both Navy and pirate combatants into the air amidst a cacophony of screams. Captain, how can we harm our own? A bloodied pirate rushed towards Buggy, demanding an explanation. Useless wretches, if you cannot even conquer the Navy, what purpose do you serve? Buggy retorted, raising her weapon and mercilessly gunning down the pirate. Such a vicious pirate must not be spared. Luke lunged fiercely at Bakin's side, initiating a relentless assault. Chapter 35, A Battle of Wits and Valor. Futile. With your limited skills, you might achieve something in this paradise, but against me, you can only blame your misfortune. Bakin's movements were deft and agile, skillfully dodging left and right, weaving through the powerful gusts of Luke's punches, occasionally landing a strike upon him. The pain pierced deeply, resonating to the very marrow. Luke grimaced in pain, and with a swift kick, Bakin, possessing an uncanny foresight, deftly leapt aside, demonstrating agility that surpassed even that of a paper drawing. Luke's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the techniques exhibited by Bakin, leaving him utterly astounded. Why do all my attacks miss? Not a single punch lands. This is inconceivable. In terms of strength and speed, I am not inferior to her. Yet, it seems as though she perceives all of my moves. The observation hockey. A sudden realization dawned upon Luke. Hey, you little brat know about hockey? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Bakin's eyes, concealed behind her sunglasses. No wonder my attacks were effortlessly evaded. How infuriating. Luke clenched his teeth, his frustration mounting. Hockey is an essential skill for pirates in the New World. Venturing into the New World without mastering it would only result in utter humiliation. However, for a hockey user to wreak havoc in paradise is simply against the rules. Bakin smirked coldly. Even if you've discovered it, what can you do? You are still destined to be on the receiving end of the blows. It's no wonder your teacher, Zephyr, couldn't even protect himself. It's laughable that he lost an arm to shield you. It's hardly surprising that Zephyr produced a half-baked student like you. Enough. Do not insult my teacher. Luke was filled with resentment. Bajin, you shall pay the price for your every word and deed. His intentions had been perceived, yet Luke gritted his teeth, steeling himself to advance. He had boasted of confronting Bajin, and for the sake of his comrades' lives, he was compelled to emerge victorious in this battle. In the dimly lit corridor, Luke resolved to engage her with swift maneuvers, seeking the opportune moment to unleash the shockwave of Iron Fist, air current. Should he fail to strike at the vulnerable point of Bakin, he would instead target the entirety of her form. As long as the shockwave enveloped her, injury was inevitable. With determination, Luke deftly maneuvered to Bakin's side, his clenched fist gathering the full force of his being, an overwhelming aura radiating outward. Bakin's sly gaze suddenly shifted towards him. What nefarious scheme are you concocting? I am fully aware of your intentions. Do you think to catch me off guard with your next strike? As she spoke, she surged toward Luke with astonishing speed. In his eyes, Bakin traced an arc before colliding into him. A powerful kick to his shoulder sent Luke off balance, crashing to the ground. Bakin pressed her hands against his chest, her palms forming a glowing cannon that emitted a blinding white light. Countless waves of energy converged, the immense power causing Luke's scalp to tingle with apprehension. Boom! The force of the cannon pressed down upon Luke, shattering the wooden planks beneath him. Blood gushed forth as he was propelled into the ship's cabin, indiscriminately demolishing countless objects. Lying at the bottom of the vessel, he coughed violently, expelling blood. His entire being racked with pain, his chest caved in, ribs fractured in several places. Gasping for breath, Luke felt the healing energy swiftly circulate through his body. A soft white glow enveloping his chest, mending his broken ribs. With a determined effort, he expanded his chest, the force revitalizing his torso, restoring it to its original form. This old witch is formidable, and her observation hockey allows her to foresee my every move. Defeating her without an unexpected tactic is simply impossible. With a powerful leap from the depths of the ship, Luke landed on the deck, seizing a sword from the fallen pirate in each hand. He charged towards Bakin, unleashing two swift slashes that transformed into streaks of cold, silvery light, slicing through the air in a graceful arc. Bakin deftly evaded with a light jump. As the formidable strikes left deep gashes upon the mast, which now teetered precariously, threatening to collapse to one side. Filled with resentment, Luke flung his sword into the air in a fit of frustration. The two blades spiraled towards Bakin, suspended in the sky. Yet such a feeble assault could hardly inflict any harm upon her, who effortlessly evaded the attack. Bakin executed a graceful somersault and landed deftly, a scornful laugh escaping her lips. With her fingers splayed wide, not only did her 10 fingers resemble ominous cannons aimed at Luke, but her chest also extended an array of diverse gun barrels, her firepower rivaling that of an entire battleship. Do you truly believe you have triumphed? Luke scoffed, standing resolutely still, allowing her to take aim. Bakin raised an eyebrow, questioning, have you lost your wits? Suddenly, Bakin's words were cut short. The cannons poised to unleash their fury extinguished in an instant. Two swords were embedded in her chest. Those very blades that Luke had previously cast away had returned. Luke was acutely aware that he could not match Bajin's strength in a direct confrontation. Utilizing his observation hockey, he attempted to outmaneuver her, but all his formidable abilities seemed to dissipate into thin air. As he retrieved his sword, the life force of the mouse curse activated two blades. Although Bajin could foresee Luke's strikes, she failed to anticipate the two swords that soared behind her, momentarily pausing in midair before returning with deadly intent. It was akin to an elephant's tusk, brutally thrusting from her rear, piercing through her chest. Bajin beheld the bloodied blades protruding from her torso, her vision awash in crimson. Confusion and bitterness consumed her. She could scarcely comprehend the swift turn of fate. She opened her mouth to scream, lamenting the arduous journey of nurturing Weibel. The dreams of prosperity that had only just begun, now abruptly extinguished by a hand she could not identify. Luke delivered a powerful punch to Bajin's face, flattening her gaunt features, sending her body hurtling like a cannonball. At that moment, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The sea breeze chilled him to the bone, and he realized his white tank top was drenched in sweat. Were it not for the powers of the mouse curse, enabling him to control the two swords, even his immense strength would have left him at a disadvantage against Bajin. Mother, mother, I shall avenge you. Weibel's eyes blazed crimson with rage upon witnessing Bajin's downfall. His hands gripped the pheasant knife tightly, his heavy footsteps thundering against the floor, charging at Luke like a rampaging bull, the ground trembling underfoot. Despite being struck in the gut by Zephyr, Weibel was undeterred, intent on delivering a furious slash at Luke. Luke, instinctively evasive, dodged the strike. The blade cleaved through the pirate ship's deck, its momentum unwavering, extending towards the sea, dissipating its power only after reaching hundreds of meters away. Luke swallowed hard. His swordsmanship was not yet capable of such terrifying slashes. He had no doubt that had this blow been aimed at a naval warship, it would split asunder. The sheer ferocity of Weibel's strike was terrifying. In this world, where training, struggle, friendship, and belief were said to conquer all, the dominance of bloodlines felt utterly unfair. Luke resolved that he could not allow Weibel to wield his devastating power unchecked. He swiftly maneuvered toward the pheasant knife, gripping its spine tightly. The power of the monkey curse surged forth, its transformative abilities enveloping the blade. As Weibel raised the pheasant knife in anger, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The blade morphed into a mass of mud, plummeting to the ground. "What have you done to my knife?" Weibel bellowed, mucus streaming from his nostrils. He swung the transformed hilt as if it were a club, striking Luke into the sea. Luke plunged into the dimly lit sea, descending straight down, unaware of how many meters he had submerged. Luke held his breath and glanced around, only to see 2 points of blood-red light glowing in the distance. A monstrous fish, several meters in length, swam swiftly towards him, its jaws wide open, revealing rows of sharp teeth. "You want to join the fray too? Begone." Luke summoned his strength, delivering a powerful blow that rendered the monstrous fish unconscious. With a swift kick, he propelled himself through the sea, gracefully walking upon the air with a moonwalk, ultimately landing on the pirate ship. Once again, Weibel clashed with Zephyr, fists colliding in a tempest of force, causing the deck of the ship to splinter and crack. As shards of wood flew apart, the sixfold divine power unleashed. Luke activated the power of the Bull Talisman, experiencing a sixfold enhancement in strength, his presence soaring to its zenith. With a single iron fist, he charged forward and struck Weibel's shoulder. The shockwave visibly rippled across Weibel's corpulent form, creating a wave of flesh. "Despicable! You two are ganging up on me," Weibel exclaimed, his thoughts naive and unable to contain his outrage. "We are the Navy, and you are a pirate. Allowing you to leave alive would be the greatest affront to justice," Luke retorted. Alongside Zephyr, they unleashed a barrage of punches upon Weibel, each blow landing with relentless intensity. Despite Weibel's inheritance of Whitebeard's bloodline, he could not withstand the onslaught of their combined assault. "Ha!" Luke let out a fierce roar, channeling all his strength into his right hand. His arm bulged with solid muscles, resembling iron. The iron block fist, infused with divine power, possessing the hardness of iron. It condensed 6 times the divine strength and was unleashed with tremendous force, penetrating Weibel's body like a torrential wave. At that moment, Zephyr, renowned across the seas for his black arm, also executed his most formidable attack. The power of both fists surged forth, distorting Weibel's form, his back arched, showcasing the imprints of 2 powerful blows. Chapter 36. Zephyr's severed arm reforged. At this juncture, Weibel had utterly lost the capacity to resist. As Luke and Zephyr's fist gradually retracted, Weibel's massive frame collapsed to the ground, his knees buckling, and his enormous form toppled with a thunderous crash. His eyes had rolled back, revealing only the whites. Despite his lineage from Whitebeard, and possessing strength and physique akin to a monster, he ultimately fell short of his predecessor. As he succumbed, the other pirates were swiftly quelled. Mouse Talisman Fusion Degree 10. Monkey Talisman Fusion Degree 10. The rewards from this formidable challenge were exceedingly bountiful, as the prowess of Pekin and the second Whitebeard far surpassed that of Luke, significantly enhancing the Talisman Fusion degrees. Luke felt a profound clarity in his mastery and application of the two incantations, far surpassing his earlier efforts. The formidable figure of Weibel was bound tightly with iron chains, while Zifa stood before him, his gaze imbued with complexity. Zifa, known for his principle of sparing the lives of captured pirates, had apprehended countless marauders throughout his life without taking a single life. This rare mercy, unique in its kind, had not earned him the gratitude of the pirates. Instead, he faced their vengeance, culminating in the tragic loss of his wife. From that moment onward, Zifa harbored only hatred for pirates, devoid of any compassion. Weibel, marked by his cruelty, had previously attacked a naval force, inflicting severe casualties and even severing an arm. Even if Zifa were to take Weibel's life now, few would cast judgment upon him. He stood before Weibel and sighed, "Very well, having captured Weibel, I shall spare his life for the sake of Whitebeard's legacy. He shall be taken back and imprisoned in the depths of the sea." Zifa turned, his gaze sweeping over the victorious trainees and the vanquished pirates, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his defiant eyes. "Children, you have matured. You are now capable of standing on your own. Teacher, your hand." Benzi rushed forward, enveloping Zifa in a hug, weeping like a distraught matron. Ain stood to the side, her rationality preventing any impulsive actions, yet her reddened eyes glistened with tears. She wiped her tears away. They had triumphed. The ruthless pirates faced justice, bound like dumplings and tossed onto the deck. Yet, their esteemed teacher Zifa bore the lasting mark of this moment, his arm forever lost in this encounter. Alas, unlike a gecko, he could not regenerate his severed limb. Tears glistened at the corners of Luke's eyes, for Zephyr's life trajectory ultimately could not escape the fate of severed limbs, and this time, astonishingly, it was due to him. Luke was engulfed in profound self-reproach. One by one, they wore faces of sorrow. What was the cause of their lamentation? Was it the death of their father? However, Zephyr perceived the situation with greater clarity. Upon witnessing their expressions, he immediately reprimanded them with sternness. None dared to retort. "Luke, can you grasp Ain's hand?" A glimmer of hope shone brightly in her eyes. The power of healing. Luke instantly comprehended her intent. Time had elapsed, and he was uncertain if he could restore what was lost. "I shall attempt it. What are you doing?" Zephyr observed in bewilderment as Luke retrieved his severed arm, a question mark forming on his forehead. "Teacher, do not move." Luke's gaze was resolute and unwavering. He summoned his healing powers, conjuring a radiant white light from his palms, enveloping the severed arm and Zephyr's wounds. Possessing the ability to heal all ailments and injuries, even reviving those on the brink of death, this miraculous power was at his command. However, whether the severed arm could be reattached remained uncertain. Yet, the healing energy undeniably began to reconnect the severed flesh, showing signs of restoration in the tendons and bones. Hope surged within Luke. Nevertheless, a daunting concern loomed. Zephyr's severed arm had been detached for some time and had endured fierce battles, leading to significant necrosis of the flesh. Even if reattached, the arm would surely never regain its former state, essentially rendered useless. "My teacher's arm was severed because of me. Such a fate must not befall him. No matter the cost, I shall restore my teacher's hand." Luke resolved silently, as the life force of the mouse talisman surged forth, a wondrous energy capable of reviving the lifeless. The decayed flesh began to regain vitality. A multitude of eyes were fixated on Luke, their expressions a mixture of confusion and inexplicable anticipation, as if sensing that Zephyr's arm would soon be restored. Zephyr experienced an extraordinary sensation. He could feel his right hand once more, the fingers twitching slightly. When Luke ceased his healing, Zephyr raised his right hand, forming a fist. A sensation of strength coursing through him. "I can feel it. I can feel my right hand." Even the open-hearted Zephyr could not contain his tears of joy. He leaped to the ship's railing, his right hand clenched into a fist, the waves of power visibly radiating outward. With a final, resounding punch, a towering column of water erupted from the sea. The force sent the entire vessel rocking violently. "Ha! Luke, thank you," Zephyr exclaimed, unable to suppress the smile that spread across his face as he laughed heartily. "Hee, I knew you could do it, Luke." Ain, standing beside him, clasped Luke's arm tightly, her face alight with joy, radiating happiness like a magpie heralding good fortune, instantly enveloping those around her in the warmth of her elation. Luke said, "I cannot accept your gratitude. If it weren't for me, your arm would not have been broken." Zephyr patted Luke's shoulder and replied with a smile, "But you have restored my arm, so I suppose we are even." "Indeed." Luke nodded earnestly, his face radiating joy. Zephyr raised his palm, and Luke mirrored the gesture. The two struck their hands together with a resounding clap before intertwining their grips. Speaking of which, this ability to heal all wounds, if I am not mistaken, must be the power of the healing fruit. When did you consume a devil fruit, Luke? Zephyr inquired, perplexed. But that cannot be right. If you had eaten a devil fruit, you would not have been able to return after falling into the sea. What kind of magic did you employ? Luke chuckled softly. I am uncertain. Perhaps it is merely my innate abilities. The existence of the magical symbols was inexplicable, and he could only utter it casually. Zephyr was profoundly astonished. What manner of racial power was this? Could it be that Luke harbored the bloodline of some extraordinary lineage? This world was teeming with remarkable races, the Lunaria with their flame-red hair, the Titanic giants endowed with immense strength, the Longfoot, whose kicking techniques possessed tremendous force, and the Fur clan, which transformed into moonlit lions on the night of the full moon. Despite traversing the vast seas for decades, Zephyr had yet to encounter every race. The existence of a race with healing abilities was something he had never even heard of. Oh well, if it eludes my understanding, I shall not dwell on it. Once the battle concluded, Luke noticed a wound on Ein's leg. With his abilities now revealed and no reservations remaining, he promptly offered his assistance. Look, I've been shot too. Binns approached, his eyes glinting with intrigue at Luke's healing prowess. Oh, where? Luke inquired, adhering to his principle of welcoming all. Look, it's right here on my backside. Binns raised his rear end high. How utterly distasteful. Luke kicked him into the sea. Chapter 37, 2 years later, now graduates. In the year 1517 of the Marine calendar, the military academy students celebrated their graduation at a bar in the Shambadi archipelago. Cheers. The clinking of glasses resonated with joyful cheers from those present. Gulping down a drink, Luke set his glass on the table, the ice cubes inside clinking melodiously. The icy liquor slid down his throat, sending a shiver throughout his body, invigorating him. What a thrill! Among the attendees, Ein, Binns, Gruss, and Peacock all wore expressions of sheer delight. Plates of sumptuous fish and meat were served, along with an array of desserts and beverages filling the table. The group feasted heartily, sharing stories about their recent internships. Tales of bravado were inescapable battles against 5,000 pirates, mistaking a sea turtle for an island, and having their ship plummet from the sky. Despite the separations during their internships, the reunion had only deepened their camaraderie, reaffirming their bonds. Instructor Zephyr had guided them through several internships before finally relinquishing them to train the next batch of cadets at the academy. Luke was pleased that Zephyr had not succumbed to darkness. The internship ship had incurred no major casualties, aligning with expectations, and Zephyr was quite satisfied with this group of naval recruits. As a result, neither Zephyr, Ein, nor Binns would be leaving the Navy, which brought Luke immense joy. Gruss, tearing into a large piece of meat, mumbled through his mouthful, Luke, I heard you're heading to the East Sea? Yes, Luke nodded. What for? We can't bear the thought of you venturing far away. Well, I do have matters to attend to, Luke replied, a hint of regret in Gruss's voice. It's a shame. With your talents and abilities, staying in the Grand Line would be the best way to maximize your potential. Hey, I'll be back soon, Luke chuckled lightly, gulping down more beer. Binns wrapped an arm around Luke, teasingly smiling. Are you really going? Has Ein agreed? Can you bear to leave her? Luke's teasing gaze made him blush, yet he boldly looked at Ein and declared, what is there to miss? A man's ambition knows no bounds. A woman merely hinders the speed of my sword. Indeed, I only slow your sword drawing, Ein retorted, exasperated, shaking the ice in her glass. Her face adorned with a playful smile. You're aiming to be a great hero, aren't you? But do return swiftly. With Ein's support, no one else raised objections, and the conversation among the three men swiftly shifted. Only Peacock and Ein spoke softly to one another, occasionally emitting sweet laughter that quickened the hearts of the men nearby. Curious patrons turned their attention to their table, drawn by the delightful laughter emanating from such beautiful women, eager for a glimpse. However, upon noticing their naval uniforms, even the most daring patrons refrained from making advances. This gathering marked both their graduation celebration and a farewell for Luke. Luke savored the wine, allowing the sweet and sour liquid to glide down his throat, enveloped in a delightful atmosphere. A month prior, the system had unexpectedly bestowed upon him a mission to journey to the East Sea and eradicate the 4 notorious pirate crews. The East Sea, having suffered misfortune due to a certain naval admiral who frequently returned to visit his grandson, saw the downfall of several formidable pirate crews, rendering it the weakest maritime region among the 4 seas. Nevertheless, for powerful pirate crews continued to thrive in the East Sea. The buggy pirates, the Black Cat Pirates, the Click Pirates, and the Dragon Pirates, all of whom remained unshaken by the local naval forces. The system promised a reward, an enhancement of abilities by 1 star. Having feasted and imbibed, Ein proposed, "Let us venture to the amusement park." Luke beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful. It's been ages since I've had the chance to unwind here. I challenge you all to a bubble racing competition." The peacock wrinkled its nose, retorting, "You muscle-bound fellow, who would race with you? Let us head to the water park." "I wish to experience the bubble water slide." Vince questioned, "Oh, as a power wielder, isn't playing in the water rather unsuitable for you?" Grooge chuckled heartily. "We have an entire day ahead of us. Let us indulge in every attraction." The Shambadi archipelago is situated before the Red Soul continent, nestled in the heart of the Grand Line. The entire island is composed of 79 trees, each harboring towns and facilities, with the ground formed by their roots. The island's most distinctive feature lies in the roots, which secrete a unique natural resin through respiration. This resin expands in the air, forming bubbles that ascend into the sky. The bubble culture permeates every corner of Shambadi Island, with bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and houses constructed atop bubbles. The amusement park and sightseeing areas are essential for any visitor to this enchanting locale. Since we have arrived at the Shambadi archipelago, a day of exhilarating fun is a must. Just as they exited the bar, an individual suddenly lunged before them, sliding a meter while maintaining a prostrate position. Luke was astonished, exclaiming, "Wow. Even if one admires our navy, such a grand gesture is unnecessary." Ein tugged at his sleeve, urging him to take a closer look. Clearly, he has merely stumbled. It appeared that Luke, having indulged a bit too liberally, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected sight of someone sprawling on the ground, leading to a misunderstanding. It was not a manifestation of his own imposing presence that inspired such awe. From behind, the individual appeared somewhat slender, likely a youth of around 15, and the fine fabric of his attire suggested he was of no ordinary background, yet he was certainly not a rugged pirate. As the person lifted his head, a small hat perched atop, revealing a remarkably delicate face. Luke crouched down and helped the person up. "Hey, are you all right? What happened?" The individual grasped Luke's arm tightly, trembling with agitation. "You are the Navy. Please save me. There are bad people trying to capture me." As he spoke, 7 or 8 men in black appeared at the street corner, brandishing knives with fierce expressions. Upon spotting the child, they cursed and charged forward. "You brat, run. You think you can escape from us? We'll make you feel the sting of a whip when you return, so you'll learn that disobedient children deserve a beating." The Shambadi archipelago lies at the heart of the Grand Line, thriving in commerce and tourism, yet it is also a haven for numerous outlaws. Pirates are merely one faction. Bounty hunters, human traffickers, and gangsters also hold considerable power. Chapter 38, A Plea for Help from a Little Girl. Luke inquired, "Who are you? And why have they captured you?" "They are slave traders. They have also taken my friend." The little girl's voice was filled with anger and fear. Upon hearing the term slave traders, not only did Luke furrow his brow, but the expressions of those around him also darkened considerably. With this revelation, Luke felt no further hesitation. He unleashed his longsword with an unstoppable force. The once arrogant and imposing brute collapsed into a pool of blood in an instant. The girl hailed from the kingdom of Leine and identified herself as Lexia. She wore white trousers on her lower half and a red coat on her upper half, the collar standing erect, enveloping her completely. Her delicate features were framed by soft, flowing red hair that cascaded down once her hat was removed. At 14 years old and standing at 1.60 meters, she was already a budding beauty, yet before the towering Luke, she appeared merely as a child. With sparkling eyes fixed upon Luke, Lexia pleaded, "I have a request. My friend has been captured by pirates. I implore you to assist me. I am willing to offer you a generous reward. Of course, I have no money on me right now, but once my friend is rescued, we will surely compensate you." Her gaze was intense, and Luke found himself utterly defenseless against such a desperate plea for help. He ran a hand through his hair and glanced apologetically at his companions. "I'm afraid I cannot join you in your leisure activities." Ein elegantly smirked. "Business takes precedence. Will you help me? I would be eternally grateful." Lexia lifted her chin, her eyes gleaming with gratitude. "But there are many of them. Should you not seek more naval support?" Luke and Ein exchanged glances, bursting into laughter simultaneously. "We are more than enough," they declared. "If there are any opponents we cannot defeat, no amount of naval forces would make a difference." Lexia blinked, observing their unwavering confidence and extraordinary demeanor. She promptly instructed the pirates on the docking location, which was in Area 43. The Sabaody archipelago consists of 79 trees, each assigned a number, with tree 43 designated as the sightseeing area, not far from their current location in Area 31. Luke slightly bent down, his robust arms encircling Lexia's waist, cradling her within his embrace, before dashing towards Area 43. Lexia let out a piercing scream as the fierce wind tousled her hair. As Luke raced through the air with astonishing speed, Lexia barely opened her eyes, the scenery swiftly retreating behind her, eliciting a sense of apprehension. Such velocity was overwhelming. It felt as though her eyelids were about to close. The girl's heart raced wildly. The tension in her body dissipated as she firmly grasped Luke's clothing and arm. This older brother possessed strength surpassing even that of the kingdom's guard, and he was undeniably handsome. He would surely rescue Viola and the others. Lexia's spirits soared. Luke embraced her, his heart unwavering, each step covering 10 meters effortlessly, his figure resembling an arrow freshly released from a bowstring. The onlookers merely sensed a rush of black wind sweeping past, unable to discern his movements. Luke traversed through the bubbles, his feet gently caressing the soft earth. And in merely half an hour, he raced from District 31 to District 43. In the deep waters at the island's edge, vessels frequently anchor here as a temporary port. There are only two paths to the New World. The first entails submitting an application to the world government, traversing the Red Land, and passing through the sacred Mariewa. The second option involves plunging into the abyssal depths of the ocean, navigating through the colossal cavern beneath the Red Land, and journeying to Fishman Island. Pirate ships shun the light, leaving them with no choice but the latter route. They seek out coating artisans here to envelop their vessels in a layer of bubbles before submerging into the sea. Luke halted his steps, standing at the edge of the island, and set down Lexia. Before him lay 4 or 5 colossal vessels, all with their sails furled. For the island was under the watchful eye of the Navy, deterring pirates from displaying their audacity. In an effort to avert conflict with the naval forces, they concealed their sails and pirate flags. "That ship over there, look," Lexia exclaimed, her finger angrily pointing towards one of the vessels. It was a serpent-headed ship, measuring over 50 meters in length, with a stout mast from which a solitary figure stood vigilantly, diligently keeping watch. Luke, Ain, Gruz, Peacock, and Binzi leapt onto the deck, their footsteps firmly landing upon the planks. As they surveyed the scene, they beheld a throng of hundreds gathered upon the deck, reveling in a lavish feast. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with clinking goblets and an abundance of sumptuous dishes, as male and female pirates danced and sang, indulging in carefree merriment. If this were merely a merchant vessel or a cruise ship, it would have been a splendid sight. However, they were a band of pirates, a group of nefarious rogues who pillaged and enslaved in the name of freedom. Suddenly, Luke and his companions burst in, plunging them into a moment of profound silence. "It is the Navy!" A scream pierced the air. The 100-strong crowd sprang to their feet, hands reaching for weapons. "Have we been discovered? There are only 6 of them. The men must be killed. The women, ha ha ha." The pirates, far from feeling fear, seemed to be somewhat exhilarated. I rifled through a stack of bounty notices, locking eyes with one of the speaking pirates, Barrow, the first mate of the Darla pirate crew, with a bounty of 30 million berries. Their captain, Darla, bore a bounty of 70 million berries. However, it appeared that he was not among this group. Ein scanned the surroundings, but could not find the pirate captain. Luke spoke in a chilling tone. "Excellent. Eliminate them all. Gruz and Peacock. Search the cabin and rescue the civilians." Within half an hour, the Dylon pirate ship was engulfed in thick black smoke. One after another, the pirates fell, their chests marred by deep sword wounds, collapsing into pools of blood. Gruz and Peacock emerged from the cabin, shaking their heads at Luke. They had found no one. Luke sat atop the rotund belly of a brutish pirate, his gaze fixed downward upon Barrow, with a firm grip upon the hilt of his sword. The blade was plunged vertically into the deck beside Barrow's eye. "What of your captain, and the slaves you have captured?" Barrow trembled, bloodied and shaken, a severed hand lying beside him. "Our captain has taken the slaves to the auction house," he replied. "All I know is that the auction house is located in Zone 1 and is affiliated with the Taizolo Consortium. Beyond that, I am at a loss. I truly do not know anything else." With a single stroke, Luke ended Barrow's life. Before departing, he ignited the pirate ship's stash of explosive potions, then, with one hand gripping Lexia, soared from the vessel to the shore, landing gracefully. Behind him erupted a series of explosions and towering flames. Splintered wood was hurled dozens of meters away, landing on a nearby ship where a group of inconspicuous pirates cowered behind the railing, witnessing the one-sided massacre. their bodies trembling in fear. Were these mere naval soldiers truly so formidable? What a terrifying hell the waters of the New World must be. This is not a place for us. Let us return home. We shall set sail for home tomorrow. No, we must wait until these fearsome naval officers depart. Then we will unfurl our sails and head back to our homeland. Mother, I miss you. Chapter 39, The Monkey Talisman, Transformation and Disguise. Luke set Lexia down. And Ain approached. You are all aware of the situation. Lexia's friends have been taken to the slave auction. Lexia felt a twinge of despair. Viola, I hope they remain unharmed. Ain stepped closer, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the blood from Luke's face. The stains of blood and smoke lent a fierce and rugged aura to his handsome visage, bordering on the frightening. She shot Luke a reproachful glance, saying, Look at you. Don't frighten the children. Luke cast a glance at Lexia, sheepishly scratching his head, having been so engrossed in battle that he failed to notice the child beside him. Lexia puffed out her cheeks in indignation. I am no longer a child. The kingdom of Li'in reveres the strong. This mere skirmish does not intimidate me. Moreover, amidst the chaos, I managed to eliminate 2 pirates. Well done, Lexia. Ain exclaimed in admiration, affectionately ruffling her hair. Her sulky expression was utterly endearing. Gruz, with his robust arms crossed, leaned against the trunk of a tree and spoke in a low voice. We are in deep trouble. The slave auction in Zone 1 is fraught with peril. Luke nodded solemnly, his expression grave. Lexia's friend has been taken to the lawless territory. If sold, rescuing them will become an even more daunting task. What do you intend to do? Gruz fixed a sharp gaze upon Luke. Luke's lips curled into a broad smile, reminiscent of a sword drawn from its sheath. Is there any need to ask? Of course, we shall rescue them. After all, I have already made a promise to little Lexia. His response elicited a wave of gratitude that graced Lexia's delicate features. In Zone 1, where slave trading prevails, you must be aware, Luke, that it is a chaotic milieu, rife with various factions vying for dominance. Many ostensibly legitimate businesses are, in fact, backed by the government and nefarious forces. With just the few of us, we would be utterly powerless in such a place. And what of it? Luke's smile faded, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness. If I were unaware of this matter, it would be one thing, but since it transpires beneath my very eyes, I cannot remain indifferent. It is our duty as the Navy to protect the vulnerable. If I cannot uphold justice, my own sense of righteousness will be tarnished. At that moment, Luke's chiseled visage basked in the radiant sunlight, emanating a sacred glow. His resolute gaze, sharp as a blade, conveyed an unwavering conviction. Zone 1 is a territory notoriously difficult for the Navy to control, teeming with lawless individuals who thrive in the shadows cast by the sun. The rampant slave trade is but one of the many illicit activities that flourish there. Yet, Luke harbors no intention of retreat. Gruz adjusted his hat, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I knew you would say that. There's no helping it. After all, we are good friends. So I shall accompany you into danger. Ain, Binz, and Peacock likewise wore warm smiles. How long has it been since the 5 of the elite class have acted together? Who could have foreseen that their first mission post-graduation would be of such grand scale? The Sabaody Archipelago hosts a Navy base, situated near the Holy Land of Mariawa and close to the Marine headquarters at Marineford, where the Navy's deterrent power is unprecedented. However, the intricate terrain of these islands poses a challenge. Each tree stands like a small isle, and every area resembles a town. Elite pirates from the 4 seas and various factions intertwine, creating a lawless zone where even the Navy must tread cautiously. Luke and his companions ventured into the realm of lawlessness, fully aware of the considerable risks they were undertaking. Despite this knowledge, once Luke made his decision, Gruz and the others not only refrained from opposition but expressed their willingness to accompany him on this audacious journey. Gruz, a man of integrity and sunshine, had once held the prestigious position of top student in military academy before Luke's rise to prominence. He was a formidable individual with considerable prowess. Peacock's pride would not allow her to waver in the face of such adversity. With a grandmother who was a rear admiral and an idol in the form of Sister Guillaume, her life had been steeped in the ideals of naval justice from birth, fostering a deep disdain for pirates. As for Ain and Binz, their commitment to righteousness was beyond question. The 5 of them, accompanied by Lexia, faced the challenge of traversing the considerable distance to Zone 1. Gruz had rented 5 specialized flying fish in town, and under the guidance of the Flying Fish Knights, they soared swiftly towards their destination. As the Flying Fish Knights descended, Luke and his companions leapt from their mounts, landing gracefully on the soft ground. The pressing question now was how to locate Viola, or rather, the pirate Dowlin? Just as serpents have their paths, and mice theirs, so too did the underworld possess intermediaries who sold various pieces of information. The Navy. This was certainly not a place for them. The bar owner, polishing a glass, sneered coldly as he observed Luke and his companions. Luke handed him a stack of berries and said, "We are in search of the pirate Diolan." The bar owner immediately donned a different expression, his smile turning obsequious as he replied, It is quite rare to encounter such an astute Navy officer. However, I possess no further information regarding the Diolan pirate crew, which hails from the East Blue." Luke then posed another inquiry. "Does the Tetsolo Consortium have any relevant interest in this region?" "Indeed. Just take a left upon exiting. The most opulent edifice is that one. It also serves as a slave auction house. However, I sincerely advise you to tread carefully, for the significant figures behind the Tetsolo Consortium are not to be trifled with." Luke expressed his gratitude for his boss's kindness and stepped out of the bar. Before him loomed an imposing edifice. And as he gazed at the glaring inscription above the grand entrance that read Human Auction, his expression soured. The building, constructed of ancient granite, was supported by 4 stout stone columns that upheld a heavy eave, while a line of robust guards stood sentinel at the entrance. I inquired, "What shall we do next? Shall we force our way in?" It was clear that the auction house would not permit them to act freely, nor would they return the slaves to them. Gruss remarked, "Since this is an auction, any issue that can be resolved with money is trivial. We can simply purchase Lexia's friend. Would that be acceptable for young Lexia?" Gruss inadvertently revealed his extravagant nature. Lexia could only express her profound gratitude, overcome with emotion. Luke suggested, "Let us proceed this way. You shall enter through the front door, while I will stealthily infiltrate the auction house from the rear. We shall act separately and seek opportunities to rescue those in peril." The others nodded in agreement, solidifying their plan of division. Both Ian and Lexia wished to accompany Luke, yet he dismissed their desires, citing the inherent dangers involved. He observed Grus and the others as they entered the auction house through the front, then made his way to the dimly lit alley beside the imposing structure, where he began to alter his appearance. Possessing the transformative abilities granted by the monkey talisman, Luke initially managed only a coarse modification of his form, with the capability to enlarge his arms being merely one of his powers. However, upon enhancing his affinity with the talisman to 90%, he found himself capable of intricately refining his visage. Luke rubbed his face, kneading his greasy countenance, his physique expanding like an inflated balloon. A faint current surged from root to root, causing his short hair to elongate into cascading curls. In mere moments, Luke transformed into a burly figure, his visage adorned with excess flesh, embodying a robust and stocky man. Luke drew his sword and gazed at his reflection upon the blade. Upon seeing the figure that was cast upon its surface, he was consumed by rage and crushed the sword in his grip. The persona he had assumed was none other than Barrow, the first mate of the Dallin pirate crew. Luke, with Barrow's visage overshadowing him, made his way towards the passage leading to the rear entrance of the auction house. Chapter 40. The Slave Auction. Luke would certainly not foolishly infiltrate the auction house, unaware of the potential presence of formidable users of observation hockey within. His monkey talisman transformation ability rivals that of the mimic fruit. Suddenly, a group of young men emerged from the alley, their hair dyed in a plethora of colors and adorned with metallic rings piercing their lips and nostrils, obstructing Luke's path. "Hey, hand over your money." They turned out to be a gang of robbers. Luke swung his arm, as thick as a thigh, and struck down a man, sending him sprawling to the ground. With a swift motion, he donned a cloak. As Luke emerged from the alley, basking in the sunlight, he flashed a grin, his face marked by brutish features, exuding a sinister aura. That visage of Barrow was perfectly suited for a villain. Luke approached the rear entrance of the auction house, where several robust guards stood sentinel. Upon noticing Luke, they promptly raised their weapons to obstruct his path. "Who are you? This is not a place for you," they warned sternly. Luke said charmingly, "Esteemed gentlemen, I am the vice-captain of the Jaren pirate crew. Our captain should be inside. I have urgent matters to discuss with him." Simultaneously, he slipped a stack of berries into their hands. Money can sway even the most stubborn of souls. The guard's demeanor shifted instantly. "Haha, well said. You seek Dioran, correct? Your captain is indeed inside, and the cargo he brought this time is timely. It will surely fetch a handsome price. Thank you for your kind words." The guard opened the door, and Luke strode confidently into the slave-holding area behind the auction hall. Matters unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. "So, Jaren, where are you?" "I have come to find you." Gruss and his companions entered through the main door as customers. The auction venue resembled a theatrical stage. with rows of seating rising in a semicircle around the auction platform. Those gathered to partake in the auction were either wealthy or noble, including aristocrats and affluent merchants from across the globe, as well as pirates preparing to venture into the new world in search of formidable combatants. The navy uniforms worn by Gruss and his companions drew wary glances from several pirates, but they merely cast fleeting looks before returning to their indifferent observance. This was the domain of pirates and dark forces. A few navy officers could hardly stir the waters here. On stage, the auctioneer Alapa passionately introduced the slaves, fostering an electrifying auction atmosphere. Next up is item number 6, a pirate musician from the West Sea, a proud performer who can play every instrument. While you relax, he can serenade you to sleep with delightful melodies. Hand him a mop, and he will leave the room spotless. He is also an exceptional cook, specializing in delectable desserts from the West Sea. A robust 26-year-old man, standing 206 centimeters tall and weighing 110 kilograms, named Ruby. Such a cultured pirate is a rare find on these seas. Starting bid, 550,000 berries. 560,000 berries. 580,000 berries. 200,000 berries. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Sold. Alapa shouted energetically, slamming the gavel down to signify the conclusion of the auction. Next was item number 7, a breathtaking woman. Behold her miraculous proportions and captivating beauty. She is an 18-year-old princess from the Diego Kingdom. The fortunate buyer of this exquisite slave can revel in her gentle services while humiliating her noble spirit. Just imagine the surge of excitement coursing through your veins. The girl brought onto the stage wore a jeweled crown, draped in a white veil and light blue gown, with tears glistening in her eyes. A collar encircled her neck, and chains held her captive, pulled by the guards of the auction house. Her heart was in utter turmoil, praying fervently for salvation, while the wealthy patrons below emitted fervent howls. Bidding escalated with fervor. Peacock glared in fury. These scoundrels. Ane's expression turned rigid. What do these people consider women to be? Gruss clenched his fingers, his chest heaving with rage. A swarm of vermin. How can these people dare to call themselves nobility? They are nothing but refuse in this world. Lexia's face paled. Had it not been for Luke's timely intervention, her fate would have mirrored that of the girl on stage, becoming an object of contention among a throng of gluttonous nobles and wealthy merchants. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Viola, I hope you remain safe, she whispered in prayer. In the slave-holding area behind the auction hall, Luke entered with ease, surveying the room filled with slaves adorned with collars. Their faces wore expressions of numbness. Most gazed downward, with fear and despair etched upon their features. Witnessing this, Luke felt his skin tighten, a surge of anger coursing through him, his drooping arms clenching into fists. Slave trading, such a heinous act, outlawed by the world government and various nations, was brazenly unfolding before his eyes. How utterly outrageous. I have made my decision. I shall rescue all these people, he declared. Ane, Gruss, I hope you will not fault me for taking matters into my own hands. In the slave auction, beautiful women were highly coveted, while strong pirates could bolster the ranks of newcomers venturing into the New World. Giants and female mermaids were the most sought-after commodities. It was here that Luke was astonished to see a mermaid submerged in a tank. However, now was not the time to admire the beauty of the mermaid. He needed to locate Lexia's friend and confront Captain Jaren. Luke approached a guard and casually inquired about the slaves from the kingdom of Lian and the captain. The imposing guard, towering at 3 meters, harbored no suspicions and readily replied, "The slaves from the kingdom of Lian have been brought to merchandise location 36. Your captain is in the VIP room. You may find him there." Luke expressed his gratitude. With a mere disguise, all difficulties seemed to dissolve effortlessly. After all, one does not deceive their own kind. Luke cheerfully made his way to the VIP lounge. Inside, Dylan sat on the sofa, joyfully counting stacks of cash. He was a middle-aged man clad in a leather jacket, sporting a rugged and disheveled hairstyle typical of pirates. Upon noticing Luke's entrance, he appeared slightly surprised at first. Then his face lit up with delight. "Baru, come and see. We've struck it rich, 10 million berries. It's a pity the princess of the Lion Kingdom managed to escape, otherwise we could have added an extra 2 million to our haul. Nonetheless, this is no small fortune, 10 million berries from a single raid, along with the treasures plundered from the Lion Kingdom. This will sustain our lavish lifestyle for quite some time. Why are you silent, Baru? Is this not a reason to celebrate?" Dylan exclaimed, opening his arms wide, eager to embrace his companion. Luke furrowed his brow, pondering the mention of a princess. With no desire for idle chatter with Dialon, he swiftly pointed his gun forward. Thud! Dialon clutched his chest in shock, collapsing backward onto the sofa. Baru, what are you doing? Luke let out a cold laugh. Dylan, can't you discern what I intend to do? Dylan's expression changed drastically. Baru, I should have anticipated this. You aspire to be the captain. He drew his pistol, aimed it at Luke's chest, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Luke shook his head in regret, swiftly extending 2 fingers to intercept the bullet that was hurtling towards him. In the astonished gaze of Darren, he flicked his fingers, sending the bullet back along its original trajectory, striking Darren in the chest on the opposite side. A gunshot echoed through the air. What transpired? Guards from the auction house rushed through the door, brandishing their knives and eyeing Luke warily. Luke waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, Brothers, this is a private matter of the Diaran pirate crew, so please do not be alarmed. The guards, observing Luke's brutish visage and then glancing at the pile of money on the table, suddenly realized the situation. It turned out to be an internal conflict within the pirate crew, a theft. With a knowing smirk, they sheathed their weapons and turned to exit. Luke struck swiftly, seizing one individual by the nape of the neck, his fingers clenching with formidable strength, snapping the cervical vertebrae of both victims. Everyone must perish. Chapter 41, The Fruit of Reversal. Dylan was utterly terrified. The impact of Luke's slaughter of the auction house guard struck Dylan with far greater astonishment than Luke's unexpected assault on himself. Baru had lost his mind. How could he have killed the guard at the auction house, oblivious to the fact that the shadowy owner behind it was the Tesalo Consortium? And at the helm of the Tesalo Consortium was none other than Tesalo, revered as the emperor of the dark world. The Dylan pirate crew was doomed. We would undoubtedly be regarded as a thorn in the side of the Tesalo Consortium, in both the realm of light and the domain of darkness. There would be no refuge for us. Baru, if you desire to be captain, I am willing to relinquish the position to you. Dylan pleaded, his only wish now being to escape this perilous situation. Luke's expression was grim. Dylan, do you not yet comprehend? Today, your fate is sealed. Why must you be so ruthless? We have been partners, sharing life and death for over a decade. Dylan was filled with indignation. Indeed, even in death. You deserve to understand the truth. The one who will take your life is not Balu, but I, Luke. As Luke relinquished the transformative power of the monkey talisman, his robust physique gradually diminished, revealing his true form. Before us was a handsome young visage, adorned with sharp, willow-like brows and piercing eyes, complemented by a tall and remarkably strong yet not unwieldy frame. Daron gasped in disbelief, exclaiming in shock, Who is your mother? How is it that you can assume the likeness of Balu? Are you a wielder of a devil fruit ability? I bear you no ill will. So why do you seek to harm me? Luke picked up the guard's dagger and swiftly dispatched Dylan with a single stroke. The world fell into silence. As for the 10 million berries obtained from the slave trade, it is deemed an illegal transaction and shall be confiscated. Luke stealthily exited the room, surveying the dimly lit corridor and the guards stationed on patrol. The guards at the auction house, complicit in their nefarious deeds, were truly deserving of their fate. He approached one of the guards with silent precision, executing his movements with the finesse of an assassin, rendering any defense futile as he swiftly positioned himself behind the guard. With one hand, Luke swiftly covered the guard's mouth and nose, while with the other, he mimicked a gun, delivering several precise strikes. The guard's eyes widened in shock before he succumbed to asphyxiation, after which Luke dragged him into the VIP room. Luke skillfully executed his plan, silently eliminating each guard without a trace. That room is guarded by 2 sentinels. Could there be treasures within? Luke caught a glimpse of the room around the corner, and this thought blossomed in his mind. Snip! In an instant, Luke darted in front of the guard, swiftly dispatching him with a blow to each adversary. As the guard's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, Luke pushed open the door. Within lay an office, elegantly adorned, indicative of its owner's affluence, perhaps the proprietor of an auction house. On the desk rested a small box, and as Luke approached and lifted the lid, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The devil fruit. Luke's expression was one of utter astonishment. His breath quickened with fervor. No wonder there were guards. It turns out such a treasure was kept here. It is likely that the owner of the auction house believed that no one would dare intrude, securely placing the devil fruit in this location, confident of its safety. Little did they know, it had inadvertently become my fortune. Luke was brimming with excitement, his face alight with joy, yet he had no intention of consuming the fruit. While the devil fruit possessed formidable power, the 12 zodiac talismans were equally impressive, endowing him with abilities that surpassed those of the fruit itself. Transforming into a mere landlubber was not worth the cost. It would be far better to offer it to a companion in need. Moreover, this particular fruit was the retracement fruit. The first person who came to Luke's mind was Ayn. She would undoubtedly adore it. Luke gleefully tucked the fruits away, concealing them within his embrace. The assassination continued. He resembled a diligent sanitation worker, sweeping away the human vermin and refuse of the auction. In the end, only the slave-holding cells remained, where 5 armed guards patrolled. Though there was little to oversee, merely watching over the terrified slaves who dared not utter a sound, Luke swept through the holding chamber like a chilling gale from the depths of hell. As he halted, blood dripped from his index finger, each droplet falling with a crisp sound upon the ground. The 5 guards rolled their eyes before collapsing one after another. The holding chamber was an expansive room, partitioned by iron bars into 2 separate cells, with a narrow passageway in between. The walls of the cells were adorned with product numbers, and wooden crates lay beneath them, upon which sat slaves awaiting auction. Those eligible for the auction were typically of the highest caliber. Upon Luke's decisive elimination of the 5 guards, the slaves, engulfed in despair and fear, gradually lifted their heads, gazing at him in astonishment. Their vacant eyes were tinged with confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden onslaught against their captors. Yet soon, a fervor ignited among some of the slaves. Seizing even the slightest glimmer of hope for escape, they would recklessly rush towards the dawn of freedom, akin to moths drawn to a flame. "Help me, young man. I implore you to rescue me. You must be a Navy officer. I am Minsk, a pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries. Please, whisk me away. I refuse to remain here. I refuse to become a slave. Woe is me, Navy officer. Let me out. I possess wealth. If you save me, I can offer you 10 million berries. No, I shall give you 50 million. I do not wish to be a slave. I could marry you. Behold my devilishly alluring figure. I am a dancer and shall devote my life to serving you." The slaves pressed against the iron bars, extending their hands toward Luke, their pleading eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Witnessing this poignant scene, Luke felt a pang of discomfort. Yet, this was not the time for them to wail and lament. "Hush. Everyone, be quiet. If you wish to avoid summoning more guards, seal your lips." Luke was in a state of distress, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The group of frantic slaves, driven to madness in their desperate bid for escape, seemed oblivious to the ongoing auction taking place at the venue in front of the auction house. The slaves in the cell immediately covered their mouths. None who were to be sold on the auction block were devoid of intelligence. "You will save us, won't you, Navy brother?" the lovely mermaid inquired softly, leaning over the edge of the water tank. "Rest assured." Luke winked at her, signaling with an assuring okay gesture, without uttering another word. His handsome visage and warm smile effortlessly captured the heart of the mermaid. The slave's eyes remained fixed on Luke, filled with hope. "There is a chance. It is the Navy. We are saved." Tears flowed uncontrollably from their eyes. Luke counted the numbers on the wall and arrived at the merchandise area numbered 36. As he focused his gaze, he beheld a group of female warriors, their attire reminiscent of the style of Rakshia. They donned white trousers and were clad in leather breastplates, with ultra-short undergarments that barely reached below the chest, revealing their smooth midriffs and serpentine waists, all draped in sheer cloaks. Their long black hair was neatly coiled at the back of their heads, and their clean faces emanated a warrior's spirit. They were among the rare few who did not frantically call for help upon Luke's arrival. Additionally, an elderly man caught Luke's attention. This man sported long, curly hair and a beard, both entirely white, and wore glasses, with a straight scar running down his right eye. Unlike the other slaves, who bore expressions of despair and dejection, the old man appeared unfazed, leisurely sipping his drink. This demeanor prompted Luke to steal a second glance, and the old man's gaze inadvertently met his. Luke couldn't help but ponder, can such an elderly man truly be sold? Even as a gardener, he seems too aged. No. This old man possesses remarkable strength. Through his keen perception, Luke sensed an unfathomable depth within the elderly figure, akin to a slumbering beast of prey. It is indeed astonishing that such a formidable individual would willingly be captured and brought here for auction. Luke did not glance back at the old man. Instead, he approached the female warriors of the kingdom of Leine and came to a halt before them. He inquired softly, "Which of you is Viola?" "I am a friend of Lexia, and I am here to rescue you." Upon hearing his words, the group of female warriors brightened, rising to their feet with excitement. One of them replied, "Viola was just taken away." She gestured towards the auction house ahead, the true stage of the bidding, where anyone, regardless of their origin or status, became merely an item to be selected at will. Chapter 42. Fierce Battle at the Auction House Guardian. How infuriating it is to arrive just a moment too late. Luke, feeling somewhat vexed, struck the iron bars with his fist. Step back, and allow me to rescue you first. Luke swung his blade decisively, cleaving the iron bars in two. With another swift stroke, the barrier shattered into several iron rods that clattered to the ground, rendering the prison cell that confined the slaves wide open. Although Viola was not in sight, Gruss and the others were present at the auction house, and one could trust that they would succeed in rescuing her. Suddenly, a crescendo of applause erupted within the chamber, each clap resonating like a hammer striking the heart, inducing a sense of disquiet. Particularly at the critical moment of liberating the slaves, the applause rang out with a piercing intensity. A jolt surged through Luke's heart as he lifted his gaze, noticing a burly man clad in a green vest slowly approaching from the entrance of the corridor. Behind him, a line of formidable guards filed in. Armed with knives and guns, their weapons pointed directly at Luke and the slaves poised for escape. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Recognition dawned upon the slaves, who collectively uttered in dismay, "Alas, it is Gully, the guardian of the auction house." This man was notoriously known as the Crusher. His fists had obliterated countless rebellious pirates, and it was rumored that he was a cyborg with fists embedded with sea prism stone. Even those with abilities found themselves at a disadvantage against him. "We cannot escape." One slave, overwhelmed with dread, clutched his head and trembled as the paralyzing fear extinguished his will to resist. The previously buoyant air became suffocatingly tense. Gully spoke. "I was just pondering the sound of a mouse scurrying about, and to my surprise, someone truly dares to intrude upon the auction house. Your skills are impressive. You have slain many of my subordinates. However, this is where it ends." His voice dripped with deliberation as he advanced towards Luke, his towering figure, exceeding 4 meters in height, exuding an intense aura of intimidation. Each step he took caused a subtle tremor beneath him, revealing the considerable weight he bore. Luke's gaze sharpened with intensity. "Once I bring you down, no one will stand in our way." Buell stared at Luke, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Navy. These slaves are commodities of the Tesalo Consortium. To think you could set them free is sheer folly." Luke snorted disdainfully, swinging his long blade to reveal its gleaming edge. "I may not be seeking death, but I am determined to set these people free." Gulai let out a series of mocking laughs, brandishing a set of keys before Luke. "Even if you manage to release them, what then? Without the keys, they cannot escape this auction house. Otherwise, the collars around their necks will seal their fate." He unveiled a harsh truth. The collars encircling the slaves' necks were no mere iron bands. They concealed explosives and were equipped with sensors that would claim the slaves' lives if they ventured too far from their master. Luke's fury reached its zenith. The blatant disregard for life displayed by these individuals was nothing short of demonic. "Hand over the keys," Luke bellowed. Gulai, with a scornful gaze, retorted, "Do you truly desire them? I shall not yield." With a forceful grip, he crushed a whole set of keys into a heap of useless metal. The slaves, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts turn to ash. Without the keys, their rights to freedom were irrevocably severed. They were condemned to wear the shackles of servitude for all eternity. "Scoundrel!" Luke seethed with rage. Gulai, shamelessly laughing, declared, "Originally, they had a chance to escape their bondage, but because of you, they are doomed to be slaves for life." As he raised his fist, he charged towards Luke with ferocity, delivering a blow that shattered the ground beneath them. "You dared to invade the auction house and slay my subordinates. I hereby sentence you to death. Be obliterated." Luke swiftly dodged as the stones shattered by the punch whizzed past his cheek, stirring a wave of scorching air. The force of that blow was immensely powerful. "What a cruel thug. A person like you does not deserve to live in this world." Luke raised his blade, its edge poised behind him, the muscles in his arms swelling with intensity. His back arched, resembling a fierce beast ready to pounce. "Feel my wrath. Tiger hunt." Whoosh! Luke transformed into a ferocious tiger, baring its fangs as he lunged at Gulai. His long blade cleaved through the air, delivering a powerful strike that carved a deep gash across Gulai's chest. However, there was no hint of elation on Luke's face as he turned to regard the knife gripped firmly in his hand. The blade shattered with a resounding clang, splintering into numerous fragments. "Ha ha!" Gulai turned around, laughter erupting from his wide-open mouth. "I am a modified being. My entire body composed of a super alloy developed by Vegapunk. The financial prowess of our Tesalo Consortium is beyond your wildest imagination. We can procure anything in this world. Now you comprehend the magnitude of the force you are opposing, do you not? Per Navy, prepare to meet your demise." Gulai charged at Luke, his smile chillingly cruel. his punch carrying the weight of a collapsing mountain. He was the guardian of the auction house, possessing formidable strength. The auction house had managed to establish itself in Zone 1, not only coveted by various dark forces but also facing the imminent threat of pirates entering the New World, particularly the supernovas, necessitating a robust power to maintain control. Gulai was confident he could repel even the most notorious pirates, those with bounties of 1 or 200 million. What, then, was a mere Navy officer to him? With his powerful wrist raised, he advanced confidently toward Luke. Luke flexed his fingers, his piercing gaze fixed upon Gulai, as a layer of dark, ominous energy emanated from his palm, enveloping his entire fist. Luke charged towards Gulai, delivering a powerful punch. The collision of his fists unleashed a tremendous shockwave. One fist was forged from genuine superalloy, while the other was imbued with formidable martial arts and the fierce aura of hockey. Crack! Gulai glanced at his right arm, where numerous components emitted distressing sounds under the strain, and his menacing grin transformed into one of horror. Snap! Screws exploded from his arm, dislocating it from the shoulder. What an astonishing display of strength! Gulai's expression was one of disbelief. Hockey? How could a mere Navy soldier possess such power? Are you perhaps a hidden ace of the Navy, or an operative of the world government? Luke smirked slightly. It is nothing. As you have said, I am merely an unranked naval soldier. I have a keen interest in transformation. Let us test the might of my fury. Iron Fist, tenfold strength. Luke completely unleashed the ultimate power of the bull charm, and he was no longer the same as he was 2 years ago. His body, honed through rigorous training, possessed a strength capable of bearing the full force of the charm. With a mere flick of his wrist, tenfold power surged forth, enough to obliterate a town. The elderly observer, who had been leisurely watching the battle, set down his wine jug, his expression subtly shifting as he was taken aback by the overwhelming force Luke displayed. As he unleashed a punch, the air trembled. Clay, standing several meters away, felt the oppressive force of the punch bear down on him, rendering him utterly defenseless. What? My body. I cannot move. Clay thought, as he was pushed backward, a fist imprint indented into his supraelate chest. The internal components were compressed, and electric currents surged chaotically. At the auction house's front desk, Alapa was fervently introducing the items for sale, his passionate voice resonating throughout the confined space, reaching every corner of the venue. I am honored to present to you this extraordinary female warrior from the Kingdom of Liene, the captain of the Royal Guard. Behold her exquisite beauty, a perfect amalgamation of grace and strength. Her capture was purely accidental. Such a gem could never be found at an auction otherwise. With a devoted heart, she stands ready to protect her master from any perilous situation. The starting bid was set at 2 million berries, and the bidding commenced. Suddenly, the wall behind Alapa exploded, debris flying everywhere, amidst which a towering figure emerged, Gilead. However, he appeared only as a half-figure. His lower half was suspended in the air, shattered components scattering around him. What on earth happened? Alapa exclaimed in shock. The powerful punch's momentum did not dissipate with Gilead's crash. Instead, it propelled him into the audience, sending customers flying and shattering seats, plunging the venue into chaos. A massive stone fell, crushing Alapa beneath it. Chapter 43. Rayleigh Gilead, the guardian of the auction house, felt the wrath of Luke and thus met his end. The venue descended into turmoil as nobles and affluent patrons began to flee in panic. Sensing an opportunity, pirates sprang into action, brandishing knives at the wealthy, demanding ransom. Gruss, Peacock, Ein, and Ben swiftly intervened, showcasing their formidable combat prowess, taking down the pirates one by one. Even the elite among them stood no chance against their combined might. Moments later, the chaotic scene began to stabilize. Lexia rushed to the stage, leaping into Viola's arms, embracing her tightly. Viola, I'm so glad you're safe. The red-haired woman paused for a moment, then burst forth with immense joy. Princess, what are you doing here? Thank heavens to see you unharmed. Viola, who had been on the verge of despair as she faced public auction, found herself unexpectedly saved as the auction house lay in ruins, and the princess was unharmed. Could it be divine providence? Viola, I must tell you, I found some friends who brought me here to rescue you, Lexia exclaimed, lifting her head and beaming with happiness. Oh, it's not divine protection, but rather Luke's. Viola felt a surge of gratitude, tears of appreciation glimmering in her eyes. As but a humble guard, I cannot believe the princess risked herself to save me, and I must personally thank your friends. Luke emerged from the shattered opening in the wall, witnessing the tender embrace between Lexia and Viola. A smile of contentment graced his lips, for at last, He had succeeded in rescuing Lexia's friend. However, Luke's gaze fell upon Viola's neck, where the slave collar appeared particularly glaring. Thus, the question arises, how on earth can this cursed collar be removed? The key had been destroyed by Gyul, rendering the collar a lethal talisman. Should they leave the auction house, the bomb within the collar would detonate. Luke found himself in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, as the smoke cleared behind him, a multitude of gun barrels emerged. The once mighty Lord Goliath had been defeated, and the hundreds of guards he had brought witnessed this battle in utter astonishment. How could such a formidable figure as Lord Goliath possibly suffer defeat? Curse the Navy for reducing the auction house to such a state. The invaders must perish. They raised their weapons, aiming at Luke, Lexia, and the others. Luke's piercing gaze swept across the room. He was unafraid of gunfire, yet Lexia and Viola were not necessarily so brave. Suddenly, an invisible wave surged forth, the air rippling like water, and Luke's body was touched by the disturbance. Luke was astonished to discover a momentary chaos within the power coursing through him. What was happening? All present in the auction house felt this peculiar disturbance, their expressions shifting in various ways. The guards, who were armed, began to froth at the mouth, their eyes rolling back, collapsing to the ground in a cacophony of thuds. They had lost consciousness. It was the Conqueror's hockey. Luke was taken aback. Who among those present possessed such prowess? I have not awakened the Conqueror's hockey, nor have Gruz or Ein. Then who could it be? Gruz and the others wore equally grave expressions, for the Conqueror's hockey symbolizes the presence of a true monarch. Luke, suppressing his astonishment, turned his gaze towards the slave cell, where an elderly man with white hair was sipping from a jug of wine. Hey, stop pretending it was you. Wasn't he it? Luke shouted at him. The old man set down the jug, slowly rising to his feet, his sharp eyes fixed on Luke. He donned a brownish-yellow shirt and wine-red trousers. Draped with a tattered grayish-white cloak, his appearance unremarkable, resembling any ordinary old man one might encounter. Yet, the scar that ran down his right eye lent him an air of piercing intensity. He was Rayleigh, the Dark King, the right-hand man of the Pirate King Gold. Roger. It has been quite some time since I've seen such a vibrant young naval officer. I couldn't help but lend a hand. However, there's no need for gratitude, for it also afforded me the opportunity to escape my own shackles, Rayleigh chuckled. Upon witnessing him rise, Luke froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Conqueror's hockey. This attire. That gaze and the scar. Luke exclaimed in astonishment. You are Rayleigh. Rayleigh revealed a benevolent smile, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Oh dear, is it a cause for joy or concern that someone still recognizes this old man? Gruz on Peacock, and Benz erupted in a chorus of astonished gasps. Wait, wait, wait. The Dark King Rayleigh. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. What could possibly bring the legendary Rayleigh to this place? To be candid, even combined, they were hardly a match for him alone. Luke recalled the rumors surrounding Rayleigh. It must surely be that he lost to gambling and consequently sold himself to the casino, thus becoming a slave. However, perhaps this is for the best. You must possess a way to remove the slave collar, do you not? Luke reminisced about the original anime, recalling how Rayleigh, with a mastery of advanced hockey, effortlessly removed the collar without harming the mermaid. If it were him, he could undoubtedly accomplish the same feat. Rayleigh chuckled. Oh, that's a piece of cake. But why should I heed your commands? You are the Navy. Are you not planning to take action against me? Luke nodded. Our positions differ. I certainly intend to bring you to justice. However, given the urgency of the situation, if you assist in removing these slaves' collars, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve today. Luke spoke with unwavering conviction. The individuals behind him, including Gruz, were once again taken aback. Luke, are you serious? In the presence of the Pirate King's first mate, the Dark King Rayleigh, you dare utter the words, let you go? They wished to cover Luke's mouth, urging him to make the legendary figure depart immediately. After all, it would be prudent not to provoke such an iconic character. Haha. Rayleigh chuckled several times. You, Marine, are truly amusing. If you seek my assistance, I am willing to wager. Should you triumph over me, I shall remove the slave collar. However, his gaze sharpened, exuding a glacial threat. If you fail, I will eradicate every last one of you. A wave of trepidation surged through everyone present. The mere glance from the Dark King sent chills down their spines, the aura of lethal intent almost freezing their very blood. Luke inquired, what manner of gamble is this? Quite simple. I possess 2 cards. You shall draw one, and we shall compare their values. The King of the Underworld retrieved a deck of cards from his pocket, carelessly selecting 2, and extending them towards Luke with his fingers. A serene smile graced his lips. This wager held the gravitas of life and death. Luke, no? Lexia rushed to his side, anxiously grasping his arm. She wished for nothing more than to shield Luke from falling into a perilous trap due to her presence. The notorious reputation of the king of the underworld was well known. Lexia dared not hope for assistance from a pirate. Luke pushed aside Lexia and resolutely drew a card from Rayleigh's hand. This was the sole means to save Viola, should he lose the gamble. He would stake his very life to thwart Rayleigh. Luke turned over the card. It was a joker. Rayleigh scratched his head and admitted, I have lost. Upon hearing his words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No one wished to be at odds with Rayleigh. Luke's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and unbeknownst to him, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Raleigh cast aside the playing cards and approached Viola, under the intense gaze of Luke and Lexia. His hand reached for Viola's neck. The collar clung tightly to her skin, making it nearly impossible to remove by force. And the sensitive detonation device could trigger at any moment. As Raleigh's fingers brushed against the collar, an overwhelming aura shattered it in an instant. And in the blink of an eye, he flung the collar away just as it exploded. Bang! The bomb detonated in a corner of the venue, yet Viola remained unscathed. Raleigh proceeded to remove the collars from all the slaves. The auction house erupted in joyous cheers as the liberated slaves wept tears of ecstasy. With the collars gone, they were finally free. I have fulfilled my wager and removed all the collars. Raleigh approached Luke. Indeed, I shall honor my promise and spare you this time. But mark my words, when we meet again, I shall bring you to justice. Await your fate. Luke boasted shamelessly. Ha! Until we meet again. Raleigh laughed heartily as he departed. Before leaving, he casually rifled through the pockets of the wealthy man who had been stunned by his aura. What a despicable old man. Gruz felt a chill of sweat for Luke. Finally, the king of the underworld had departed. Yet Luke was audacious enough to exchange threats with him. For this, Gruz had to give him a thumbs up. Binzi, astonished, turned to Peacock and exclaimed, Peacock, pinch me. I feel as if I am dreaming. This world is utterly surreal. He was then pinched by Peacock, who elicited cries from him. Ain approached Luke, a hint of an elegant smile gracing his lips. As expected of you, Luke. I always knew you relished the challenge of formidable foes, and now you do not even regard the king of the underworld, Raleigh. Luke said, touch my thigh? Ain's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What are you doing? Look, observe if my thigh is still trembling. Chapter 44. In gratitude, I can only offer myself in return. Gather everyone. We shall depart from this place at once. Luke addressed Ain, Grus, and the others. Their uproar in the auction house would undoubtedly attract the attention of others. This was a lawless zone where pirates and dark forces reigned supreme, rendering the few naval officers present as the disadvantaged party. Grus began to organize the evacuation of the slaves, for safety lay only in fleeing to the naval outpost. Upon exiting the door, Ain inquired, what shall we do about this auction house? Luke turned to gaze at the auction house, a flicker of disdain crossing his brow. Burn it down, this wretched place. Its very existence is a blight upon the earth. Luke hurled a fire into the auction house, igniting the attention of various forces, their malevolent gazes converging upon them. The power belonging to the Tesalo Consortium began to surface, aiming their weapons in their direction. At the naval headquarters, Admiral Sengoku had just finished a reprimand from his superiors and laid down the din mushi, his brows furrowed into a tight frown. In the office, Garp sat in a high-backed chair, munching on sunbae. Observing Sengoku's expression, he felt no sympathy. Instead, he relished the misfortune. What has transpired to darken your countenance so? Indeed, the position of admiral is a burdensome one. While it grants unparalleled authority, the troubles one faces are relentless, akin to an unceasing tide. What else could possibly happen? It's your prized apprentice. Luke has stirred up significant trouble in the Sabaody archipelago. Sengoku exclaimed, his anger palpable. Kazuki offered him a cup of green tea. At your age, you should temper your temper. Here, have some tea to cool your ire. Sengoku lifted the cup and downed it in one go. The tea was consumed. Yet his fury remained unquenched. He bellowed at Garp, his voice booming with impact. Do you comprehend what they have done? They set fire to an auction house. Garp, casually digging in his nose, replied, what do you mean by set fire? Burned it down. Sengoku retorted, his frustration mounting. Pwahaha. Well done. Garp applauded, slapping the table in approval. You still find amusement in this. Those dark forces are intricately connected to government officials, and you are well aware of that. Just moments ago, the 5 elders called me, berating me to address Luke's actions with utmost seriousness. I understand, Garp nodded. When he returns, a scolding should suffice, right? Sengoku, well acquainted with his old friend's nonchalance, felt a surge of irritation at his indifferent demeanor. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "You must inquire with Luke about what transpired." Garp retrieved a den mushy, biting into a sunbae as he dialed. After a few beeps, the connection was established. Holding the receiver, he asked, "Luke, I've heard you burned down an auction house. Is that true?" As Luke made his escape from the lawless zone, he was suddenly greeted by a message from Admiral Karp, which took him by surprise. "Admiral Karp, how did you know?" Karp's hearty laughter echoed. Buddha Sengoku was nearly seething with rage. "Ah, that is indeed the case. Yet we have not diminished the Navy's prestige. Not only have we rescued the slaves, but we also set fire to the auction house. By the way, we even encountered the Dark King Rayleigh." Luke seized upon this vital information and succinctly recounted the events. The name Rayleigh stirred considerable commotion in the marshal's office. They were contemporaneous powerhouses, often adversaries in the tumultuous seas. Karp had cornered Roger on several occasions, leaving him with a profound impression of Rayleigh's formidable strength. Once Karp hung up the transponder snail, the details of Luke's incursion into the auction house became clear. Karp's proud laughter resonated, encountering Rayleigh and emerging unscathed, even gaining a small victory. "Luke, you are impressive. Should any issues arise from this incident, I shall bear the responsibility." Sengoku, shedding his initial ire, spoke with a calm demeanor. "What are you saying?" "It was I, the marshal, who obtained intelligence on Rayleigh's whereabouts and specifically dispatched Luke and his companions to ascertain the enemy's intentions and investigate Rayleigh's schemes. Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm." "Indeed. That is precisely how the matter unfolded." Sengoku, with a sense of righteous authority, picked up the transponder snail and dialed the 5 elders. Witnessing the exchange, Vice Admiral Crane sipped her green tea and gently shook her head, pondering the undercurrents of deception at play. "Ah, today is yet another peaceful day." Upon leaving the lawless zone and entering the Navy-controlled garrison, Luke and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Here, no one could reclaim the slaves. Karp had already contacted the local troops to prepare for their reception. The female guards from the Lane Kingdom, under Viola's direction, lined up and saluted Luke and Gruss with heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you all for your assistance. We are deeply grateful for your support of Princess Lexia. Had it not been for you, we would have faced unimaginable disgrace." Each of these female guards was as beautiful as a flower, adorned in splendid attire, yet exuding the valor of warriors, a feast for the eyes. However, a moment of confusion arose. "Princess? Which princess?" "Lexia, you are the princess of the Lane Kingdom?" Luke's voice was filled with astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. Lexia, with her crescent-shaped eyes narrowed, offered him a sweet smile, delicately twirling the lace hem of her coat dress, her knees slightly bent in a courteous gesture. "I am Princess Lexia of the Lane Kingdom, and it brings me great joy to meet the esteemed Lord Luke. I beg your pardon for concealing my identity earlier." "Not at all." Luke quickly waved his hand in acknowledgement. "One must always be wary. Your caution is entirely understandable. Thank you for your consideration." Suddenly, Lexia, nervously fiddling with her garment, hesitated before speaking. "Previously, I promised that in rescuing Viola and the others, I would compensate you handsomely. However, I must confess that we currently find ourselves without funds." It was not that she sought to evade her promise, but rather that they had been captured and enslaved aboard a pirate ship, leaving Lexia and her companions devoid of any money. Fortunately, Luke had no intention of accepting her reward. Assisting others is the essence of true joy. Luke, with a compassionate understanding, remarked, "It's all right, as long as you are safe. And most importantly, we are good friends, are we not?" He gently patted Lexia's head in a comforting gesture. Observing this action, Viola furrowed her brow, intending to intervene. Even if he was a savior, offending a princess was inexcusable. However, upon witnessing the expression of delight on the princess's face, she halted in her tracks. Lexia gazed at Luke with admiration, exclaiming, "Luke, you are truly a wonderful person. Your kindness is beyond measure." Thus, I, the princess, have made my decision. Brother Luke, please take me as your wife." Her innocent eyes sparkled as they fixated on Luke, unwavering in their gaze. The crowd collectively gasped, their astonishment erupting into a cacophony of disbelief. "What? Luke? Marry Lexia?" Chapter 45. This is a win. Luke felt his cheeks flush with a rapid heartbeat. "Lexia, what kind of joke are you making?" Lexia gazed at Luke with sincerity in her eyes. "I am not joking. I am serious. Brother Luke, you are both gentle and strong. Although we have not known each other for long, I truly admire your righteous and kind heart. I do not wish to go back on my word, yet I cannot offer an equivalent reward, so I shall pledge myself to you. I will do my utmost to become a worthy wife." She pressed her hand against her rapidly beating heart, her delicate face blooming with a shy crimson. Yet her earnest tone left everyone present in stunned silence. "Lexia, please stop. You are still so young," Luke exclaimed, covering his face with one hand. "You are merely a child. At this rate, I might as well become a rogue sailor luring young girls." Lexia excitedly waved her small, pink fist. "We can get engaged first." Gruz, Peacock, Ein, and Binzi all stared at Luke with peculiar expressions. Their knowing glances seemed to question whether he had ulterior motives. As if to say, how could a 14-year-old child possibly utter such words otherwise? The princess of the kingdom of Liene, a stunning beauty at 14. With a slender figure and exquisitely porcelain-like features, such a combination was undeniably tempting. Luke cast a pleading glance towards them. Binzi, ever the loyal companion, stepped forward with a beaming smile, gesturing towards himself as he said, "Lexia, dear sister, we too participated in the rescue operation for Viola and the others. You cannot show bias. Since Luke has declined, why not consider me instead?" Gruz and the others shielded their faces with their hands, unable to bear the sight. Lexia scrutinized Binzi for a few seconds, then vigorously shook her head and fled to Luke's side, exclaiming, "No, you are far too unattractive. Luke, my brother, is much more handsome." Binzi was deeply wounded, as if his soul had been extracted, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. His gaze fell upon Luke's handsome visage, eyes sparkling with admiration. This involuntarily reminded Luke of a time when female cadets at the military academy regarded him with the same infatuated expressions. Viola, taken aback by the princess's decision, momentarily stunned, quickly intervened, saying, "Your Highness, please do not be capricious." Her interruption brought a sigh of relief to Luke. It was fortunate to have a sensible and mature head of the guard present. Viola continued, "Mr. Luke, the princess is of noble birth. She cannot marry you so recklessly. If someone must take that step, then please consider me. I am willing to marry you in gratitude for your rescue of the princess and our sisters." She possessed a cascade of red hair, elegantly styled in an updo, and her clean-cut face was exceptionally striking, exuding a captivating charm in her selfless stance. However, Luke's heart cried out, "I should never have placed my hopes in you." Viola even went so far as to deliberately unfasten her armor, revealing a bomb that leapt forth from her chest, showcasing a figure that was both voluptuous and alluring. The female warriors of her escort stepped forward one by one, in unison proclaiming, "We, too, would gladly marry Mr. Luke as a token of our gratitude for your life-saving grace." Their willingness to sacrifice themselves for the princess radiated a sanctified brilliance upon their faces. Luke's face was on the verge of bursting, flushed with an alarming intensity. This group of female warriors, counting from left to right, numbered 324. I traversed into this realm with the noble intention of combating pirates, vanquishing evil, and upholding justice. Not to establish a harem. Mr. Luke, if you do not find it distasteful, we would gladly consider marrying you. Even more daunting was the sight of numerous beautiful slave women in the auction house, who, having been rescued by Luke, venerated him to an extraordinary degree, now expressing their sentiments. To wed a naval officer with such promising prospects would render a life devoid of regrets, far superior to returning to one's homeland. Luke passed by once more, 25, 26, 2,756. This group of young women, fierce as tigers and wolves, could be quite perilous. Even the little mermaid, in her excitement, swayed her fin-tail, eager to take the plunge. "Little mermaid, how about joining me for dinner tonight?" No, that is not my true sentiment. You should swiftly return to your ocean, lest you be captured again. Viola, you are exceedingly cunning, using your watermelon-like bosom to entice Brother Luke. Lexia is feeling quite envious. Viola proudly patted her chest, a tumult of emotions surging within her. "Princess, in this regard, I shall not yield. Humph. In 2 years, I shall surely surpass you. You all ought to know your limits." Luke took a deep breath, striving to restore calm to his restless heart. "To be honest, I am already committed." With a sense of resignation, Luke approached Ein, placing his hand upon her waist. He lifted his chin and puffed out his chest, simultaneously winking at her. Ein paused for a moment, then effortlessly leaned against Luke, her eyes sparkling with a gentle smile, maintaining an elegant demeanor befitting a refined lady. Luke gazed at Lexia with a serious expression and declared, "You have seen it. I already have a girlfriend. It is impossible for me to marry you." None of you can. He glared at the group of troublesome beauties, each of whom was restless. Lexia possessed exquisite features and smooth, delicate skin. Yet these attributes were equally present in Ayn, who exuded an elegance and intellectual beauty that surpassed her own. Her charm ranked among the finest in the talented naval community. In Ayn's presence, Lexia found herself at a disadvantage, pouting adorably, realizing that the striking older sister was her greatest rival. A miscalculation indeed. Luke entrusted the station navy to return the afflicted slaves and the esteemed members of the Lean Kingdom. As he watched them depart, he finally exhaled in relief, coming to understand the meaning of overwhelming hospitality. He, are you not pleased to be adored by so many beautiful women? Ayn chuckled mischievously, covering her mouth. How infuriating. If you had stepped in sooner to aid me, none of this would have transpired. Luke shot her a glare in response to Ayn's schadenfreude. Once the scriptures are recited, it is easy to reprimand the monk, he chided. Tut, tut, tut. By the way, I have something delightful to present to you. Luke recalled that he still had a devil fruit hidden in his possession. When he revealed the fruit, adorned with swirling patterns and resembling a purple cantaloupe, before Ayn, her voice morphed in astonishment. Not just Ayn, but also Gruss, Peacock, and Binns exhibited expressions of utter disbelief, their eyes wide and mouths agape. As if they had encountered a specter, their breaths collectively suspended. If the previous commotion could be dismissed as mere folly, Luke's unveiling of the devil fruit was nothing short of astonishing. The devil fruit, a treasure of immense value yet exceedingly rare, was a coveted item. Even Gruss and Peacock had acquired their own powers through formidable connections that facilitated their procurement. Where did you obtain this? Ayn inquired, her voice trembling with curiosity. He. From a room behind the auction house. The items there are undoubtedly of dubious origin, rather than allowing those slave traders to profit. I'd prefer it to be of use to you, Luke replied. Consider this a token of my gratitude for your assistance. He pressed the fruit into Ayn's embrace. If I'm not mistaken, this is the time-reverse fruit, possessing remarkable abilities, Gruss, who had perused the devil fruit compendium, noted. Go ahead and consume it. Ayn insisted, attempting to return the fruit. While Luke was generous, she felt it was imperative to acknowledge his kindness. No need to push it back. We are friends, after all. Do you think I require the power of a devil fruit? I am quite formidable on my own, Luke proclaimed, a confident smile stretching across his face as he flexed his muscles. Ayn was simultaneously astonished and grateful, her heart swelling with emotion. The devil fruit, a prize for the worthy, could have been solely enjoyed by Luke. Instead, he chose to bestow it upon her. Overwhelmed, Ayn enveloped Luke in a heartfelt embrace. Luke relished the embrace of the stunning beauty. Ayn, when unexpectedly, his cheek was gently kissed. The soft and tender sensation instantly quickened his heartbeat, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Luke's face flushed with warmth, leaving him momentarily speechless in astonishment. You have gifted me a devil fruit. I have certainly struck a remarkable bargain. Consider it a small favor for you, Ayn remarked playfully, winking at Luke after consuming the fruit. Tomorrow, the appointment will be announced, and you two shall journey to the East Sea. Join me this evening for some sword practice. With the newfound powers bestowed by the devil fruit, his confidence surged. Luke's face flushed with embarrassment. That girl, Ayn, had just thrown him a flirtatious glance. What more could he say? He unhesitatingly agreed. In the auction house, the flames had been extinguished, and Alipa was rescued by the members of the Taizolo Consortium. A stunning woman clad in black, adorned with high heels and black stockings, stood before Alipa with long, slender legs and shot him in the head. Useless waste. What purpose does your existence serve? She was Sherry, the representative of the Taizolo Consortium in the Sabaody archipelago. Turning to her subordinates, her expression was as cold as frost. Who exactly is this Luke? Investigate his background and position thoroughly. No matter his identity, he shall pay the price. The slaves had been set free, and the devil fruit was lost. The consortium had suffered a significant blow. Due to mismanagement, even her life was in jeopardy. The priority was to recover the consortium's losses and prevent that esteemed individual from becoming enraged. Following that, the mastermind behind this turmoil must be eliminated. If one dared to challenge the rules of the dark world, one must be prepared to face the consequences. Chapter 46. Major Luke knocked on the marshal's office door. After a resonant tenor voice beckoned him in, Luke pushed open the door. Private First Class Luke had encountered the marshal before, as well as several lieutenant generals. Luke executed a military salute at the entrance, bowing respectfully as he approached. Having recently graduated, he remained within the ranks of soldiers. Marshal Sengoku sat behind a long table, his robust upper body draped in a mantle of justice, adorned with frog-like spectacles and a seagull hat. Beside him, a goat busily feasted upon a newspaper. In addition, Luke encountered familiar faces, including Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Tsuru. "Luke, I have reviewed your application," Sengoku stated, picking up a document. "Your performance at the military academy has been exceptional, and your achievements during the past 2 years as an intern are commendable even at the level of a lieutenant." Luke exclaimed, "Thank you for your commendation, Marshal. Your prowess is undoubtedly capable of standing alone. Many pirates who have fallen before you might not be defeated even by our esteemed colonels. Were it not for the Navy's regulation that the highest rank awarded to graduating cadets is that of a major, I would have even considered bestowing upon you the rank of colonel. Might I inquire what compels someone of your exceptional caliber to seek a position in the East Sea?" Sengoku sat upright, resembling the strictest of examiners, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon Luke. Luke's application was, to the eyes of the warring states, utterly inconceivable. Exceptional talents emerging from prestigious military academies, such as Gruss, Konkei, Ein, and Binzi, all opted to remain in the Grand Line, where they could realize their utmost potential. In stark contrast, Luke's choice was unexpected. He sought a position in the East Sea, the weakest of the oceans. The East Sea appeared devoid of significant pirates worthy of attention. Little did they know, Luke harbored a systematic mission concerning the East Sea. Should he eradicate the 4 major pirate crews that plagued the East Sea, he would attain a 1-star enhancement to all his abilities. Luke's response was imbued with righteousness. In truth, whether we sail to the East Sea to command a warship or remain in the Grand Line to confront the audacious pirates, our convictions shall remain unaltered. To combat piracy and safeguard the innocent is my lifelong aspiration." Sengoku revealed a hint of satisfaction. "Well said. Your sense of justice is truly worthy of the Navy's name. However, I believe that the Navy headquarters is in greater need of talents like you." Admiral Sengoku. The Navy headquarters is replete with exceptional individuals, including 3 admirals, as well as the formidable Vice Admirals Garp and Tsuru, who command immense respect in the New World. In truth, my absence would make little difference. Luke smiled as he glanced at Admiral Garp and Admiral Tsuru. Admiral Tsuru pursed her lips into a smile. Remarking on Luke's sweet tongue, Garp erupted into hearty laughter, amused by the lad's knack for flattery even in such a setting. How delightful. Yet, this world ultimately belongs to the youth. The old-timers ought to take it easy, as it is beneficial for health and longevity. Sengoku interjected. To say that is to underestimate your own worth. In truth, several admirals have expressly requested your presence on their ships. There is no need to elaborate on these 2 beside me. Guion, Kaki, and Fire Mountain. They all hold you in high regard. Ultimately, he found it difficult to part with Luke and send him to the East Blue. Luke was taken aback. He never anticipated such fervent interest from so many. During his internship, he had spent time aboard the ships of Shiwan, Jiaka, and Huashishin. Never one to be choosy, he seized every opportunity to gain experience. Shiwan, like a gentle elder sister, had taken great care of him, and much of his prowess in swordsmanship today could be attributed to her guidance. She had extended numerous invitations to him, her hospitality difficult to decline. It is worth noting that she was the Navy's foremost female swordsman and renowned for her beauty. Had it not been for the system task assigned to him, he would undoubtedly have accepted her invitation. Engaging in battles against pirates and sparring with Sister Shiwan during leisurely moments would have made for a delightful existence. In light of these overtures, Luke expressed his regrets. "I am truly grateful for the generous affection shown by the admirals. However, I aspire to command a warship and stand independently, rather than grow sheltered under their wings. I firmly believe that the flowers that bloom in the harshest conditions are the most exquisite. In pursuit of the justice I envision, I shall lead a fleet that embodies my will. The East Sea is merely a starting point. I shall soon return to the Grand Line." Luke's words resonated profoundly, particularly reinforced by the fleet executing his will, clearly signifying his unwillingness to remain subordinate. He possessed a formidable conviction and ambition. The distinguished figures present, Zhangguo, Garp, and Crane, each endowed with keen insight, were deeply moved by Luke's declaration, as if witnessing the ascent of a brilliant star. Truly remarkable. Among the 3 admirals, Aokiji is known for his laid-back demeanor, Kizaru for his notorious penchant for idleness, while only Akaina diligently pursues pirates with unwavering dedication. With Luke's fervor, they could only express their approval. With such aspirations, I hold high hopes for you. Garp, unusually poised, radiated a brilliant light from his eyes. Zhangguo smiled subtly. It seems I cannot dissuade you. He picked up the steel seal from the table and firmly stamped it onto an appointment letter. Zhangguo then presented the document to Luke. Luke, I hereby officially appoint you as the Major of the 16th Division of the East Sea. I hope you will uphold the justice of the Navy and eradicate the scourge of piracy in the East Sea. Wishing you a triumphant return. Luke respectfully accepted the appointment letter, straightened his chest, and rendered a military salute. Yes, I assure you, I will not let the marshal down. The warlord remarked, your adjutant should be waiting outside. Why not go and meet her? Carp chuckled. Luke, allow me to escort you. I too must return to the East Sea. Luke had passed by Carp and turned towards the door. Each naval officer is assigned an aide. One for civil matters and one for military affairs. The commanding officer is responsible for steering the ship and formulating strategies, while the aide manages daily operations, communications, and documentation. Luke had yet to meet his aide, who was presumably appointed just today. As he exited the marshal's office, a tall figure awaited him outside the door. She was a striking beauty, nearly 2 meters in height, with her long purple hair tied back in a simple ponytail and 2 strands framing her face. She had a fair complexion complemented by gold-rimmed glasses, having departed from the ranks of soldiers. She was not clad in the standard naval uniform, but donned a seductive low-cut tank top paired with a black pleated skirt, showcasing the most alluring aspects of femininity with her ample bosom and long, graceful legs. Luke found himself utterly captivated by her fair, elongated legs, unable to resist stealing a few more glances. But soon, recognition dawned upon him. Christina, Major Luke, I am delighted to be your aide. From today onward, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Luke's lips twitched at her formal tone. You needn't be so serious. After all, we are classmates from military academy. Assisting doesn't equate to becoming the Pirate King, does it? We are to be partners, tackling pirates together. Luke extended his hand towards her. Upon witnessing the sincerity in Luke's expression and the outstretched palm, Christina felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks as she reached out to clasp his hand. Her heart raced, for 2 years prior, spurred on by the encouragement of a friend, she had boldly sent Luke a love letter. To her astonishment, she now found herself in the position of serving as his deputy. It was utterly mortifying. Reflecting on that moment still ignited a fiery warmth across her face. Fortunately, Luke did not mock her. After all, during that time, there had been an abundance of girls sending love letters. What is your current rank? She inquired. It surely cannot compare to your lofty beginnings, but I am a lieutenant. Not bad, he replied. Then let us meet at the port shortly. The two walked side by side down the corridor, leaving the headquarters building behind as they returned to their dormitory to pack their belongings. Bidding farewell to the military school dormitory where they had resided for 5 years in the naval headquarters, they convened at the port before boarding Carp's vessel. The enormous warship set sail from the harbor, while seagulls circled joyfully in the azure sky, playfully chasing after the ship. Chapter 47. Assignment in the East Sea, 16th Division. Luke disembarked at the port of the 16th Division, waving farewell to Cap. Several medium-sized warships were docked in the harbor, with waves lapping against the cobblestone shore. A sturdy cobblestone road connected the port to the small town, allowing one to gaze across the settlement and catch sight of the naval base in the distance. A line of sailors stood at the port, assisting Luke and Christina with their luggage and escorting them to the base. The headquarters of the 16th Division resembled a 4-story castle, its walls painted in a deep blue, with eaves adorned in red tiles. Adjacent to the building were 4 tall structures and 2 watchtowers, all encircled by a formidable wall. For the foreseeable future, this would be Luke's residence. Colonel Mouse, the commanding officer of the base, greeted Luke's arrival with fervent enthusiasm, flanked by naval personnel. Observing the colonel's striking resemblance to a rodent, complete with a few long whiskers, a smirk crept upon Luke's lips. This naval scoundrel, driven by avarice, accepted bribes from pirates while turning a blind eye to their transgressions. He concealed the malevolent deeds of the dragon pirate crew from his superiors while oppressing the common folk, thereby tarnishing the reputation of the Navy. Luke held a profound disdain for him, yet he refrained from expressing it immediately. After all, as a newcomer, he required the cooperation of Mouse. The allocation of warships, soldiers, and ammunition resupply depended on the base commander's discretion. Nevertheless, Luke was resolute in his intention to eliminate this rodent of a man once he secured evidence of wrongdoing. The colonel would be in for a reckoning. Unbeknownst to Mouse, Luke's disdain remained hidden as the colonel continued to extend his warm welcome. Major Luke, I have received orders from headquarters to prepare a banquet in your honor, to welcome you. You are too kind, Colonel Mouse. Luke replied, accepting the invitation with delight. In terms of hierarchy, Colonel Mouse was the base commander and Luke's superior. However, as a major dispatched from headquarters, Luke held a position that surpassed the Colonel-S in stature. The banquet was lavish, attended primarily by the naval personnel of the division, creating an informal and relaxed atmosphere. As the evening progressed, Colonel Mouse presented a long, ornate box to Luke. "Major Luke, a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Luke was slightly taken aback. "Colonel, what do you mean by that?" The rat smiled obsequiously. "I have heard that the Major is a swordsman, and this 7-star sword is a gift for you." The name of the 7-star sword sent a tremor through Luke's body in astonishment. If memory serves, there exists a cursed blade known as the 7-star sword, one that possesses the power to control its bearer and instigate slaughter. Could the rat possess the capability to acquire such a formidable weapon? The rat, bewildered by Luke's intense reaction, found himself pondering, could there be some undiscovered secret surrounding the sword I commissioned to be forged overnight? "Luke, is there something wrong with the 7-star sword?" The rat opened the sword's case, revealing the true visage of the blade. Before Luke, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed. With just a glance, Luke realized he had overthought. This was a resplendent sword, its golden sheath adorned with 7 precious stones in hues of red, blue, and green, radiating an opulent brilliance that was unmistakably exquisite. The mouse, pointing at the sword, ingratiatingly remarked, "This is a meticulously selected set of 7 gems and a sheath forged from pure gold. Naturally, the sword itself is crafted by a master artisan. I hope Major Luke will graciously accept it." His intention was clearly to curry favor. Luke gazed at him intently, offering no objections. "Ha. The Colonel is truly a generous soul. Having just arrived in this blessed land, I feel quite guilty for burdening the Colonel with such expenses. Since it is your kind intention, I shall graciously accept." Luke laughed heartily as he accepted the 7-star sword with both hands. One must admit, it is indeed a remarkable weapon, not merely for its exquisite craftsmanship, but for its considerable value. It appears that Colonel Mouse is exceedingly wealthy. Luke graciously accepted the gift from the mouse, and the heavy stone of anxiety that had weighed on the mouse's heart was quietly set aside. He thought to himself that this was a secure situation. As long as the personnel dispatched from the naval headquarters were not there to investigate him, everything would be manageable. What he feared was an obstinate fool, brimming with a sense of justice, as such individuals could indeed spell trouble and lead to disaster. Moreover, Luke's acceptance of the gift indicated that he was a man who cherished wealth. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. And since the mouse was a person of avarice, he naturally felt a sense of affinity toward Luke, letting down his guard. The mouse's rise to the position of base commander and colonel was not solely due to personal prowess, but rather through cunning maneuvering and substantial financial contributions that secured his current prominence. One should not underestimate the status of a base commander, for even formidable pirates like the evil dragon would go out of their way to curry favor by offering him bribes. Satisfied, the mouse presented yet another box to Christina. Upon opening it, she discovered a necklace adorned with pearls the size of pigeon eggs. Christina, a stunning beauty with an alluring figure and long legs, had never received such a lavish gift in her relatively simple life. Even when embroiled in life-or-death battles with pirates, she remained unfazed, yet upon beholding the exquisite pearl necklace, doubt crept into her mind. She shifted her gaze towards Luke. "Christina, this is a kind gesture from the colonel. You should accept it." "Yes, Major Luke," she replied, her expression stoic as she accepted the gift and expressed her gratitude to Colonel Mouse. With the successful delivery of the 2 gifts, the mouse's worries dissipated entirely, and he felt a surge of joy. He was inwardly triumphant. In his perception, the young major dispatched from the naval headquarters, merely 18 years of age, could not have ascended through conventional channels. He was undoubtedly the offspring of a high-ranking military official, having leveraged his father's connections to attain such an undeservedly lofty position at such a tender age. It appeared he was a gilded young master, accompanied by a female companion. Having reached his age, he could hardly believe in the existence of a purely platonic relationship between a man and a woman. Surely, she was a confidant under the guise of an aide, and this naval major was indeed living a lavish life. Luke squinted his smiling eyes and said, "Colonel, I shall refrain from excessive pleasantries. I kindly request that you prepare a warship for us and select a cadre of capable soldiers." The mouse enthusiastically replied, "No problem, Luke. I will arrange that for you immediately. However, before we set sail, dear friend, I must impart a few words of caution." "Oh, what is it?" Luke inquired. "Well, there's a band of pirate mice operating within our jurisdiction," the mouse stated cautiously. Upon hearing the word pirate, Luke's fists clenched with indignation. Pirates! I shall eliminate them at once. The mouse quickly waved his hands in protest. No, no, do not be so hasty. The truth is, these pirates are actually fishmen. Due to the inherent characteristics of their race, they can submerge into the depths of the sea at will. Which is why our branch has been unable to apprehend them completely. Huh, are they not the notorious dragon pirates? Luke knew all too well. Nevertheless, in order to accommodate the mouse, Luke insisted, no worries, leave it to me. I am not boasting. I have vanquished numerous pirates in the Grand Line. The mouse, now sweating with anxiety, feared that if Luke were to eradicate the dragons, their own collusion with the pirates would be exposed. Even more daunting was the prospect of Luke failing to eliminate the dragons, which would incite their wrath and bring calamity upon himself. No, no, no. The mouse exclaimed in a flustered tone. The situation is not as dire as it seems. In truth, this band of pirates is rather mild-mannered and has not committed any egregious offenses. Furthermore, given the difficulty in capturing fishmen, our branch has chosen to turn a blind eye. If you have no pressing matters, it would be wise to avoid provoking them. Luke displayed a look of realization, exclaiming, I see now. Since the colonel has instructed so, I know what must be done. A warm smile graced his lips as he affectionately patted the mouse's shoulder. The mouse, upon hearing this, was filled with joy. This young major was quite agreeable. Upon the undulating azure waves of the sea, Luke fulfilled his desire to command a warship, which bravely sailed through the tempest. Christina, with utmost diligence, was swiftly familiarizing herself with the personnel arrangements and scrutinizing the surrounding nautical charts. Observing his diligent aid, Luke felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Christina, could you locate the domain of the vile dragon? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Christina's competent visage. Luke, did not Colonel Mouse instruct us to disregard them? Can we truly trust the words of Colonel Mouse? How many harmless pirates have you encountered? The deceased pirates are the only truly benevolent ones. Did we not come to the East Sea for this very purpose? Execute the orders, Lieutenant. Luke radiated an overwhelming sense of justice. Christina's body trembled as she straightened her posture, promptly preparing to execute your command. A hint of joy appeared at the corners of her mouth. She had thought Luke would heed the gifts of the rat and comply with its wishes. Yet, that indignant Luke had indeed remained unchanged. Chapter 48, The Little Thief Cat. Nami as Luke issued his orders, the entire warship came alive. No one anticipated that while Luke ostensibly agreed with Colonel Rat, he would dismiss the colonel's words with utter disdain the moment he turned away. The warship steered towards the domain of the wicked dragon. Luke stood at the bow of the ship, his face caressed by the gentle sea breeze, a hint of a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Did the rat truly believe that a gem-encrusted sword could purchase my loyalty? Accepting the sword was merely a ruse to placate Colonel Rat. Otherwise, the warship and its soldiers could not have been mobilized so swiftly. The evil dragon pirates, the tyrants of the East Sea, foolishly presumed themselves to be a superior race, relying on their innate strength, which surpasses that of humans by tenfold, to wantonly trample and slaughter innocent civilians. While the colonel of the 16th Division has willingly succumbed to degradation, I am resolute in my integrity. Luke slowly clenched his fist, his muscles engorged with power, rendering the strength of the fishmen utterly insignificant in his presence. The objective of the system's mission is as follows: the evil dragon pirates, the buggy pirates, the black cat pirates, and the Clyke pirates. While the whereabouts of the other 3 pirate crews remain uncertain, the evil dragon pirates alone possess a fixed stronghold. If Luke does not seek them out first, whom else could he pursue? Evil dragon, do not blame me. It is your own arrogance that has led you to establish the evil dragon paradise in the East Sea. Alas, one cannot escape the consequences of their own folly. Luke let out a soft sigh, lamenting for the malevolent dragon. Major, there is a situation ahead. Christina's melodious voice roused Luke from his reverie. What is it? Look at the surface of the sea ahead. There is a small boat. Christina lifted a monocular telescope to observe the distance, simultaneously pointing it out to Luke with her other hand. Luke's gaze was sharp. He could see far into the distance without the aid of binoculars. A small boat, over 2 meters long, unfurled its sails as it navigated the tumultuous sea. Each time a wave surged forth, onlookers braced for the moment when the vessel would be shattered by the force of the ocean. Yet, unexpectedly, the boat surged through the waves, steadfastly braving the storm. The sailors on board gasped in astonishment. However, Luke felt a deeper sense of incredulity. The vast ocean was ill-suited for such a small coastal craft, making its presence here seem utterly unreasonable. Christina echoed his thoughts with a warning. Intercept the small boat. Luke shouted decisively. The Azure naval ship swiftly approached. Nami skillfully maneuvered the tiny sailboat, finding the turbulent winds and waves trivial, given her adept seafaring skills. She had just escaped from a band of pirates and was now desperately fleeing their pursuit. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. She cast a glance at the treasure wrapped in gray cloth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This haul could yield at least 3 to 4 million berries. Of course, that was contingent on evading the pirates' chase. As Nami spotted the Navy approaching from ahead, a wave of apprehension washed over her. What a stroke of bad luck, caught between the Navy and the pirates. Where could she flee? Cursed fate, why must I be the one to escape? The Navy were a bunch of fools. Encountering a beautiful damsel in distress like me, they would be too busy trying to protect me to pursue the pirates. While I would simply slip away, Nami stuck out her tongue, revealing a cunning smile. She removed the black scarf that had bound her hair, allowing her orange locks to cascade down, her once sharp features transforming into a picture of vulnerability. Donning an orange dress, she purposefully tore a few slits in the hem. In an instant, the resourceful little thief had transformed into the guise of a wealthy heiress. Ah yes, and the weapon, a long staff. Nami disassembled it into 3 segments, discreetly tucking it into her dress. The Navy had arrived. Help me. I've encountered pirates, Nami cried, her eyes glistening with tears as she waved for assistance from the sailors aboard the warship. So, you say your name is Nami? As Luke observed the soldiers rescuing the distressed heiress aboard the warship, he listened intently to her harrowing account of misfortune. This tragic tale was a familiar narrative among those who had suffered at sea. It spoke of an expedition with her father for trade, only to be beset by pirates. In a valiant attempt to ensure her escape, her father met his demise at the hands of the marauders. She then navigated a small vessel, enduring countless hardships to flee the clutches of the pirates. Yet, the brigands were relentless, pursuing her to plunder the wealth of their family. Upon hearing this, Luke's eyes twitched, prompting him to voice the aforementioned inquiry. Indeed, noble Navy officer, I implore you to dispatch your men to vanquish the wicked pirates and avenge my father's death. Nami, with her hands cradling her tear-streaked face, transformed into a pitiful figure, truly weeping at the sorrow of her plight. Through the gaps between her fingers, she stole a glance at Luke, who remained silent, compelling her to continue wiping away her tears. Oh, poor little sister. Luke remained unresponsive, while Christina could no longer contain herself, gently enveloping Nami in her embrace, her eyes radiating the warmth of an older sister's compassion. We shall surely avenge you, won't we, Major Luke? Luke cleared his throat and said, ahem, certainly. It is our duty as the Navy. However, this is contingent upon your being a genuine victim. I have a few inquiries that I would appreciate your response to, Miss Nami. Please disclose the names of your father, mother, and grandparents, the location of your residence, the nature of your father's business, and the destination of his trade. You mentioned that a merchant vessel was hijacked. Aside from you and your father, who else was aboard? Luke maliciously posed a series of questions, leaving Nami momentarily stunned and forgetting her tears. A single line necessitates the concealment of 10 others. Even the most cunning deceiver finds it arduous to fabricate a comprehensive family narrative. I have reason to suspect that your treasures were acquired through theft. This statement caused Nami's countenance to change dramatically. Luke chuckled, his laughter exuberant and cunning. He feigned innocence before me. You may deceive others, but not me. His smile instilled a sense of dread in Nami, prompting her to instinctively withdraw from Christina's embrace. Christina's expression also shifted slightly, as she felt her emotions had been manipulated. No, it's not true. I truly encountered pirates, which rendered Nami's smile forced, while internally she cursed Luke 1,000 times over for being such a shrewd naval officer. Have you run out of words? Luke crossed his arms, grinning triumphantly. Who would have imagined, who would have thought, to unexpectedly encounter Nami here? Moreover, it was Nami in her youth, not yet transformed into the sultry beauty of her later years. She possessed a head of vibrant orange hair cut to her ears and a slender figure, embodying the essence of a charming young girl. Nami was left speechless. Luke discerned the hesitation within her heart and immediately remarked, Nami, you hail from Cocoa West, do you not? Nami abruptly lifted her gaze, astonished. How did you know? She had been contemplating an escape from the Navy, but Luke's words left her utterly stunned. Our vessel is bound for the domain of the malevolent dragon. Luke's thumb brushed beneath his nose, revealing an incredibly powerful smile. No, the might of the evil dragon is beyond your imagination, Nami exclaimed. Oh, is it more formidable than I? In the distance, a band of pirates appeared, pursuing Nami. Gazing at the pirate ship, Luke positioned himself at the ship's railing and unsheathed the seven-star sword from his waist. As the sword, adorned with 7 precious gems and its scabbard entirely crafted from gold, came into view, Nami's eyes sparkled with golden light. Luke drew his sword, raising it high above his head, his right arm's muscles swelling with intensity as he prepared to unleash a decisive strike. The slash, akin to an eagle's fierce dive, transformed into a magnificent bird soaring from the blade, traversing miles across the sea and cleaving the pirate ship in two. The ill-fated pirates, upon catching sight of the navy, hastily turned their ship around, yet they ultimately met their demise at Luke's hands. With a sudden, jarring sound, the treasured sword in Luke's grasp shattered. Even the blade meticulously forged by Colonel Mouse could not withstand the might of Luke's strength. Luke gazed at the broken sword, now reduced to merely its hilt, and calmly remarked, "Trash." Nami was taken aback, bewildered. What had just transpired? Why had the pirate ship suddenly split apart? The sailors aboard were equally astonished. Had this major from the naval headquarters overstepped his bounds? Christina's cheeks flushed as she became entranced by the scene. Chapter 49. A sea monster descending from the sky. Major Luke's swordsmanship was simply breathtaking. Nami had never envisioned that the shadows of her bleak existence would one day be illuminated by the dawn of hope. Ever since the dragon pirates had seized control of Cocoa Village, everything had changed. Her adoptive mother, Belmere, had been slain by the hands of the dragon. To safeguard Cocoa Village and to protect Belmere's cherished orange grove, Nami found herself forced to submit to the very pirates responsible for her mother's death. Each day, she wore a mask of forced cheerfulness before her enemies, each step a struggle laden with despair. Driven by a promise of 100 million, she ventured out to sea at such a tender age, pilfering treasures from the ruthless pirates. No one could assist her, neither the villagers nor the navy. She had to rely solely on herself to amass enough wealth to reclaim her village and safeguard Belmere's orange grove, her most treasured possession. Yet today, a navy captain named Luke approached her with a proclamation. He had come to vanquish the dragon pirates. Demonstrating extraordinary prowess, he left Nami trembling in awe. After the initial shock, tears welled in the corners of her eyes, and she dashed towards Luke, gripping the fabric of his uniform with fervor. "Is it true that you intend to eradicate the dragon?" she implored, her voice choked with emotion. "Indeed, we are the Navy." Luke chuckled lightly. In stark contrast to his towering height of over 2 meters, Nami appeared exceedingly petite. "Do you truly possess the capability to vanquish the evil dragon?" he inquired with a grin. "Hee. As you can see, if my strength were insufficient to defeat the dragon, I dare say no one from the East Sea could triumph over him," Luke said proudly, rubbing his nose. "I am willing to guide you," Nami exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Please save the villagers of Cocoa Village. We have waited for you for far too long." She wept uncontrollably, akin to a desperate soul who, having finally grasped a lifeline, clung to it with unwavering determination, holding on to Luke tightly. Luke smiled gently. This was the expected demeanor of a girl like Nami at her age. She had borne too much pressure. It was time for her to shed the burdens that did not belong to her. She was a heart-wrenching young lady, flawless except for her penchant for thievery and avarice. Christina, hands on her hips, felt any lingering dissatisfaction over Nami's deception dissipate as Nami's genuine emotions came to light. Unbeknownst to them, Nami concealed the gem-encrusted golden sheath of the 7-star sword within her skirt. The warship turned, sailing straight towards the domain of the Dragon of Evil. The leader of this realm, a dragon of shark lineage, reclined in a sun chair, basking in the sunlight. The domain connected to the open sea through a waterway, where merfolk frolicked, reveling in drinks and feasts. The dragon harbored a grand dream, to encompass the entire East Sea under his dominion and establish an empire of evil. To this end, he had subjugated 20 villages, collecting protection fees each month to amass the vast funds needed for his empire. Though this idea was rather foolish, how could impoverished villages possibly gather the resources to establish a nation? But it mattered not. The merfolk were a superior race, transcending humanity. As long as they continued to exploit humans, wealth would inevitably flow forth. The dragon ended his call. On the other end was Colonel Mouse, delivering neither good nor bad news. The Navy headquarters had dispatched a major. However, there was no need for alarm, for this major was greedy and lecherous, accompanied by beautiful women and accepting his bribes. Young in age, he was undoubtedly a beneficiary of nepotism, lacking in strength. Nevertheless, to satiate the major's insatiable greed, Colonel Mouse had bled profusely for funds. The dragon's gaze grew icy as he grasped a wine glass, downing its contents in one swift motion. wiping his mouth. He mused on the avarice of the Navy. Yet, it was for the best. Without the assistance of these greedy sailors, he could scarcely thrive in this luxurious lifestyle. Constant harassment from the Navy would only prolong the establishment of his empire. Calculating the time, Nami should be returning soon. The dragon smirked derisively, his eyes glinting with mockery. He had struck a deal with Nami to purchase Cocoa Village for 100 million, yet he never intended to honor that promise. Nami possessed unparalleled drawing abilities, and such a valuable asset would not be relinquished easily. As for the Navy Major, as long as he was not foolish enough to offend him, he could live to be summoned back by the Navy headquarters. Everyone could prosper together. Suddenly, the dragon burst into laughter, only for it to be choked back in disbelief as he witnessed an astonishing sight. A fish was soaring through the sky. No, it was a sea monster. Why had Mumu fallen from the heavens? The dragon, astonished, leaped from his reclined position, craning his neck to gaze upwards, his eyes wide with shock. With a thunderous crash, Mumu landed in the dragon's domain, obliterating the castle and flattening numerous merfolk, causing the very earth to tremble upon impact. Time advanced slightly, with Nami leading the way. The warship navigated the waves unhindered, approaching the dragon's territory until a sea monster obstructed their path. Mumu. Nami's voice was grave as she shouted, "Quick, turn the helm." This beast was one that the dragon had brought from the Grand Line, possessing incredible strength. It could shatter a warship with a mere flip. Before Nami could finish her warning, Luke leaped from the deck, colliding headfirst with Mumu, raising his fist to deliver a powerful blow to the monster's jaw. This creature, resembling a bull, with a massive nose and a golden ring, bore green patches upon its skin. Its jaw caved inward, and its colossal body was lifted from the depths of the sea. Roaring, it soared into the sky. What kind of strength could propel a sea monster into the heavens? Luke gently landed on the deck of the warship, exuding an air of ease as he lifted his gaze to watch the sea monster soar higher, only to plunge into the domain of the evil dragon. "What did you just say?" Luke turned to inquire of Nami. "No, I didn't say anything." Nami covered her mouth, shaking her head frantically. Internally, she was anything but calm. How terrifying. This Major Luke is the true monster, with an unknown sword technique. He cleaved a pirate ship in two from across a vast ocean. Such prowess could not merely be attributed to skill. It revealed my own ignorance of the profound depths of swordsmanship. However, to see him strike the sea monster into the heavens with a single punch, the sheer might capable of obliterating an entire village. Before such power, Luke left no room for retaliation. Nami began to anticipate the spectacle of Luke confronting the evil dragon. "Damn that dragon, your end is nigh." A furious roar echoed from the dragon's realm, the sound waves causing the waters to churn violently. "Who is it? Damned! Who is the scoundrel that hurled Mumu into the sky?" "My kin." The evil dragon emerged from beneath Mumu, bloodied and battered, while the other fishmen in the dragon's domain suffered grievously, over half crushed underfoot. Meanwhile, the warship came into view of the evil dragon. Chapter 50. The Dragon's Demise. Why are the Navy here? Just in time. Regardless of whether you are responsible, you will all die today. The dragon's eyes blazed with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Consumed by rage, he failed to consider why Mumu had been sent flying or the magnitude of strength possessed by the one responsible. All he craved was vengeance and destruction. Slaughtering the Navy was the most satisfying outlet for his wrath. The dragon led the remaining fishmen into the water, surging forth with remarkable speed. The first to leap onto the warship was Octopus Xiaoba, who had been fishing just outside the confines of the dragon's realm, entertaining himself with several fishing rods. Thus, when Mumu fell from the sky, Xiaoba emerged unscathed. Yet, Mumu was a dear friend, and witnessing his friend plummet to the ground in a mangled heap ignited a fury within Xiaoba that rivaled that of the dragon. Xiaoba landed on the deck, 6 octopus limbs gripping 6 swords, resembling a spider poised for attack. "Hey, Nami, what are you doing here?" Xiaoba stormed aboard, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Nami. "Have you been captured by the Navy?" Nami, her long-suppressed hatred bursting forth, growled at Xiaoba. "Xiaoba, prepare to meet your doom. I've brought the Navy to deal with you." Enraged, Xiaoba leapt in outrage. "So, you have betrayed us, have you?" He swung the 6 swords wildly, charging toward Nami. The chaotic flurry of his blades lacked any semblance of technique, yet the brute strength of a fishman rendered the erratic strikes immensely destructive. Nami's expression shifted dramatically, hastily retrieving 3 sticks from her collar, which she swiftly combined into a long staff. But in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared before her, blocking her path. It was Christina, who had swiftly positioned herself in front of Nami. "Can you handle this 6-sword octopus?" Luke asked, remaining still as he turned to Christina. Christina smiled alluringly. If I cannot deal with a single fishman, what face would I have to remain by your side as your lieutenant? She drew the long sword from her back. A blade significantly longer than usual, measuring 1 meter and 60 centimeters, procured with her hard-earned berries from her internship at the Marine headquarters. With a swift motion, this female swordswoman cleaved through Xiaoba's wild strikes. The two engaged in fierce combat, Christina delivering powerful slashes that Xiaoba narrowly evaded, her sword cutting through the deck and leaving a long gash in its wake. She had begun to grasp the essence of swordsmanship. After dodging, Xiaoba extended all 6 limbs, aligning the tips of his swords together. 6 sword style, octopus canister technique. Xiaoba charged at Christina, unleashing a move of tremendous impact and lethality. The air sliced by his 6 blades radiating a deadly aura. Anyone caught within would be grievously harmed. Christina leaped aside, executing a swift maneuver to sidestep Xiaoba, her long sword descending with precision. One of Xiaoba's arms was severed, blood spraying forth. Octopus Xiaoba had lost an arm. Witnessing this, Luke felt a profound sense of relief. After all, Christina had completed her training at the academy, her swordsmanship commendable, and she had adeptly mastered the 6 styles, gaining the upper hand against Xiaoba. Despite Xiaoba's naive demeanor, Luke offered no mercy. Although he was kind-hearted in the original manga, aiding the main characters on Sabeti Archipelago as a pirate, he was complicit in the evil dragon's ruthless dominion over 20 nearby villages. His hands were stained with countless sins. With the battle entrusted to Christina, Luke turned his gaze to the sea, where the surviving fishmen led by the dragon were approaching. Xiaoba. The dragon, seeing Xiaoba's severed arm, was consumed by rage. You damn navy, I will not spare you. The dragon plunged into the ocean, eyeing Luke, who stood at the ship's railing cloaked in his justice cape. With powerful kicks against the water, he surged upward with the ferocity of a shark. Shark arrow. Fishmen naturally held the advantage in water, and with the shark's acceleration, the dragon propelled himself like a torpedo, his serrated snout as sharp as an arrow. His target was Luke, who stood at the rail like a target. Yet, he remained oblivious to Luke's keen observation, already aware of the dragon's every movement and the trajectory of his assault. Luke's body swayed gently as the dragon, transformed into a flying sword, whirled past him like a tempest of darkness. Luke reached for his waist, only to find it empty. Where's my sword? He inquired. Oh, Colonel Mouse has deemed it too shabby and rendered it obsolete, came the reply. Then, I shall resort to the gale kick. Luke swiftly lifted his foot, unleashing a vacuum wave with a powerful kick, delivering a formidable gale strike. The soaring slash pursued the malevolent dragon from behind. Sensing an ominous presence, the dragon turned to glance back, only to find the invisible wave rapidly closing in, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. With a sudden impact, the dragon's back suffered a grievous blow, and a gory sword wound materialized seemingly out of thin air. The soaring slash, combined with that extraordinary kicking technique, was indeed the gale strike, a skill possessed only by the most formidable officers of the Navy headquarters. The dragon was taken aback. How could this young man, who seemingly rose to the rank of major through connections, possess such mastery in martial arts? Having traversed the Grand Line as a fishman and once served as an officer in the Sun Pirates, the dragon was no stranger to the Navy's techniques. In a single round, Luke roused him from his fury. The situation was somewhat unexpected. Brothers, retreat. We shall submerge into the sea, where these naval forces cannot reach us. The vile dragon plummeted from the sky into the ocean, hastily notifying his merman companions. However, a voice suddenly echoed behind him. Is it not too late to flee now? Luke sank behind him, a cold smile etched on his face. When did you stealthily position yourself behind me? The malevolent dragon abruptly turned. Shock quickly transformed into delight. Was this individual truly a fool for engaging in combat with the fishmen in the sea? The dragon, elated, advanced, as the fishman's flying sword surged forth once more, its speed doubling. The powerful, robust body of the shark moved with such swiftness that it became nearly invisible, leaving only a torrent of water in its wake, slicing through the air like a sharpened arrow aimed at Luke. Luke shook his head, and with a powerful swing of his iron fist, he sent the vile dragon's figure soaring away from the shark's arrow. The dragon's cheek contorted as a set of teeth, harder than steel, shattered into fragments. Before losing consciousness, the dragon could only wish to spit a mouthful of old blood onto Colonel Mouse's face, exclaiming in frustration, "Curse you, Mouse, for leading me to this fate." Luke pursued, his gun piercing through the heart, blood swiftly tainting the sea crimson. Two torrents of warmth surged into Luke's being, a tribute from the vanquished dragon and the sea monster. The remaining fishmen posed no significant threat, as Luke swiftly hunted them down one by one in the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, the battle on the deck concluded with Christina slaying Little Eight. Thus, on this day, the notorious dragon pirate crew, which had dominated the East Sea for 3 long years, was uprooted entirely. Chapter 51. Nami joins the crew. Luke leaped from the sea onto the deck, shedding his drenched shirt and wringing it out like a twisted rope, before shaking it off and draping it over his shoulder. Upon lifting his head, Luke met Nami's astonished gaze. It was clear that Nami was not captivated by his chiseled physique. Rather, she pondered the fate of the Arlong pirates. Had they truly met their demise? She glanced at the lifeless body of Hachon sprawled on the deck, while soldiers dragged his legs, casting him into the depths below. Meanwhile, Christina, who had vanquished Hachon, delicately wiped the blood with a handkerchief and sheathed her sword behind her back. The high-ranking officer of the Arlong pirates, Hachon, had been effortlessly dispatched by this formidable woman, as though he were mere fruit being sliced. As for Arlong himself, a powerful fishman renowned for his invincibility in the East Blue, he met his end while being relentlessly pursued by Luke in the very depths of his domain, the sea. Arlong's lifeless form bobbed upon the surface, resembling a fallen leaf, rendered insignificant. Was the Navy truly this formidable? Nami gazed at Luke, her perceptions shaken. She had believed Luke to be strong, anticipating at least a fierce battle with Arlong. Yet the outcome revealed that she had gravely underestimated Luke's prowess. The youthful heart of Nami experienced a profound upheaval. What are you staring at? I have no interest in a girl of your stature. Luke flashed her a radiant smile. His brilliant grin, coupled with his chiseled and handsome features, was profoundly infectious. Naomi wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said, "Thank you." Her heartfelt gratitude was sincere and genuine. Luke approached and gently caressed her hair. "Shall we not share this delightful news with the family?" he inquired. Nami nodded vigorously, her face blossoming with joy. They had awaited this news for many years. Surely, it would bring them immense happiness. The vendetta for Belmare has also been avenged. Luke left a contingent of the Navy to cleanse the domain of the malevolent dragon, and then he led the others to the village of Kokoyasi. Upon receiving the news directly from Nami, the entire village erupted in jubilation. A kin drummed and announced the tidings to everyone, and tears of joy streamed down their faces. The era of oppressive rule under the dragon had been the darkest chapter of their lives. Now that the dragon had been vanquished by the Navy, it was a moment of sheer delight. A grand feast must be held. Today, they would celebrate in abundance. The days of joy had finally arrived. Luke and Christina were warmly welcomed by the entire village. The beaming smiles that adorned their faces represented the most gratifying reward for their service as naval officers. There is no greater source of pride than receiving the heartfelt gratitude of the common people. Luke held a crystal goblet, downing the rum in one swift motion. With ice clinking within, the liquid cascaded down his throat, a wave of exhilaration radiating from every erect hair on his body. Observing the jubilant scene unfolding in the village, along with Nami, who was wholeheartedly embracing the joy, Luke felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Nami approached, filling his glass from the bottle, and they clinked their glasses together. At that moment, Christina, wearing a rather grim expression, sidled up to him and whispered, "Luke, Colonel Mouse is approaching." Luke set down his wine glass, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes. I anticipated his arrival. Outside the village, a contingent of Navy soldiers, led by the cunning Colonel Mouse, swiftly marched into Cocoa West Village. The colonel's countenance was exceedingly grim. He had previously instructed Luke to refrain from provoking the dragon pirate crew, to which Luke had assented, only to subsequently eradicate the very threat. Upon learning of the dragon's demise, Mouse, consumed by fury, shattered a table and hurriedly summoned his subordinates. While his face betrayed his humiliation, he was also gripped by fear. Should Luke uncover his collusion with the dragon, his naval career would be irrevocably tarnished. Thus, he deemed it imperative to personally intervene and obliterate any incriminating evidence. "Major, what brings you here?" Mouse growled upon first laying eyes on Luke. "Colonel Mouse, did you not notice?" Luke replied, reclining in his chair, raising his glass towards the colonel. "We are celebrating the obliteration of the dragon pirate crew that has plagued this vicinity. Care for a drink, Colonel?" "Aha." Mouse seethed with rage. "Luke, you have disregarded my orders and taken it upon yourself to annihilate the dragon pirate crew. Do you hold me in any regard? I hereby revoke your command over the warship and its crew. I will also initiate impeachment proceedings against you." I will lodge a complaint with the headquarters. Mouse was on the verge of apoplexy. He could not find solace until Luke was removed from his position. Allowing Luke to continue his reckless antics would expose his own misdeeds. In his mind, he cursed Luke 1,000 times over. Luke finally set down his wine glass and rose to confront the frail figure of the rat, his presence exuding a formidable strength. What do you accuse me of? Accusing me of eradicating pirates? Is the very essence of our Navy not to uphold justice and combat piracy? It seems you have forgotten the weight of the justice you bear. The rat shivered under Luke's gaze, overwhelmed by the intensity of his stare, which bore the vastness of the ocean itself. Faced with such a penetrating gaze, the rat's breath caught in his throat, and his heart skipped a beat. Is this how you speak to your superior? The rat instinctively took a step back. At that moment, Nami stepped forward, her eyes blazing with fury. Colonel Rat, you despicable creature colluding with the vile dragon. What right do you have to criticize Major Luke? You are a disgrace to the Navy. Indeed, Rat. Had it not been for you, we would not have endured 3 dark years under the tyrannical rule of pirates. Aegean also stood up, joined by the villagers of Cocoa West, all denouncing Colonel Rat. Silence. You wretched commoners, be quiet. Rat bellowed in a fit of rage. Luke's gaze was piercing as he commanded, Lieutenant, bind the colonel. The mouse, flustered, stared at Luke in disbelief. What are you doing? I am the commander of Base 16. I am your superior. Overwhelmed by sheer panic, he drew his pistol, aiming it first at Luke, then at the approaching Christina. Undeterred by the mouse's threats, Christina surged forward, delivering a powerful kick with her left leg. The black pleated skirt unfurled like a blossoming flower, and her strikingly white leg, sweeping through the air, resembled the most exquisite of petals. The gun was sent flying, and the colonel was forcefully struck on the shoulder, crashing to the ground. Christina then settled onto the mouse's back, twisting his arms painfully, causing him to cry out in distress. Luke whistled. Well done, Christina. The rat was thoroughly bound, along with the subordinates who had been disarmed. Luke had no intention of letting this nest of vermin escape. Before departing, he turned to Nami and said, Nami, consider joining the Navy. Nami hesitated. Am I really qualified to join the Navy, being this weak? Christina embraced Nami's shoulders and replied, If you wish to join, then do so. Let me share a little secret with you. When Colonel Luke first joined the Navy, he was quite weak as well. I even managed to defeat him a few times. As she reminisced about this past event, Christina's tail nearly shot up to the heavens in delight. Luke felt a slight blush creeping onto his face. Christina, once we finish our tasks, I shall evaluate your 6 styles training. His smirk resembled that of a demon, daring anyone to expose his shortcomings. Unfazed, Christina playfully stuck out her tongue at Luke. Is that so? Then I have nothing to worry about. Nami lifted her small face, her voice bubbling with exuberance, akin to silver bells dancing in the wind, as she laughed joyously. Belmare, I too have become a member of the Navy now. Half a month later, Carp returned to Naval Headquarters, escorting Colonel Mouse. Meanwhile, Luke received orders from headquarters to temporarily assume the role of base commander for the 16th Division. Chapter 52. Click's trap on an unnamed island in the East Sea. Dozens of ships docked along the shore, where hundreds of pirates gathered to revel in the spoils of their plunder, their raucous laughter echoing for miles. Pirate Click lounged in a tiger-striped chair, his gaze defiant, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he raised a hefty goblet to his lips, gulping down its contents. He was the tyrant of the East Sea, known as Admiral Click. Surveying his domain, he commanded an army of 5,000 subordinates and 50 ships, placing him at the pinnacle of power in the East Sea. The nations within the East Sea turned pale at the mere mention of the Click pirate crew. Today, Click welcomed a special guest bearing a chest of jewels. Admiral Click, this is a gift from our master, the visitor announced. Click's greedy eyes sparkled as he glanced at the shimmering treasures, erupting into a hearty laugh. Fine jewels indeed. You possess discerning taste. Surely, you do not come solely to present me with gifts? Speak your mind. Ha. As expected of the East Sea's tyrant, you are astute. My master wishes for your assistance in eliminating an individual. Pray tell, who is this person? In the East Sea, there is no one I cannot take down. It is Lieutenant Luke of the Navy's 16th Division. Click's lips twisted into a cruel grin as he regarded the chest of jewels. A mere Navy lieutenant? This paltry treasure will not suffice. The guest bowed slightly, smiling. These are merely a token of goodwill. Upon completion of our task, we shall provide a map of the Grand Line as a reward. A map of the Grand Line. Click's eyes widened with excitement, this revelation far surpassing his delight at the jewels. Having long dominated the East Sea, The title of tyrant no longer satisfied his ambitions. The audacious Click believed that only by venturing into the Grand Line and claiming the treasures left by the Pirate King would he truly earn his status. A map of the Grand Line was worth a fortune. Click readily agreed. The guest achieved his objective and departed, their ship's sails adorned with a skull emblem. Belonging to the Tetsolo Consortium. After the guest's departure, Akin approached Click, looking hesitant. Chief, are we truly going to take on this job? The Navy is not to be trifled with. Click's gaze remained defiant. Akin, have we not already vanquished our share of the Navy over the years? The incompetent Navy flees at the mere sight of us. Your concerns are unwarranted. He raised his goblet and took a hearty swig. How shall we lure the Navy out? I fear they may hide in their base if they realize we are their adversaries. Here is what we shall do. Summon Captain Wayne to this island and let the Navy learn of it. We shall catch them off guard. Click cunningly revealed his sly nature, intending to use other pirate crews as bait to draw out the Navy. As for the unfortunate Captain Wayne, his fate was of no concern to Admiral Click. And as for Luke, a Navy lieutenant, he was but a target. Whether it be a lieutenant or even a commander, Click would show no mercy. Lure Lieutenant Luke out, and we shall crush him. Such was his confidence. The azure sea stretched endlessly as naval ships patrolled aimlessly. Luke brought a chaise lounge and placed it on the deck. He reclined comfortably, donned a sleep mask, and basked in the radiant sunlight. Luke let out a yawn. Feeling utterly bored. The pirates of the East Sea are indeed incomparable to those of the Grand Line. Following the defeat of the Dragon, Luke swiftly eradicated 3 pirate crews in succession. However, these crews consisted merely of 2 to 30 members, small-time brigands barely worth his notice. Christina single-handedly subdued them with ease. Luke sought the infamous Click pirates, the Black Cat pirates, and the Buggy pirates, for only they could satiate his appetite. However, the vast ocean held no tidings of these formidable crews. Thus, Luke resorted to idling away his time. Luke, a message has arrived from the branch. Christina announced as she approached his reclining chair with brisk steps. Observing his relaxed posture, she secretly swallowed hard. The sight of the nonchalant major was rather dashing. What crucial news do you bring? Luke inquired, lifting his eye patch with his right thumb. We have discovered the movements of the Wayne pirates, Christina replied, handing him a bounty notice along with pertinent details. The target was a middle-aged pirate in his 40s, who had toiled earnestly for half his life to ascend to the captaincy, with a bounty of 8 million berries and a crew of over 100. Another opportunity for you to distinguish yourself. Luke returned the documents to her. Christina beamed with delight, her large eyes forming beautiful crescent shapes. For someone like her, lacking in extraordinary gifts, the only path to promotion lay in military achievements. The more bounty criminals she captured, the greater her chances of advancement. She hoped to one day be reassigned to headquarters alongside Luke. Christina then departed to relay the orders. As the helmsman turned the ship's wheel, the warship veered off its cruising course, heading towards an unnamed island. Nami stood atop the mast, her cheeks kissed by the sea breeze, her orange hair flowing behind her. The wind was mild, devoid of storms. However, as Nami peered into the distance, she noticed something unusual in the sea's current. Leaping gracefully from the mast, she landed on the deck, her legs bending to absorb the impact. She swiftly ran to the ship's edge, leaning over the railing, half her body suspended above the water. This peculiar behavior caught Luke's attention. He removed his eye patch and sat up, regarding Nami with curiosity. Nami, is there a problem? Nami nodded gently. The currents in this area seem abnormal. I've observed numerous submerged reefs disrupting the flow. Beneath the calm surface, turbulent undercurrents thrived. Luke knew he could not disregard the words of a seasoned navigator, especially as they approached the unnamed island where intelligence had suggested hidden dangers lurked beneath the waves. With some reefs even breaching the surface, this locale was indeed a fitting refuge for pirates. Christina raised her telescope to her eyes, spotting a pirate ship anchored along the island's coast. Major, we have identified a pirate vessel. Prepare to fire. With a decisive command from Luke, the area, fraught with perilous reefs, was deemed unsuitable for landing. Blow the pirate ship to smithereens, he ordered. The gunners promptly prepared as the cannon ports on either side of the warship opened, revealing a series of formidable black iron cannons aimed at the pirate vessel along the coast. Cannonballs were loaded, and the fuses were ignited. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted, shattering the distant pirate ship into a myriad of splintered fragments. Well done. Luke nodded in satisfaction. On the island, Captain Wayne, who had arrived as summoned, wore a bewildered expression. His crew of over 100 pirates looked equally perplexed. Where's our ship? What has become of it? They asked. Reduced to mere flotsam in the ocean, it was the Navy. Wayne's face contorted with regret. We have been betrayed by that scoundrel. Click. Luke calmly directed the warship to approach the shore gradually. With no vessels in sight, this band of pirates had nowhere left to flee. However, at that moment, the thunderous sound of cannon fire erupted once more. Countless shells rained down around the warship, and the detonation sent towering columns of water soaring into the air. Luke glanced around, as dozens of pirate ships surged forth from the opposite side of the horizon, forming a semicircle behind the warship, effectively encircling it. It was the Click pirate crew. Chapter 53, Nami's Exceptional Navigation Skills. Luke nearly laughed out loud. Click, I didn't seek you out. You came to me. However, the situation was rather dire. Brothers, turn the helm and evacuate this place. At Luke's command, the warship adjusted its course, preparing to navigate around the island. Luke, we can't ride this current, Nami shouted anxiously. If we go this way, we'll hit the reefs. The naval officer at the helm could not help but admonish her. Little girl, don't speak out of turn if you don't understand. Nami's eyes reddened with urgency, although the sea surface appeared calm. She discerned through the current's direction that there were indeed hidden reefs ahead. Helmsman, follow Nami's instructions, Luke ordered. Nami, I hereby appoint you as the navigator of this vessel. All navigational routes will be determined by you. Yes, Major. Nami stood upright, legs together, and saluted Luke respectfully. The warship's course, which had just been adjusted, now veered towards the visibly protruding reef area. The interplay of currents and rocks created swirling eddies in this region of the sea. Nami leaned half her body over the side of the ship, intently observing the currents beneath the surface, and commands flowed from the lips of this young girl. A miraculous event transpired. The warship maneuvered around the rocks, seemingly drawn into the whirlpools, yet another current pulled it away just in time, avoiding disaster and preventing it from running aground. Click, clad in golden armor and a flowing cape, stood at the bow with his arms crossed, laughing heartily upon witnessing the Navy's reckless foray into the treacherous waters filled with rocks and whirlpools. Incompetent Navy. Seeing me, they panicked and fled into that chaotic reef area. Men, destroy the Navy. 50 pirate ships erupted in a cacophony of cannon fire, the barrage of cannonballs raining down like hail. At this rate, even if the warship avoided the reefs, it would surely be obliterated by the cannon fire. Click's wicked laughter echoed, his malevolent visage resembling that of a villain. However, his laughter was soon stifled, for the relentless barrage failed to strike the naval vessel. Click's expression darkened, and he roared, Fire! Fire! The gunners nervously replied, Captain. The Navy is quickly escaping our firing range. Then pursue them. We have 50 ships. If we can't sink even one Navy vessel, I will twist your heads off. The captain's orders were absolute, and the pirate fleet chased after the warship into the chaotic reef area. Nami was overwhelmed with anxiety. Despite having endured the dark reign of a dragon, nothing compared to the relentless barrage of cannonballs raining down like a torrential downpour. This was the most terrifying scene she had ever encountered. Countless cannonballs struck the ship's surroundings, the splashes drenching Nami in seawater. Even if I can avoid the reefs and whirlpools, this dense barrage will shred our ship to pieces. I'm going to die. My naval career has just begun, and now it's going to end. Clutching the violently swaying rail, Nami felt a surge of panic, only to suddenly realize that despite the relentless bombardment, the warship remained unscathed. She turned to the stern, where two formidable figures were actively engaged. Even before the cannonade commenced, Luke had dashed from the bow to the stern, unleashing a vacuum slash that obliterated cannonballs mid-air. Christina, though not adept in the vacuum technique, wielded her sword skillfully, leaping into action to slice through 2 or 3 cannonballs effortlessly. The continuous explosions resonated thunderously behind the ship. In that moment, Nami understood. It wasn't merely her navigational prowess that had evaded the cannon fire. It was the presence of 2 extraordinary individuals aboard this vessel. Monsters. These 2 were undeniably monstrous. How could they possibly slice cannonballs from the sky? With the task of protecting the ship entrusted to these formidable beings, Nami resolved to ensure the warship's escape from this perilous area. After the tense moments had passed, her navigational commands resumed with unwavering resolve. The warship weaved skillfully between reefs and whirlpools, and as they neared the edge of this treacherous sea, a smile finally graced Nami's face. Major, we are almost out of this area, she shouted towards the stern. Luke leaped 2 or 3 steps to her side, gazing out at the expanse of the sea ahead. Indeed, Nami, you are truly remarkable. This compliment caused Nami to blush and smile shyly. Now we can turn back, Luke declared. What? Nami inquired, puzzled. To return and fight them. No way. They are the clique pirates, boasting 50 ships. Hee, they no longer possess 50 vessels. Luke chuckled. As they navigated through the treacherous waters filled with reefs and whirlpools, many of their ships had already run aground and sustained damage. Nami quickly glanced back at the fleet, and her spirits lifted. The chaotic formation of the clique pirates was a sight to behold. Ships were either stranded on the rocks or colliding with one another, while misfired cannonballs sank their own vessels, with smoke billowing up from the enormous fleet. Luke said, Nami, this is all your merit. Let's turn around and make another loop. I estimate that few pirate ships can navigate properly. Can you manage that? Nami's cheeks flushed slightly. Absolutely. A surge of adrenaline rushed to my brain, she exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves, brimming with enthusiasm. Leave it to me. The warship executed a sharp right turn, veering 180 degrees towards the fleet of the clique pirate group. The intensity of cannon fire suddenly diminished due to the ensuing chaos, and even the shots aimed at the Navy were intercepted by Luke and Christina. The warship charged forward like a valiant lion, undeterred as it plunged into the pack of wolves. Yet, this wolf pack appeared to be ailing, unresponsive to the commands of their leader. The tumultuous currents and swirling eddies diverted the pirate vessels from their intended course, leaving the helmsmen to struggle in vain as their ships obstinately collided with the reefs. Amidst the massive formation of dozens of pirate ships, a blue warship glided through like a specter, standing out conspicuously. The Navy's soldiers were exhilarated. The cannon ports on either side of the ship ignited with flames, unleashing a barrage that decimated the pirate vessels to the sides, hastening the demise of the fleet. They had never engaged in such an exhilarating battle. The cannon fire echoed, booming relentlessly. The pirate ships erupted in brilliant sparks. Chapter 54, Annihilation of the East Sea Dominator. Ceasefire. The pirate ships are still vessels. We shall retrieve them and sell them to fishermen and merchants. As Luke observed that the pirate crew had only a few intact ships remaining, he hastily called out to halt the cannoneer. Nami's eyes instantly sparkled, transforming into dollar signs. She was even more elated than Luke, for she saw an opportunity to profit. Regardless of the circumstances, her insatiable love for money was an unalterable trait. Luke had already spotted the pirate ship where Click resided, a towering giant clad in golden armor, surpassing Luke's height by half a head. They were poised for a boarding battle. The soldiers drew their swords one by one, their square faces radiating righteousness, and their sharp gazes exuding unwavering determination. Luke and Christina led the charge, leaping onto the pirate ship with agility. They unleashed a flurry of strikes, their swords slicing through the air, sending the first wave of pirates tumbling away and clearing a space. The naval vessel collided with the pirate ship, causing a violent tremor. As sailors surged onto the deck, Nami lingered behind, taking a step back, raising her fist. Go for it. The fate of this battle rests upon you. As for her, she intended to search for treasures among the pirate crew. Her gaze fixated on the surrounding pirate ships, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The audacity of the Navy encroaching upon them left Cleek's expression dark and foreboding, his countenance as grim as ink. Damn the Navy! How dare they challenge my authority? He bellowed, gesturing grandly. Men, annihilate the Navy. The pirates surged forth. Yet, Luke and Christina's swordsmanship was formidable. They were nearly unstoppable. With each stroke of their blades, clusters of pirates lay vanquished in pools of blood. Akin, wielding dual iron ball-tipped canes, charged at Christina. The clash of iron against steel reverberated as the deck splintered beneath them. Christina's gaze sharpened. She recognized she was facing a cadre member of the clique pirate crew. In an instant, Christina blinked out of sight, reappearing at Akin's flank, thrusting her sword forward. Akin barely evaded, his heart racing in astonishment. This female swordsman vanished for a split second. What incredible speed! Christina, too, felt a surge of surprise. Could there truly be a pirate in the East Blue capable of dodging her swift strikes? She unleashed her extraordinary swordplay, each attack evaded by Akin. Realizing she needed to feign a weakness, Christina slowed her onslaught, executing a strike that deliberately exposed a wide gap on her right. Akin's eyes gleamed with opportunity. The iron cane spun rapidly, its dual iron balls amplifying the force of his assault. With reckless abandon, he aimed to smash Christina's face, unconcerned about the potential damage to her delicate features. The impact resonated as the iron cane struck Christina, landing a solid blow. Simultaneously, she retracted her sword and executed a diagonal thrust, piercing through Akin's abdomen. Within Luke's line of sight stood a man clad entirely in iron armor. even his knuckles adorned with small iron plates. It was Baro, the Iron Wall. Baro swung his fist, striking with such ferocity that he shattered the jaws of the naval soldiers. His onslaught was so fierce that ordinary sailors were no match for him, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Luke was engulfed in a surge of wrath. Feel my fury. The fierce momentum of the sword accumulated within its blade, transformed into a raging flame. With a singular strike, he unleashed a sweeping cut, which morphed into a blazing eagle soaring toward Baro. Upon witnessing this, Baro braced himself against his iron wall, but the blow collided with it, shattering into two residual waves that annihilated all the pirates behind him. Ha ha ha, my iron wall is invincible. He gleefully banged on the barrier. Is that so? Luke swiftly darted to the forefront of Baro. Raising his hand, he delivered a powerful punch, his iron fist crashing against the iron wall. To the naked eye, the barrier visibly buckled inward, with Baro caught between two slabs of iron, resembling a sandwich, as blood sprayed into the air. He was sent flying. Luke lowered his left fist and glanced at the sword in his right hand. To his dismay, the swordsmanship he wielded was insufficient to breach iron walls. It was evident that his skills required enhancement. Akin to a tempest, Cleek seethed with rage, having witnessed the successive defeats of his two most capable subordinates. As their leader, his fury was palpable. He brandished a massive battle spear, plunging into the fray. It was said that this formidable spear weighed a ton, possessing immense destructive power along with explosive capabilities. Any adversary caught in the sweep of such a weapon would be reduced to mere pulp, without exception. Cleek soared into the air, swinging the battle spear downwards towards Luke with ferocity. Boom! An explosion erupted, shrouding the scene in thick smoke. A cruel smile crept upon Cleek's lips. Die, Navy. Having slain so many of my subordinates, you should be satisfied. As the smoke began to clear, Cleek's smile froze upon his face. Luke emerged from the haze, unscathed, his left arm firmly grasping the formidable weapon. Even the force of the explosion could not compel him to retreat a single step. Luke shot a piercing glance, instantly plunging Click into a state of icy dread. Click, taken aback, resolutely discarded his formidable weapon and raised his hand to unleash a barrage of missiles. How could such a terrifying naval force exist? He was merely a major, a frail naval officer at that. His entire being resembled an armory, equipped with shields, guns, cannons, spears, swords, and gas grenades. These weapons were unleashed in a frenzied torrent. For the first time, Click felt the sting of fear. Luke allowed the torrent of weapons to rain down upon him, his robust figure advancing forward, instinctively navigating through the fray of attacks with the prowess of a martial artist. He approached Click, who stood adorned in gleaming golden armor that shimmered under the sun, an armor Click took immense pride in, boasting a hardness that could withstand any assault. Yet, Luke remained unconvinced. With a swift motion, he closed the distance to Click and lightly grazed the surface of the golden armor with his palm. Golden porcupine. The armor retaliated, unleashing dozens of sharp spikes that pierced through Click's back, resembling a hedgehog's formidable quills. Click's eyes glazed over as he violently coughed up blood. Upon releasing his grip from the armor, he collapsed heavily to the ground. The Click pirate crew, bereft of their leader, found their courage to resist utterly extinguished. In a state of panic, they attempted to flee, only to discover that their ships were either grounded or ensnared by a whirlpool, leaving no vessel capable of escape. The vast pirate fleet of 5,000 was left with two fates: to sink to the ocean's depths or to surrender unconditionally. Nami emerged from one of the pirate ships, wiping the sweat from her brow. The timing was impeccable. The battle had concluded just as she had hoped. Behind her trailed a large sack brimming with gold and jewels, towering higher than her own stature due to the sheer abundance. A satisfied smile graced Nami's face as she laboriously made her way toward the warship. A bountiful harvest. A bountiful harvest. Chapter 55. The realm of iron cutting at the coast of Frostmoon Village. The naval warship slowly docked along the shoreline. Luke leaped from the warship and set foot on the shore, gazing at the tranquil village not far away. He wondered, is Zaro still here? Luke murmured softly as he led Christina into the village, where a casual inquiry revealed the location of the dojo. Following the encounter with the Clique pirates, Luke felt acutely the inadequacy of his swordsmanship. His skills had now ascended to the advanced 5-star level, yet he found himself at an impasse, despite rigorous training. His mastery remained stagnant. After his strike was thwarted by Baro's iron wall, Luke realized he had yet to attain the realm of cutting through iron. This realm represents a crucial threshold for swordsmen, delineating a profound difference in the potency of their techniques. In the realm of cutting iron, Even the hardest steel could be severed with the ease of slicing through tofu, no matter how formidable the defense. A swordsman who has reached this level would slice through it as effortlessly as one would chop vegetables. Determined to grasp the essence of this iron-cutting realm, Luke resolved to visit the dojo in Frostmoon Village, renowned for its master swordsman, K-Shur Frostmoon. The dojo was situated at the rear of the village. Within the immaculate training hall, a young boy with short green hair knelt before a middle-aged man. The boy wore a white t-shirt on his upper half and deep green trousers below, his countenance resolute. Adorning his left ear were 3 teardrop-shaped earrings, crafted from the bounty he earned by slaying pirates last month. Zoro was bidding farewell to his master, expressing his intention to venture out to sea for practical experience to hone his swordsmanship. K-Shur, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, listened to Zoro's words and smiled, replying, "You have grown. It is commendable that you think this way. In these vast seas, numerous powerful warriors exist, and engaging with them will greatly benefit your sword skills." Zoro bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance over the years. I will return." Little did he know that due to his notorious lack of direction, he would struggle to find his way back, and barring unforeseen circumstances, this would be his final farewell to his master. Grasping his pristine white longsword, Zoro declared, "Kuna, I will live on for both of us and show you that I can become the world's greatest swordsman." Just then, K-Shur raised his gaze toward the entrance of the dojo, saying, "Zoro, we have esteemed guests arriving. Please go and usher them in." As Luke and Christina traversed the village, they beheld the dojo's structure in the distance. A sense of awareness washed over Luke, as his keen perception allowed him to sense a powerful yet restrained aura emanating from within the dojo. Furthermore, Luke was certain that the owner of this presence had also perceived his arrival. Upon reaching the entrance, just as he was about to knock, the door swung open from within, revealing a robust youth of around 14 or 15 years of age. "Aha, Zoro." Luke nearly smiled crookedly. Fortunately, Zoro was still here. Once he ventured out for training, finding him would become quite a challenge. "Before leaving this place, I must ensure to take him away." "Do you know me?" Zoro exclaimed, clearly taken aback. "Well, that is not important." Luke entered the venue and, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, got straight to the point. "Mr. Gung, I have come specifically to seek your guidance in swordsmanship." Gung, sitting cross-legged in a dignified posture, replied, "Your swordsmanship is already remarkable. My humble dojo may not be able to meet your expectations." Although Gung hailed from the land of Wa, he had no desire to clash with the Navy. "You are far too modest, Mr. Gung. What I seek to learn is the art of cutting iron. I earnestly request your esteemed instruction." Luke bowed his head respectfully, embodying the humble attitude necessary for learning. He would not allow his current accomplishments to breed arrogance within him. Zoro, serving as a disciple, was taken aback upon hearing that Luke wished to learn the art of cutting iron. He had once been taught this technique by his master, yet he had yet to grasp its intricacies. It became evident that he was a swordsman. Zoro contemplated this, casting a glance at the longsword strapped to Christina's back. "Two swordsmen. If the opportunity arises, I must challenge them to a duel." Gung Soreo, with his gentle disposition, perpetually wore a cheerful smile. "Since you have expressed such sentiments, I shall share my immature insights for your consideration." Luke resided in the Frostmoon family's dojo for an entire month. Luke sat beneath the tree, his eyes gently shut, maintaining a steady breath. Everything in the world has its own rhythm of breathing. The tree breathes in its own manner. The stones possess their own breath. The earth has its own breath as well. Embrace the breath of all things and follow its cadence as you descend. Around Luke, small stones bounced playfully, with some mischievous ones even leaping onto his shoulder. Even the longsword he held in his grasp seemed to awaken, sprouting 2 tiny eyes and trembling slightly, yearning to escape his hold and frolic about. Feel the breath, how absurd. Everything is alive. Of course, it breathes. How infuriating. Such overwhelming power has animated everything in the vicinity. The cross that sprang forth from Luke's head surged with fury as he leapt up, his palms brushing against each of these diminutive entities, nullifying the power of the rat talisman that clung to them. No, once more, Luke settled back down. For someone like him, who could inadvertently bring things to life, feeling the breath of all things was an arduous task. Witnessing this scene, Zoro stood agape, his cookie falling from his hand. "Has he always been like this?" Zoro inquired of Christina. Christina, seated across from Zoro with a teacup in hand, replied, "Major Luke's abilities have always been profoundly enigmatic." In pursuit of a duel with Luke, as well as to observe his understanding of the art of cutting iron, Zoro postponed his plans to set sail. Throughout the past month, he engaged in swordplay with Christina, resulting in a mix of victories and defeats. Such outcomes left Christina astounded. This youth, for years her junior, matched her skill in swordsmanship. What a remarkable talent for the art of the sword. Luke maintained his meditation, absorbing the art of iron cutting imparted by Shimazuki Garo. In this world, there exists a swordsman capable of severing nothing at all, should he choose. He could not even slice through a single sheet of paper. Yet, if he willed it, he could effortlessly rend steel asunder. A gust of wind swept by, causing a few leaves to descend from the trees. Luke suddenly opened his eyes, his sword slicing swiftly through the air. A few leaves were swept aside by the blade, drifting gently to the ground, yet the keen edge of the sword astonishingly did not cut through a single leaf. He had achieved the realm of cutting iron. Luke's eyes sparkled with joy as he leaped into the air, exhilarated. The elevation of his realm bestowed upon him an immense power, a strength capable of severing steel. Zoro, undeterred by superstition, brought forth a hefty iron block, a formidable piece he utilized for strength training, boasting a thickness of no less than 20 centimeters. Luke flashed a gentle smile, and with a swift motion of his longsword, cleaved the iron block in two. Incredible! Zoro exclaimed, his mouth agape, wide enough to accommodate a duck egg. One day, I shall surpass you, he declared with fervor, charging towards Luke. Zoro, what is your dream? It is, of course, to become the greatest swordsman in the world. That is quite a challenge. For you at present, only rigorous combat experience will transform your swordsmanship. Zoro, with a proud snort, replied, thus, I intend to set sail and seek out formidable opponents. Luke, with a gentle and persuasive demeanor, remarked, oh, I see. My warship will continuously target formidable pirates. My adversaries are indeed formidable. Would you be interested in joining me? Are you not concerned that my swordsmanship may surpass yours? I eagerly await the day when you surpass me. Zoro's eyes glinted with intensity, emanating an aura akin to a fierce beast. In the original narrative, Zoro is depicted as a man so fearsome that he is likened to a mythical beast. I yearn for such an encounter. However, should you impede my quest to become the greatest swordsman in the world, I shall show you no mercy. Luke grinned widely, exclaiming, hee hee, that's more like it. My companion, one must possess such spirit. Chapter 56. Captain Kuro contemplates retirement. A pirate ship, adorned with a figurehead resembling a black cat, sailed across the vast ocean. They were the Black Cat pirate crew. The crew donned black cat ears, congregating on the deck, their coarse banter revolving around treasures and women, with raucous laughter defining the atmosphere aboard the vessel. In the rear cabin of the ship, through the open door, one could glimpse Captain Kuro seated within. With his slicked-back hair, round spectacles, and impeccably tailored suit, he presented himself as a gentleman rather than a ruthless pirate. Yet, those familiar with his notorious reputation, be they commoners or Navy personnel, would shudder at the mere mention of his name. Known for his cunning and relentless pursuit of goals, he was aptly dubbed Kuro the Schemer. However, at this moment, Captain Kuro's demeanor starkly contrasted with the boisterous crew. He gazed out at the raucous pirates on deck, disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, his expression betraying a sense of loathing. Rude and uncouth crew, the boundless sea, the endless life of piracy, I've had enough. Captain Kuro lamented his current existence, weary of the ceaseless drifting of a pirate's life. And let us not forget the relentless Navy. Upon sighting him, the Navy pursued him with fervor, akin to a coy widow beset by a dashing suitor, relentlessly chasing after him. Oh, it's my head they desire. Zango, do you grasp my troubles? Captain, to be honest, I do not. Is life not satisfactory? Under your esteemed leadership, the Black Cat pirate crew has been thriving in the East Blue. Zango, adorned with heart-shaped glasses, stood before Kuro, feeling an immense pressure emanating from the captain. Despite being Kuro's first mate for many years, he had never truly fathomed the captain's thoughts. Kuro's icy gaze fixed upon Zango as he uttered a sentence that sent chills down Zango's spine. Zango, I shall bequeath the captaincy to you. Captain, are you jesting? Cold sweat trickled down Zango's cheeks, a shiver racing down his spine as he felt an ominous cloud enveloping him, as if standing at the precipice of a bottomless abyss. Zango, I have devised a plan. Once successful, I shall shed my identity as a pirate. I require your unwavering cooperation. The plan is as follows. Luke departed from Frostmoon Village, almost returning with a bountiful harvest. Not only did he master the art of cutting steel, but he also lured Zoro aboard his ship. Oh, Zoro, the second strongest member of the Straw Hat crew, the embodiment of masculinity. Why abandon the noble pursuit of being a pirate hunter to become a pirate? If one can be a pirate hunter, might it not be wiser to serve as a naval officer instead? Upon returning to the ship, Luke's smile remained unwavering. The warship set sail, leaving Frost Moon Village, which had long exceeded the jurisdiction of the 16th Division. Lingering here for a month was already at its limit. On the journey back, Luke summoned Christina and assigned her a significant task. Christina, he instructed, reach out to the division and harness the intelligence capabilities of the Navy to disseminate a message. Inform them that I possess the treasure map of Captain John. Christina furrowed her brow in confusion. Luke, I don't understand why. Regarding the treasure map, some ambitious pirates might take the bait. What do you think? The Major was indeed shrewd. I'll arrange it immediately, she declared, turning to enter the cabin and contact the division via the transponder snail. Captain John, formerly a member of the Rocks Pirates, was a notorious pirate who left behind a vast treasure upon his demise. For Buggy, who was fervently obsessed with treasure hunting, this map would be an irresistible temptation. Among the 4 pirate crews in the system's mission, only the Black Cat pirates and Buggy's crew remained. It was hoped that this fabricated message would lure Buggy out. After assigning the task to Christina, Luke approached Zorro. This young man, upon boarding, exhibited no signs of timidity, even displaying a desire to duel with the Navy soldiers. However, after a few skirmishes, his enthusiasm waned, for he realized that aside from Luke and Christina, none of the soldiers possessed noteworthy swordsmanship. Bored, Zorro was dispatched by Luke to the top of the mast to keep watch. In Luke's words, if you seek a fight, hurry and locate a pirate. Go for it. Thus, Zorro was invigorated, his beast-like eyes scanning fervently for prey. Look, there's a ship to the left and behind. Zorro's voice brimmed with excitement. Wonderful. We found pirates so swiftly. Luke was somewhat astonished. Having set sail for merely half a day, they encountered pirates. What extraordinary luck. Cursed pirates. Encountering me spells your misfortune. Zorro tightened his grip on the white longsword, Watakamanji, the blade that represented his bond with Kuina. Our esteemed navigator, Nami. Take the helm and prepare for battle. Luke shouted towards Nami. Acknowledged. This lady, embodying both beauty and wisdom, assures you that the pirates shall not escape. Nami winked at Luke and began to command the ship's course. Luke stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the approaching pirate crew with an inexplicable feeling gnawing at him. To his astonishment, this band of pirates did not flinch or evade upon sighting the Navy. Instead, they charged straight ahead. How audacious! Such fearless pirates in the East Sea were a rarity indeed. As Luke discerned the emblem flying from the pirate ship, he was struck by disbelief. Could it truly be the Black Cat pirates? A vessel charging headlong towards them, courting death? Was there some sinister plot at play? Captain Kuro, notorious for his cunning, could he have concealed explosives aboard, intending to annihilate him? As the two ships drew within a kilometer, entering Luke's observation range, he realized he had been overly cautious. Captain Kuro was indeed barreling toward them, seemingly seeking his own demise. However, 2 Black Cats had emerged from the depths, swiftly navigating toward the warship beneath the surface. Were they preparing for a surprise attack? Zorro had already leaped from the mast, sprinting to the bow, poised with one foot on the rail, gripping the hilt of his sword, radiating eagerness for battle. His excited demeanor suggested he longed to rush forth and engage in combat. Zorro, 2 figures have submerged beneath the warship. They will strike from the rear. You must keep watch over them. Are they formidable? Zorro replied, uninterested if they were mere house cats. Well, they should provide you with ample opportunity for a fight. Upon hearing Luke's words, Zorro dashed toward the stern without hesitation. He was eager to battle anyone, as long as it involved combat. As the 2 vessels collided, members of the Black Cat pirates shouted as they stormed aboard the warship. Their fervent enthusiasm suggested they were no strangers to skirmishes with the Navy. Emboldened by their invincible captain and hypnotist, they had never known defeat. Captain Kuro stepped onto the rail, his stern visage surveying his battling subordinates and the Navy. From his coat pocket, he produced a pocket watch and flicked open the cover. Zango, I give you 5 minutes to eliminate the Navy. Remember to leave one alive. Simultaneously, 2 figures, a stout and a lean one, leapt from the stern. They were the cruel and cunning Cat brothers. While their comrades drew fire at the bow, these 2 executed their tried-and-true ambush from the rear. Yet today, they faced formidable opponents, a 3-sword-style swordsman. Chapter 57. A footstep into the gates of hell as the clash commenced. Zorro immediately sensed that these 2 adversaries were no ordinary foes. The stout one possessed immense strength, while the lean one exhibited remarkable agility. They were known as Bucci and Sam, collectively referred to as the Cat Brothers, wielding clawed gloves as their weapons. Zoro furiously swung his three swords, the blades of his longsword clashing against the claws, igniting sparks in the air. The intensity of their battle was evident in the cacophony of clanging swords and the shower of sparks erupting between them. The hunchbacked Sam darted behind Zoro, extending his claws and leaving 5 crimson gashes across Zoro's back. The portly Bucci leaped high, crashing down upon Zoro with tremendous force. The deck splintered beneath him. Zoro rolled swiftly to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow, yet the sheer power of Bucci left him astounded. How formidable had that kick landed? It would have surely shattered every bone in his body. Luke's voice echoed, "Zoro, do you need assistance?" He observed the fierce battle at the stern. "I don't require your help. I boarded this ship precisely for such combat," Zoro declared, gripping his long sword tightly, an expression of exhilaration gracing his lips. He charged forward, engaging in a fierce clash with the feline brothers. At the bow, Zhang Ao produced a circular ring and began to shake it. "Brothers, pay close attention to this circle. 1, 2. After Zhang Ao, you shall become immensely powerful, stronger and stronger, with unparalleled might. 1, 2. Zhang Ao." Lowering his hat's brim, Zhang Ao shouted vigorously. The gazes of the Black Cat pirates shifted, their expressions transforming into malevolence. Their already robust physiques swelled with newfound strength, muscles bulging in their arms and chests. They had grown stronger. An endless surge of power coursed through them. The feline brothers became even more formidable, their speed intensified, leaving Zoro embroiled in a dire struggle. Zhang Ao's hypnotic incantation possessed the ability to unlock the latent potential within the human body. Christina unsheathed the long sword from her back and swung it toward Zhang Ao. Having recognized him as the vice captain of the Black Cat pirates, she could not allow him to act with impunity. Her strike collided with Zhang Ao's circular blade, the force of the blow radiating outward, carving a long gash into the deck. Nami sprinted desperately, a pirate hot on her heels, fear nearly causing her to shed tears. "Why are you chasing me? If you wish to fight, go after those monsters. I'm not a combatant." She swiftly produced 3 short sticks from beneath her skirt, combining them into a long staff, which she then swung back fiercely, toppling her pursuer. However, the hypnotized pirate, seemingly impervious to pain, quickly regained his footing and continued his relentless pursuit, brandishing his sword. Only when Nami took refuge behind Luke did he deliver a powerful punch to the face of the chasing pirate, sending his head crashing into the deck below. The situation was dire. The hypnotized pirates generally outmatched the naval soldiers, and many of the soldiers lay in pools of blood, grievously wounded. Luke raised his palm, a soft white glow materializing in his palm. This ethereal light coalesced into the shape of a dandelion, which Luke gently blew upon. The healing dandelion. The cotton-like filaments floated forth, descending upon the naval soldiers, and in an instant, their wounds began to heal miraculously. The gravely injured soldier blinked in astonishment. Gingerly touching his wound, the bleeding had ceased, and the injury had mended. He grasped his sword and leapt back into the fray. "You possess the art of hypnosis, while I wield the power of healing." The dandelion's filaments landed upon Zoro, transforming into a beam of white light that entered his body. The curative energy instantaneously closing the wound on his back. Zoro was utterly astounded. What manner of divine captain have I followed? My injuries have vanished in the blink of an eye. Can I now indulge without worry? Captain Kuro's expression darkened, a storm cloud hovering over him. He closed his pocket watch, staring incredulously at Luke. Is it truly possible? Could it be the power of a devil fruit? It seems I shall not last 5 minutes. He donned his clawed gloves, distinct from those of his feline brethren, for his claws were like long blades, 10 claws akin to 10 swords. Only 2 individuals remained who had yet to engage in battle, Captain Kuro and Luke. Captain Kuro could no longer maintain his composure. He launched himself at Luke. Silent step. With astonishing speed, he propelled himself off the ground, the force beneath his feet allowing him to move as swiftly as a cat. In the blink of an eye, he was before Luke. The 10 clawed blades aimed menacingly at Luke's throat, a cruel smile curling upon Kuro's lips. The Navy is but a trivial matter. The 10 blades descended. Yet, Luke raised his leg, executing a swirling kick that directed the strike toward Kuro. Kuro's expression shifted dramatically. His speed was remarkable, and he felt compelled to evade. The kick missed him, but cleaved through 3 pirates instead. Kuro's countenance darkened, a mix of humiliation and fury washing over him. His body swayed as he unleashed his signature technique, Shaku Shaku. This was a non-discriminatory assault, employing rapid movement, and his clawed hands to strike down numerous foes. So fast that even Kuro was uncertain of whom he would strike. In an instant, he vanished. Luke's gaze sharpened, fixated intently on Chloe, who, though vanished from the eyes of others, could not elude his sight. Suddenly, Luke's expression turned fierce. Due to Chloe's erratic movements, he was swiftly closing in on Christina, the 10 blades etching long, cat-like scratches into the ground. What are your intentions towards my beloved subordinate? In an instant, Luke teleported to Christina's side, a shadowy aura enveloping him as he donned a mantle of haki that shielded his upper body. Concurrently, the 10 blades of crocodile struck against him. The sound of a piercing collision reverberated, shattering each of the 10 blades. In his quest for absolute defense, Luke relinquished the use of iron, instead employing his haki, whose formidable protective power obliterated Crocodile's weapons. In the wake of Crocodile's astonishment, Luke extended his finger, unleashing a barrage of finger guns. The explosive force combining with a rapid assault to deliver a flurry of strikes in the blink of an eye. Crocodile Captain's chest became riddled with gaping wounds, leaving him with no chance of retaliation. As the deafening sound echoed, Crocodile collapsed, yet Luke's relentless assault did not wane. He vanished from sight, executing a series of precise finger strikes that pierced the pirates one after another, targeting their chests and throats, each blow a fatal strike. Meanwhile, Zoro's fierce battle continued. Though he had discerned the attack patterns of the Cat brothers, with blades in both hands, he positioned himself in a cross stance and swiftly slashed. Ghost slash. He momentarily disappeared, re-emerging behind the Cat brothers, delivering a cross slash that opened deep, bloodied gashes upon their chests, exposing bone. Christina's skirmish also approached its climax. Skillfully evading a slicing ring of blades, she appeared behind Zango, directing her long sword towards his waist in a horizontal strike. The suddenness of her movement rendered her attack seemingly inevitable. Yet to her astonishment, her strike met only air. The enemy had somehow foreseen her action. Lowering her gaze, she discovered Zango kneeling on the ground, hands raised in surrender. It was not foresight on the enemy's part, but rather his capitulation. Chapter 58. Hypnosis and Rejuvenation. The naval battle instigated by the pirates concluded with Captain Crocodile's demise and Vice Captain Zango's surrender. The Navy erupted in jubilant cheers. Ever since the arrival of Lieutenant Luke, they had been invincible. The once ferocious pirates, formidable foes that had previously left the Navy powerless, had been effortlessly uprooted. Major Luke vanquished the vile dragon, Click, and with great cunning defeated Chloe, much to the delight of all. The entire Navy holds him in the highest regard. Hee. Major Luke, splendid work. Nami joyfully patted Luke's sturdy chest with enthusiasm. Her disdain for the wicked pirates was unwavering. Conquering them upon the seas had become one of her greatest pleasures. This gesture elicited a disapproving glare from Christina. A young lady's demeanor must be graceful. Such rudeness is simply unacceptable. Lieutenant Luke's pectorals. I've yet to lay my hands upon them. Nami retracted her hand and playfully stuck out her adorable tongue. Zoro sheathed his sword, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The battle against the feline brothers was exhilarating. It was a life-and-death struggle, unlike the mere sparring sessions in the dojo. How thrilling. However, Zango knelt on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, a stark contrast to the excitement radiating from the others, filled with regret. Reports stated that the Clique pirate crew was defeated due to their reckless venture into the treacherous reef waters, where their fleet was annihilated by rocks and whirlpools. Malicious media can lead to ruin. This Lieutenant Luke is truly formidable. Captain, why do you wish to retire when you are unharmed? Would it not be better to find a secluded corner of the ocean to hide away? Why provoke the Navy? This lieutenant is far more terrifying than the captain. Zango's insides twisted with regret. Christina's longsword was still poised at Zango's throat as she inquired of Luke, Lieutenant, has this pirate been slain? The question sent shivers down Zango's spine. No, I surrender. Luke approached Zhang Ao, casting a glance at his pharaoh-like beard, and the intensity of his gaze caused Zhang Ao's heart to race with unease. You are a pirate. If you wish for me to spare your life, you must present me with a compelling reason to do so. Zhang Ao pondered deeply, hesitating as he stammered, I am a hypnotist. My skills in hypnosis are quite effective. Was this a valid justification? Zhang Ao himself was uncertain. Yet, he found himself unable to conjure any other rationale. Thus, he could only lay his worth upon the negotiating table. Luke smiled gently and said, Hypnosis. I just witnessed how your hypnotic skills significantly enhanced the abilities of the pirates. How about this? You assist in hypnotizing these two, and if their swordsmanship improves, I shall spare your life. Luke pointed towards Christina and Zoro. Zhang Yao's hypnotic prowess was indeed remarkable, worthy of being called world-class. In this realm, the human body harbors immense power, yet few possess the ability to harness it. Engaging in life and death battles serves as a means to awaken one's latent potential. But those who can achieve this are exceedingly rare, for not everyone survives such perilous encounters. It was after joining the Straw Hat crew that Zoro began to dance on the precipice of life and death with each battle, his swordsmanship advancing by leaps and bounds, continually surpassing his limits within the span of a year. Luke employed hypnosis, intending to explore the potential within both him and Christina. This suggestion momentarily perplexed Zoro and Christina, leaving them uncertain of Luke's true intentions. They pondered whether such psychological hypnosis could yield only a transient enhancement of their abilities, yet they refrained from voicing their doubts. The concept of hypnosis was intriguing, so why not give it a try? Christina, you may lower your sword, Luke instructed, gently guiding her hand away from the blade. With the threat to his life alleviated, Zango finally exhaled in relief. He stood, retrieved his hat from the ground, donned it, and then took out a ring. Shaking it gently. Listen closely, and watch this ring intently. Upon my count of 1, 2, Zango, you shall become stronger. Your mastery of swordsmanship will reach unprecedented heights. You will unleash slashing strikes that soar, capable of cleaving through steel. Zango recited the lines Luke had crafted for him, then lowered the brim of his hat. 1, 2, Zango. As the hypnotic suggestion took effect, both Zoro and Christina's expressions shifted, a surge of formidable power emanating from their bodies. Thump, thump. Their robust hearts propelled blood swiftly through their veins, muscles swelling in response. Christina approached the edge of the ship, drawing her sword to strike. The power surging within her flowed into the blade, transforming into an invisible wave that surged forth, cleaving through the air and creating a gash in the sea, spanning several dozen meters. It stirred waves that soared to heights of 10 feet. Is it done? Christina gazed at her hands in utter astonishment. Despite countless attempts to execute the gale kick, she had never managed to unleash a vacuum slash until today, when hypnosis had inexplicably enabled her to achieve such a feat. Incredible. Luke, I did it, Christina exclaimed, leaping joyfully. This statuesque beauty, nearly 2 meters tall, with flowing purple hair, donned a low-cut t-shirt and a black pleated skirt. Her ample bosom bouncing with her movements, radiating immense joy. Tears of elation welled in her eyes, overwhelmed with happiness. A naval officer like her, who relied solely on relentless training rather than innate talent, would typically require 4 to 5 years to master such a soaring strike. And that was under fortunate circumstances. Misfortune could mean stagnation for a lifetime. Zoro approached a cannon, drawing his sword, Wado Ikamanji, slowly. In that moment, he felt as though he could sense the cannon's breath. Everything in existence seemed to breathe. The teachings of his master, once incomprehensible, now revealed their profound wisdom within his clear mind. He swung his sword. In an instant, the steel cannon split asunder, cleaved in two. The technique of cutting steel. This was the power to sever iron. Zoro stood in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had actually split steel. He had anticipated years of battles to gain the experience necessary to comprehend the realm of severing steel. Yet he had attained it 4 or 5 years ahead of time, all thanks to the invigorating influence of hypnosis. Luke burst into a joyful laugh. Haha, splendid indeed. You possess the worth to survive. Luke vigorously patted Zhang Yao's shoulder. Zhang Yao, adorned with a round black hat and heart-shaped glasses, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, blossoming into a faint yet grateful smile. He had survived. For him, today was nothing short of a journey from paradise to despair and back to paradise once more. The sensation of being alive was simply perfect. Now, the warship had gained an additional private. Chapter 59. Fishing for Justice Time swiftly traversed the calendar to the year 1518 of the Sea-Round calendar, the training grounds of the 16th Division. Luke engaged in sword training with Christina. As for Zoro, he was adrift at sea. In less than 6 months since joining the Navy, he had already vanquished over 10 pirate crews. Due to his accomplishments, Zoro was promoted to ensign. As a formidable swordsman and a key combatant, Luke entrusted him with a naval vessel, encouraging him to pursue the noble cause of combating piracy. He repeatedly urged the soldiers aboard to ensure that Zoro was never lost. To hone his swordsmanship, Zoro poured forth all his efforts upon encountering pirates. He would relentlessly pursue and strike them down. His fearsome reputation as a pirate hunter spread like wildfire. Zoro was indeed the most diligent, dependable, and tireless member of the Navy, working around the clock without weekends. something that would make even the most ruthless capitalist envious. Naturally, Luke would never confess to exploiting labor. It is worth noting that Zaro was merely 15 years old, still a minor. Surely, no one would lodge a complaint against Luke for employing child labor, right? With time on his hands, Luke remained at the naval base, practicing swordplay with Christina daily. Previously, Luke had refrained from sparring with her due to her inferior swordsmanship. However, ever since Zhang Yao employed his hypnotic techniques, Christina's skills had surged dramatically, allowing Luke to finally spar with her without reservation. In truth, once Zhang Yao's hypnosis wore off, both she and Zaro returned to their normal levels of strength. Nevertheless, the experience of executing advanced slashes and iron-cutting techniques once attained could be reclaimed through diligent training and practical combat. Zaro continually improved through real-world encounters, while Christina stabilized her execution of the advanced slashes during training. In the training ground, the two exchanged blows, their exquisite swordsmanship producing dazzling strikes that blossomed like fireworks upon the earth. Luke's upper body was clad in a pristine white t-shirt, while his lower half was adorned with blue trousers. Sweat trickled down his handsome visage as his robust physique maneuvered swiftly amidst the fierce battle. His well-toned arm muscles bulged with untold strength. With a flourish of his longsword, he unleashed a slash that transformed into a swirling wave of moonlit white energy, containing countless sharp strikes that sliced through the air in a spiraling dance. The ground appeared as though it had been plowed countless times, with leaves around him caught in the tempest, swirling and fluttering before being reduced to dust by the onslaught. This was Luke's latest training technique, the returning dragon slash. Following this display of skill, Christina found herself vanquished. The two then approached a bench beside the training ground, where a white towel lay, to wipe the sweat from their brows. Suddenly, Luke felt a stirring within him and glanced up towards the branch building. Sensing the presence of an unfamiliar voice, a voice that exuded an air of secrecy, Luke's lips curled into a smirk. The branch has been infiltrated. The bait has been set for so long, and at last, the fish has taken the hook. Christina appeared perplexed. Luke, what do you mean by thieves and fish? After the fierce battle, her skin glowed with a healthy flush, her complexion radiant and dewy. Luke winked at her and said, Christina, do you recall the fabricated news I once had you disseminate? It was about Captain John's treasure map. Her sparkling eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting that pirates have truly infiltrated and stolen something? It was no wonder she was taken aback. The rumor had circulated for nearly 6 months. And since the 16th Division had successively eradicated the Dragon Pirates, the Click Pirates, and the Black Cat Pirates, no pirate dared to operate within the jurisdiction of the 16th Division. Particularly, the emergence of a swordsman who relished hunting down pirates only intensified their fear. In such circumstances, it was astonishing that any pirate would willingly walk into a trap. How audacious! Christina's finely shaped nose crinkled slightly. Yet the upward curve of her lips revealed her undeniable intrigue regarding this pirate. Luke guided her directly towards the commanding office of the base, their steps light and silent, akin to the graceful tread of a cat upon the ground. Inside the office, a pirate adorned with a jester's hat and eyes embellished with starry eyeshadow was quietly rummaging through the drawers. A smug expression graced his face, for even the heavily guarded naval branch had not eluded his stealthy infiltration. Luke and his companion pushed the door open. The jester hat pirate lifted his gaze, and the three of them locked eyes, a clear expression of panic evident on his face. Christina had already teleported above him, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. What would come next in her handling of him? Christina tossed her long purple hair with an air of elegance and confidence. Witnessing the intruder subdued so effortlessly filled Luke with a momentary surprise. He had initially assumed it was the notorious jester himself, only to discover it was merely a subordinate. Luke grinned broadly. He approached the clown hat pirate and looked down upon him. Is your captain the clown buggy? The clown hat pirate's eyes darted around. Clown buggy? Who is that? I am merely a thief, not a pirate. Luke chuckled heartily. I never claimed you were a pirate. Yet you reveal your guilt as if you were hiding 300 taels of silver. Does your captain possess a large, red nose? Nonsense. Our captain despises it when others remark upon his prominent nose. Luke burst into laughter, realizing the unintentional confession. The jester-hatted pirate, suddenly aware of his slip, quickly covered his mouth with both hands, his expression turning to one of alarm. Luke called out to the door, Bring Zhang Yao here. Moments later, Zhang Yao arrived at the entrance, shouting, Private Zhang Yao reporting for duty. Luke commanded, Zango, I need you to hypnotize this fellow. Convince him that he has stolen the treasure map and compel him to return to the buggy pirates without hesitation. Zango glanced at the shrewd Luke. Then at the pirate being restrained on the ground by Christina, silently mourning for him for 3 seconds before commencing his hypnosis. The branch door swung open, revealing an exuberant pirate donning a jester's hat, clutching a chest. He fixated ahead, oblivious to the surrounding navy, exclaiming, "The captain's mission is accomplished. I must hasten to return the treasure map." He jogged eagerly to the port and boarded a small sailing vessel, setting sail with fervor. Meanwhile, Luke summoned Zorro. As a naval ship pursued closely behind the sailboat, an eerie event unfolded. The pirate disregarded the navy vessel trailing him, leading it directly to the current hideout of the buggy pirates in Orange Town. The jester-hatted pirate leaped from the ship, landing ashore, and dashed back to the pirate's lair, presenting the treasure map to Captain Buggy. Inside the circus tent, Buggy held the chest gleefully, laughing heartily. "Captain John's treasure map. Ha! All the treasure belongs to Buggy the Clown alone. Who dares call me big-nosed? Never mind. I'm in a good mood today. I shall spare you this time." With a joyful demeanor, Buggy drew a dagger and forcefully smashed the brass lock on the chest. He lifted the lid to unveil a rolled-up piece of parchment. However, upon discovering the paper to be utterly blank, pristine and devoid of any markings, his expression darkened ominously. Chapter 60. The buggy pirate's Buggy maintained a rigid smile as he gazed at his returning subordinate. "Is this truly the treasure map?" "Indeed, Captain. Are you sure this is the treasure map?" "Absolutely." The jester-hatted pirate stood firm before the blank paper, convinced it was the most precious treasure map in existence. "My eyes cannot be mistaken. This will earn me great merit. Perhaps I shall receive the captain's reward and a share of the vast riches." He grinned foolishly, exuding naivete. Inside the tent, other pirates adorned in circus attire retreated step by step towards the exit. They sensed the impending storm from their captain's grave and terrifying demeanor. "How dare you mock me?" Buggy roared, shattered clown dagger. He raised his arm, and with a swift motion, his dagger plunged into the chest of his subordinate. He relished in tormenting the weak and showed no mercy to his crew. Only Kabeji and Moji were deemed worthy of his camaraderie. As for the rest, their lives were expendable. Buggy never hesitated to unleash his wrath upon anyone who dared to mock him or ridicule his nose. "Captain, trouble." A subordinate rushed into the tent in a panic. Buggy's countenance darkened as he addressed him with a chilling tone. "What did you say? Did you insult my nose?" The subordinate grew even more frantic, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "No, it's the port. The navy is approaching." He pointed towards the harbor. Buggy and his crew hurried outside, witnessing a naval ship gradually anchoring by the shore. "Men, bring forth the buggy cannon." Buggy's expression morphed into one of exhilaration. "My mood is extraordinarily poor today. Who would have thought the navy would deliver themselves right to my doorstep? I shall blow you all to the heavens. It would be an affront to the name of Buggy the Clown if I did not." A notably robust cannon was wheeled forward, and a pirate ignited the fuse. All the pirates bore cruel smiles. They may have been weak, but their captain was formidable, and their specially designed buggy cannonballs were indeed instruments of hell. As the navy anchored, a shrill whistle pierced the air. The piercing sound assaulted their eardrums, a result of the cannonball slicing through the atmosphere at high speed. "The enemy is firing." Zorro stepped onto the ship's railing, preparing to leap and slice the cannonball midair. Yet, Luke moved swifter. The wind pressure emanating from his sword produced a tornado-like, ferocious slash that enveloped a vast area before the warship. The spiraling cut ascended into the sky, colliding with a massive cannonball, sending it soaring upwards and shredding it into countless fragments. Nevertheless, the violent explosion still erupted above the heads of the Navy soldiers. The blazing flames of the explosion caused the Navy to pale in shock. Zorro's eye twitched. This can't be real. How can the explosion be so intense? If the cannonball struck the ship, it would be utterly obliterated. In reality, it was not merely obliterated. It would be reduced to mere ocean refuse. Zorro's heart raced. Amidst his fear, he realized that had he charged forward and struck the cannonball, he too would have been consumed by the explosion, turning to ashes. Look, he anticipated this outcome and acted preemptively. Upon this realization, Zorro's admiration for Luke soared to new heights. Upon witnessing the astonished expressions of those around him, Luke inquired, "Are you all right? What kind of artillery shell is this? I have never encountered such a formidable bombardment before." Christina, having spent time at the naval headquarters, noted that the ammunition there paled in comparison to this one, causing her complexion to turn somewhat pale. Luke exclaimed, "It is the cannonball of Buggy. That scoundrel Buggy surely intends to blast us into the sea. Be cautious, for he is a devil fruit user and exceedingly cunning." The extent of Buggy's strength and craftiness far exceeds what his current bounty suggests. Luke recalls the original storyline, where Bucky, with his silver tongue and acting prowess, managed to make the ferocious pirates imprisoned and impelled down submit to him. Subsequently, under the auspices of the Warlord of the Sea, he developed a global-scale courier business. With nothing but his cunning and charisma, this pirate haven in the East Blue remains remarkably discreet, to the extent that the Navy is still unaware of his former affiliation as a crew member of the Pirate King, Roger. Among Luke's 4 mission objectives, only the Buggy Pirates remain. By successfully dealing with the Buggy Pirates, he will elevate all of his abilities by 1 tier. Luke's every combative cell is brimming with fervor. It is not solely Zoro who possesses a warrior's spirit. When Luke encounters an opponent of equal caliber, he trembles with excitement. Jester Buggy, are you genuinely feeble? Or have you merely been masquerading as a lamb? Regardless, today I shall not allow your escape. Brothers, charge forth. With a swift motion of his sword, Luke pointed forward, and the Navy surged forth. Zoro and Christina spearheaded the charge, advancing towards the high ground occupied by the Buggy Pirates. The battle erupted swiftly. The members of the Buggy Pirates were, in truth, rather feeble, a band of rascals and scoundrels, clustering around the clown, relishing the protection of the strong while indulging in revelry, oppressing the weak, and enjoying a life of excess. Yet, as they clashed with the Navy, the scene transformed. The Navy relentlessly overwhelmed them in a fierce assault. Particularly, with Zhang Yao's empowering buff, the pirates fell one by one into pools of blood. The officers of the Buggy Pirates soon entered the fray. Commander Kabaji, riding his unicycle, wielded his sword with skill, pushing back the advancing Navy. Upon seeing his adversary wield a sword, Zoro's eyes gleamed with determination as he charged towards Kabaji, sword in hand. The clash of blades rang out between them. However, unlike Zoro's honorable swordsmanship, Kabaji, while intercepting Zoro's longsword, puffed up his cheeks and unexpectedly unleashed a torrent of flames. A circus act of fire-breathing. What on earth? Zoro was taken aback, swiftly evading the flames. Can a swordsman truly breathe fire? Kabaji, indifferent to Zoro's astonishment, relied on his trickery to astonish and fluster his opponents, facilitating his ambush. Following the flames, his attacks swiftly followed, utilizing the fire's glow as cover. He thrust his sword towards Zoro as he dodged. Despicable. Can you truly call yourself a swordsman with such tactics? Zoro pressed his hand against the wound on his right side, fury igniting in his eyes. He. Kabaji cackled. I am the renowned performer Kabaji. My swordsmanship is mere trickery. A circus act of steam murder. He spun his longsword rapidly, raising a cloud of dust that engulfed Zoro. For his tricks knew no ethical bounds in pursuit of his goals. Chapter 61. Capturing Buggy. Zoro was already embroiled in a fierce battle with Kabaji. Luke cast a glance at their battle. The situation appeared manageable. Kabaji, the chief strategist of the Buggy Pirates, employed acrobatic maneuvers to disrupt Zoro, gaining the upper hand. However, these ultimately amounted to mere phantoms of skill. It was only a matter of time before Zoro triumphed over him. The outcome of this confrontation was never in doubt. Indeed, after several exchanges, Zoro executed a swift draw, cleaving Kabaji and his sword in twain. The severed blade soared into the air, while a torrent of blood erupted from Kabaji's chest, his unsteady unicycle rolling a few paces before coming to rest. Zoro, with a steely expression, regarded Kabaji. A swordsman ought to uphold the dignity of a swordsman. Individuals like you should refrain from claiming such a title. With a roar akin to a lion's, Luke witnessed a colossal lion leap into the fray. The beast tamer, Machi, made his entrance as well. Yet, the naval forces were not solely reliant on Zoro's prowess. Christina, gripping the long sword at her back, charged towards the lion. This lieutenant, not only possessing striking beauty, was also exceptionally capable, never falling behind in the heat of battle. Having honed her swordsmanship recently, she found this encounter with the beast tamer to be fortuitous. Before she even approached the lion, a lethal strike was already unleashed from her grasp. The lion, Machi's pet named Ricky, was a formidable creature, towering over 2 meters in height and exuding ferocity. Ordinary soldiers would be sent flying with a mere swipe of its paw. However, it now faced Christina, a lieutenant of the 16th Division and Luke's aide. The flash of her sword cut through the air, resulting in a spray of blood as Ricky's forelegs faltered, causing it to tumble to the ground. Machi, perched atop Ricky, possessed little combat strength of his own. His ability lay in taming beasts, and with his pet vanquished in a single stroke, his own fate was equally grim. As Machi rose, filled with fury, he found himself enveloped by dazzling flashes of swordlight. Today, he came to understand why the flowers bloom in such vibrant hues. The buggy pirates, unlike the fearsome dragon pirates, thrived on chaos. While the latter ruled over 20 villages, extracting hefty protection fees while allowing the villagers to continue generating wealth. The buggy pirates reveled solely in destruction. They oppressed the weak, sowing havoc, with a single buggy cannonball capable of obliterating half a town. Thus, any town subjected to their invasion dared not resist. The consequence of defiance was a transformation into a desolate wasteland. The citizens of Orange Town seethed with anger, yet remained voiceless. Luke was indifferent to Buggy's formidable background, whether as a member of the Pirate King's crew or as a comrade of the red-haired. Such a ruthless pirate must be brought to justice in the name of righteousness. Kabaji, Moji, how infuriating you wretched Navy are. The veins on Buggy's forehead throbbed with fury, a distinct cross visible in his expression. Dressed in a long-sleeved garment of red and white, adorned with a purple scarf around his neck, white gloves on his hands, and blue trousers, he was cloaked in a grand cape. A white skull was emblazoned on his forehead, but what stood out most was his large, red nose. With a dagger in each hand, he glared furiously at the Navy. Buggy, your doom is nigh. Luke traversed the battlefield, his robust figure radiating an intense aura as he strode purposefully forward. Unbeknownst to him, both the Navy and pirates engaged in combat instinctively parted ways, creating a path for him. Not a single pirate dared to provoke him. The thunderous sounds of battle could not disrupt his focus, and bullets and blades seemed to swerve away from his presence. His gaze, akin to brilliant stars, was unwaveringly fixed upon Buggy. He positioned himself directly opposite Buggy, who was momentarily taken aback by Luke's imposing presence. Anger was tempered by reason. Yet a sinister grin slowly crept across Buggy's face. What a boastful Navy man you are. To date, every Navy officer who has uttered such words to me has met a watery grave. Who do you think you are to dare offend me? Luke asked. Surely you know who I am. The Fishman Dragon, Admiral Click, and the Cunning Crow are all vanquished by my hand. Upon hearing this, Buggy's expression shifted slightly. You must be the lieutenant who has served in the Navy's 16th Division for the past year, Luke? Indeed, that is I. Buggy remained unfazed. No wonder my two capable subordinates have met their defeat. You truly possess remarkable skills. But what of it? Do you know why I am called the Clown? It is because I am a silent harbinger of death. Having sailed under Captain Roger and witnessed the grandest of spectacles, Buggy was unperturbed even when facing Whitebeard, boldly claiming he would take down the legendary figure. Thus, Luke's extraordinary demeanor did not intimidate Buggy. Instead, a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes as he leisurely engaged Luke in pleasantries, covertly casting a glance behind him. There, a hand stealthily approached, poised to strike at Luke's back with silent swiftness. Hee, young Navy, allow me to showcase my prowess. Buggy leaned back, laughing boastfully. Luke's lips curled upward in a smirk. He lifted his leg and suddenly executed a backflip, his foot descending forcefully to crush the hard stone pavement beneath him. Ah! Baki cried out in agony, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. The surprise attack was thwarted as Luke's foot pinned Baki's hand to the ground, his heel pressing down with relentless force. With his ambush thwarted, Baki brandished his left hand, 3 daggers nestled between his fingers, raising his arm to aim at Luke. Shatter! His wrist shot forward at an astonishing speed towards Luke. Luke unsheathed the sword from his waist, swiftly slashing multiple times, reducing the shattered cannon to a pile of fragmented fingers. With a piercing gaze fixed upon Buggy, Luke vanished in an instant, reappearing behind him. The long sword swept through the air, its gleaming arc causing a nearby structure to tilt and collapse, the breakage impeccably smooth. In the midst of the assault, Buggy found his waist cleaved in two. Hee. Futile. I am the split man. Such slashes inflict not a hint of pain upon me. You, green-haired swordsman, and that woman. Both of you are swordsmen. I am your natural nemesis. Buggy exclaimed with great delight. His split ability provided him with unparalleled confidence against swordsmen. His body, now severed into segments, twisted and twirled in midair, limbs and torso dancing about like sparrows in a frenzied flight. Luke gazed at Buggy. You claim to be my nemesis? He chuckled softly, gradually raising his longsword. The hockey surged along his arm, enveloping the blade in a dark sheen, transforming the ordinary sword into a weapon of formidable might. With a casual yet decisive slash, he struck. Unfazed by the onslaught, blood erupted from Buggy's body, accompanied by a pained scream that echoed in the air. His eyes widened in shock, disbelief coursing through him as he beheld the black blade formed by Haki. Haki. How could there be a master of Haki in East Blue? It's impossible. The Navy must have discovered my identity and sent someone to capture me. In a panic, Buggy swiftly retreated to the cannon, cursing the Navy. Take this. A buggy cannonball. He ignited the fuse, aiming the cannon at Luke, as well as the pirates and Navy engaged in battle behind him. This scene left Buggy's crew utterly paralyzed with terror. Luke gazed at the ominous muzzle of the cannon as a dazzling brilliance began to coalesce, ready to unleash its scorching heat. Feel the formidable force that cleaves through iron. A sword, poised and direct, embodies a concentrated will, slicing through the air with a dark flash. The ground was marked by an indiscernible scar left by the blade, extending straight towards the cannon. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, the muzzle split apart, and instead of a fiery explosion erupting outward, it detonated in place. Buggy was obliterated, scattering into fragments. Yet, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of a lack of firewood. He must escape in haste. Amid the lair of the buggy pirates, a nimble figure darted about with agility. Nami was busily perusing Buggy's treasures. Suddenly, a dismembered arm flew past her, startling her momentarily. Before a mischievous grin flickered at the corner of her mouth, she brandished her staff, striking at one of the severed limbs, specifically Buggy's trousers. A crushing blow. An intense jolt of pain surged through Buggy, whose tears streamed as he fled, his scattered limbs collapsing and convulsing upon the ground. Chapter 62. Golden Orange. When Luke caught up, he discovered Nami had bound Buggy tightly. His severed limbs were secured like firewood, while traces of tears still lingered on his face. What have you done to him? Luke inquired, observing the immense suffering etched on Buggy's expression. I merely gave him a little tap. Who knew he was so fragile? Nami replied, her staff pointed provocatively at Buggy's trousers. Luke clenched his legs tightly. This area is not easily endured by anyone. Nami, you can do it. Luke gave her a thumbs up. Nami, receiving Luke's praise, lifted her chin with a look of delight. The remnants of the buggy pirates were swiftly eradicated, and with the captain captured, the pirate crew was declared obliterated. The four notorious pirate crews dominating the East Sea, the Don Quixote pirates, the Kuro pirates, the buggy pirates, and the clown pirates, were all vanquished by Luke in succession. At this moment, the system task was also deemed accomplished. The sound of system enhancement resonated in Luke's mind. Congratulations, host, for eliminating the four major pirate crews of the East Sea. The task is complete. All abilities have been enhanced by 1 star. Luke couldn't help but grin widely, revealing a radiant smile as he chuckled softly to himself. A surge of warmth coursed through his body, fortifying his bones and flesh, rendering them denser and more robust. The vitality of his blood surged with greater fervor, enhancing his strength significantly. This was a comprehensive elevation. His speed increased, his power magnified, and the fusion of the rat and monkey talismans reached perfection. As Luke shifted slightly, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his spine and arms, a surge of strength coursing through his limbs. Luke opened his personal panel. Name, Luke. Age, 19. Height, 214 centimeters. Physical fitness, perfect swordsmanship, perfect zodiac talismans. Currently able to activate 3 talismans. Note, enhancing physical fitness will correspondingly increase the number of talismans that can be fused. Only through complete fusion of the talismans with the host can their maximum power be unleashed. Aura, armament Haki observation Haki skills. Iron cutting sword technique, crushing iron fist 6 styles. Iron block, advanced paper drawing, advanced finger gun, advanced storm leg, advanced suru, advanced moonwalk, advanced reputation, renowned in the East Sea. Due to your vanquishing of the 4 major pirate crews in the East Sea, you have established absolute dominion over the region. Your name resonates throughout the East Sea, instilling fear in pirates, leading them to either cease their activities or flee to the Grand Line, significantly reducing the pirate menace in the East Sea. Dow power value, 4,500 Berserker's combat trait, should the host challenge an opponent of equal or higher rank and emerge victorious. The fusion degree between the talismans and the host will increase. In the event of defeat, the host will gain insights from the opponent's trainings, enhancing physical abilities for martial artists and deepening swordsmanship for sword masters. The prerequisite is to avoid being killed. A broad smile graced Luke's face as he deactivated the panel. His physical prowess had reached perfection, and he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him. A gentle twist of his neck produced a symphony of crackling sounds. Each of the 6 styles had seen significant enhancement, placing him among the ranks of formidable masters within the practitioners of these techniques. The mouse and monkey talismans had seamlessly merged, granting him an even greater mastery over the art of talismanic invocation. The runes had integrated into his very being, becoming instinctual. Luke picked up a stone from the ground, and in his mind, the shape of a lion emerged, igniting his conviction. The stone in his palm transformed into a gelatinous substance, then twisted and contorted into a stone lion, complete with intricately carved eyes, a finely detailed nose, and 4 short legs, remarkably lifelike. It appeared to be a small lion, brimming with vitality. What followed was even more astonishing. The stone lion began to move, writhing its body, shaking its head, and then letting out a resounding roar. It had come to life. This was the creation of Luke, who had utilized the monkey charm for transformation and the mouse charm to bestow life upon it. Despite its diminutive size, its majestic presence surpassed even that of a lion. The little lion licked its tiny paw and nuzzled Luke's arm affectionately. Nami, witnessing the entire spectacle, gaped in astonishment, her mouth agape enough to fit a duck egg. "Luke, did you just turn a stone into a little lion?" she exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth. "Isn't it adorable?" Luke replied, "Indeed, you are remarkable." Nami's eyes sparkled with admiration. "If you like it, I shall give it to you." Luke extended his hand, presenting the little lion to Nami. She hesitated for a moment, her expression turning shy. "Could I perhaps make a different request? This lion is rather dark and a bit unappealing. I would prefer one made of gold." Nami turned around deliberately, retrieving a golden ornament from her pocket. A smile radiated across her face as she offered the golden piece to Luke, her intentions unmistakable, hoping that he would use this gold to create something anew. Luke was taken aback. How much Nami adored gold. Nevertheless, he could not refuse Nami's request. Her strength was indeed rather lacking, and having a guardian beast by her side would certainly ensure her safety. The life created by Luke is far beyond that of mere pets. Luke liberated the little lion's spirit, allowing it to return to its elemental essence. "What creature do you desire?" Nami clapped her hands together, her face alight with joy. "I wish for an orange." "An orange?" Luke felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "I create life for you to serve as a guardian beast, and yet you ask for an orange." Nami's 2 greatest loves, wealth and oranges. She has ingeniously combined the 2. What a brilliant notion. Luke molded the golden jewelry into dough, crafting a splendid orange for Nami. However, unbeknownst to her, he had cleverly concealed a secret within the golden fruit, a small bird residing inside. "Wow!" Nami exclaimed in delight. "This is amazing." "Thank you, Luke." She cradled the golden orange with an affectionate grip. Meanwhile, Buggy lay on the ground, his head resting upon the earth while his body was ensnared by a rope. He was utterly immobilized, and no words could adequately convey the shock that permeated his being at that moment. Witnessing Luke conjure a stone lion and then skillfully shape the golden orange left him in a state of disbelief. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Could this man truly be a monster? With formidable swordsmanship, he had already ascended to the ranks of master swordsman. And what of this extraordinary ability to animate stone? What sort of devil fruit power was this? Had he known he would encounter such a formidable entity, he would have fled at the first opportunity. This Navy officer would surely be a notable figure even in the Grand Line. Oh, how difficult his situation had become. Ignoring Buggy's disheartened state, Luke basked in his triumph. Having successfully fulfilled his mission in the East Blue, Luke lifted Buggy's head, while Nami dragged a bundle of Buggy's body. A group of individuals returned to the warship as the Navy set course for the base. Luke settled into the grand chair at the back of the office, while Zoro, Nami, and the others took their places on the sofa. Christina poured a glass of wine for each person to commemorate the occasion with a modest celebration. Luke picked up the telephone bug resting on the table and dialed the headquarters. The call was answered by the Chief of Staff, General Crane. Luke commenced his report on recent endeavors. Chapter 63, The Abduction of Sanji. The sea restaurant bar Thai, fragrant for miles. Not the scent of perfume, but the mouth-watering aroma of delectable cuisine. In the bustling kitchen, a cadre of exceptionally skilled chefs fervently prepared the most illustrious dishes of the East Sea. The dining area was nearly filled to capacity, hosting gentlemen and merchants from various nations of the East Sea, all attired in suits and formal wear. Drawn by the allure of the exquisite culinary creations crafted by the proprietor, this was a delicacy that even the royal chefs of the kingdom would humbly admire. Among the attendees, the presence of the Navy was even noted. A blue warship approached, docking beside Baratai, from which several agile figures descended onto the restaurant's deck. After Luke reported his work that day, he received orders from headquarters to escort the clown buggy to Impel down. It seems that the headquarters places great importance on the crew of the Pirate King. The warship is currently en route to the Grand Line. However, there is more to the story. Luke turned a corner and made a deliberate trip to the seaside restaurant. What a joke. At this hour, he was being summoned back to the Navy headquarters. The Straw Hat crew had yet to fully harness another formidable ally. In 4 years, would Sanji really follow Luffy into piracy? Absolutely not. He needed to swiftly retrieve Sanji before departing. However, Luke's arrival seemed to be anything but welcome. A group of chefs rushed out from the kitchen, blocking the entrance, some wielding knives, while others brandished frying pans. Luke beheld Zepp, known as Redfoot Zepp, as well as the young Sanji. Sanji wiped his hands on the apron tied around his waist, his piercing gaze reflecting a readiness for battle. Amidst the chaos, Luke also caught wind of the notorious Navy Major, whose reputation had resounded throughout the East Sea over the past year, arriving to apprehend Redfoot Zepp. Zepp pushed aside the chef who stood in his way and boldly positioned himself before Luke, inquiring, "Have you come to capture me?" Luke raised his hands and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I believe this is a misunderstanding. I merely came here out of curiosity to dine. Is it possible that I am not welcome here?" Zepp flashed a smile and replied, "How could that be? Our seaside restaurant welcomes all visitors. Please come in." Luke snapped his fingers. Truly, the red-footed Zepp is indeed impressive. If pirates could run restaurants, open bars, and serve as waitstaff, the seas would be a peaceful haven. Luke passed through the gate and deliberately cast a glance at Sanji. After he uttered these words, the group of chefs collectively exhaled in relief, only to be promptly shooed back into the kitchen by Zeph's booming voice. Behind Luke, Zoro, Nami, and Christina entered in succession, radiating an air of confidence and strength that drew the attention of every patron in the restaurant, eliciting endless admiration. Sanji gazed at Luke's silhouette with profound respect. Is this the renowned Navy Major, Luke, of the East Sea? Indeed, he is extraordinary. The aura he exudes is simply unparalleled compared to that of ordinary Navy personnel. With enthusiasm, Sanji approached, saying, "Esteemed guest, please place your order." Luke blinked at Sanji and inquired, "Could you prepare one of your signature dishes for me?" "Absolutely, coming right up," Sanji replied, promptly turning to head into the kitchen after they placed their order. Before long, he emerged, skillfully balancing a platter with 4 steaming dishes, which he gracefully set down on Luke's table. He also generously offered a complimentary drink to Nami and Christina, his eyes sparkling with affection and exuberance, showcasing a warmth that far surpassed his demeanor towards the 2 gentlemen, Luke and Zoro. His 2 elegantly arched eyebrows danced with joy. Luke took a bite of the fried rice and praised it enthusiastically. "Sanji, would you be interested in joining my ship? Our Navy greatly needs a top-notch chef like you." Luke revealed his true colors. Sanji, with a cigarette between his lips, unhesitatingly declared, "I refuse. I have compelling reasons to be here." Luke revealed a beaming smile. "What reason? Pray tell. What do you mean? I am under no obligation to endure the Navy's inquiries." "Hey, Sanji, is it not your aspiration to seek the Azure Sea?" Sanji was taken aback, his cigarette tumbling to the ground. The Azure Sea, a legendary expanse, is where the 4 seas converge. A vast ocean teeming with every type of fish from those realms. The Azure Sea is the dreamlike domain coveted by all Epicureans. Sanji's ambition is to discover this fabled culinary paradise. Hiki. For any exceptional chef, it is rare not to regard the quest for the Azure Sea as a dream. As we navigate the oceans, traversing the 4 seas and the Grand Line, there exists no place beyond our reach. Join me, and perhaps you shall find the opportunity to uncover the Azure Sea. Luke released the bait. Sanji's throat tightened. The temptation was considerable. "No, I still cannot leave this place." Sanji's determination astonished Luke. "This has not taken the bait. It seems I must raise the stakes." Luke languidly propped his chin on one hand, lamenting, "What a pity. I was hoping to take you to Fishman Island." "Fishman Island?" He sighed. "Last year, I saved a mermaid in the Shambadi archipelago, and at that moment, I wished to share a dinner with her, but alas, it never came to fruition. Next time, I shall certainly treat her to a splendid meal. A beautiful mermaid." Sanji's tone shifted. The enchanting image of the mermaid danced in his mind, for this too was a cherished dream of his. His heart raced faster, and the hearts in his eyes pulsed in sync with his heartbeat. 2 nostrils exhaled fiery breaths. Nami and Christina both lifted their heads, casting peculiar glances at Luke. They felt that the Major's tone today was rather odd. Sanji felt a stirring in his heart. It was evident from his racing pulse that he yearned to accompany Luke. He shook his head vigorously, dispelling the distracting thoughts. No, I cannot leave yet. My debt of gratitude is not yet settled. Sanji harbored dreams. Yet he bore a greater sense of responsibility. Zep had sacrificed a leg for him, having given him the very food that preserved his life. To repay Zep's kindness, he must remain at the floating restaurant. Suddenly, a wooden leg struck like lightning, slapping Sanji's cheek and sending him flying. The unexpected attack caught not only Sanji off guard, but also stunned Luke and the others. Bang! The wooden leg struck the ground with tremendous force. You useless brat. I have had enough of you. Zep stormed over, his temper ablaze. A child who lingers here instead of pursuing dreams on the sea is no man. You old fool. Sanji spat, rising from the ground, gritting his teeth and glaring furiously. Sanji, you must find the Azure Sea. Zep raised a thumb towards him, the anger on his face quickly transforming into a gentle warmth. The bond between them resembled that of a master and disciple, yet it felt even more like that of a father and son. After so many years together, it was time for him to soar on his own. Tears of warmth cascaded down the old man's cheeks. This sensation felt akin to a comforting flame filling his chest, overflowing with gratitude. I will certainly find the Azure Sea. Luke quietly observed the scene before him, then turned back to the table, savoring the exquisite dishes laid out. Sanji had boarded the ship, steadying himself. Chapter 64. Logtown under a clear sky. Seagulls chased one another playfully. From a lofty vantage point, one could witness the vast expanse of the ocean, where a warship bravely navigated the waves, its stern trailing a long, rippling wake. On the port side of the vessel, Luke sat on the ship's railing, yawning with boredom while holding a fishing rod, engaged in the art of angling. Not far behind him, Zoro lifted a barbell, diligently training his physique. Muscles rippling as beads of sweat cascaded down the contours of his body. Nami stood at the bow, peering through a monocular to scrutinize the conditions of the sea and sky. Meanwhile, Christina reclined in the shadow beneath the sail, enjoying the sea breeze while engrossed in her book. Suddenly, the cabin door swung open with a bang, revealing a man clad in a black suit, his right hand balancing a tray as he burst forth like a whirlwind. Nami-chan, Christina-chan, Sanji exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with hearts as he placed the freshly prepared beverages beside the two ladies. Having departed from the seaside restaurant mere days ago, he had seamlessly integrated into the life aboard the warship, especially with the presence of two stunning beauties, one a voluptuous siren, and the other a petite and charming enchantress. Sanji's heart swelled with joy. One of life's greatest pleasures for him was to provide the most thoughtful service to the ladies. Humph, you flounder, Zoro muttered disdainfully. However, his words did not escape Sanji's ears. What did you say, mosshead? Sanji retorted angrily. Before long, the two were engaged in a friendly spar, as they always found themselves at odds, destined to clash whenever they crossed paths. Well, Sanji, you have drinks, Luke exclaimed, leaping up, suddenly losing interest in fishing. Amidst their playful banter, Nami's voice rang out. Look, we're almost at Logtown. She pointed towards the small town that had come into view, the sea breeze lifting her hair and revealing a sweet smile. The warship glided into the harbor of Logtown. Luke was the first to descend from the warship, followed closely by Christina and a dozen other sailors, their naval uniforms creating a striking spectacle at the harbor. A contingent of sailors awaited at the port, and upon sighting Luke, they guided him and his companions towards the naval station. The harbor of Rogtown featured a triangular archway adorned with the town's name, behind which lay a bustling commercial street lined with an array of diverse shops. Luke walked along the street, immersed in the vibrant atmosphere of Rogtown. Truly deserving of its reputation as the town of beginnings and endings, this locale serves as the gateway to the Grand Line from the East Sea. It is not only a crucial thoroughfare for pirates, but also a flourishing commercial hub, bustling with a dense population. Naturally, the influence of gang culture and piracy is a distinctive characteristic of this area. As Luke strolled through, he witnessed several altercations and a smoking building, where pirates and the Navy clashed fiercely. Alas, the law and order here leaves much to be desired. Luke encountered Smoker at the naval station adjacent to the town hall. The seasoned Smoker sat behind a large table, exhaling clouds of smoke, with a floor-to-ceiling window behind him that offered a view of the spacious square. Luke, of the 16th Division, had met Colonel Smoker before. Luke saluted before Smoker, who grinned and replied, "Come on, Luke, do we really need these formalities?" Indeed, it had been nearly 3 years since they last met. The two exchanged fist bumps and burst into laughter. However, "Smoker, your situation appears rather dire. Upon my arrival, I witnessed numerous violent incidents and a significant presence of pirates. Don't tell me you're slacking off? Smoker slacking off? He hails from Logtown, a native resident who detests pirates with fervor. His intense animosity and rebellious spirit define his character. Any pirate who crosses his path must inevitably endure the baptism of his smoke fruit abilities. His notorious titles of White Hunter and Smoker reveal the terror he instills in the hearts of pirates. Faced with Luke's admonishment, Smoker's forehead furrowed with an angry cross. He clenched his fist and retorted, "Luke, do you know who is responsible for this situation? It is you." Luke was displeased. "Hey, Smoker, what else with this chaos? Why should it concern me? You are the commander of Logtown, not I." Smoker clenched his cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke through the gap between his lips. "Humph. It is indeed related to you. Due to your activities, pirates in the East Blue find no refuge and are flocking to the Grand Line, inevitably converging upon Logtown." "Ah, I see now. I've misjudged you," Luke said, scratching his head sheepishly. Smoker, witnessing his carefree laughter, found it infuriating. After Luke's intervention, the East Blue had seen the demise of its major pirate crews at his hands, yet the remaining pirates, fearful of Luke's reputation, sought refuge in the Grand Line. Every day, new pirate crews landed in Logtown, leaving the Navy in disarray. All the troublesome matters seemed to fall upon him. Nevertheless, Smoker held a certain admiration for Luke. The annihilation of the 4 major pirate crews in the East Blue and the subsequent flight of the remaining pirates compelled Smoker to give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Remarkable." After their casual banter, Smoker finally turned his attention to Luke's mission. Luke had heard whispers of the task involving the transport of the Jester buggy, and now he had come to witness the spectacle for himself. To his astonishment, Zhang Ao approached, cradling a severed head in his hands. Smoker couldn't help but grimace. What a peculiar taste for macabre. Alas, Luke lacked sea-stone handcuffs, and faced with the fragmented fruit's escape abilities, a conventional cell would be futile in containing him. Buggy's head was kept under separate guard, while his body was confined within a large crate. The crate had been brought into the office, emitting thumping sounds reminiscent of a wild beast trapped within. Buggy felt despondent. He had uttered threats, pleaded for mercy, and even cunningly offered to guide Luke to Joel D. Rogers' treasure, yet all his efforts were in vain. The thought of the relentless torment that awaited him in Impel Down filled him with dread. Before long, a female Navy officer entered to report, "Colonel Smoker, the pirates causing a ruckus in the back streets have been apprehended." This officer donned a printed t-shirt and thick glasses. She was Lieutenant Tashiji. "Tashiji, this is Major Luke," Smoker introduced. "Ah, so you are Major Luke. It is an honor to meet you," Tashiji exclaimed, shaking Luke's hand with palpable excitement. The news of Luke's triumph over the 4 notorious pirate crews has spread throughout the East Sea, inspiring countless naval officers who now regard him as an idol. Dasky is no exception. "Hello," Luke greets her with a courteous nod. Upon Dasky's appearance, Zoro's body visibly stiffens, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazes at her. "Goina?" His voice captures Dasky's attention. Dasky adjusts her glasses, her eyes suddenly sparkling with interest. "What a remarkable sword you possess," she exclaims, flipping open her cherished notebook and swiftly turning to a page. "This sword is the Kotetsu, crafted by the renowned 21 Masters. The scabbard is white, and the blade is forged through a unique folding technique." A flush of embarrassment washes over Zoro's face as Dasky's proximity, driven by her desire to examine the blade, leaves him flustered. He instinctively takes a step back. He has never retreated from an enemy, yet this woman leaves him unsettled. "Wow, Dasky, you're stunning," Sanji interjects, fervently promoting himself. Dasky offers him a brief smile before turning her full attention back to Zoro. "This is incredible. May I take a closer look at your sword?" Her fascination is wholly directed at Zoro, captivated by the exquisite weapon, while her glance at Sanji lasts but a fleeting moment. Sanji, feeling defeated, grits his teeth in frustration. "Why? That green-haired guy cannot possibly be more popular than me." Luke suddenly spoke up. "Lieutenant Dasky, could you escort Zoro to the weapon shop? He is in need of a sturdy and durable sword." Luke intentionally mentioned the renowned blades available at the shop in Rog Town, hoping that Zoro would acquire one of them. Dasky returned the Kotetsu to Zoro and readily agreed. The two engaged in cheerful banter, prompting Sanji, who was stoking the fire, to insist on accompanying them. After the 3 departed, Nami took Christina along with her as well. The 2 women could not resist the allure of shopping in this bustling town. Chapter 65. The Deer Hunting Festival. Rog Town, heading towards the Red Land. Fluffy clouds dotted the sky. At an altitude nearly level with the clouds, a shadow resembling an airplane was soaring swiftly. It was not an aircraft, but a person, Bartholomew. Endowed with the powers of the spin fruit, spun rapidly, generating thrust akin to that of an airplane in flight. He donned a heavy coat, chains wrapped around him, and his grin revealed a pirate emblem from the Don Quixote family. On Bartholomew's back sat Baby, 5, a striking woman clad in a maid's outfit, her face contorted in anger. Doflamingo, once I complete this mission, I swear I will kill you. Bartholomew raised an eyebrow in surprise. Baby, 5, what madness are you indulging in now? With indignation, Baby, 5 retorted. Doflamingo killed my fiancée yesterday. Should I not seek revenge? Surely, you couldn't bring yourself to refuse someone's proposal, could you? Bartholomew bluntly stated the truth. Oh, it was simply because he looked so pitiful. I couldn't deny him when he gazed at me with such pleading eyes. Then, Baby, 5, lend me some money. I'm in need. A flutter of excitement coursed through Baby, 5 as she cupped her cheeks with her hands, feeling a tinge of joy. How much? Not much. Just 3 million berries. Since you've asked, I shall go borrow from a loan shark. Bartholomew's gaze drifted away, a broad smile playing on his lips. What a woman to exploit. No matter the request, she never refuses, wholeheartedly helping you fulfill it. She truly is quite foolish. Rogtown was drawing near. Baby, 5 stood up, fiddling with a wild weapon, a cigarette clenched between her teeth as the high-altitude winds tousled her long black hair, exuding an aura of valiance and wildness. She was both a maid and an assassin of the Don Quixote family. According to intelligence, our target is expected to arrive in Rogtown today. Bartholomew chuckled. Haha, that naval officer named Luke is truly unfortunate. As the coastline of Rogtown appeared below, Bartholomew and Baby, 5 descended from the sky, entering the town. Luke remained oblivious to the fact that the assassin sent for him was already en route. At that moment, he was seated in a tavern in the town of Glow, facing Smock. As brandy was poured slowly into a crystal glass, Luke grasped the glass and savored the fiery, yet sweet liquid, allowing it to explode on his taste buds before it slid down his throat, igniting a warm blaze within. Smock, never without his smoke, leisurely indulged in a cigar that could last for half the day, wearing an expression of bliss as if he were a celestial being. Thus, the two men engaged in jovial conversation, relishing their drinks in the fragrant smoke. Luke reminisced about the amusing incident when he challenged Smoker at the Navy headquarters. While Smoker vehemently denied that he had fled to Logtown out of desperation instigated by Luke. Listen closely, Luke. My return to my homeland was to protect its very air. Can that be deemed as fleeing? Smoker declared earnestly. Ha ha ha, protecting the air of your homeland? Luke chuckled, remarking, with that cigar in your hand. You are undeniably a purveyor of air pollution. Luke scoffed at his attempts at rationalization. Humph. I smoke to enhance my abilities. It seems necessary to enlighten you before you depart. My 3 years in Rogtown have not been in vain. As Smoker, visibly agitated, slammed his hand on the table, the urge to confront Luke surged within him. The bar owner, exasperated, quickly intervened, offering fruits to temper the fiery tempers of the two men. A confrontation between Smoker and Luke would surely lead to the destruction of the establishment. Smoker relented, saying, for the sake of the proprietor, I shall let you escape this time. Luke chuckled softly, taking a sip of his drink, perceptive yet discreet, seemingly attuned to something beyond the ordinary. He cast his gaze out the window. A woman clad in a maid's outfit, bearing a wild weapon, accompanied by a tall and portly man dressed in a heavy coat despite the warm weather, passed by outside. Through the lens of his observation, he sensed that these two individuals were exceptionally formidable. Such powerful presences were rare in East Blue. Nevertheless, with the vastness of the world and countless strong individuals, Luke chose to disregard this anomaly, continuing to engage in light banter with Smoker, recounting amusing tales from East Blue. The bar was alive with a cacophony of voices, filled with merchants from various islands and towns across the sea, alongside the residents of Rogtown, exchanging snippets of gossip gleaned from unknown sources. One particular mention of a deer hunting festival piqued Luke's interest. Rogtown, known for its thriving seafood industry due to its proximity to the Grand Line, often saw rare fish making their way here, making seafood the primary meat market. In contrast, inland animals were a rarity. To Luke's astonishment, the merchants were hosting an extravagant event centered around the hunting of a single deer. However, his initial intrigue quickly morphed into unease, for within the conversations he overheard, It became evident that the deer hunting festival was not about slaying an animal, but rather a human being. As he listened further, a jolt of realization struck him. This so-called deer was none other than himself. Luke suddenly sprang to his feet, his abrupt movement toppling the wine glass on the table, causing the clear liquid to spill across the surface and drip down the edge. Luke strode over to a man in the corner of the bar, who was speaking animatedly. "My friend," he inquired, "could you elucidate the details regarding the deer hunting convention you mentioned?" Luke's towering figure cast an imposing shadow, instilling a sense of unease. Luke wore a smile upon his face, yet this expression brought no warmth to the table. "Brother Navy, we are merely relaying hearsay. In truth, we are unaware of the particulars, only knowing it was instigated by pirates," stammered one trembling individual. The underground casino had now opened its doors, wagering on whether this Major Luke could survive and depart from Rogue Town. Unbeknownst to him, the very Navy man before him was indeed the Major Luke he had just mentioned. Luke discerned from his expression and the flow of his blood that he was not lying. "Damn it, I have only just arrived in Rogue Town on my first day. I have neither provoked nor offended anyone, yet a pirate seeks to end my life. Is there no justice left? Is there no law to uphold?" Luke's face bore a hint of darkness. "Ha ha ha," Smog laughed heartlessly, his right hand striking the table in sheer delight. "Who would have thought you could provoke such animosity?" Luke smirked, expressing his disdain. "I can understand their cowardice. They lack the courage to duel with me, merely being a handful of inconsequential pirates." Luke exited the tavern, devoid of his previously cheerful disposition, alongside Smog. As he gazed at the radiant sunlight and the bustling crowd on the street, his interests took a different turn. Uncovering the identity of the reckless pirate behind the deer hunting event could prove to be an entertaining endeavor. Who could this pirate be, harboring a grudge against me? Luke felt a surge of excitement. Meanwhile, on another street, Zoro sifted through an assortment of unremarkable longswords, selecting the fearsome demon blade, Sanai Kitetsu. Encouraged by the weapon shop owner's words, Zoro nonchalantly tossed the cursed sword into the air and extended his arm. The spinning blade gleamed with an unusual light, gracefully evading his arm as it fell. This sword had chosen him. Just as humans select their weapons, weapons also select their wielders. After recovering from his astonishment, the shop owner presented Zoro with the shop's prized possession, the snowy sword. Zoro had traded his 3 swords for one of exceptional caliber. Sanji's perception of Zoro shifted. It turned out he was not merely a fool obsessed with training, but someone capable of such extraordinary feats as testing a sword with his own hands. However, soon after, Dashki approached Zoro, requesting to observe the famed blade, her intimate gestures once again igniting Sanji's envy. Even Zoro found Dashki's enthusiasm overwhelming, awkwardly asking her to keep her distance, which elicited her teasing laughter. "Ha, you're blushing. Don't be shy." Dashki playfully slapped Zoro's shoulder. In the background, several burly men were discussing the deer hunting event. Underneath the surface, tensions were brewing in Roachtown. Chapter 66. Guardian Beast. Little Orange Nami and Christina emerged from a clothing store, their faces illuminated with joyful smiles, each carrying several shopping bags. As members of the Navy, they had spent extensive time adrift at sea, yet as young women, they reveled in the vibrancy of such a grand town. The wind tousled Nami's hair, and she pressed it down. Feeling the temperature and humidity of the air against her delicate skin, she sensed the impending rain later that afternoon. Despite the bright sunshine and cloudless sky, her intuition warned her otherwise. "Christina, let's find a CAF and enjoy a drink," Nami suggested. "Indeed, your words have made me feel a bit parched as well," Christina replied, linking arms with Nami, resembling 2 blooming flowers. Their beauty captured the attention of passers-by. Not far behind them, lurking around a street corner, several ill-intentioned figures were fixated on them. "Is that her? It can't be mistaken, boss. That petite girl with the orange hair is a navigator, and the tall, alluring beauty is a Navy lieutenant. They are both subordinates of Luke. We cannot contend with Luke, so let's capture his 2 charming subordinates as hostages. He won't dare to resist." Captain Gade, seething with rage, exclaimed, "That accursed Luke has left us no escape in the East Blue. Gather more men. That female swordsman will be troublesome. The deer hunting event shall commence with these 2. The pirates moved stealthily in pursuit of the 2 women. Christina, sensing danger, glanced back, her previously relaxed demeanor shifting to one of acute awareness. She bent low, lowering her stature, and whispered urgently into Nami's ear, "Nami, run ahead into the alley. You must escape. There's danger." Nami observed Christina's serious expression, her smile fading gradually. "Understood." Having experienced the perils of the sea, Nami was well acquainted with the treacherous world of pirates, where she sought to pilfer their treasures. She was no stranger to danger, matching Christina's vigilance. A mere word, a glance, and Nami comprehended the gravity of the situation. As they proceeded, the lively atmosphere was tinged with an undercurrent of peril. Nami quickened her pace, darting into the alley without a backward glance, her voice echoing, "Christina, hold on. I'll return with reinforcements." Christina positioned herself at the alley's entrance, turning to scrutinize every passerby with a steely gaze. Her longsword was now firmly in hand. Amidst the bewildered stares of onlookers, she adopted a combat stance. "Blast it! One has escaped. Quickly surround them." The tranquil street erupted into chaos. A pirate, cloaked in a cape, brandished a glimmering, cold blade. A glance revealed no fewer than 100 pirates wielding weapons. More rushed in from afar, while figures moved atop the buildings flanking the street. "Oh no, Nami!" Christina's heart sank as she shouted. There were pirates on the rooftops too. Danger lurked on the opposite side of the street. A swift, chilling blade struck the ground. And in that moment of distraction, the pirates launched their assault. "Where are you looking, beauty?" A pirate taunted. Christina's wrist twisted, her sword slicing through the air to deflect the ambush. Her exquisite visage darkened with fury. "Damn it, pirates! If anything happens to Nami, how will I face Luke?" Christina gritted her teeth in frustration. Surrounded by pirates, she fought valiantly, parrying attacks from every direction. Despite her remarkable swordsmanship and agility, the relentless onslaught seemed unending. Suddenly, a piercing scream from Nami echoed through the street. Christina's heart raced as the stone pillar obstructed her view, a fierce wind whipping her hair. In a critical moment, Christina channeled all her strength into her well-toned body, just as the heavy stone pillar came crashing down. Having fled, Nami now found herself amidst the pirates, their weapons drawn. Shouts of panic filled the air, plunging the street into disarray. "I cannot allow them to capture me. What will happen to Christina if I cannot return with the warning?" Nami's forehead glistened with sweat as she exerted every ounce of her strength to escape. She was not a fighter, merely a navigator possessing some combat skills. She could handle one or two pirates, but facing a multitude was a different story. In her haste, she stumbled. Thud! Nami fell to the ground, and as she looked up, a pirate loomed over her. "It's over." Nami's face clouded with despair. "What is this?" A gleaming golden orange. A pirate bent down to pick up the golden fruit. "Return it to me," Nami cried out in panic. "It's a gift from Luke." The pirate laughed heartily, astonished to find such a valuable item carried by a naval officer, feeling fortunate to have stumbled upon it. He weighed the golden orange in his hand, noting its substantial heft. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar hole in the fruit. What was this? A golden bird erupted in a flash of brilliance from within the orange. And in an instant, a stream of blood gushed from his neck. In shock, he clutched at his throat, and the orange fell to the ground. The surrounding pirates were taken aback by the sudden injury inflicted upon their comrade, momentarily frozen in disbelief. The golden light did not relent. Infuriated by the harm done to its master, the bird targeted another pirate, piercing through his neck and exiting from the back with a gruesome spray of blood. "This is bad. There's a sniper," one pirate shouted, panic spreading like wildfire among them. They scanned the rooftops and distant buildings in search of the marksman. Where could the sniper be? A flash of golden light darted through the air and vanished swiftly. In an instant, several more pirates fell, blood gushing from their wounds, leaving them lifeless on the ground. As the pirates continued to search for the sniper, an eerie silence enveloped the air. No gunshots rang out. A profound dread seeped into their hearts, for the specter of death was the most terrifying of all. This was no place to linger. They must flee. The pirates, now terrified, began to retreat. Was capturing Nami worth risking their lives? The golden light moved with astonishing speed, circling around and eliciting blood-curdling screams from a dozen pirates before they collapsed into pools of blood. Nami's heart raced as she slowly rose to her feet. Shielding her eyes from the sunlight, she glimpsed the dazzling golden light as it darted back and forth, dispatching pirates with lethal precision. Had she been saved? Who could the savior be? Bewildered, she watched until all the pirates had vanished. She approached the fallen golden orange, which had opened a small square window revealing an empty space within. The golden light returned, landing atop the orange, startling Nami. But soon, she discerned the true form of the golden light, a small bird resembling a kingfisher. Luke has created a guardian beast for Nami, endowed with remarkable speed and formidable power. Its elongated beak, sharp as a blade, can effortlessly pierce the human body. With wings spread wide, as sharp as daggers, it can easily slice through an enemy's throat. Just moments ago, it was this little kingfisher that vanquished the pirates. The small bird shyly hopped into the orange, revealing only one eye to gaze at Nami. "Did you save me?" Nami exclaimed with uncontainable joy. The kingfisher nodded. "Thank you." Nami beamed with a radiant smile. An immense delight coursed through her veins, illuminating her eyes with a sparkle that reflected her elation at having escaped peril. Words like twists and turns or light in the shadows pale in comparison to the joy Nami felt at this moment. This is a gift from Luke. It was Luke who protected me. How touching, truly. Even in his absence, he moves me so. From now on, I shall call you Little Orange. The kingfisher chirped happily in response. Now we must return to aid Christina. I implore you. Chapter 67. The clown must prove himself. Christina. Nami's voice echoed through the alley. Christina was locked in fierce combat with the pirates, sustaining minor injuries, while the ground bore witness to the remains of over a dozen corpses. Upon hearing Nami's voice, this resolute woman couldn't suppress a tremor. Nami must have been captured. What should I do? Is this where it ends? A profound sorrow enveloped Christina's heart. If Nami were taken hostage, she would have no choice but to surrender. Cursed pirates. Christina unleashed a furious strike. Her powerful blow transformed into a chilling arc of swordlight, sending 4 or 5 pirates sprawling, one of whom fell grievously wounded. "Christina, are you all right?" Nami rushed over. The young girl, with her playful short hair and white blouse adorned with blue stripes, wore an orange skirt, her lively figure flitting about like a joyous butterfly. As she entered Christina's line of sight, Christina was momentarily stunned, utterly astonished. "Nami, you weren't captured? What nonsense are you speaking? Am I not too adorable to be easily caught?" Nami playfully stuck out her tongue. "Then why have you returned? Run away. I came to help you." Nami brandished a long staff, charging toward a loathsome pirate. She swung fiercely, but the pirate effortlessly blocked her strike with a blade. Her effort only elicited raucous laughter from the pirate. Yet, in the next instant, the pirate suddenly faltered, blood erupting from his body as he collapsed in disbelief. Christina gasped in astonishment. What did I just witness? Nami took down a pirate? She truly meant to assist me. But how did she accomplish this? Christina watched as Nami swung her staff, rushing toward the next pirate, and the same astonishing event unfolded. Nami's attack was easily parried, but blood once again splattered from her target. This time, Christina's gaze sharpened. It was as if she beheld a golden light piercing through the pirate's body. Nami transformed into the mightiest of warriors, striking true with every blow. A radiant golden aura enveloped her as Little Orange silently and efficiently reaped the lives of the pirates. One of the weakest members of the Straw Hat crew, who would normally hide at the first sign of conflict, Nami stood tall. What fool claimed these two were easily dealt with. I shall return and have words with him. Run. Captain Gade ordered a retreat. Facing Christina was challenging enough. But now there was an unknown and lethal Nami to contend with. Is the Navy truly this formidable nowadays? A tall youth cast a terrifying shadow from the rooftop. A broad grin stretching across his face, sending chills down the spines of the pirates. Luke has arrived. The renowned naval lieutenant, whose name resonates across the Eastern Sea. Instilling fear in the hearts of all pirates. He stands upon the rooftop, resembling an invincible deity of war. His smile is akin to that of the Grim Reaper. The pirates on the street begin to tremble in fear. Christina and Nami shared joyous smiles together. Luke leapt from the rooftop, and as he soared through the air, he suddenly transformed into a gust of wind, leaving behind a wave of explosive force. His speed was unparalleled as he plunged into the throngs of pirates, raising his sword to conjure a colossal whirlwind that reached the heavens. The pirates ensnared in the tempest found themselves helplessly hurled into the sky, their bodies succumbing to chaotic slashes, resulting in countless wounds. When they descended back to the ground, none were left standing. Luke, how did you get here? Christina inquired, a blend of surprise and confusion in her voice. Oh, I was investigating some ridiculous deer hunting convention and decided to wander around. Then I heard the sounds of battle in this vicinity and came to take a look. To my astonishment, I witnessed Nami wreaking havoc. Impressive work, Nami. Luke gave Nami a thumbs up. Hee. It's not even your accomplishment. Nami shyly nudged Luke. Who would have thought such an extraordinary pet was hidden within the orange? You should have told me sooner. Little Orange landed on Nami's shoulder. Its petite form no larger than a palm, yet it possessed astonishing power. It was only then that Christina realized the true hero who had saved Nami and wreaked havoc was this golden bird, remarkably resembling a kingfisher. Moreover, from Nami's words, it seemed this little bird was a gift from Luke. At that moment, Christina felt a pang of envy. Such an adorable pet, she too wished to have one. Luke felt perplexed by the peculiar gaze that Christina cast upon him. Initially, he tended to Christina's injuries, followed by mending the scraped knee of Nami. This was not a suitable place for conversation. We should first return to the naval base. Luke hurriedly led the two of them back to the outpost beside the central square of Rogtown. Smog had already returned. The formidable guardian of Rogtown inquired with a smile about Luke's findings. However, after searching through more than a dozen streets, Luke had yet to uncover the mastermind behind the deer hunting festival. Zaro, having replaced his swords twice, lovingly polished the blade. Isn't the deer hunting festival merely a culinary competition for cooking deer? I was contemplating where it would be held, eager to savor a taste. Sanji was ablaze with fury. Those vile pirates. How dare they assault Christina and Nami? Do not let me catch you. Luke inquired. The question remains. Who is hosting this assembly? Where are they concealed? Smoker, as the commander here, do you have no inkling whatsoever? Smoker exhaled a plume of thick smoke, responding. The influx of pirates into Rogue Town has been overwhelming. There are more than 10 notorious pirate crews. I truly have no clue. Smoker raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, and the others were even less informed. Suddenly, a sly chuckle interrupted their discourse. Why not ask me? The head of Buggy was laid upon the table, and he spoke up. You? Everyone turned in astonishment towards him. I have been a pirate in the East Blue for over a decade. I know all the prominent pirate leaders, big and small. If anyone here is well versed in the ways of pirates, it is undoubtedly me. Luke suddenly realized, his hands coming together in excitement. That makes sense. Buggy. Do you know who is behind this? Buggy shook his head. I have no idea. However, I can gather information for you. Though this town is under your Navy's jurisdiction, it is rife with clandestine enterprises, realms unknown to those of you in the light. Only a pirate like me can navigate these waters with ease. I beseech you, esteemed gentlemen, grant me a chance to redeem myself. Buggy smiled humbly. Yet beneath his grin lay a cunning intent. Once freed from the Navy's grasp, he would soar away, indifferent to their fates. Chapter 68. The moment of performance has arrived. Buggy successfully departed from the Navy's encampment. Contrary to his expectations, Luke returned his hands and feet but withheld his body. Buggy now resembled a diminutive figure, with a minuscule physique, short limbs, and a notably large head, crowned with a bright red nose that stood out remarkably. Luke. Can you truly trust Buggy? Smoker was utterly astonished by Luke's agreement with Buggy's perspective. Is this the Luke he knew? The clown Buggy was notoriously crafty and shameless. Let us give it a try. His body is on our side. I'm not worried he won't return. Luke was unexpectedly optimistic. Smog furrowed his brow. I have sent several individuals to keep an eye on him. Luke halted him. No need. Buggy possesses the ability to sense the presence of others. Sending someone to follow him would be futile. Luke stated this, and Smoker nodded in agreement. However, he could not comprehend why Luke, who had always harbored a deep-seated aversion to evil, would so readily allow Buggy to gather intelligence for them. As for the information that Buggy would bring back, Smoker was utterly unwilling to place any trust in it. He yearned to inquire about Luke's true intentions, yet Luke had already closed his eyes, reclining on the sofa, appearing as though he were in slumber. Luke's soul transcended its earthly confines, silently drifting above his head. Just moments ago, he had activated the sheep talisman. Luke drifted through the office, making a grimace at Smoker, and upon realizing that neither Smoker nor anyone else noticed him, he felt a sense of relief and floated out the window. He followed Buggy, who, after departing from the naval base, plunged into the bustling streets and slipped into a secluded alley. During this escapade, he ambushed a thug and seized a robe. With his diminutive stature of less than half a meter, he hardly matched the imposing demeanor of Captain Buggy. However, donning the robe altered his appearance. With the hood covering his head and his hands concealed within the sleeves, he stood upright, appearing nearly 2 meters tall. Regardless of his actual prowess, he could at least maintain the imposing presence of Captain Buggy. Subsequently, he sought out a dim and obscure tavern, entering through a side door into an even darker corridor, which led to a robust man standing before a door at the end. The muscular man raised a fierce gaze, the wall's light illuminating Buggy's face. Upon recognizing Buggy's red nose, the man was evidently taken aback and allowed him to pass through the door. Buggy stepped into an alternate realm of Logetown. The clamor of pirates surged, with raucous curses and the thick aroma of smoke and liquor prevailing in the air. Boisterous pirates guzzled drinks, while provocatively dressed barmaids weaved through the crowd. This establishment was a spacious 2-story building devoid of windows, with the upper level sealed off and only a passageway for entry and exit. The lower floor featured a circular hall, while the upper level comprised a ring-shaped corridor, allowing for a clear view of the happenings below. The place was filled to the brim with pirates, numbering in the hundreds. News of Buggy's arrival had already spread through the hall. Any pirate who caught sight of him gradually lowered their voices. After all, this was the notorious Captain Buggy, whose reputation was well known throughout the East Blue. Buggy approached the central table, where a gathering of 10 captains from various corners of the East Blue sat. They exuded a calm demeanor, their appearances ranging from brutish to cunning, each presenting a distinct impression. Yet one commonality prevailed. They were all formidable. There was the tall and brawny Gade, the explosive power Jim resembling a rock star, and the so-called most beautiful woman of the seas, the actually plump and unattractive Arleta. Though perhaps not as powerful as the 4 great pirate crews of the East Blue, they were nonetheless infamous and formidable pirates in their own right. Seeing the astonished expressions of these individuals, Buggy's gaze darkened, and he chuckled ominously. He, am I so easily captured? He proclaimed. I am, after all, immortal. Buggy spread his arms wide, reveling in his own grandeur. Clown Buggy, what a delight to encounter you here. One captain, sporting a long beard and harboring deep-seated animosity toward Buggy, brandished a pistol and fired several shots at him. Yet, Buggy remained unscathed. I told you, I am immortal. Buggy's piercing gaze locked onto the captain, exuding an immense aura of intimidation that left the bearded captain both furious and helpless. In truth, the bullets merely passed through the empty robe. Ignoring him, Buggy turned his attention to the other captains. I've heard you are organizing a hunt for Luke. Is that true? Gade slammed his fist onto the table, his face contorted with rage. This region of the East Blue is uninhabitable. Major Luke will eliminate us one by one. We have all fled to Logtown, yet that fiend still pursues us, even here. Buggy's heart raced, and he blinked in astonishment, realizing, these fools are unaware that Luke is escorting me to the naval headquarters. A malicious grin spread across Buggy's face. So, you intend to eradicate Luke? Jem, with an air of arrogance, regarded Buggy. I see this as an unprecedented opportunity. With so many of us gathered in Logtown, we can decisively eliminate Luke. However, some remained hesitant. Humph, cowards. His disdainful gaze swept over the other captains, making their sentiments clear. Buggy was overjoyed. With so many pirate crews assembled, if orchestrated well, he might just evade Luke's grasp. It was time for him to showcase his true talents. He inhaled deeply, the intoxicating scent of alcohol invigorating his senses, filling him with fervor. Then, with his stirring voice, Buggy addressed the assembly of pirates. Friends, perhaps we have had our differences in the past, but now we face a common dilemma. It is not that I look down upon you. Rather, among us, including you esteemed captains, if you venture into the Grand Line, within a year, 90% of you will perish at sea. The Grand Line is also known as the Pirates' Graveyard. His words silenced the crowd. All eyes riveted upon him. Buggy grinned, his lips painted in vivid red, stretching wide. He surveyed the assembly and continued, who is responsible for this tragedy? It is the Navy. It is Luke. His declarations ignited the fury of the pirates present. The name of Luke reverberated throughout the hall. The furious pirates, gnashing their teeth, shouted Luke's name. It was Luke who robbed us of our freedom to plunder in the East Sea. It was Luke who threatened our very lives. It was Luke who denied us the pleasures of sumptuous feasts, precious treasures, and beautiful women. He is the arch-nemesis of pirates. Buggy, like a spiritual mentor, incited the wrath of all the pirates, and even a table full of pirate captains roared in unison. Indeed, Luke is our common enemy. Kill him. The hesitating captains, swept up by this fervor, could only echo the sentiment. Amidst this tide of battle cries, Buggy revealed a most cunning and insidious smile. Yes, just like that. As long as you do not unite against Luke, how could I have the opportunity to escape? Unbeknownst to him, the ethereal Luke floated behind him, observing Buggy's passionate performance with a sense of incredulity. Chapter 69. The Great Army, My Brothers. Buggy's performance was far from over. In this moment, let us refer to one another as brothers. The clamor subsided. Not long ago, my crew was slaughtered, annihilated by the Navy led by Luke. Woe is me. Buggy's eyes brimmed with tears, but it matters not, for I still have you, my brothers. He defiantly raised his chin, reclaiming his tears and sniffling back his sorrow. His silhouette was one of unwavering strength, standing tall in the face of such devastating loss. All the grief he bore alone, carrying the burden single-handedly. The assembled pirates were deeply moved, shouting in unison, Indeed, we are brothers. Captain Buggy, you still have us. Buggy, Buggy, Buggy. The fervent cheers echoed throughout the hall. Among the crowd were 2 special figures, Bartolomeo and Baby, 5, who had entered this pirate gathering through unusual means upon hearing of the slaughter festival. Baby, Five wept profusely, wiping her tears in handfuls. Captain Buggy is so pitiful. Woe is me. I will always support you. She joined the cheering throng. Bartolomeo was unsettled. This woman was utterly foolish. The formless Luke was equally perturbed, the corners of his mouth twitching. This fellow Buggy was supposed to gather intelligence, yet here he was, delivering an emotional speech. Moreover, given the current trend, Buggy might very well unify this scattered band of pirates. Thank you all for your support. Today, let Captain Buggy lead you to vanquish the one who has forced us into a corner, Luke. Buggy stood atop a table, raising his right hand, fist clenched tightly. He elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Pausing momentarily, Buggy inquired of the assembled captains about their total manpower. Jeed, I have 500 men. Jem, I have 1,000 men and 20 mortars. Alrita, 300 men. The other captains varied in numbers, totaling a staggering 5,000 men. Buggy was astonished, a tear slipping from his nose. Goodness, with so many people, we might just flatten the navy at Log Town. Buggy trembled with excitement. Let us eliminate Luke and Smoker. We shall dominate the East Sea. No, Luke and Smoker are both monsters. I will not engage in such reckless endeavors. Buggy shook his head. The great Captain Buggy, enlightened and clear-headed, realized that with this force, great things could be accomplished. Jeed and the others were equally exhilarated. The greater the numbers, the higher the chances of success. Jem smirked, envisioning a future where he would accept this band of pirates after the Slaughter Festival, asserting himself as the ruler of the East Sea. Perhaps he could even venture into the Grand Line. The illustrious Captain Buggy began to assign tasks. First, we shall create chaos in the small town. Luke has several formidable subordinates. We need to distract them to draw them away. Then, we shall concentrate our firepower on Luke alone. Buggy's expression turned sinister as he grinned cunningly. If I do not utilize you to divert Luke's subordinates, how can I reclaim my body? As for your lives, I couldn't care less. The great Captain Buggy demonstrated his signature move of betraying his comrades. Better their demise than mine. Buggy continued, I have clashed with Luke before. His swordsmanship is exceptionally refined. To defeat him, we will require overwhelming firepower. Jem's eyes sparkled as he slapped the table hard. I am an explosive fruit user. No one can withstand my explosions. Leave the firepower to me. Buggy rejoiced, marvelous. The crucial task of eliminating Luke is entrusted to you. His underlying message was clear. The task of courting death is yours. Furthermore, the suggestion to enlist the help of the underworld arose. The gang leader of Log Town, Bartolomeo, commanded an empire of 150 towns. For the sum of 100 million berries, he could mobilize 5,000 gangsters. By this calculation, their forces would swell to an astounding 10,000 men. The others eagerly contributed ideas. Dismantle the ship's cannons. Mount them on wheels to bombard the Navy's stronghold. Set fire to the naval ships in the harbor. Poison. Assassination. Suddenly, someone proposed. We could also employ the art of seduction. Upon hearing this, Alrita posed alluringly, her face flushed with shyness. The art of seduction? I am the most beautiful woman on this sea. No one is more suitable than I. One pirate could not contain his laughter. The consequence was a hefty club striking him, leaving him bloodied and bruised. Luke could no longer bear the sight and covered his eyes with his hands. Good heavens! Where does this plump woman derive her confidence? He resolved to leave this place. He felt on the verge of retching. Having gathered sufficient information, Luke departed. One last glance at Alita made him feel as though he might expel his previous meal. The most beautiful woman of the sea. Truly, she was not to be trifled with. Luke returned to the naval station, his spirit realigning as his body gradually awakened. His companions remained inside the room, with Smog seated behind the desk, leisurely puffing on a cigar. A smirk of satisfaction danced upon Luke's lips as he recalled the amusing exploits of Bucky. He chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief. Who would have thought that entrusting Bucky with the task of gathering information would lead him to nearly become the sovereign of the deer hunting gala? Indeed, the gift of gab is a talent in its own right. After Luke's laughter subsided, he was compelled to confront a formidable dilemma. If 10 pirate crews were indeed to act in accordance with Buggy's scheme, the resultant devastation would be immense, allowing pirates to wreak havoc throughout Loketown. Inciting chaos and diverting the naval forces was a particularly underhanded tactic. As for Jem and the other elite pirates concentrating their firepower against him, Luke remained unperturbed. It would not be so simple to take his life. However, if the Mafia were to join forces, the combined might could reach 10,000, placing the Navy in Loketown in considerable peril. It must be acknowledged that Buggy had presented him with a significant challenge. Not long after Luke's return, Buggy made his entrance as well. He returned bearing news. Brimming with confidence and meticulously plotting his next move, he eagerly awaited the clash between the pirates and the Navy. Ready to seize the opportunity to reclaim his own body and make a swift escape, the illustrious Captain Buggy, without a hint of hesitation, was prepared to betray his comrades. Luke gazed at Buggy, a faint smile gracing his lips. So, Buggy, I entrusted you with the task of gathering intelligence, yet you incite chaos among the pirates. What is your true intention? Buggy momentarily froze, a sense of foreboding washing over him, but he vehemently denied, I do not comprehend your words. I risked my life to procure exclusive information for all esteemed gentlemen. His indignation swelled, feeling that his sincerity had been met with suspicion. Yet, Luke's subsequent remarks shattered Buggy's defenses. 10 captains, quite an extravagant endeavor, creating turmoil in the city to distract the Navy. Setting ablaze the port's warships, how terrified you must be to advance into the city. Have you gathered sufficient funds to enlist the gang for a bounty of 100 million berries? And what of your seduction scheme? Have you selected the right beauty? If she lacks allure and charm, I shall not be deceived. Luke wore a radiant smile upon his face, confidently seated in his chair, exuding an air of poise. Clad in a naval uniform, his robust chest seemed ready to burst forth from his attire. Each of his words was akin to a blade, methodically slicing through the jester's facade, leaving him utterly defenseless. Baki was left in a state of shock, his eyes wide and mouth agape. A stream of mucus trailing from his nostrils. His heart raced in terror as he stammered, How did you know? Luke beckoned to Christina, saying, Lock him up. Luke, you have truly brought me immense trouble, Smoker remarked, his expression dark. The fact that the pirate crew numbered as many as 10,000 filled him with a profound sense of dread at the chaos they could wreak in Rogue Town. Chapter 70. Good brothers, loyalty. Buggy was taken away. Luke stood up, his smile as formidable and infectious as ever. Yet, at this moment, there was a hint of cunning in his expression. Amidst the astonished gazes of Zoro, Sanji, and the others, Luke's appearance began to transform gradually. His muscular physique faded away, and his robust arms became slender, while his sharply defined features morphed into a comical visage. He sported a prominent red nose, a white skull emblem adorned his forehead, and his lips were painted with vivid red lipstick. Luke transformed into the likeness of Bucky. Zoro's sword clattered to the ground, Sanji's drink spilled from his cup, and Smoker took a deep drag from his cigar, emptying it in one breath. Lucia and Nami blinked, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Hee, little beauty. Give your lord a smile. A jolt of electricity coursed through Nami's scalp, causing her to shudder and break out in goosebumps. This was a malevolent grin that was more repulsive than the sensation of cockroaches crawling over one's skin. Luke performed a stunning hat trick in public, leaving everyone utterly astonished and speechless. He chuckled with satisfaction a few times before waving goodbye and departing from the naval base. Buggy commanded the pirates to create chaos, inevitably wreaking havoc upon the town while diverting the naval forces. Luke could not allow such an occurrence to transpire. A strategy must be devised to unite the pirates and ensnare them all at once. Jem and the esteemed captains have amassed a fortune of 100 million berries to enlist the notorious gang leader of Rogue Town, Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo boasts a striking crest of grass-green hair, with an eye tattoo beneath his right eye, adorned with a nose ring, and bearing a visage reminiscent of a malevolent specter. Clad in a purple coat and checkered trousers, his coat is emblazoned with a skull motif, and a dagger is sheathed at his waist. This youth, who has navigated the treacherous waters of the underworld since childhood, is both fierce and ruthless, his language coarse, yet he possesses an extraordinarily formidable power. Upon receiving Jem's 100 million berries, Bartolomeo has commenced mobilizing the gang forces of Rogue Town. Luke, bearing the visage of the clown, Bucky, returned to this place. Stepping into the dimly lit corridor, where he beheld the wooden door barricaded at the passage's end, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge for violence. I am now the clown. Bucky. My current objective is to thwart the pirates' original plan and unite them. Engaging in battle with the pirates here is not an option. Jem, your leader, Bartolomeo. If you wish to slay me, then I shall ensnare you in my own trap. Luke pushed open the door and stepped into the hall. A glance revealed that the number of pirates had diminished significantly, with several pirate captains also absent. Following Buggy's arrangements, they had dispersed throughout the city, preparing to incite a rebellion. Buggy? Jem exclaimed upon seeing him, a hint of surprise crossing his face. Did you not mention having pressing matters to attend to? What brings you back? Luke's expression was grave as he approached Jim and said in a low voice, "The situation has changed. Our plans have been compromised." This statement startled both Jim and Bartholomew. How could the plans have leaked? You hired me, and if anything goes awry, you are responsible. Bartholomew, with his regional accent, had a habit of adding a playful tone at the end of his sentences. His anger was palpable upon hearing Luke's news. Unexpectedly, a cruel smile spread across Luke's somber face. A traitor has betrayed us, revealing our information to the Navy. They are now mobilizing everywhere. But fret not. This is indeed good news. Luke imitated Bucky's demeanor with a sinister expression, his eyes glinting with cunning. Thanks to Bucky's fervent performance, he had amassed considerable renown. It would be a disservice to not fully capitalize on Bucky's visage, for it would tarnish the reputation of deceit and shamelessness that Bucky had cultivated. Jim paused momentarily. Bewildered, how had the leakage of their plan transformed into a piece of good news? Jim and Bartholomew found themselves somewhat exasperated. Meanwhile, unrest began to ripple through the pirates gathered in the hall. Luke raised a finger of his right hand and gently shook it, saying, "You are mistaken in your thoughts. Captain Jam, allow me to inquire, what is our purpose in creating chaos within the city? To lure out the Navy?" "Precisely." Luke's voice rose with fervor, perfectly mirroring Bucky's oratory prowess. He dramatically spread his arms, a cunning expression illuminating his face with excitement. Now that the Navy had mobilized en masse, was the naval base not left vulnerable? We shall turn their scheme against them, seizing the moment to infiltrate the naval base and eliminate Luke. His impassioned declaration reverberated throughout the hall. The mention of his own demise sent tremors through Luke's heart. This proclamation ignited a fervor among the pirates.